Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
So the new bounty format from Blast, I think it's very exciting.
The first time I see something in cybersport.
I actually like the whole idea about you can pick like opponent and stuff. So
adds a little bit of spice to it, I would say. Really interesting to see how it's gonna see out also throughout the tournament.
It's gonna make things more interesting for the fans as well. Putting money on people's heads, it kind of incentivizes people to take some risks.
To start the season off with something like this, like a new format, is always bringing something more exciting, and also the new rosters competing. So I think there's gonna be many interesting twists.
Something that kind of scene sort of needs, so hopefully it should be something that's fun to watch.
This is the first time we've ever done the live draft for the Blast Bounty in the studios. We get to see which of our teams are going to be picking into their opponents and go through the whole Blast Bounty format once again. Maui and View, we're still here, we're still rocking it. We had to see how this is going to go down, but this is where it gets interesting because some of the seeds have changed, people who can pick who has changed. It becomes now a bit more of a closer fight.
We're going to see some of the strategies that these teams have as you actually can implement one in this sort of format, which I always think is an added bonus and one of the ways that the bounty is not only unique, but actually just adds another level to the game.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have seen each other play now, right? So you've seen how G2 looks, you've seen how FaZe looks a little shaky, and so you can actually pick based on form, not just based on kind of guessing.
Well, let's bring all of our teams into the mix as we're about to watch and wait for this to go down. They're ready and waiting to decide who they're going to be picking into, and we get to enjoy this moment of watching how it might unfold. Now, some picks might not be kind of the way you would think it would be, right, Mario? It's not going to be maybe just as easy. We've seen this, you mentioned it, some teams maybe not looking as strong as what we thought they would be.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like if you've been watching the matches closely, you're going to look at what G2 just did, where they barely beat a bait team. They looked a little discombobulated in situations. FaZe with the Liege, you know, they weren't hitting the ground running whatsoever. And even some of the underdogs, you know, there are going to be some surprises here probably for teams that even probably have a better seed, like say BetBoom, for example.
Yeah, is BetBoom a team that people might just want to pick into, or is it scary because of what they were able to do?
I'd be a little bit scared of BetBoom based on what they actually did in their upset. I mean, that looked like an impressive team. It didn't look like a fluke win.
In terms of it, like looking at it from that sense, you also mentioned about FaZe coming in here, Mario, right?
Yes.
You said like they were maybe not looking as strong as what we expected. Does that still make them a team maybe people would go for? Maybe now they have more practice days. How do you weigh this up if you're one of the other teams?
I would have to do that because at this point, you know, you're going to eventually have to beat consecutive teams to go deep into this bounty tournament. And so for a team like FaZe that just looks a little bit more vulnerable, where they're integrating a Liege, we're seeing Rain, for example, switch to anchor spots. Some of the qualms or the kinks have not quite been ironed out yet for them. And so if I'm an underdog team, I'd say why not? You know, I think FaZe I think they're the 6th seed or something like that, around that, maybe 5th, 6th, 7th.
6, yes,
okay,
you're correct.
Yeah, okay, so I was right the first time either way. Yeah, no, I think that's maybe like a high enough bounty where I think the risk is worth the reward.
There's one thing I always know about you, Maui, you're always right on the first time. But it is time for the draft, and our first pick is 9th seed here for Furia. So let's see what they're going to do. Sid, how we doing?
Hello, James. Good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone.
It is good morning. What have you been cooking for us here, bro? Where did your mind go when you come through all of this?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm thinking. Your opinion might have changed what I think, or maybe not. Let's see what we have.
All right.
So yeah, should I pick now or?
Yeah, let's go for it. Tell us who you're picking, my man.
Okay, so we're picking BadBoom.
BadBoom. Okay, you went for him, but you saw what they did to Mouse, right?
We did, yeah. We all saw that. They played very good, but yeah, we'll have to take more things into consideration. One of the things we discussed before knowing who would be available for us to pick was that if any upset happened, maybe it would be smart to take a look at that and maybe consider picking the team that pulled off that upset. And for us, it also makes sense considering the schedule and having that extra day to prep. And we still have some adjustments to do after today's match because we had a very intense day. I mean, everyone who played today did, to be honest. And we still have some things that we need to iron out, and we need to think about some of the things that didn't work out today. We had a quick look at the match, but wasn't enough. I feel like this extra day could be very helpful, and yeah, that's our pick, and I took multiple factors into considerations.
Yeah, that was a pretty comprehensive breakdown of why you went for them. I guess in what you did gather of BetBoom so far, who feels like the star player of that team for you?
Has to be Magnages, right? Because he really hits hard. He's been having very good performances for a long time in the lineup, and we also know how Exile can be very dominant too as a rifler. And I mean, they have really good players, but yeah, we'll be on the watch for them.
Cool, thanks.
Well, Sid, thank you very much for joining us. Go get some rest, my man, and best of luck when you go into your game against BetBoom.
Thank you guys. Have a good night, one.
Okay, so straight away, they went for what they saw was maybe the vulnerable pick. They were not going to listen to us. Sid said, maybe it influenced us. No, he said he's going actually straight in for it. Vu, what are you thinking?
I mean, who else are you going to pick? You're going to pick FaZe. Just the names on paper are just too scary.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one of those ones where you lose, and then your team is like, why did we listen to this idiot? What is he thinking? Never again. So BetBoom, if you lose, you're like, okay, we made a mistake. Everyone agreed on this mistake.
Well, let's keep things moving. 10th seed is Eternal Fire. We've got Maja joining us. Maja, how are you doing, my man? Oh, he can't hear
I don't know if you hear me, guys.
I hear you.
We have no sounds, like a production issue.
Oh no, I do hear you though.
At all.
All right, we can wait and try and get that fixed with him. We'll see how that goes. We'll give ourselves some time.
I would just say that the Furia, on the Furia one though, picking BetBoom, they looked really good, and I feel like Mao's had a hard time containing them, just kind of lightly previewing this matchup. And I feel like if you don't know the strategies that BetBoom has, like, they are fast, they're explosive, they have a little bit of misdirection. I think that's like the kind of chaos that Furia have always wanted, but this iteration of Furia has slowed things down a little bit. I think BetBoom might go too fast for them, honestly.
But could they not try and match it in a little way? Can they try and fight back on some of that?
Man, Cello was trying to get something going like that today for himself, and I don't know. Like, if their aggressive entries are Cello versus Magnages, I'm taking Magnages. I'm taking Magnages. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. They're back on the line. Maja, Eternal Fire, he is with us. Do you hear me, my friend?
Hello, guys.
There we go. Maja,
yeah, how are you?
I know it's late, but how are you feeling right now? How have you processed all of your thoughts on who you want to pick?
So I'm gonna go short, like it's a long night. We're gonna pick Falcons as a teams. That's all.
Why did you pick into Falcons? What was your main reason?
I think it's an exciting match against us, so I think it's a good matchup for us, so that's all.
Okay, I mean, but they got Nico now.
Yeah, they got Nico, of course, but we have Zone Towers. So
True. He's spitting right now.
What did you make of the first game from Falcons?
I think they play Train, right? They play Train.
Yeah.
I don't remember. They play Ents. I think they play Train.
Yep.
I think they have the code of Heroic and Magisk also, and Nico. So I think it's a good teams, but we just take decision as a teams, and I think it's a good matchup for us. So let's see. I think it's gonna be an exciting match.
Respect.
Yeah, and you were so confident with it. So Maja, thank you for joining us. We'll let you go.
Thank you guys, and
we look forward to seeing you up against Falcons.
Sorry, I'm a little tired.
No, I don't blame you, bro. We're with you the whole way.
At this time, I'm sleeping. Never wake up at this time.
It is that kind of time right now, but I do appreciate all of the guys joining us. Vu, them picking into Falcons. Is there a weaker spot there, do you think? He said Zantares versus Nico. He's believing in his boy.
Falcons Ents happened so long ago, I forgot it even happened, you know? FaZe was looking a little weak, but when you actually look at Falcons versus Ents, Falcons were looking pretty weak. I mean, was it OT in both games? Those were very close games. They didn't have
so. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, the train game for sure was like Falcons had to kind of get themselves back into it. Like the synergy is not necessarily there across the board for them. And so despite the heroic core, you know, being a decently strong team, I feel like the other two guys with them, like there's a lot of voices on that team. That's what I can say.
Well, just before we get to the next one, right? We've got G2, NaVi, Vitality, Spirit, FaZe, and Liquid still to be picking from. And now we're going to go to Big Clan. Kakafu's there, standing by with us. Hello, Kakafu. How are you doing, my man?
Hello, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Very good. Thank you very much for asking. We're hanging in there. Your processing of who you wanted to pick, what kind of methods did you guys use in order to choose this? Did you sit down as a team? Was it just you and Tabson?
I mean, we discussed this with the team. Like everybody here is in the boot camp, so like obviously everybody's watching the game. I was like talking about it, who we can pick, and yeah, we made a good choice, I think.
Okay, well let's find out then. Who are you going for, Kakafu?
So we are picking G2.
Woo! Okay, you're going for the #1 spot. I like this. Damn, Kakafu, okay. You were not so impressed with what you just saw from them?
No, I think obviously they're a good team, but I think there's a lot of consideration, right? I think our first goal was to pick a team that also made changes. I think it's always something new, even if you only change one player. I think the teams that didn't change have an advantage because of the like playbook everybody's like filling in there. So that was like one consideration. And I think obviously like how everything turned out today, I think playing on Sunday is also pretty good. And like we feel confident, we're a new team. I think we can take a nice spot here, and yeah, that's why we picked G2.
Were you close to picking FaZe? Who was second up if G2 just dominated 2-0? Who was the second pick?
So we also wanted to go for Falcons.
Okay.
So obviously the same reason, right? New team to mix together, and the fourth guy we would have picked would be FaZe Clan.
Nice. Okay, well we can see your methods. Good luck to you when you get into your game. Kakafu, thank you very much for joining us, man.
Bye-bye.
Okay, they went straight for that #1 spot. There's some good money on the line for it, right? There's opportunity there, and there's definitely a weak spot shown within G2.
I like it. I like the pick overall. You know, G2 playing this late into the day and showing kind of a roulette of people who are going to pop off for them.
Yeah.
Like, it felt like map to map, it's just one individual that's going to try to carry them, and it wasn't actually Team CS, whereas Big, they've always been about the structure. They've always been about the system, and so maybe that can uplift them over the individuals of G2.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to put it. I think G2 looked vulnerable if you come in with a strategic approach, like Big is going to do. With the addition of Hyped, I think they're going to do pretty well.
Okay, well I look forward to seeing it when it does come to that. But next up to pick into is going to be Heroic and Saw. Saw already found success with his lineup, getting some of that first bounty achieved as well. A big one for him. Saw, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing very good, my man. We're excited throughout all of this. How does it work within the Heroic camp right now? Is it just Saw, mastermind, I'm in full control of everything? Or do you sit down and break it down with the team?
Yeah, I would say, of course, it's gonna be a team decision as well. Like having discussions about what teams should we pick into. Of course, in the end, it's gonna be also my decision in the end, but gonna hear out the team and then see where we go.
Did any of the teams you wanted before already be taken away?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fair to say that some of them got picked already.
Which was your #1 pick, if possible?
Well, I think we would have gone with paiN if it was available.
That makes perfect sense. All right, so then tell me who you are picking.
So we are gonna pick Liquid.
Liquid.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. You want to go up against Nerds, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like I know him quite well, so it's gonna be a fun matchup now.
Do you think that your guys' calling might actually be able to upset Liquid on a couple of the maps? Because you're a master of strategizing, obviously, Saw.
Yeah, I think the map pool also matches up quite well. Like, we will get some maps we will like, and we can be prepared in the matchup, of course. So it's gonna be nice, even though it goes live in like now 9 hours or something.
Okay, good luck, good luck.
Well, you know what? You said that it's in 9 hours, so we'll let you get some sleep, Sorth. Thank you very much for joining us, and we're excited to see the game tomorrow, my man.
Thank you.
Okay, going straight for Liquid, going straight for one of his ex-players in there, but Liquid did look pretty damn good.
I mean, they did look vulnerable at times on the T side in the late rounds. I think that is absolutely something Heroic can try and attack. And not only that, but when Heroic played, Sunpius didn't pop off the way we expect him to. And if he can turn it on, then I think they absolutely could take down Liquid.
Totally. If Saw gives Sunpius a strict game plan to follow to try to anti-strat Liquid, I feel like one, Sunpius is one of the best operators in the world to do that, and two, I feel like Saw is going to get in the lab tonight. I don't think Saw's going to sleep. I'm just going to put it like that. Like, if we interview Saw tomorrow, this dude's going to have the biggest bags under his eyes. They'll be gone the next day, but,
yeah,
you know, he puts in the work.
The grind time is coming.
It's now. It's right now for him, literally the second.
Or maybe he's already started before, you know? He was like, okay, I'm going to start getting this done.
That's also possible.
He's so ready for it. And I'm ready to see our next team's pick. And this time, it's going to be paiN Gaming. We got Rix joining us here. Rix, thank you very much for staying up with us. You ready for this one?
Yeah, hello.
You hear us good?
We're ready.
Nice. Okay, that's perfect. All right, give it to us. Who is paiN picking?
We are going to choose FaZe.
Ooh, okay. Now, how high were FaZe on your order of teams you wanted to pick? Where did they list?
The 5th place.
Okay, okay. So a lot of the teams went away from you.
Yeah. Because we think that NaVi, Vitality, and Spirit are like the best teams in the world right now. So yeah, FaZe.
FaZe. Okay, I like FaZe. I can respect it.
Is there anything in the FaZe game, have you watched the FaZe game back and had a chance to actually pinpoint what you think their weaknesses are?
We watched a little, but we think that Robs was one of the best players in the world. So they are now a little worse, but they are still strong. Eligi is a very good player. So let's see.
Let's see indeed. Well, Rick, thank you very much for joining us. Get some rest,
guys.
And we'll see you in a couple of days.
Nice.
See ya.
Okay, so what's interesting here, guys, is it's the bottom has already gone, and we're just left with the very top teams. Whoa, what a big shock and surprise!
I think the best part is that even though G2 came into this tournament as the #1 seed, they were picked pretty early because they just looked so vulnerable versus bait. And so I'm just glad that the teams are watching the games. They're saying like, okay, they're not just going to pick the lowest seeded team every single time and work upwards. They're going to say, okay, they barely beat bait. Okay, we're going to pick them pretty early here.
How much do you feel, though, that is obviously a confidence, but also part of the bounty that works into it as well? Like, they're thinking about how well they can jump up on that one.
Oh, no, I mean, if I'm a team and I see G2 play that and I see the bounty that's on their head, that gets ever juicier. So definitely should factor into their picks.
All right, let's keep things moving. Our next pick to come on in is going to be from Virtus Pro. Pashanoy is joining us. How are you doing, my man? You ready for this? Oh, I can't quite hear you. I know you're talking, but I don't hear you right now. We'll wait to get it all sorted out there.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
I'm sick. Sorry, I need to go to bed. We need to go to quickly.
Okay, we'll go quickly. You tell me straight up, who are you picking?
VP picked Vitality.
Wow. Okay. Give me the reason. Why Vitality?
They was left.
Okay. And you didn't want Spirit, you didn't want NaVi, so you went, okay, it's just going to have to be them.
No, thank you.
Okay, well, you're sick, so I'm going to let you go. Please rest
thank you so
up.
much.
Feel
Sorry.
better. No, don't say sorry. Feel better. Thank you very much for being here with us.
A bit surprised.
Yeah, me too.
Because I thought most people were thinking from what they saw, maybe Vitality is like one of the very best right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I oftentimes see these kind of inter-regional matchups as places where upsets happen quite often. Spirit is a team that can get taken down by a lesser CIS region team.
Yeah, no, I actually thought Vitality would end up being the last pick on this whole thing. So my power ranking, probably Vitality. In terms of what I assume teams are going to do, people just want to stray away from ZywOo. Like, online game, you know, like, he's gonna farm no matter what.
And now what's interesting for our next pick, right, is that whichever he picks, it's whose FlyQuest is left with. So we've got Astralis, we've got Rugger with us, and just 2 choices left. This is what happens when you're lower down on the seeding. You get the rough end of it all. Rugger, how are you feeling about your choices?
I think we saw it coming a little bit, so not that surprised.
Okay, so tell us, which one are you picking out of NaVi and Spirit?
We're picking NaVi.
NaVi, okay. Out of Spirit and NaVi, you just rate Spirit better, right? Is that why you're going for it?
I think we played them so much recently that it's nice to get a break from them for once in a while. So we'll go with Alexia and NaVi instead this time.
Why was Vitality your number? Like, who did you think was actually going to be left with of 2 picks? Did you think it was going to be NaVi and Spirit, or do you think Vitality was going to be in the mix?
We predicted a little bit the trio, but I thought that people would leave Vitality along with Spirit for us to pick. So yeah, NaVi, but I actually thought that it was going to be Vitality. You never know, like, this combination of players and playing, you know, this honeymoon feeling. You bring Robs into everything. It's, yeah. It's not that fun of a team to play, I think.
So do you feel just a little lucky that you got NaVi instead?
I would say more like a matchup where you know a little bit what you can expect, whereas with Vitality and roles and everything, it would still be hidden a little bit. Like from the first game, you didn't get the full view of how things are running, whereas NaVi is known quantity. They're super good, but at least we know what to expect a little bit from their playstyle.
Makes total sense.
Well, Rugger, thank you very much for joining us. Go get some rest, and we'll look forward to seeing you when you go up against NaVi.
See you guys.
And so that just means FlyQuest is left with having to play Spirit. That's just how it goes, right? When you're down there at the bottom, you're gonna have to take what you get. The scraps are left over, but this scrap is really good.
I'm sure they're like, yay, we get to play against Donk. We get to see him in action in real life.
Regali will do his best versus Donk. That's what I can say. I know he will.
All right, let's get FlyQuest on the line. Let's hear from them. I believe it's Gomez standing by for us. Hello, my friend. How you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you guys?
We're doing very good. We're hanging in there. You, I guess you probably expected what? Maybe Vitality, maybe Spirit.
Yeah, it was always going to be one of those two. I think we prepared sort of for both. There was no responsibility for me to pick, so they all went to bed, and here I am.
You're just here to join us for the ride, and it is a wild ride at that. But do you believe yourselves right now, like in terms of just being prepared and getting ready for it, having that idea of who it will be? Do you have confidence in the boys no matter what?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we have a different lineup. We're playing slightly differently, so that can't be easy for Spirit, but they're a really good team, so we'll just have to see how it goes.
With Regali, I just kind of like an interview about your team, I guess. Like, how's he fitting in socially?
Yeah, really good. We were a bit surprised. We thought he'd be quite serious, but he's like a real zoomer, I guess. So similar to Vexite, so they have a lot of fun and joke around a lot.
Well, perfect. Gomez, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for sticking it with us nice and late, and we will see you later on throughout the tournament, my man.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
And there we have it, the first live draft done. I know it was crazy late at night, but thank you for everyone for sticking with us. Thank you for everyone from the coaches to the players to everything who came in and just took a part in this. This is going to get interesting though, because obviously the G2-1 is the big one, but we're looking at our schedule for tomorrow, and we're starting with Liquid Heroic. I loved what Saw was trying to cook there.
This is, I mean, I think this is a really cool matchup just because there's so little prep time. Mither on Twitter was already upset about the lack of preparation time that his team is going to have, unfortunately. And so if Saw can get more done in a shorter amount of time, I feel like Saw at the end of the day, not going to have those same kind of excuses.
It's actually interesting as well because Hero could have spent a little bit of extra time prepping for Liquid, knowing that they very likely were going to be open, but Liquid has this very limited time to actually prep in the other direction.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it, right? Some mind games that come in. Next up after that, we're going to have paiN taking on FaZe. Now, we won't be covering that, but that's an interesting one because what we said about FaZe, right? They did have some of the shakiness to it. Some things are not comfortable at times. Do you think paiN has what it takes? They can get in their face and disrupt that a little bit more?
Oh, I mean, that's what Big Uzera and Davideus are all about. They're all about getting in people's faces, a couple smokes, a little bit of misdirection, make it difficult for the defense to read what's going on. If I am FaZe, I'm gonna hope that Elysia isn't trying to shove all those like shortcut phrases down my throat too fast, because we just need clear and concise stuff, and it needs to be understood by everybody right away.
Well, here you have it on the screens, our bounty hunters against the new most wanted and how it's all working out. Guys, thank you very much for rocking with us all night long. This has been the Blast Bounty Season 1. This has been the live draft. We'll see you tomorrow. More great games coming your way. You don't want to miss it. But for now, get some rest. Good night.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Looks like a
32 teams have been cut in half now. Just 16 remain at the Blast Bounty 2025. Today, we're going to be kicking off Stage 2 to see if any of the bounty hunters can take down the 8 most wanted. By we, I mean myself, Rose Spears, Dupree, and of course Pimp. We had a marathon day of games yesterday, culminating in the draft show as well, and I'm so excited to see if there's going to be any more chaos going down today.
Very, very, very long day yesterday for a lot of different people, of course. 4 games, 12 maps, every single one of them went to the third deciding map. A lot of overtimes, a lot of 13 to 11. So safe to say that the level of Counter-Strike and the, I guess, tension of all these games were at an all-time peak yesterday.
Despite having a long day and everything, I think it was interesting to see a lot of the results yesterday, and even though, like, especially having the mouse game going in a way that we did not expect. So overall, yesterday was interesting.
Yeah, shout out to production who pulled off a marathon day yesterday, and nevertheless, we had absolutely smooth sailing show. Let's talk about the games that did go down yesterday. Of course, paiN versus Gamer Legion. That was our first game to be kicking things off. As you aptly said, Jacob, all of which were 3 mappers yesterday. What was your takeaway seeing paiN take down Gamer Legion in this one?
I think we got the result we expected, but we didn't get it in the fashion we expected it. I think Gamer Legion played way better than I would have thought coming into this matchup. Winning the first map was one thing, but making Nuke so competitive after going down in the first half. Ash on your screen right here at one point said, guys, we got nothing to lose, calm down, we haven't practiced that much, yet Gamer Legion was still able to make it very, very close.
And having Ash, you know, coming in and obviously saying that they didn't have that much practice. It was good to see Rest coming in, having a little bit of a resurgence, coming back to that old form that he has. Still needs a bit of consistency, but, it's a great start from him.
Oakland Rest is back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we love to see that. We also love to see Furia taking down NaVi. Well, if you were me in my pick'ems, that is. This was, I guess, the quickest of the 3 mappers we had. I was convinced that Furia were going to take this one 2-0 after what we saw in Anubis, which was NaVi's map pick, by the way.
Yeah, it felt weird, that whole Mirage game in the middle of that one. It felt like Furia just didn't turn up for some reason. Don't want to take anything away from NaVi. They played good Counter-Strike, very aggressive. I remember the CT side was very much in your face, rushing up middle, aggressive on towards the A-bomb side as well. They seemingly caught off Furia, but, a win is a win. And as you said, they did it in fashion on the 2 maps they did win, so I'm not too worried.
Now, every day we have had one bounty hunter taking down the most wanted. This was one of the games that I didn't expect to be going that way, though. BetBoom managing to take down Mouse.
I don't think anyone expected that. But then again, I also said yesterday, you should not be sleeping on the CIS scene, It is actually kind of great.
You did actually say that.
I did, yeah. And obviously, getting Boomich back into this lineup alongside Exile, coming from Cloud9 at a time that was very, disastrous in some ways, coming in and his time from NaVi showing that he can still lead a team. And also with the tell of Magnorius, I think they have a great team and I'm actually curious to see them.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's a massive result to take down Mouse like that. You can see that some of the frustration coming in from Exertion, Bolan, and the boys in the Mouse camp. It makes an awful lot of sense. They were one of the predetermined favorites. They had a big bounty on the head as well, and they went down and out yesterday.
That's the crazy thing. Mouse coming in without a roster change as well. That's why I thought maybe they would be one of the known quantities we had in 2025. To round things off, though, Bait versus G2. I want to say this was a complicated matchup. This wasn't a great look from G2 either.
No, I woke up very early in the morning and was rewatching some of the highlights from that game and looking over the scoreboard and looking at some of the rounds as well, and I was not impressed with G2 whatsoever. I think from an individual standpoint, they are known quantity. We know Malps is a fantastic Counter-Strike player. We know Monacy is a fantastic Counter-Strike player, but when you think of it, losing Nico, replacing him with Heavy Guard, I don't want to speak bad about Heavy Guard because it's almost impossible to come in and replace a player like Nico, but something else got to change within the G2 camp to make up for that loss, and I didn't see anything change yesterday. It was just, again, Malps and Monacy carrying them through a very, very difficult game.
It looked very much like, obviously, the old G2, but without Nico. I think Nico has a huge impact within the team in terms of the mid-round calling, also the decision-making. Something that I don't see Heavy Guard bringing already. He's also a fairly new player to be playing in what I call the fancy things, So obviously, I think they need to go through, who is going to be the second voice in that team? Is it going to be Hunter with his experience, or who is going to be the one stepping up for the lack of Nico?
Who's even the main voice? That's my question.
Yeah, that is a question indeed. Maybe we'll get some answers today as we can look ahead at our stage 2 matchups. Obviously, quite a lot of hard decisions to be made last night. Any standouts there for your money, Jacob?
Oh, I think we can walk through pretty much every single one of them and have a discussion in regards to who picked who. Obviously, I think G2 with the performance yesterday, they were picked quite early on. They were the top seed coming into the tournament, but I don't think a lot of teams are fearing them as a top dog right now.
Yes, yeah. Let's go through them in, I guess, ascending order, the order that which the picks did happen. Furia ended up picking BetBoom, so let's get some words from the coach to see exactly what the theory was behind that yesterday.
Okay, so we're picking BetBoom.
BetBoom, okay, you went for him. But you saw what they did to Mouse, right?
We did, yeah. We all saw that. They played very good. But yeah, we'll have to take more things into consideration. One of the things we discussed before knowing who would be available for us to pick was that if any upset happened, maybe it would be smart to take a look at that and maybe consider picking the team that pulled off that upset. And for us, it also makes sense considering the schedule and having that extra day to prep. And we still have some adjustments to do after today's match because we had a very intense day. I mean, everyone who played today did, to be honest. And we still have some things that we need to iron out, and we need to think about some of the things that didn't work out today. We had a quick look at the match, but wasn't enough. I feel like this extra day could be very helpful, and yeah, that's our pick. And I took multiple factors into considerations.
This was one of the most comprehensive answers I think we got last night in the draft show. I love this. I love them saying, if we saw an upset, we were going to pounce upon that. And I mean, that wasn't any bigger upset than BetBoom taking down Mouse.
No, I think that's fair enough, especially when you consider how the format works as well. Furia could be stealing off their seat. There's a bounty going their way on the head as well for BetBoom. And I also will say, in reality, yes, the result we saw yesterday, them taking down Mouse, that's impressive. But one thing is doing it once in a tournament where you're coming in a little bit cold. no one perhaps prepared for you the same way that now Furia can prepare for you. So I also would have done the exact same thing as Furia.
Yeah, I totally agree as well. I mean, like, with also the fact that Furia gets to pick whoever they want you, they have the luxury of just picking whatever they want you. So for them going to BetBoom, as they mentioned, also going for the upset, yeah, makes sense. Maybe they're also thinking a little bit that if we get this win off, we can get to the studio. That's where we want to go. But at the same time, I'm also a little bit worried that Furia might get too comfortable around the fact that they get BetBoom.
And correct me if I'm wrong, if Furia wins this game, they take over Seed 5, or if BetBoom takes it. Seed 5 is the one that gets to pick first now when we get into the LAN studio as well. So they upheld that, whole thing where they can be the first one to pick their opponents if they were to make the upset of beating BetBoom.
Yeah, of course, BetBoom, they have 15k bounty on their head, 15k already in the bank, so they've got some money potentially to be playing with and, putting up for a challenge if they do make it to the studio. But next up, it was Eternal Fire, ranked number 10, and they picked Falcons last night, so let's hear exactly why.
So I'm gonna go short, like it's a long night. We're gonna pick Falcons as a teams. That's all.
Why did you pick into Falcons? What was your main reason?
I think it's an exciting match against us, so I think it's a good matchup for us. So that's all.
Okay, I mean, but they got Nico now.
Yeah, they got Nico, of course, but we have Zone Towers. So
True. He's spitting right now.
They've got Nico, we've got Zentaris. You buying that one, Dupree?
I mean, we played against Eternal Fire back in the time, last season against them. So, I mean, I think they feel super comfortable playing against them. Obviously, it's a completely different lineup. Maybe it's just like a mental thing for them going up against Falcons. They feel like they've already conquered some of the match. But I think, I understand their pick. And I like his answer. Like, when people are saying, yeah, you have Nico, yeah, but we have Zentaris. Like, he recognizes his own star. And it also just kind of showcases that they are not afraid of going up against Nico. And if you ever showcase of being afraid of a single player, that is kind of bad for you as a captain, but also as a team.
I think Falcons is also one of the teams that is trying to build and find a new identity. Obviously, you have the core of the old heroic lineup, but then you bring in Nico to the mix as well, and he's obviously going to change an awful lot and going to have a big voice within the team. So if you're EF, you're also looking to target a team that is not set in their own ways just yet. And in terms of playing a best of 3, the map pool is a little bit iffy for Falcons as well. So I think it's a smart pick from Major and the boys.
Number 11 and third to pick, that was big, and they are going for the top dogs, G2 as number 1. Let's hear exactly why.
So we are picking G2.
Woo! Okay, you're going for the number 1 spot. I like this. Damn, Kakafu. Okay, you were not so impressed with what you just saw from them?
No, I think obviously they're a good team, but I think there's a lot of consideration, right? I think our first goal was to pick a team that also made changes. I think it's always something new, even if you only change one player. I think the teams that didn't change have an advantage because of the playbook everybody's filling in there. So that was one consideration. And I think obviously how everything turned out today, I think playing on Sunday is also pretty good. And we feel confident. We're a new team. I think we can take a nice spot here, and yeah, that's why we picked G2.
Okay, this is very interesting. I think this makes sense that you would go for G2 if you want to go for the money, if you want to go for the number 1 seed as well. Jacob, you think differently though? You think maybe there were other options on the table?
I don't think differently per se. I'm just saying that Liquid were up for the taking, and I think if you're big, you have a higher chance of beating Liquid than you have of beating G2. However, what I also think is part of the reason is, and I'll explain to this right now, and for people out there at home maybe not familiar with the format, this makes an awful lot of sense in my head. If Big were able to make the upset against G2, because I don't think G2 right now is playing like the number 1 seed. Big would take over the number 1 seed, and guess what we just spoke about before? Who's going to be seed number 5? Either Furia or BetBoom, right? So Big could come in here into the studio, and their quarterfinal matchup, or their first matchup inside the studio, would be against Furia or BetBoom, where Big would be the heavy favorites, at least according to me. So I think they're gambling a little bit long term. The matchup against G2 is going to be incredible tough, but if they are to succeed with winning that game, not only do they get the bounty, they also steal the number 1 seed, which is worth an awful lot considering who they can face in the quarterfinals.
Is it going to be a tough matchup though? RG2 minus Nico, were they that dangerous looking yesterday?
I think they looked unsharp yesterday. I think there was a lot of cases that you could make that they looked uncomfortable and they feel like they at least lacked Nico. I think that the reason why, obviously there's a lot of things on stake for Big, that they decide to go against the likes of G2, getting money, getting a seed is something that actually pays into their pick. I think it's a great pick, also to show some character. Maybe they also come from, Big actually played well in their first game. They feel like they overcome Soul quite well. But at the same time, maybe they also get maybe a little bit too comfortable, and they had a showcase where maybe they got too comfortable. We're not knowing.
Picking m0NESY when you could have picked Ultimate, that's a statement in itself.
Yes, that is a good point. But I think the lowest risk of the highest reward group, like it makes sense, right? Out of the top 4 that do have 60k on their head, like this is the one that makes the most sense to go first.
More so the number 1 seed. I think that is worth an awful lot. Obviously, the money is one thing, and trust me, the teams care about that. It would be nice to take down the bounty of G2, but getting into the studio right here, having the number 1 seed, knowing that you can get picked by either Furia or BetBoom, that gives you another great chance of making it into the semifinal for that matter. So if I'm big right now, you know, my entire tournament is obviously on this one game. If you lose, you're out, but as you said, the risk-reward scenario right here is very high for big.
And it's very interesting because we just got to hear in that answer as well. The guys yesterday posed the question, who else would have been up there for you? Falcons was second, FaZe was third. Liquid ain't even up there as an option, right? Surely that surprises you.
It does, you know. I think if Big were to put all the money where their mouth is, if Big only had to focus on who do we win against the easiest way, or no seeding coming into place, no bounty coming into place, I think Big would have picked Liquid. But as we spoke about with this nice format, there's different factors that goes into the picking process, and Liquid is still up for the take.
Well, guess who did pick Liquid? That was Heroic. Let's hear exactly why.
So we are gonna pick Liquid.
Liquid.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. You want to go up against Nerds, yeah?
Yeah, I feel like I know him quite well, so it's gonna be a fun matchup now.
Do you think that your guys' calling might actually be able to upset Liquid on a couple of the maps? Because you're a master of strategizing, obviously, Saw.
Yeah, I think the map pool also matches up quite well. Like, we will get some maps we will like, and we can be prepared in the matchup, of course, so it's gonna be nice, even though it goes live in like now 9 hours or something.
Okay, good luck.
Fair enough, Saw, fair enough. This is very exciting though, because he gets to go against the former teammates that he had underneath him, a former player in Nerds on Liquid.
I think Saw is very happy that Liquid was still up for the taking right here. I think he's a bit surprised that was the case as well, and I would be curious to know, I know it was late yesterday, but maybe we can ask Saw later on, would they have picked G2 or would they have picked FaZe
Liquid already been picked.
Had Liquid already been picked, yeah, because I think that would have been the 2 teams that were standing between. So I think he got a bit of a gift right here. I think Heroic is very happy playing against Team Liquid. By no means is it an easy matchup, but on paper, it's a winnable game for Heroic.
Yeah, definitely, and you also gotta, you know, come into the assumption that maybe people are thinking, yeah, sure, Nerds has been playing against his former teammates, we know, but you also gotta look at Heroic like it's a completely different core. Like there's not like one single teammate left anymore. So that storyline is kind of out of there. Sure, they like Saw has an idea how Nerds plays, and I also assume that Nerds has an idea how Saw plays, you know. So I mean, it all goes a little bit back hand in hand. But overall, you know, it's always a little bit spicy with these kind of matchups where you think that this guy is gonna go up against his former teammates, but this is actually not the case right here because there's no one left.
Yeah, Liquid having a 30k bounty on their head as well. Interesting, not to give any spoilers, but I had a chat with a couple of the players from both sides of the equation because it's our first game of the day today. Map pool was a consistent factor that kept on coming up. Both sides feel like they've already won the veto, which is wild.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. I mean, we don't know the veto just yet, but we do know from the first round that Liquid permaban Train in the opening veto round, so I'd assume they do the same today. So in that regard, you can argue Heroic already know that for a fact. Heroic were willing to play Train. They floated it into a potential third map in their opening game. So in that sense, I feel like Saw is the one with the upper hand.
I mean, obviously, map pool is also paying into their picks. I mean, it's got to be for everyone here. So I think that obviously, the whole idea, I also recognized that that would be Heroic. They didn't get to play Mirage against 3D Max because 3D Max banned it out. So maybe that could also be an option for them, that they feel like with the limited practice they probably have, they could go into a case where they want to play their strong maps, and we'll see what goes on.
Yeah, it's a very good point. We've kind of been talking about, you know, the pickers. We haven't really been talking about the perspective of the pickees. If you're Liquid, do you think that this is one of, you know, the more favored teams that you could be going up against? Is this an easier matchup on paper?
It's not an easier matchup. I think Liquid would have liked Big to pick them, to be completely honest. I think Liquid would have felt that would be an easier game, but it's always tough to say. As Peter said, map pool, you know, we're coming into a new season as well. A lot can change. A lot of these teams have had a break, you know. Not all of them went into the playoff at the major as well. Some of them have assembled teams. Some of them knew who were coming in and whatnot. So there's been quite some time to practice and maybe renew your map pool and renew the way you're playing. So we're always going in a bit in the dark when you start off a new season. So we can theory craft, we can talk about it, but at the end of the day, we're also learning every single time we see these teams play.
So that was the 4th matchup to be selected. So let's bring the teams back up just to see who was kind of left, who was going to be picked as of last night's draw. Kind of crazy see that we see the number one already being picked, but we talked about it. Makes sense with G2 going forward. Moving on, it was paiN up next to bat, and they picked FaZe. Let's hear why.
We are going to choose FaZe.
Ooh, okay. Now, how high were FaZe on your order of teams you wanted to pick? Where did they list?
The 5th place.
Okay, so a lot of the teams went away from you.
Yeah. Because we think that NaVi, Vitality, and Spirit are like the best teams in the world right now. So, yeah, FaZe.
FaZe. Okay, I like FaZe. I can respect it.
Is there anything in the FaZe game, if you watched the FaZe game back and had a chance to actually pinpoint what you think their weaknesses are?
We watched a little, but we think that Robs was one of the best players in the world. So they are now a little worse, but they are still strong. Eligi is a very good player. So let's see.
Okay, I don't want to be jumping to conclusions here, but is he saying that FaZe have had a downgrade? Is Elige worse than Robs, Jacob? Surely not.
No, I think they're the same caliber. I think I'd put them in the same category. I think Robs is a fantastic Counter-Strike player, a different player to Elige. So if anything, they've changed the style of player they brought in to replace Robs, which perhaps could enable the likes of Frozen, maybe even Rain even more so. But no, I think Robs and Elige are more or less the same. Both two players that have the abilities to be a top 10 player in the world.
You're saying that somebody is on the same pedestal as Elige? I would never expect that.
Are you well?
Was everything all right last night?
You too.
Get some sleep. You did one too many push-ups. What was your kind of takeaways from that? Because it sounded like paiN, basically all the other picks that they had wanted had been up there, already been taken, so settle for FaZe.
I also think like something that comes into my mind when he just decides to talk about how the roles have shifted, also like how FaZe maybe has, swapped players around with new positions. They maybe also, we need to remember as well that the other teams, they're also looking at how did the start for the other team start, so did FaZe look well? Did they look bad? Did they look good? All these kind of things. And I don't think FaZe looked bad, but they didn't look great either. And I think that paiN just see that there is an opportunity for them to go here for.
Number 14th seed, that would indeed be Virtus.pro. Let's hear why they picked Vitality.
VP picked Vitality.
Wow, okay. Give me the reason. Why Vitality?
They was left.
Okay. And you didn't want Spirit, you didn't want NaVi, so you went, okay, it's just going to have to be them.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely gets tough when you get down to being one of the bottom 3 seeded teams. Does this make sense, though? They steer away from kind of the more regional matchups, I guess, and they go for a ZywOo, which is probably equally as tough, right?
Maybe potentially even tougher. I mean, obviously, maybe if you go against the likes of Spirit and Dunk, maybe that would have been tougher, maybe in the likes of Form right now, but I think there is some thought process in the whole regional thing that they don't want to try and go up against the other CIS player. They know each other very well. Maybe they feel like they can go up against a team like Vitality that is also in a state that they look good in the beginning, but still looked a little shaky, like Apex said. They got the job done, but it wasn't pretty, so maybe they also see their chances, and coming from a win that they maybe feel comfortable around, I think it's a pick that is interesting.
I would have picked NaVi, but I'll wait to give you the reason until we know who Astralis picked.
Okay, let's move on. Astralis, second last to be picking, and spoiler, they picked NaVi. Let's hear why.
We're picking NaVi.
NaVi, okay. Out of Spirit and NaVi, you just rate Spirit better, right? Is that why you're going for it?
I think we played them so much recently that it's nice to get a break from them for once in a while. So we'll go with Alexia and NaVi instead this time.
Why was Vitality your number? Like, who did you think was actually going to be left of 2 picks? Did you think it was going to be NaVi and Spirit, or do you think Vitality was going to be in the mix?
We predicted a little bit the trio, but I thought that people would leave Vitality along with Spirit for us to pick. So yeah, NaVi, but I actually thought that it was going to be Vitality. You never know, like, this combination of players and playing, this honeymoon feeling, you bring Robs into everything. It's it's not that fun of a team to play, I think.
So do you feel just a little lucky that you got NaVi instead?
I would say more like a matchup where you know a little bit what you can expect, whereas with Vitality and roles and everything, it would still be hidden a little bit. Like from the first game, you didn't get the full view of how things are running, whereas NaVi is a known quantity. They're super good, but at least we know what to expect a little bit from their playstyle.
Okay, Jacob, spill the tea. What does NaVi pick in?
I think NaVi, and this is pure recency bias, have shown weakness. You know, we saw them at the Major not playing up to their best. We saw them in Singapore during the Blast World Finals not play up to their best. So the last two big tournaments they played, they haven't looked like the old self. You don't know what NaVi is coming into the beginning of the season. And if there's one thing that historically speaking have always been the case of NaVi, it's that the first tournament of the season, they're slowly but surely ramping into it. Blade always wants to peak later on in the season. So if I were any team out there between Vitality, between even sometimes, you know, I'd argue between G2 as well, and then of course Spirit, I think NaVi is not the weaker side because they're not weak at all, but it is one of those teams I feel like they are not going to come into the beginning of the season being at 100% because they never have been. That's not the way Blade is doing it. So I would have gone NaVi if I were VP, and I think Rocker would have done the same thing. He was kind of surprised that they were able to get NaVi.
I also think that we need to take into consideration that, as Rocker mentioned, that they have played Spirit, like they needed a little bit of a break for them. I think they want to go up against NaVi also because NaVi is one of the teams that have not made it this, like, you know, a roster change in the off season. So it's a team where you have tons of data on. You can go in and you can look like what you can abuse and what not. And another point that I got to think of was that Rocker has been coaching Alexi for a long, long time, you know. So maybe he also has an ace up his sleeve in terms of how he wants to approach the game. So maybe there is more than just the whole mental part and being confident and going up against the likes of NaVi. But I also think there's like a tactical aspect that might come hand in hand.
Yeah, throwing it back to the OG days, which does indeed mean that FlyQuest, unfortunately, they have to take on Spirit. Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, and this cookie tastes like donk.
Yeah, it's gonna taste bad, I think, you know, for FlyQuest. Obviously, credit to FlyQuest for making it to the second round here, but going up against Team Spirit, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Not much to say. I think it's going to be a difficult one.
Well, we're going to be seeing exactly how that does go down, but not until our third game of the day. We can take a look at today's schedule to see exactly what is going to be on the cards. Of course, we're going to be rounding out the day with Astralis versus NaVi, not before FlyQuest take on Spirit. Our two games that we're going to be covering, though, paiN versus FaZe, not before Heroic take on Liquid.
One side should be. Simple. Short.
Tempo is short.
Side. Short. Elbow. Nice!
One more short.
Short.
I'm nading short.
You can push him. Careful one.
Guys, watch someone lurk. We need to...
T and then short. Low Rocky as well. Low. 1 HP.
Nice! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
Pick long. Don't be afraid.
I'm holding short.
Let's walk.
Holding Kabi.
Hold Kabi. Keep holding.
Don't see.
Come closer.
I have short. I'm watching. I'm stuck.
Keep holding.
Nothing.
Kabi. Nice hit.
Nice. I'm coming short. Guys, I'm only bike. No, I don't have. Good. Flashing above apps. Good. Don't see bike. Bike. Just move, Alexi. Just move.
Headshot.
I flash you.
Inside.
Хорош.
You're around.
Nice! What's inside?
Hold smoke someone.
I hold. I didn't.
I think
I
it's
can break.
guys.
I can break. Let's combo. Mario.
Running.
Hey, camera.
One more backup.
One more. Low.
Together.
Nice!
Off there, Mario. Take the.
B smoke. Yeah, B don't smoke. I'll smoke. Yeah, flashes. Flashing. Flash. 4B. I can blind. Out. Many. Let's one. What the fuck? Bro, you don't think that. Holy shit, you do! 5! Bro got 5!
Fucking sick, bro.
Shotgun close. Yeah, bomb drop at B. Bomb drop at B or top right mid. And even mid. 40 seconds. I'm playing ninja.
Can flash mid for you soon.
Wait. 30 seconds, I can deny if they follow you. I'm in quad. Okay. Come. Maybe I didn't see. Two gone. Rotating. Follow me.
Con dead. Nice. Main.
I'm all out.
B main coming out. Sun hit.
Sun dead.
One more
I'm
up. Outcon.
Outcon. What's that?
Nice, man.
Remember your defensive smoke, David.
What?
Defensive smoke is...
Yes, sir!
Why did Heroic decide to pick Team Liquid in the second round of the draft?
I think since we haven't practiced for a long time, since we're a pretty new team, we don't have the deepest map pool yet, but I would say that the map pool we had against Liquid is pretty good, and we also played them a bit in practice, so we have a pretty decent feeling about them. So, but we had a pool of different teams, but yeah, we just felt like Liquid was the best for us.
First of all, obviously, we've had a new round of draft picks. Heroic picked you. How do you feel about them, firstly, picking you?
I mean, it's interesting. We definitely, I know in the past couple of days we were practicing actually against them, so we somewhat have a understanding about maybe how they play, or how they like to practice, I guess, or if they're trying to find out info. I'm not sure, but we definitely have some info on each other. So I think it was somewhat maybe a mind game in the veto in terms of the maps, maybe, because I think we practiced some of them against them. So. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it'll be interesting playing them in an official now instead of a stream.
Heroic 12th seed Liquid and number 8, the latter of which has a 30k bounty on their head and also has a roster change coming into the new season. Nerds, on the side of Team Liquid, how do you rate that overall as a roster move?
I actually think it's a great roster move. Nerds has been playing really well in the last Heroic lineup, and the fact that he got the chance to break into a team like Liquid was very well deserved. Like, he has been a player that has just come, I wouldn't say up nowhere obviously, but he's been working his way up the ranks like for a long time, and especially thinking into ends. And the fact that he gets a chance now to play for a team like Liquid is something that's very deserved. He's a very talented guy, and a guy that have been praised by a ton of people around me.
I'll be brutally honest, and not to throw shadow on Yakinda, but I think that's a massive upgrade. I think Nerds is a fantastic Counter-Strike player. I think he's, by many, a little bit underrated. His time in ends, when there was still the old ends lineup that went into the grand finals, the old core of that lineup, he was arguably, at least to me, the best player. I think a lot of people would have Sun Payers up there, but I think Nerds were even better. As you said, in Heroic, in the major run they did, getting into top 8, he was a hugely influential player, and we all know what happened to Yakinda. Within Team Liquid, he couldn't get it going. He had his chances, so you're looking at a roster change that's been a massive upgrade to this Liquid project.
Where specifically are you looking at those upgrades paying off the most for Liquid?
I mean, it depends on how you apply Nerds in the server. I think Nerds is a guy that can do a bit more than just be a role player, a bit more than being the lurker, as he has been in some of his teams. He's an aggressive lurker in a sense, and I think from that point of view, I think you can enable him in more than one position, and you can make him your star of your team. He is your core rifler, and if he's backed up by JKS and NaV, and that's your trio of rifling power, then you got a pretty good thing going on for you.
The thing that stands out for me in terms of how they made this decision of bringing Nerds was that he was supposed to replace Yakinda, obviously has done, but the fact that Yakinda has always been seen as this like extremely aggressive player, probably one of the most aggressive players out there, and for Nerds to step into a role not as aggressive but at least similar to it, I think it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be like the main aggressor and the guy going in first for Liquid.
Well, speaking of which, I had a chance to catch up with NaV early on today to see exactly how Nerds ended up coming onto Liquid.
So I know that we somewhat had our eyes on Nerds for like a while now. I think when we made, even before, I think when we made the change when we got Cadian, and like, actually it could have been, I'm not sure if it was during that time, but I know months before, even maybe potentially the start of the year, Liquid looked at Nerds as well. And then obviously just changes happened within our team, removing Yakindar. So we kind of needed another person that was somewhat aggressive and was like a playmaker. And Guy has been really good at doing that. So he's been on our radar for like a while. And I don't know, the process was all through Liquid. And I'm sure Twist had a lot of say in it, because obviously he wants a player that can work well with him and, plays well into the system that we need. So yeah, I guess that was the process of how it all went down.
And now for him today, obviously he gets to go up against his, former organization, former coach in Saw as well. Obviously the player's quite different from when he was on Heroic, but are you going to be relying on any, additional insight from him for how Saw, might be giving some info, giving some help during those timeouts and the preparation for the game as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he does have some knowledge in terms of the coaching area, but yeah, like I said, he hasn't really played with any of the current Heroic players that are on the team currently, so I don't think there's too much to go off of. I think just like the most important thing is just, you know, Nerds feeling really comfortable and going for his plays, and that has helped us out a lot so far within like our practices and our first official when we were playing against 9 Pandas in the previous matchup. So, I mean, it's just more about us and like making sure that we're playing well, because obviously they have a lot of young talent on their team in Heroic, and playing online it can be very unpredictable at times. So we just always need to be focused and just focused. Hopefully, you know, Nerds is having a good game, carrying me, you know, hopefully. But no, I'm gonna try my best to get it done as well. So yeah, we just need to be focused and make sure we're not underestimating the opponents for sure.
I don't think you need any carrying coming into this game, Nav. But speaking of Nerds, it's kind of interesting to hear that at the very least they've had their eye on him for 6 months. At the very most, it's been a year that they've been looking to get Nerds into this lineup.
I'm happy to hear that. You know, I'm happy to hear that I'm not the only one feeling that he's been a little bit hard done by all these roster changes. When he was left in ENCE and he wasn't going into the Falcons project, I thought to myself, that's your best player, not bringing him with you. Again, in Heroic, you know, for a long, long time, and people forget that, Heroic couldn't get anything done. Dexter in and out of the lineup, couldn't get his visas. They were looking rough at tournaments, and then at the major, it all came to fruition. They all came together, and then they split up one more time. So I'm happy that Nerds have landed a place where I consider him to be a star player of Team Liquid, and probably a player that can elevate that team to be relevant again within not only North American Counter-Strike, but the world of Counter-Strike.
I'm also been influenced by my former team captain of Snappy. You know, he usually talked a lot about ENCE. Not ENCE, obviously he talked about ENCE, but also talked about Nerds. He talked about Nerds a ton. You know, he mentioned him multiple times, and even being the player that he has, like the best player that he has ever played with, you. And that is that's an interesting fact to say.
Does that hurt?
No, it's fine. It's fine. You know, he didn't play with me in my prime, so it's actually okay. But the fact that he praised him so much, he often would come to me and say, like, Nerds did this and this, and he was really good at everything. You should probably try and look at how he did it.
Be more like Nerds, yeah.
Yeah, be more like Nerds. That is what he usually came to say to me. And eventually I got up like, yeah, you cannot talk to me like this. Stop telling me to play like Nerds all the time. But eventually I'm like, okay, Nerds is a great guy. I know he's a great player, so there was a reason behind it.
Not to put you on the spot, but was there any kind of, you know, qualities, attributes that kept on coming up time and time again in those discussions that, like, okay, Snappy clearly really loved this specific aspect about Nerds?
I think Engine was like probably the best thing that he mentioned was the way that Nerds on the T side wanted to go out mid, like we had the same positions, the way of he constantly changing it up, maybe waiting for the smoke, and sometimes maybe he's going fast, something going slow. The way of controlling things was probably the way that he wanted me to play. It was not, I mean, I got some inspiration, I started picking it up, you know, but I think it will just take more time to get into the right shoes.
Curious to see what maps do come to fruition today. Last time around when we saw Liquid taking to the stage for their first game here at Bounty, Train was banned out in the first wave. I feel like they're not one of the teams that are going to be, you know, leaning into this at all.
No, I don't think Liquid have picked up Train yet. It's the second match in a row now they instant ban Train, which is also a great tell coming into Katowice, coming into the PGL tournament, that it's probably not a map that they will integrate into the map pool early on. However, Mirage, you said it, you know, Heroic would probably love to play Mirage. They have the chance of picking that against Team Liquid, so that's exactly what they're doing. Anubis has been a pick of Twist within his Liquid time that he likes to play. He likes to call on it. He likes to, I guess, test all the teams on it. And I think Ultimate as a player as well with the AWP, it's one of the few maps where he consistently have been feeling well. So I'm not really that surprised. It looks like the old Vito and the old map pool of Team Liquid.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Let's talk a little bit about, on the flip side, Heroic. What's been the standout so far? We've seen one series coming out of Heroic. Anything you've learned in particular?
I've learned that Saw is still a great coach, I think.
Yeah.
From coming from Norway, you even heard like Linus said in the interview that didn't have that much time to practice. I think it's like a very common thing for a lot of teams coming in, especially when they're new. The fact that they got off to a really good start and showing that they can play Counter-Strike with very limited practice has to be something that the coach also brings to the table. So that's going to be a topic that we got to top on. And obviously, the overall level of Heroic was great. I think they played some good Counter-Strike. They didn't look like a team that didn't have that much map pool, like depth in the map pool, or at least strength in individual play. And obviously we have Tenier, like the guy that just showed up being a really great talent to be picked up, and he showed a really great showing the first game.
There's two things that stood out to me, maybe three actually, because I agree with you. I think overall Heroic looked great as a team. The team nearly had a decent amount of synergy, a decent amount of team play. Then obviously Tenier having a great showing. And then on the bad side, sort of, if I may say it, this guy was playing well. This guy was the catalyst behind Heroic's first game. Sun Payas was a bit more of a question mark. He didn't really get off to the best start. Now I think there's many reasons that goes into that. As we spoke about as well, Peter, he hasn't been playing Counter-Strike actively for quite some time. It was his first match in a long while, you know, and sometimes you gotta ease into it. I will say though that if Heroic wants to win this game today, if they want to take down Team Liquid, we need to see sunpayS come in with some sort of impact, because he is a fantastic Counter-Strike player. He is an AWP player who can go toe-to-toe with Ultimate, and one may even argue that sunpayS is better than Ultimate when he's in his peak shape, but that's the whole question. When does sunpayS come back to the level we saw in ENCE, and does he ever come back to that?
And my question for you, and you, Dupree, who did you predict as we moved into day number 5? I'm interested to see if any of the bounty hunters have been favored. Oh no.
It looks very similar.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, everybody just copy and pasted each other's homework.
Yeah.
Apart from Banks.
Why didn't you go for Heroic, Jacob?
I mean, I see Liquid as the clear favorite in this one, to be completely honest. I still think it's going to be too soon for Heroic to take down Team Liquid in a best-of-3 scenario. I also think when we're in this early stage of the season, then you rely a bit more on your individuals when the team play is going out of the way, and Liquid is a better team, have the better individuals, and Nerds is a player that I really rate highly.
Well, let's see if they can bring it to the server today. We've got Mirage, Anubis, and Ancient. If we do so require it, and we've got Harry and Hugo standing by.
Yeah, Heroic, they actually impressed us in that matchup versus 3D Max. They're going to have their work cut out for them today, though. A whole different ball game as they get ready to face Team Liquid. If they want to sing the tune of victory, they can't have a Tinir. Tinir, there's the joke, right?
Yeah,
it was pretty good.
Explain it, it gets funnier, actually.
No, so
there he is.
Here's the thing. Tinir was really impressive in that game versus 3D Max, and I'm kind of excited to see this as a bit of a litmus test for what he's able to do versus top-tier opposition. Because when you think about folks you weren't super familiar with who then showed up and impressed, on the other side of the table, you don't have to look any further than Ultimate, right, when he joined this team. So actually, this is a pretty hype matchup for this Liquid squad. Big talk of the start of this season is the signing of Nerds, and we already heard from NaVi how this is actually someone they've had their eye on for a while. I see him fitting in quite nicely in the Liquid jersey, at least in terms of the team he's moving into. The vibes felt good within Liquid. They needed that one little extra piece, and I think you don't have to look any further than the year prior to last Rookie of the Year than to achieve that goal.
Yeah, it's pretty much a one-for-one upgrade. Obviously, some different positions, some different roles, but I want to see how Liquid fit him in over some time inside of this team. I think CT side is going to be a lot of fun. So Heroic go running into this A site. Tinir, he's the guy you got to watch out for now. Late out the Palace. Liquid conceding everything, playing a retake. They've got Smoke Kit on Nerds, and they're waiting for Heroic to take some space.
Big backstab on the cards for Ultimate, but that's going to play into the round a little bit later. Right now, Heroic try and fight for CT. Liquid have not given them anything. There were 2 players there on that flash play. sunpayS fighting forward. And that fly put in a box. It's all sunpayS in the pistol round. And this is looking to have come unraveled for the Liquid squad very, very quickly. They did a good job of dodging that push into the spawn initially. There's only so long you can survive sunpayS, who gets off to a hot start here. He's defo going to be someone we have to keep an eye on across this series, even in the victory that Heroic picked up when they faced 3D Max earlier on in round 1. sunpayS, it's safe to say, wasn't the defining character there, not by a long shot.
That's a nice way of putting it. sunpayS was an absolute mess in that game.
Yeah.
He did absolutely nothing. He missed every single shot. He stepped up big later in the series and put on some great games, but that debut map, the first map in 4 months, was really a horrific showing. So the fact that he comes in with 3 in the pistol is a great sign to come in warmed into this game and give us a far better performance, because we know what this guy can do. We're holding him to a high standard for a reason. He's meant to be a star AWPer. Right now, Liquid just turned middle into a bloodbath. MP9's out-sniping the AKs. How have they done that?
Can xFloud make this interesting, though? Does have a little bit of room if he acts quickly here, but the longer he takes, the more time Liquid have to group up in this 3v1.
Yeah, nice to see Ultimate call it off. He looked like he was going to go chasing, and xFloud makes some fake steps, but Ultimate waits for twists. And yeah, they have a bit of crossfire here in middle. They can group, they can trade, they can also swing together. But for the moment, they're going to let xFloud make the next move. Twist is playing info. He'll see him going short.
They're waiting for Ultimate to creep con. They want to try and face middle, but the timing's a little off on this. Twists doesn't react straight away, and xFloud seems aware of this. He's on his way to the clutch. It's just JKS left to beat as xFloud staring down the barrel of a 1v4 here. Now makes the right call to move into this A site. Plant secured, nothing that JKS can do about that. And this round, this is a lot of intrigue on it now. The favor falls in favor of xFloud. He's got time to choose his post plant here, even time to cross out into CT. Going for the gun is wasting precious time, but it gives JKS a little bit more to bite back with. Swinging wide, it's all about xFloud. 4 kills deep, hell of a clutch to keep this clean for Heroic off the top.
Blimey.
And already, you know, we're getting some very exciting characters emerge from Heroic. It was some paiN in the pistol. Now it's xFloud with a crazy clutch.
I really thought Twist was going to swing off this kill here. He was ready to swing. I don't know if he also bit the bullet on that fake drop xFloud made. Maybe not, but he goes for the fight off info, and xFloud just hits bangers. Clean headshots in second round after Liquid make it so interesting in middle. They're gonna buy instantly 2 M4s, 2 MP9s. I don't mind it really. They got so much damage. They know they have Heroic on the ropes. Can they push them out of the ring? JKS 1-for-1. They don't know about under. That molly missed.
Yeah, this was all to tee up Guy down under the palace, right? JKS swinging it wide. And now they hope that he goes unchecked and they get that wish. Gonna need to be another 1v4. And this time it won't come through. Just one for taiN. He's unable to replicate xFloud's crazy round from the one prior.
Liquid can get over it immediately. They don't have to worry about that awkward second round. They come back in with a force and they do it again. So it's a far better look. Nice little gamble on the double A, letting the A anchor play. And then Nerds baiting perfectly. Twist also keeps the pressure on. That's a reassuring round there for Liquid. As it breaks Heroic completely. Just xFloud's AK, but that was enough last time. Liquid feigning presence on middle, but xFloud behind the boxes has cleared it completely. So his team coming out under with these 3 pistols. Some pai's top mid scout. Boosts available. And perhaps through the smoke, it's not a bad move here for Heroic. It's not an easy kill for LNZ. I don't know how he's supposed to get away with this without any assistance from his team. Nerds is concerned. Ultimate's even pulling back as JKS pushes, but they're full middle, waiting to pounce. Oh.
Yeah, a little timing window's opened up here as contact is taken.
Good cover.
Ultimate, though, gets there just in time, saves Nerds' life, and allows him to keep the connector. Under possession of Liquid, they get churned up. Heroic won't make it through. They were really trying to put a lot of stock in that, flanking through the window out of Linus, and perfect timing for Ultimate just to take up that position, lock that out, and Heroic's whole game plan went to the wayside after that fact.
Yeah, nice rotate for Ultimate. They realize with JKS and palace, they're just going to concede ramp and make sure they have eyes on middle. And if he doesn't get this kill, I think they were going to fight mid together with Twists off catwalk. So Liquid trying to crunch in the mid round. And Heroic run into 3 players.
Well, Eco into lower. Nerds could farm this.
Go on, lad.
Ultimate's worried about top mid, and so yeah, Nerds will take that swing down into lower. All 5 in one spray. That's crisp and clean for Nerds.
Quickest ace of the year. It only took a couple of weeks.
You could just see that coming together with a mid setup from Liquid.
He re-peaked. I thought, you see 5 Glocks, you go, nah, and then he goes back for more.
Also, talk about, like...
It's insane spray control.
This is not the prettiest line to have to take.
No.
He gets out with it real cleanly.
I don't care that's Glocks. That's impressive as hell. On a mechanical level, very nice round for Nerds.
Okay, there's already been some really sick moments to open up this game. Team Liquid.
Get him.
They always seem to get the entertaining games, these guys. think they are the real showman.
Yeah, for one reason or another. But yeah, I think it's a pretty fair match, right? Like Liquid obviously being a longer standing team as a 4, but Heroic with some really nice upgrades, some nice pieces, and we saw taiN perform amazingly the other day, so I still have good expectation of Heroic to make this game something. Ooh, gamble. And they're rolling the dice wrong right now. xFloud could offer up a free kill here. Naf's getting aggressive. He's seen him on the edge, but that's a miss of a spray, and that will send xFloud into the stack. Psych is going to keep Liquid here as Heroic go back to A. I think Nerds is realizing as well. With that smoke going down but no push, it's getting a little curious.
Managed to make it all the way in on Linus. But you do still have Nerds, you know, pushing and prodding middle. He's watching for the cross. If Linus does... Oh, he's just left the angle. Right as Linus would have been in the firing line. Out in top middle, waiting for these rotates as xFloud. It's a very safe position. All that damage really should mean this one's over for Team Liquid. Twists even arriving just a little too late to have any say in this fight in top middle. It's all a bit of a rescue mission. Wait, how did Nerds win that?
It's on. He just checked it. He went back and looked.
It's just they got re-smoked in cons, so like they're not going for this. Yeah. They can't.
Fair enough.
Heroic bouncing straight back. You said that you think this one's kind of even. I'm curious. I would say it's not at all. I think Liquid should be heavy favorites here, because this isn't... Heroic's situation is so different to that of this Team Liquid squad. Heroic losing the core, having to shuffle a roster together, piece a roster together. And sure, I think they've come out of it with some surprisingly experienced or like high value pieces, and someone like Sumpais, I say high value, you know. They didn't pick some tier 2, tier 3 grinder. They picked someone who has been at the top of their game before and can have a lot of impact. But then they've got, you know, the 3-man core from Sangal, some nice kind of individuals there. For the side of Liquid, just quickly, it's, you know, this is meant to be Liquid V2. This was a change that's supposed to level the squad up. This didn't come from desperation. This was a change to be a team that are consistently making those playoff runs. You do that by picking up Nerds, a star player to come in and replace you, Kindle. Someone who was the weakest element of that old Team Liquid squad. I think, you know, this is supposed to be the best form of Liquid we've ever seen versus a Heroic that was kind of put together overnight, a scramble from Saw and the rest of the stuff to make this one happen.
Completely agree. I guess, did I say even? I don't know if I... Yeah, okay. To clarify even, I think Liquid obviously are favorites, but I think Heroic, after what we saw in that 3D Max game, could test them today. If taiN has a match akin to what he did against 3D Max across 2 of those 3 maps in the series, this guy is a real talent. Sumpais started strong in this game as well. We know what he can do. And they have a core with a good leader and solid firepower. And I actually think Youngstar performed better than I've ever seen him in that 3D Max game.
No, these are all good. These are all fair takeaways.
Like Liquid should win this game, but to count Heroic out, to discount your opponent in this one, I think would be a bit dangerous, because they, you know, one of these 2 teams is going to win their first 2 matches of the season. They're going to be in that honeymoon period. They're going to be feeling good. It could be Heroic. Liquid have to earn their keep.
No, I agree with your way of framing this. Heroic in a group. In on the ramp side. And they do have this mid lurk as well. One of the issues here, this mid player is going to struggle if not enough attention is pulled away. You kind of want to get Nerds out of the connector if you can. Now the side takes coming in. Nerds will start to swing it back around, and that's when xFloud pounces. Ooh. This works wonders for Heroic. It's a good set piece in towards that A site. They shuffled Nerds out from the connector. You saw as he turned away, as he came in to help that A site hit. That is exactly when xFloud strikes.
Yeah, really 2 awkward whiffs in this round, right? JKS on the balcony and that CT rotation from NaV. Not able to get a kill on either of those players. 13 and 6 health left. It's a very different round if not both of those kills connect. This would be a 2v2 post plant. So Liquid would have gone for it. That's unfortunately the way she goes sometimes. Nice clean execute for Heroic. A lot of Poppy calling right now. Tried to do it in the eco round. Back for it again. So, yeah, Heroic, they're going to have ideas. That's one thing that helps, right? It's a core of a team that know how to upset. We saw it back at Pro League. We saw it in their online run last year in Sangal. LNZ's certainly got a few ideas up his sleeve. Ultimate's AWP back after the save. Want to see if he can get involved early. Gonna try and start window in this one. Making the jump clean. We need more movement plays in this game, man. Valve are getting rid of them. Don't let them take window from us. Ooh, missed Molly. Not the end of the WOD. It does sort of burn under a little bit, but we saw Liquid survive behind it before. Execute coming in, Nerds pushing through, looking to play very aggressive right now, but those smoke spams can go both ways, and LNZ fires through. Inside of the Molotov, he perishes. 3 on 4. This is the round Liquid have been waiting for, set up to win the retake.
They won't be coming from CT, so for the time being, Tanir's got open real estate for him to move into. It's some Pious and Youngstar having to play these crossfires. You see Naf now starting to probe CT's side. He gets that spot on the Mac-10, but he's not able to win it out. That is a key fight in the round. That gives you a... Oh, that's wild. Youngstar clean tap. And why not add one more to it? After a shot like that, turning around this 3v4. And Ultimate's chased down for the close.
Blimey.
I mean, Youngstar with one hell of a shot.
I don't know how Tanir even gets that CT kill as well. Everything just worked
all the
wonderfully.
swing fights come up in favor of Heroic.
Naf
I mean, they kind of have to if you're going to win a 3-on-4.
Dude, SMG's online. That's all I'm learning in the bounty. MP9s and Mac-10s just feel even worse online to deal with. Naf backs up in CT. He just gets not even wide swung, just close peeked with that Mac-10. Blown to smithereens. And Youngstar with some bangers. Because I think also, we know a lot of these teams coming in are cores of last year for the VRS points. And so I think a lot of these cores realize maybe some of these players are on the chopping block after a few games. So all the more reason to showcase you are worth staying on the roster. And so I think, especially for players like Youngstar, time to prove it. You can chop it at this level consistently. He's had a couple of great series. Naf in the ladder room, great work.
Hasn't had a kill this game, NaFly, but on the board now with an important double.
Can get out.
Slow start, sure, but he's found his impact now. It's big flank on the cards for JKS. Some Pious is here, but the AWP, it's going to be combat AWPing for some Pious, and he hits it. JKS dead for the backstab, and suddenly a route looks like it's opened up if you're Heroic in towards this A play. Twist is going to try and prove them wrong, but he is getting sandwiched as this play comes in through the connector.
Shouldn't be ready for this. They have no idea. Even the spacing is a little skew if as Twist plays an off angle on ramp. He's got the bomb, he's got the round. No chance, xFloud, 20 seconds. And Twist is upgraded into the AK as well. He's on a great angle. This is not going to happen for xFloud, surely. Gets a lot of damage, but Twist stays calm, stays composed, and keeps the round for Team Liquid. Yeah, they killed JKS, so you think you have a lot more runway than you do when you get the A anchor off like that. Got to go re-clear all of ramp because Twist has started AA. We've seen these nice gambles for Liquid in this game already. One of them let them down, but they also had that double under Balk play, which worked. Making some nice reads right now, but still a very competitive game. Oh, the molly doesn't matter. Some Pious finds Nerds. Ultimate opens up on the other side.
I think, you know, expectations are high for this Liquid squad, as they should be. When you look at the pieces now that Twists possesses, he's got some very exciting elements here. Yeah. There's kind of... This has to be a good year for this team Liquid. When on paper you're... I guess you could say your worst two players would either be NaV or JKS. You know you're in a very good place.
Ultimate's on the line here. This is a very... You can't really get him off this angle. He's going to get a shot out. Will it connect?
That one comes for free. They learn about the AWP the hard way. They've paid the toll, and with only 30 seconds left, they kind of want to go in here, but the fact that they weren't able to immediately trade that AWP is even problematic, right? Now you know that Ultimate's able to keep just running through these lines, and NaFly and Ultimate combine for the B site hold. 2 kills apiece. Perfectly laid out for Team Liquid, as you say. That's a powerful position for the AWP, especially with Heroic trying to run that kind of contact hit, right? Walking in, it's very easy for Ultimate, that first shot. So even though Heroic find an opener in this round, get off to a good start, it's very quickly silenced.
Yeah, because he has that line as well, NaV can play car, but he doesn't need to be peeking, he doesn't need to be spotting, he's just tucked fully, and he plays after the contact. So while they're looking backside, then NaV plays car. It's a nice setup for Liquid. Some cool ideas so far. A lot of double setups. That's a nice nade in apps as well, as Heroic, they have no chance here, but they're going to look for a bomb plant. That's the goal. Popping out of Palace. Oh, Twist just turned. That gives him a bit of room. Through the smoke, out they go. It's only JKS. He's alone, stuck in the site. No support. Can they get that plant? It's going down on default right now. And I think they found the kills to allow it. That's all they needed, all they wanted. Heroic get a bit of money for round 12.
Yeah, they achieved the exact goal they were looking out for. Getting past JKS. Awkward timing for Twist. Suddenly you're very happy with your buy heading into the final round of this first half. Timeout called in. Heroic want to try and extract maximum value. And with good reason.
6-round half would be great. Wouldn't turn your nose up at that, sure. Their map picking the series, coming in on Mirage. We know Liquid's Anubis was kind of their go-to from the day they added Ultimate.
I mean, you also think they were leading 5-3. There was a while where this could have been a very dominant T side, right? You don't want to feel like that was where your T side ended all those rounds ago.
It's not really been a weak position so far. They've killed JKS more often than not on the A site, but it's been stacked so many times. And now we have something completely different for Liquid. Ultimate playing late under. Mental timer is going to be ticking. Can't wait here forever. Oh my god, leg scene. He tries to bail out his teammate. Does find that pick. They're up cap fast.
Important trade for Twists through the smoke down on short, and now this fast lower flank comes in.
The bomb's cut off.
Two players getting activated, and yes, Sampius moving in late with the bomb. Wait. Hang on a second, they don't know. Idea. They don't know about Sampius. He actually has a way better timing than he's aware of, so he's not going to go anytime soon. Tanir now learns about this double apps flank. Youngstar's having to turn around and try and deal with it.
Oh no!
Fires off, and now they know about him. Deals with Nerds up close, but this round is far from over. This bomb's still a huge issue. Smoke down in the apartments. Liquid are clearly suspicious. There's no plant yet, and so this doesn't feel right. Ultimate seems to have an idea that the fight might be coming his way. Heroic are going to have to get tricky with it in this 2-on-3. They've been split up all round.
It really felt like Liquid did hear Sampius running top mid, so maybe they just wanted to prioritize those apps players first and not go for the obvious kill, because now they're just playing to stop this late player, but he's on a good angle. Catches Ultimate up the stairs, and no one for Liquid in the meantime was ready to pounce on B, so they still have room to move. Plant coming in for Sampius. Both CTs mollied off right now, but Twist and JKS separated for the last round.
Oh, and they lose twists early. It's going to come down to JKS. He's been struggling in over towards A, and this push up through the apartments. 2v4 out of Heroic to tie this up down the end of this first half.
An even game after all. Who knew Heroic were up for the task? 6-6 at the half as Liquid lack a little. That's cheeky little 2v4 for Heroic to close out their T side. Now we get to see what Twist is calling for the boys as Heroic swap over. So far underwhelming from Tania, not showing the tenacity he did in his opening game, but there's still time in the series. Remember, no room for elimination here. Lose this game, you are gone.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd first half. I think both teams are going to leave it feeling like they could have extracted a lot more value from it, whether that's Heroic, who are leading in the charge 5-3, only to have to find the tying round right in at the close, or Liquid, who did have their struggles converting man advantage rounds there. I think both teams probably feel like they could have had a far better half.
Well, time to prove it in the second. Got a con split. Couple on the ramp.
Now it's walking up through Con. He's going to play through this. Him and Twist going to try and flood out through the connector. Likely one left, one right, over the stairs and into jungle. So now that push starts to happen. Nerds is the man taking contact stairs side while the rest of the gang move out through ramp. Nerds falls first. X-Cloud in the pistol.
He's on it.
2 quick kills. JKS dead on a late lurk in through middle. And this starts to come undone. It's another pistol round put forward for Heroic. And more individual heroics out of X-Cloud. Very crisp on that double kill, swinging out from behind the default box.
Not missing a beat, is he? Getting very eager, very involved, drops a bomb, all the nades in it as well. I like the call for Liquid. They get a lot of space, but Heroic have an A stack. They get sliced. Heroic now take the lead, and Liquid, no force here off the back of a one-sided round. Youngstar even combos onto Twist. 100-0 without seeing a player. I like LNZ bought an MP9, gave it to the AWPer, and is playing P250. So Sunpice not only has 3 grand, he has the MP9 to make more money to get AWP in round 3. So obviously this is knowing Liquid are going to eco, but that means you have to AWP very soon in this game. Trying to get his star AWP activated early in the matchup. Because typically you'll see someone play eco this round, but it's usually the AWPer doing it for themselves, not given the gun for the job. So he makes a bit of money on the way out. And we will have that AWP available in the follow-up round. I'm assured he would buy it. He's got 7 grand in round 3.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
No, it's a nice idea.
All right, Liquid, they got to lock in right now and turn back on, because Heroic, I don't think you're going to be ready for the 3rd round AWP.
No, it is going to come as a bit of a surprise to Liquid. Even when you see some Pius with the SMG, like that is more misinfo for Liquid. So, won't be suspecting this AWP.
Yeah.
For now, some Pius has the element of surprise. Let's see how much damage he's able to do before that AWP gets learnt about. Liquid out into the top of mid, but a break on the smoke. That was meant to be Tanir's chance to get going. Instead, Ultimate leaves his impression down in middle. Some Pius on this AWP. They put a lot of stock in bringing this out, and it will hit its mark. Now the AWP learnt about.
Oh my God, bro!
Very awkward timing on that for Linus. And this AWP, well,
oh no.
1 kill is all it finds. Might have been a nasty surprise to learn about for NaVi. But now Heroic's loss is Liquid's gain. That AWP picked up, brought forward into the next round as Youngster will get finished off. JKS able to locate him, deny any sort of save there. AWP for Ultimate, round for Liquid. And the nice decisions made early on by Heroic to bring that AWP out are all in vain.
Yeah, Linus is dropping his gun in spawn so he can grab xFloud's rifle and window and not give away his position, but he doesn't realize that Liquid have boosted the guy in window, and some Pius is, you know, he's in jungle, he thinks he's fine, and the timing is just awful. But even then, like dropping the gun back there is so risky.
I think at times the CT side from Liquid lacked some of the like fluidness or like gumption that it would need to have been as successful as it could have been. There were times where just the rotates felt a little bit slow. That was a super decisive move there to put a player up in a window, right? They had the lower tunnels push, Ultimate doubles up in top mid, and within seconds of that, they're boosting in a window. I think that's why Linus is not ready for it.
They're 5v3, right? They know they have gaps. Sure, this kill comes in as that happens, but they know they have big gaps as Heroic are scrambling on rotates, so just going and taking the space immediately is a nice reaction from Liquid. Some Pius is now on a pistol, and Ultimate's got his weapon of choice, so Heroic in a way have truly let Liquid back into this half early. And we're gonna have a flat A execute. Some Pius trying to block the Palace, and Youngstar spotting on ramp, so this will leave Heroic potentially in a retake, but they've got no kit. 4 players nearby A at least. If they want to fight for this together, they can.
Just a set piece in this round. I mean, you know Heroic are going to be strapped for cash. That's what Liquid accounted for, hoping the util wasn't there to slow this down. But the individuals might be. Tanir on an island, brought down and out of the round by JKS. And suddenly Liquid have all this control. X5 peeking in. Linus walking up the spawn side, nice but shot. Offered up to that AWP. And Ultimate don't miss those. And this is, you know, a bit of a problem now for Heroic. They had their chance to kind of strike early on in this second half. AWP was meant to be the big defining feature. And the fact that that same AWP that you put stock in for your first rifle round is then used to rob this one away only adds insult to injury. A tie game now as the money starts to peter out for Heroic. Liquid should shortly find themselves up in the lead. You know, being put on the back foot so early on into your CT side, this can feel really rough.
Yeah, teni's really having trouble finishing kills. He's definitely caught some unlucky timings, like looking for the default player, and then the Tetris guy peeks him first. But yeah, 6 and 13. Obviously, this is still a guy who is yet to play at the top level. Blew us out of the water in his debut, but it's getting, well, people are really shooting back in this game, let's say.
And, you know, I think this is going to be interesting to watch him
develop,
grapple with this as time goes on, right? Like, coming into the Heroic jersey, out of everyone on this lineup, you were the biggest unknown quantity. Sure. You were the one that folks had the least info on, the least expectations of, but you turned a lot of heads in your opening game. And even kind of to the standard that teni is going to hold himself, it's likely gone up. And now we're not replicating that versus the harder opposition of Liquid. It's going to be interesting to see if he does have that mental to bounce back into this.
And you've got to be very... okay, yeah.
That's free.
It's 4 in ladder and short, so they explode upon it as the B hit comes in. This could get interesting.
Could get weird, right? You're deciding your B, you know the rotate's going to be quick. You know the stack is right there, and it's going to come down to the clutch. 1v3 needed, but Youngster does not let it happen. That retrieved AK does him well. Liquid power in to the stack. They know that everyone is available to rotate in through short, and so essentially you're going 3v4 into that B site. Youngster still had to hit every one of those shots. Armorless on the AK, and he makes it work. Heroic. That is a wild upset. This was supposed to be an easy path for Liquid to find themselves in the lead.
Full eco. That's going to change the tune. Oh, did they break the smoke? Some pious. Oh, it gets broken before he gets his nade in. We'll get out of there knowing there could be an AWP holding him. There is. Top mid taken. Maybe another window boost. Get Nerds up there. He's ready to go at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, took boosts. Heroic have their own ideas. Not gonna... Oh, wasn't walking with him. Maybe for the best. Twist holding. And they heard the jump, so they know there's probably 2 cat right now. But Liquid aren't poised to hit the B bomb site. This looks like it wants to end A. Heroic trying to stall out the con control. There's the reboost, but Ultima, he knew the call from earlier. He's ready for more. X-File through the smoke, feeling like a play has to be made, but it's getting desperate right now. Heroic in trouble, 3 on 5. Youngstar has actually been the young star of this game. But it's him v the world right now in this site.
Yeah, he really has his work cut out for him here. All alone, even as some Pius makes his way over. You need a valiant stand put forward from Youngstar. That's nearly the double. Some Pius. Oh, gonna take it.
Dude.
What a turnaround out of Heroic. Liquid have had so many chances, so many man advantages across this map. And every single time it feels like Heroic are good for them.
2v5. 2v5 in an instant. Sunpius kills the rotation through window. It feels like it won't matter. But Youngster in front of CT in that ROPS position with backs turned and with an AWP to pull through with a clutch. Bringing a lot of energy and a lot of output today is Youngster.
Absolutely no doubting the talent of the individuals on Heroic. you know, when they open with the win over 3D Max, you're kind of going, well, you know, that is a beatable opponent. That is, out of all the teams here, especially in this second round, you know, that's a very comfortable type of team to face. But this Liquid squad is meant to be the real deal, and right now, Heroic leaving them red in the face, repelling this B play.
Oh, wait a sec.
They were, but suddenly the Tech-9s have come up with kills. Heroic. The Pistols close the distance. They start scrapping around these smokes, and they've been able to battle back in. So it's going to have to be another one of these man-down rounds for Heroic. But look who's still alive. It's that same duo that just closed the 2v5 in the round prior. Can Sampaius and Youngstar, 34 kills, split even between the two of them. Can they be the ones to pull this back for Heroic? Youngster on the SMG, that AWP covers. Watching over his shoulder, the time ticking off this bomb already. Youngster falls first, and Sampaius gonna try and survive on this AWP. Twists will not let him, and so Liquid respond. A bit of revenge there for the Liquid squad as they pull up with the pistols and get that round over the line. They're still in this. There's still fight in Team Liquid.
Just trading rounds right now. It's anyone's game. Lower economy, the better. I like that Ultimate stays on the balcony, just looking for fights. He doesn't want to rely on the Tech-9s that could get overwhelmed and leave him 2v1, so he just plucks down that SMG. Some very scary rounds here. Impressive. Impressive how Liquid turned that around. They're 3v5, and they know positions, but they still have Tech-9s. They find 3 entries in a moment. No business winning that, Liquid, with the disadvantage, with the early info. But this game keeps us guessing.
Yeah, I think this is unprecedented that Heroic, even though they're able to fall to a round like that, it's not like the game is all over, right? Even though this is close, they've been the ones in pole position. So they can, to an extent, stomach an L in a round like that.
Missed windowed smoke, and so now they're just going to lean into this A stack. It might be on purpose. We haven't seen teams do that. In fact, Heroic, the old Heroic at the Major were doing that, missing the window smoke on purpose to set themselves up to walk through it for Con. Honestly, this could be on purpose for Liquid. LMZ, though, he's checked it. He realizes what goes on when you miss that smoke. It gets replenished. An opportunity missed, though. Liquid is still looking like they want to walk into the stack. We've seen this before.
And last time it betrayed them.
Yeah, this should be harder though, with a split coming in. It's not everyone on a choke point looking the wrong way. It's a nice setup.
This is sort of the value I think the Nerds are going to bring to the table. They're comfortable to make his own plays. I really hope, with how much room he's gotten, I really hope he keeps committing to this this B site, but instead he's going to take the space up into ladder room instead.
Definitely go wrong.
This can as well, just because they're split up. Sampaius, it opens with a Zeus. Damage done onto ramp. Starting to get activated now, and yeah, this one M4 gonna have to do a hell of a lot for Heroic. Sampaius, valiant attempt. It comes down to Tanir, the star from Heroic's opening game, but this is not the position to succeed in. Nerds arrives just in time.
Nerds having a great game right now. A lot of impact, a lot of key kills. Stopping this from getting out of control. And I think Liquid, even though they walked into it, they knew that was a stack. They spotted 2 players close A, then they see the Zeus. When you see 3 close A, you're ready for 5. So no one's looking back, no one's paranoid about rotates. Liquid put a lid on it. 10-10. And as much as losing to the Tech-9s on the B site didn't lose Heroic the game, well, their full eco didn't win it for them either. They've got to earn it now on a full buy round, with Liquid leading economically. keep going for this play, but they can't grab the kill. LNZ will. Aggressive and be boosted immediately, gets his entry. Oh, Molly bounced. Oh, and he's getting wallbanged. Oh, no! Oh, dear.
Okay, Liquid just lost their star. Liquid just lost their star on a spam in through the apartments at a tie game, 10-all. That spam might prove to be very impactful with a kill earlier on onto JKS there as well.
Ultimate needs to save them.
Awkward for NAF. Things go from bad to worse. Heroic trying to pull up with a flawless round, and what a return to form that would be. You're looking at this now. It's Ultimate and it's Twists. And the two that might have to save Liquid in this spot, and Ultimate's just missed that timing. A chance to find that first kill that brings you back into the round. It sailed past him. 40 seconds left on the clock. If nothing happens soon for Liquid, all right. Hold your horses. One kill out of Twists. 30 seconds left. No matter which site they go to, they're going into a 2v2. That does leave them with an even odds bout wherever they end up.
Yeah, they can buy next if they save those, so I think that's the big temptation. These two players both have a bit of cash. It's a bit awkward, but Ultimate can drop. Nerds can buy.
Spam was huge, man.
Yeah, I can't believe that it's all because he misses his molly.
Yeah.
His molly lands on balcony. There's no way the spam, he can just move, he can run away. So
nowhere was safe, and
a mistake.
That's how Nerds, 22 kills deep, gets taken out of a very important swing round in this game. There it is.
Ugh. Hate that for him.
Some pious sends his regards.
Good. Yeah, they're in trouble.
I mean,
Liquid.
Great to see Nerds playing this well. It was a good end to his time in Heroic, a Heroic squad that kind of got cobbled together in short, right? It was weird because of the whole Dexter being unable to attend a lot of events back then type situation. But when they finally had him, just in time for the major, managing to make a playoff run. And Nerds was a huge part of that. There is absolutely no denying it. His numbers across the opening and elimination stages was crazy. So you can't underestimate the dude's output, and he's certainly bringing that to the table right now, and it still might not be enough. That's perhaps the craziest part. It is a great game put forward from Nerds and Ultimate, and yet Heroic is still the ones leading the charge. Now, they've lost some Pius early on. He's been bought out of the round, and he's the guy sitting topping the board for Heroic. In the same way that Liquid felt the burn of losing their front man to open up that last round, they've now returned the favor. Can xCloud be the difference maker? It's just the one and done on his mid push. Youngster, it's gonna fall to him to be the one to pull Heroic back into this round. Swing out of the stairs. Chance to strike and level the playing field. They're not able to deal with him yet. JKS, tired of fighting on his terms, runs over the stairs, brings the fight to Heroic, and we'll keep that round safe.
Dude, that's just a full individual round. There's almost no team play there. It's one player after another, swings out middle. Twist gets his crucial entry. Nerds comes out on a lurk, then a con swing, then a stairs jump. It's everyone just fighting, taking matters into their own hand. And Liquid, no doubt the better individuals. Showcase that in that round. 11 apiece. MP9, 4 Spy. It's desperate for Heroic. I was about to say, it rests so much on that first kill, and it goes the way of Ultimate. Tania picked early. Pressure put on this B-bomb side, but no way Liquid are going to commit. Let this round breathe. You know you have Heroic right where you want them.
Yeah, I think this is a really good decision. A heads-up decision from Liquid. You are the favorites, you are the experienced team, you've picked up that first kill in the round, and Heroic are the ones that are low on money. Heroic are the ones that we're trying to upset by winning this game, and so you let that pressure sink in.
Oh, that's awkward. That's not on purpose. A really late underpush as well. Youngster actually finally went for it after JKS stopped checking, so they're going to stack A. He's hearing them top mid as well, and he might have a backstab timing on this bomb. He's not going to stop anything. Oh, I say that. There's the orb. Youngster wants it all. He takes it and now sets up for the A flank. They know they're walking into a stack, but there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, it's another one of these rounds where Liquid have no choice but to play right into that stack, right into the hands of Heroic. They're going to go back and go looking for Youngster. They find him. Look at where Nertz is on the map right now. He's teed up over in ladder room. He can try and influence these rotates. The one gap they have to worry about is the push in through lower tunnels, and that's where some Pius moves in.
What can he really do?
Only armed with the Deagle. Outside of hearing them go past, there isn't much some Pius can be expected to provide here. He will be hot on their heels, sure, but this is a gap that Liquid should and are aware of. Nertz won't find anything on these players rotating in, not yet, but with NAF winning that fight and all the info that Nertz is providing to his team, there's no coming back into this round if you're Heroic.
Yeah, X-Files saves, which is absolutely the right choice. Get that AWP out of there in some Pius' hands and hope that he can save this game for you right now in the final round of regulation. Youngster walking into Liquid, who pull back, and that's, like you said, all due to Nertz's position. He gives them a get out. He gives them a way back into the round. Great late call for Liquid. They had to be extremely decisive when they lose that AWP at top middle. But the alternative would have been far worse going into those two close MP9s on the A site. A nightmarish game for Heroic if they lose it at this point. They have really made this interesting.
And I think it's sad that a really, really sick map from Youngster gets underpinned by that flank failing to come through and him giving up that kill.
And now it's
because that is kind of the defining moment of that round. That is the defining moment of this game, as Liquid are now the ones standing on the finish line. All that's left to do is cross it. To do that, they've got to get past this some Pius AWP and the A stack that Heroic bring into this round. Tanir, quiet in the game so far, concealed in the smokes up on balcony, tries to make his move, but firing off, NaFly spams him out, and it might all be over. A flash in the pan for Heroic. It looked like they had this game in the palm of their hands. But Liquid coming alive late. Having faith in these last second rotates and finally dodging one of these stacks in the round prior has made all the difference. Some Pius at 20 kills deep on this AWP, giving us his best game yet at the Blast Bounty. It's not enough as Liquid run away with Heroic's map pick.
Liquid standing tall. It requires all 24 rounds, but they eventually put Heroic to bed. And my God, what a nail-biter of an opening map. That was quite scrappy Counter-Strike at times, not the cleanest, but it was beautiful and very exciting to watch.
Yeah, two well-playing teams, I think is the first thing I want to say. You know, both teams had individuals popping off throughout the game. Both teams had some very interesting mid-round calling. Both teams played Counter-Strike at a high level, and both teams have a couple of blunders. So all in all, it was a very evenly matched up game that could on both ways.
The proactivity on the CT side for both teams was something that I paid attention to. What's got a lot of their rounds. It was nice to see Nertz get into some of his positions where he could make the decision of getting the team falling back, and he could get. We also saw some Pius having a way better performance than he did previously. So all in all, it was great.
Let's roll some of those Nertz moments to begin off this discussion, because we were obviously hyping him up for great reason coming into it. I think he was, you know, one of the players that was very much left out of all the roster shuffles that were going on last year. I couldn't believe that nobody was, you know, eager to be picking him up. I'm so happy that Liquid have got him in their team now and are using him in positions where he's just making magic happen.
He was very much the center of the CT side. You see on this highlight package as well where his kills are located. He's all over the map, you know. He's activated, he's part of it, he's getting flashed, he's flashing for himself. He's playing the best version of Nertz, and I love how proactive he is on the server as well. Never afraid to take a duel, never afraid to go for a fight, and throughout this game he had an awful lot of impact. Without Nertz, Liquid would not have won. I know that's an easy thing to say, but in terms of raw impact, and as you can see by the scoreboard as well, he was up there together with Twist.
The confidence just oozing out of Nertz. His start in Liquid has been tremendous, and I think he just thinks, he feels like he's part of the team. He feels like he belongs where he is, so it's good to see that a star player of his caliber already feeling so comfortable in this lineup.
Nertz's friend turned foe on the other side of things. paiN, obviously we've got his eye on, our eye rather, on him coming into this heroic team, wearing the heroic jersey for good reason. What would you rate his performance on this map?
Much better than the performance we saw in the first game from paiN, especially on the T side. A lot of his highlights are coming here on the T side. We saw it in the pistol, we saw it with the rifle, we see it with the AWP as well. He was a bit of a shadow of himself in that very first game. This time around, though, paiN impactful all over the map, and big part of the reason, again, why we described this game as a back-and-forth game. You had Nerds and paiN being the two big star players of each their team in the first half, and it's only fitting that both of them were showing up to the absolute best.
It was great to see paiN going for the more versatile style this time around, not only picking up the AWP, but also showing his strengths in playing with the pistol, obviously, and also doing some rifle work. I think he went from some very aggressive peaks compared to what he's usually, especially around the mid on the T side, was great to see. I think he put up a performance that was, yeah, worth it.
You mentioned it being incredibly back and forth. I don't think there's any better illustration than the 4 spy walls that were going down in that second half. Should we dive into them?
Let's dive into it. We start with round 17, I believe it is, where Heroic is getting the better of Team Liquid. And it's a very tense moment in the game. Look at the buy coming in right here for Heroic. You're looking at USPs, you're looking at a 5-7. That's a lazy peak right here, unfortunately for Nerds, and it spins out of control. Twist gets caught off guard. JKS and the rest of the teammates gets caught off guard, and then you got to give it up to Youngster as well for pulling off a triple kill right here. You said it, Peter, in the green room. A bit of a lazy peak for Nerds, and he was hating it himself as well. We were watching his player cam, and he was not satisfied with his own performance.
They had no business winning this one. They had 3 guys stuck in ladder room with a Molotov burning below them. I think the one thing that actually opened up the round was the lazy clear from Nerds and Connector. That opened up the flank completely, and that's just how they just scale up from catwalk, and they just, I mean, Youngster got a little bit lucky in the second frag, but overall, the fact that they just managed to come behind them and surprise Liquid, yeah, it was something that I think Heroic was very pleased about.
No armor, USBs, and a P2000, and you end up not only winning the round, but you survive 3 players as well in the process. I thought that could have been it for Team Liquid, but as you said, Freya, there was a bounce back.
Yeah, round 19, because Liquid answered back with one of their own, don't they?
And they kind of had to, you know, at this point, otherwise the game would have gone out of their hands, as we spoke about, very much back and forth, very even, but Liquid also won a 4 spy that was highly important, and that's after LNC did a tremendous job. You see him playing on the B bomb side, gets the first kill, staying alive, gets the second kill as well, and then out of nowhere, Peter, it all falls apart. The bench player can't get anything done, the backup coming in can't get anything done, and all of a sudden Liquid has a 3v2 scenario. Ultimate gets the kill with the AK-47. paiN is forced to try to save his AWP, not successful with it, and that's when the game turned around one more time. From Heroic being in the front seat, so to speak, it's all back to Liquid and all back to them winning the game.
It was a huge shame, and it's these type of rounds that Heroic cannot afford to lose if they want to beat like a team like Liquid. LNC played really great. We talked about yesterday, the whole idea about being the B anchor is that you need to stay alive. He even gets a double frag off the bat here, and then obviously the rotation is there. They come in, but they just seem to get out frag, you know, and then it just seems to fall apart, and the retake just gets really awkward. paiN tries to run away and just gets eliminated, and he doesn't get to break the offense. Next round, everything just seems to fall apart.
As a player, Peter, how frustrating is it to lose a round like that?
It's frustrating in the sense that when you are the rotating player coming into the site, and you see your anchor getting the first one, and then the second one, you're like, oh yeah, this is gonna get great. You know, you have a feeling this is gonna be the one, and then you just start seeing the kill feed, like one player dying, a second one, and a third one, and then you get into the point where you need to retake maybe a very difficult bomb site in the likes of the B bombs on Mirage, which can be extremely difficult. So it is frustrating, especially with the scoreline. You know that you are close. You are close to winning, and if you know you win this round, maybe they have an eagle for last one, and then you're even closer to victory.
Yeah, for Heroic, they only managed to get one more round after this debacle that Liquid were putting forward. But shout out to Youngster. He's one of the players that maybe I didn't know too much about coming into this tournament. He's really put his name on the map for me.
I love that, because the first game, it was all about paiN, all about him, you know, popping off, having a great showing, having a great series. Now we speak about Youngster. He had a lot of rounds where he found an awful lot of impact, and yes, to be completely honest, and especially to the viewers out there as well, some of these names you see on your screen may be new to you, maybe players that has been lurking around in Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike, playing some of these smaller online cups, online tournaments, and now they're coming into the big stage. And as I said, paiN in the first series, fantastic. Youngster here to begin with against Team Liquid. It's just map 1. We could potentially see 2 more, but he was having an awful lot of impact, both on the T side, but also on the CT side. And again, as I said, it's almost like a broken record in a sense. These young players, they're never scared to fight. He's always willing to go for a duel, always willing to swing out, and I guess that's just the tendency of these new young players.
Yes, and I think that it's also the identity of the old core that has been picked up by Heroic. Like the Sangal core, like they are just young guys that just wants to go in and fight, and sometimes they also need to understand when to back off from a fight. But it's great to see, like I think it's part of their identity, especially looking like Youngster, you know, he wants to fight. He goes in and he's not scared, you know, and he had multiple highlights going in a situation that was not favored for him, and he just goes in and actually cleans up a lot of things.
Speaking of some of the young guys, we touched upon some pairs and the AWPing side for Heroic earlier. On the flip side, what was Liquid and Ultimate saying in this map?
Ultimate also had a great showing. Me and Peter had the conversation in the green room, you know, how do we rate him? How good is Ultimate? And I think that's a good question, first and foremost, and it's also hard to quantify, because online, he's been performing better than he has on the bigger stages. We've had the conversations many times, you and I, Freya, sharing a disc, that when he gets to a stage game, he hasn't been delivering so far. Then he had a bit of an uptick performance at the major to finish off the year. Now he's starting off 25 as well in a great shape. So it's been a very much hit and miss period for Ultimate. He's shown his potential. He's shown his, I guess, abilities when everything is going his way, but he's also shown a bit of weakness. So it's a player that I want to keep an eye on. I am not settled as to what I think about him just yet, but I think it's a player that at the very least have shown us potential.
Definitely. I mean, he's definitely a player that has surprised me, and I think the whole community, in the sense that when he was picked up in the first place, people started saying like, who is this guy even? How is he going to be doing the thing for Liquid? Or how is he going to be up and make a difference? But I just think he's proven a lot of people wrong, especially me. And I think his way of showing it in his body language, like he seems super calm and super cool. And also like from the likes of Twist talking that they went a lot of through a lot of scouting, and they looked into, you know, he passed the eye test, and now he was brought into the team, and now he's actually proven that he's a really good asset to the team. He's bringing a lot of firepower, a lot of proactivity, and in general just a very stable over.
Let's not forget how, you know, close this first map got. We got to 11-11. How did Liquid make sure that it wasn't slipping away from them? There wasn't even, you know, a temptation of this being pushed to overtime?
I think the proactivity is my keyword for Liquid here. I think that is, I think from the likes of it, that Heroic winning both pistol rounds, you know, and also converting the rounds, that is a lot of rounds that is lost in that sense. So the fact that Liquid managed to stay cool, I think Liquid actually overall played better in the buy rounds, and then I think that is one of the reasons why they also managed to come back, because if Heroic would have played better in the buy rounds as well, you know, they would have won the game. But overall, I think that Liquid actually managed to do some very nice moves. They had a really good idea how to approach the mid, had good setups, and whenever they lost like a space on the map, they decided to go for somewhere else, and they made information plays, knowing when to flank. I think they had a lot of good calls.
And something you noticed as well was the mid-round calling from Twist throughout this game as well. Round 23 was a great example where, again, we spoke of Liquid on their CT side, very proactive, applying a lot of pressure. So did Heroic. They forced Twist, they forced Liquid to make a lot of decisions in the mid-game scenarios. And I think more often than not, Twist had the right answer to what they wanted to do in those close quarter combats. So I will really say that this was probably the most enjoyable map that I've seen all tournament in terms of the quality, in terms of how back and forth it was. And as we spoke about as well, this could have easily gone the way of Heroic.
Just to take a slight detour for a second, when you heard that, you know, Twist wanted to take up the mantle of in-game leader, did it make sense to you? Were you surprised?
Surprised, yes. I think it's one of these cases, alongside the ones with NiKo sometimes wanting to try and in-game lead, that you have a player that have the idea that in-game leading maybe isn't the hardest thing in the world, and they haven't. Maybe they've been the second voice in a team, and they think I can easily pick up the reins of being an in-game leader and maybe leave a little bit of my firepower behind. Going into a team, becoming the in-game leader is always tough. Like, you need to accept a lot of things that you're not the one in focus anymore. And I feel, at least from Twist's time in FaZe, where he was like one of the really rock solid players, and then for him to become an in-game leader, I think it's kind of a waste of talent, a waste of firepower in some sense. I would have rather wanted someone else, and then him having more of a star player role-ish in Liquid. Now he got nerds, so in that sense that he has compensated a little bit for that, but I think it's never really a good sign when a star player decides to go, hey, I'm going to be the in-game leader because I feel like I'm smarter than everyone else.
I agree. It's a very tough transition to make, and it's almost a sickness within Counter-Strike, and Peter can attest to that, and I think there's a lot of historical examples as well. You had the same thing with the secondary op role within a team. Every secondary op player in Counter-Strike think they can be the main opper, but when you get into the reality where you go from being the secondary guy who can pick up the op whenever you want to and play the rifle whenever you want to, and being forced to be the opper every single round, every single game, getting countered, getting red, it's a complete different ball game. Same thing with being the secondary caller coming in to be the main in-game leader.
Yeah, I've been there with the open role.
So have I.
Gentlemen, I'm thoroughly enjoying this conversation, but we do need to head things to a quick break. When we're back, it's Anubis, the pick of Liquid, second map of the series. Heroic, the bounty hunters in this game of cat and mouse. They come in as the 12th seed, Liquid come in as 8th. And if Heroic want to be joining us here in this beautiful studio, they need to be waking up right about now, because single elimination, Jacob, that would mean they're out of the tournament and they're out of contention of maybe taking home their share of the 30k bounty that's on Liquid's head.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a shame. You know, I've liked what I've seen from Heroic so far, but I also will say that they are up against a formidable opponent in Team Liquid, and especially love the way that Nerds have come into play. He was good in the first game for Team Liquid, was fantastic on map number 1, and now we move into Anubis, which is a map pick that Liquid, historically speaking, with Twist as an in-game leader, have always steered towards. So I am afraid that the route may end here for Heroic, despite have been a good and well-playing team, despite have been a positive spark to the tournament, but I have a tough time seeing Liquid throwing away this one.
It's a map that Liquid has a lot to play. It's a map that I recall that we've practiced against Liquid multiple times. We also heard that in both interviews they talked about they practice against each other, so there's probably also a case that they've played Anubis against each other. Yeah. And you know, Liquid, they tend to go for this Anubis thing. They like to play it, and obviously I think it's good for Heroic that they've already played it. They played against 3D Max lately, and obviously they won that game. You know, getting this win under their belt is important for them, and to be also looking back at like what did we do good and what did we do bad. And now obviously they are against a better caliber team in terms of Liquid, but I still believe that there is a case where Heroic can bite back. You know, it's just because it's a map that maybe they don't have too much idea about how to do, and I still think they are in a position where they can actually do some damage.
And one of the biggest win conditions when it comes to Anubis, we've been speaking about the CT side, that it's tough to play the CT side, but instead of bringing out names like Twist or Nerds or Ultimate, I would focus on JKS and NaV as being the anchors of the two different bomb sites. They're always good for two, you know, that's a phrase we like to use about players. They can always kill one guy and maybe two guys as well, and that's so important on a map like Anubis, that you have the guys who can be the steady tower, so to speak, that can be the defense, the turrets on each the two bomb sites on Anubis. And I think that's a big part of the reason as why Liquid have been so successful, not necessarily because of Twist or Ultimate, who are also doing a great job, don't get me wrong, but you have two very stable anchors on each the bomb sites.
Well, we are ready to be diving into the Temple of Anubis. Heroic starting on the T side of things, and we have got Harry and Hugo on the mics.
This is going to be an uphill battle for Heroic right now. This is a map that Liquid love. This is a map that Liquid lost 3 times last year, Harry, and to top teams in 2 out of 3. They played it 17 times. Pretty good track record, pretty much the go-to since they added JKS and Ultimate into this squad. Now they've got more firepower, you're telling me? I'm very worried for Heroic.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, you know, you knew the moment that you chose to match up against Liquid that this map was going to make an appearance where it left open. So I have no doubt that Heroic and Saw went and looked at what Liquid do here that makes them so successful. But I think a lot of teams have been studying Liquid, trying to figure out what makes their Anubis tick. I don't know if you've had ample time to get all your checks in if you're Heroic. No. After Mirage goes against them in the full 24 rounds, their fate now rests on that limited prep time they had to bring out Anubis in this series.
Yeah, there were some serious firepower moments for Heroic, though, so if Tanir can get a little bit more activated here and join the ranks, this could be fun, but he is just rushed in this pistol round. NaVi taking B main. Heroic do own the bomb site at least. It's Liquid on the clock. Molly Smoke Kit. It's not a bad combo here for Liquid, especially if X-Filed loses this fight.
All right, eventually locked in. LNZ and Sumpires both finding success, and these other 2 players are known about on the big flanks. So Heroic all looking at the same place. Yeah. This one's come together. They keep up their flawless track record in these pistol rounds, winning both of them on that first map of Mirage. Now they open up Anubis in much the same way.
Terrorists win.
That felt like a requirement here.
Oh, that's all they
moving
wanted.
into the Liquid map pick.
Well, they've done it. They lost Liquid. The only thing they wanted to save, really, which was the kit smoke. Twist's armor gets broken, so nothing comes for free in this round for Liquid.
We'll force buy up, and whenever you're going for a force like this, you got to have ideas. So what the Twist's been working with, he's sent 3 over towards this A site early. Ultimate has this flashbang from the heavens. Gonna lob that in, try and set up these two to fight for this main control. Youngsters playing anti though. Heroic, a good idea of what could come their way. What little tricks Liquid might have up their sleeve. You've waited for a long time for that first bit of noise to come through, but because Heroic already have the space contact, this is just going to be on a timing from Team Liquid. Smoke down, you know, you've got players locked in if they're here, and that molly only proves it. In the meantime, Linus has walked into the B site, but things have not panned out for him. That might force Heroic to go A. In doing so, right into this double push. Ooh. There's the swing, Youngster dead. And X-Flat had already backed out of there when the smoke came in.
Yeah, the patience is excellent on Liquid. They held that for so long before they finally commit with the flash play. They know that's all they have to force a kill. And now with a 2-man advantage, they've got to group and do an execute together. I mean, say execute, it's all they have is rifles. One smoke, one molly. It's contact into this bomb site. They do own B. That's a great shot to keep this in, keep this going for Heroic. Favored now with 2 rifles in the post bomb versus a bunch of pistols and SMGs. No kit for Liquid. Not an easy win.
Yeah, the fact that they're all stacked over towards A as well. Liquid have to scramble here. They've got to play fast in this retake, and that's far from ideal as Heroic wait back in the site. They'll swing out wide and try and deal with the CT push. Sampaius run over. 3 kills in the round out of Sampaius, but it's going to come down to Tanir to clutch up, and there shouldn't be time for this. Liquid, this was always going to be their worst enemy, no matter how fast they go. They almost needed 3 kills served up on a platter as soon as they arrived to their site. And when they aren't given that final one on Tanir, Sampaius' heroics are not in vain. 3 kills from him to turn that one back in Heroic's favor.
Still similar to Mirage in the sense of, like, we might just see Liquid buy up for again. They got a lot of damage. They got 2 guns out, and they won this 3rd round with a rebuy when they did it, but it's a different map. Liquid want to wait to have the util to be able to compete with Heroic. So you've got to have a couple more tricks in mind. A boost will be employed on the B site. Come on, man, move up. And that's something at least here for Liquid, but 2 rifles. Going to be difficult to carry through this round. A main taken.
They're trying to crunch in through dark. Hang on, Heroic actually dropping down to fight this. Things could get weird. The Galil's here, but it's gone immediately. NaFly won't be able to retrieve that. Backs up with the 5-7. This could still get odd. Heroic, if they go away, they're safe. Youngster has called them back around as he leads the charge in for this push. 1 man on the scene, and JKS able to retrieve that FAMAS. He's at least here ahead of time. Has a chance to influence this round. On the swing, though, it's ugly at this first fight. And with no kill being presented, the save might just come through for Team Liquid.
Don't want to save, but it's unfortunately your best bet. I thought there was a Galil in con for NAF. Yeah, he didn't take it. Oh, they're going for exits, going for damage here on the way out. NAF is a little too far to help JKS. Dying moments, and NAF's going to go last second for the damage. Come on, get 1 more. Yeah, there it is. That's so worth it, honestly. Even if he saves nothing, it's no problem. Set them up, really, back-to-back. Expensive rounds for Heroic. So Liquid, if they can win their first gun, they are on the ball here and can build in very quick into their map pick.
Yeah, they got out of there 2, you know, Antica rounds with a total of 1 player surviving, so Money is not the friend of Heroic. They might be 3-0 up, but you wouldn't know it taking a look at the buy. Warp in the hands of Ultimate, no such feat for some Pious, as him and Tania both relegated down to Galils in this all-important rifle round. I mean, this is a really good opportunity that Liquid have carved out on the back of the success early in this game to immediately bring themselves back into the conversation, right? We often say CT side, it can be really hard to get the ball rolling, but it's moments like this, it's opportunities like this that you've got to grab with both hands if you're Team Liquid. And they know that. They're very well versed in Anubis. So if they stick the landing here, this scoreline's going to close up real fast. As a result, pressure is on for Heroic. A man down already as they creep in a mid. It's contact on the walk up, but no one looking at this right now. I think Liquid expecting a bit more in the way of sound cues, and so Twists caught out on an island. JKS will reclaim one of these, sure. But the captain's been softened up, and he's calling for rotates now. Even a nade would be enough to find him, and it just bounces correctly. Linus gonna flush Twists out of main. That is the thorn in their side gone, giving Heroic time to get set up in this post plant.
Yeah, they've got themselves into some really nice situations in this T side. Even when they're down a man, they've been winning these post plants. So Liquid, even, it's not going to be easy. Smoke, molly, kit, they've got everything they need except the clock in their favor. It's already half gone. 1 man in the site. They might not be ready for this position. Flash goes over, Youngster peeking out with it, and I think Liquid are already calling this one off for the better. Heroic 4-0 up on this T side of Anubis right now. It's also worth remembering, this Heroic squad was the Sangal core, right? Sangal loved Anubis. We saw them at Pro League last season. What did they do? They came through in their debut map against FaZe. They won 13-2, Harry, off the back of a 10-round CT side. They even replayed FaZe later in the tournament. They almost beat them again, losing in the final round of Reg. So, as a core, when it comes to firepower, when it comes to the leading, these guys know this map.
Yeah, I think as well, that round, I mean, just in a vacuum, that round's crazy as well, because everything was on the line for Heroic. They're a man down, they're 4v5, playing Liquid's game, and they find this crazy gap over in middle. That to me speaks to a bit of research perhaps put in by Saw, as we say, when you're playing this Liquid squad, if Anubis is left open, you know it's going to crop up, and it just seemed so aware of a possible reaction once they didn't get any contact in middle. Walking it the entire way is a ballsy call to make in a 4v5.
Yeah.
And it works wonders for Heroic. This is Liquid feeling the burn. That was their best chance to really start to get back into this map. Now we're in a position where Heroic could really prove to be a force to be reckoned with here on this T side.
Bit of quicker pace towards B. NaV with an important defensive kill. He's been alone in a lot of these rounds on this B bomb side, but Liquid have padded it out. 3 here, Ultimate Orbs middle, and Heroic, they wanted to go off that entry, but they won't get it. Now they spread back. Tania looks middle. We talked about how in that 3D Max game, he's often left to his own devices. We see this Sangal core of Heroic grouping and Tania lurking, trying to find picks on the other side of the map, but eventually he'll just have to group for the recommit to B. Oh no, Liquid are leaving entirely. There is not one player in this B bomb site right now after that smoke. They make a gamble again in the 5v4.
Yeah, they're going to go reclear mid.
It sets them up for flanks, but so far we've just seen these retakes fall round after round. If Heroic walk in now, I think they're going to win it.
They will be full committing to this push. You could even have someone drop down, but even then you're hoping for like a kind of miracle moment, a multi-kill from nowhere for one of these Liquid players. And so instead, this dark position going to be left to the A push. I mean, this was Liquid's move, right? This is what Twist wanted to do in this round, but now they got to show us why. Nerds leads the charge. 3 players very quickly arriving on this backstab as Nerds continues to find success. Down in dark, Youngster can't wrestle with JKS in this double push, so it comes down to just Tania. Waited all first map for him to get going, but cut down shy of the 1v4. It's Nerds on that retake with the hat-trick. that finds it for Team Liquid.
Well played for Liquid, but I think Heroic just kind of throw away an opportunity there. They had more utility. They choose to go for fight. LNT trying to cross back right side B main, and of course Liquid see him get there. And he had a smoke. If he just drops a smoke B main and they play inside of the site, they knew there was a double flank coming in. Heroic could have taken more space. He could have played on the other side of the bomb site. They went for the kills. They're feeling confident. That's great, but feels like they had better options when they get a free bomb site like that. Ultimate classic opener for him. Twist spams out X-Fire out of middle. This round's done before it begins. 143 dead. 15-second massacre here.
Yeah, that was a really neat sequence from Liquid. If you're Heroic, you know some of their opening moves, but that was Liquid kind of playing them all at once, peeking through the window, peeking through dark with 2 players, fighting all across the map. That was the goal for Liquid. And as a result, this one is already over. It ended in seconds for Heroic. They came into this round likely having discussions about what they wanted to do, what the game plan was, and all of that was out the window straight away.
That's one of the exciting parts about Ultimate. When we first saw Liquid come on with this guy into this team, he would just, especially on this map, JKS sets him up so much with flashes. We have like A main plays, we have some good mid-pop flashes. He loves making the bridge peak. It's why he farmed the first couple of tournaments. You know, people didn't really know who this guy was or what his moves were. And obviously that fell off massively when we started to see teams counter his approach, stop his early picks. But with a Heroic that, hey, you said coming into this game, you know, how much prep have they really done? How much can they really know? This is a team, it's been a team for just a couple of days. They're more focused on their own play right now. They get caught a little bit off guard by Ultimate's openings, and now have to remain more aware in the future. So despite that strong lead for Heroic that could be even more out of control, Liquid are battling back.
Yeah, I like the Twist is cool for a round like that to go down so early in the game as well, because immediately you're making Heroic scared of this possibility. Right now, in the past, they've kind of just been swanning into these different areas of the map, whether that was the round where they walk contact up through middle, or they've been pretty down to just go and swing the connector and then try and have, you know, guys like Linus walking up there. Well, these things are going to be a little bit more labored now. You're going to have to burn some util to earn these positions. You're going to be worried about the idea that at any moment Liquid could run another round like that back, and so wouldn't surprise me if you see some of the pace leave this Heroic T side all of a sudden. Thus far they've had some really nice just grouped up heads up plays. This might be where their default gets tested. I think it's a bit of a sigh of relief for Liquid as well to finally be breaking through right after They have already had one big chance in this game. Finally sticking the landing on 2 in a row, and you do it in that previous round with a lot of aggression, knowing that your moves will work and Heroic aren't going to counter you every step of the way. See the effect this has had after this expensive start to the game for Heroic. They're immediately brought down to this force buy. Couple of SMGs, couple of pistols, 1 hero AK for Pius. So he will find himself having to be a difference maker in this round. Tanier, tip of the spear, moves on through, but it's NaVi and Nerds doubling up. Twists lends a helping hand. Still Pius and Tanier battle back, and now it's that hero gun left up in the clutch. Pius put on his best map of the tournament so far in the one prior. You don't doubt that this guy has the skill set required to make a round like this happen. He has eluded capture, gonna have a chance to find JKS here, and that's open runway now. Dink landed, so Pius bought low. This 1v1 begins with a bit of trickery from Pius. Feigned the death cam, walks it back in through Temple. He's trying to call the bluff of Ultimate.
It's realized. Very safe plant, not ready for anything but Temple. Oh, he saw him.
Was he spotted there?
I think so.
Feels like Ultimate knows. The info goes both ways, and the call he's dinked comes in. Ultimate keeps his cool, pistol pulled, some pious bid farewell. Liquid deny that clutch.
Nice try. The only reason he is in such a good position to win that is, or rather, the only reason Ultimate wins that is because he makes the read that Sunpice has gone back. So he gets that timing, he realizes what side of the site he is. Sunpice is playing, you know, against the meta. Like he's playing, oh, I'm not playing the bomb. It's a 1v1. He knows he won't stick it. It's a good head on Ultimate's shoulders. Keeps Liquid on this comeback. 3 in a row now. A bit of a B pop denied. Also interesting to see Liquid flashing Ultimate in middle from the B site over the wall. Maybe feigns that there's a double mid setup and not 3B. But more importantly, it just sets Ultimate up to deep peak mid so they know there's no lurkers. B-pop. These 84s are dirty.
Yeah, a gun for the job, right? X-Floud Deagle. Oh, hang on a second. X-Floud, ball rolling now. 3 kills deep on his way to a wild clutch, but he is boxed in. Liquid do not make it easy for him. Having his swivel 180 degrees for each one of those fights, and X-Floud might have made it interesting, but it's not a winner for Heroic. Liquid played that one to perfection in the 2v1, just constantly keeping that pressure applied, never letting X-Floud feel too comfortable, never letting him make a move.
Suddenly we're all tied up, and Liquid are looking at an excellent CT side ahead of them. They can keep on this road. Supplies through the Molotov. There is no smoke there either. Not till he's through. Actually, barely takes any damage. It does bloom. And that's forced Liquid already back into a stale setup on this A site. taiN catches Ultimate going for a pick. They want to try and trade this. They've got him alone, but they can't do it. taiN comes through with, dare I say, his most impactful round of the series. 2 massive entries at this B bomb site while his team is still sat outside A.
I mean, look at how much it's strung the defense out, right? You're suddenly relying on JKS having a monstrous hold, and when that doesn't come through and it's just 1 kill, that simply isn't enough to win you the round. taiN has already very much done the heavy lifting. Might even have a chance at a third as NaVi. Yeah, it's hollowed ground out here over towards Longman. You're not welcome. taiN on a tear. And Heroic keep themselves in the lead.
That's more like it. We've been waiting all day for this guy.
You'd be surprised. Sometimes it only takes 1 round, especially, you know, for a fresher-faced player like taiN to this level. 1 round to remind you what you're capable of. It might be worth a hell of a lot to Heroic.
And Liquid know that he's going to be the solo player. When they see taiN here, that's why they're giving him these 1v1s. They really want to just get rid of the lurk so they can go back and focus on that A site. They don't want to give a back door open to this flank.
One thing I'll say is, you know, this is one of the maps where this Nerds move has really emboldened Liquid, I think, right? Having him and Naf over towards B is such a strong duo. Used to be Yakinder and Naf playing this side of the map.
Oh, the molly.
And I just think Nerds is able to output a little bit more. Might not always be as audacious, I'll say, as a Yakinder, as keen to get involved, but Nerds is still a very proactive player. And I think you will get a lot more mileage out of him. Naf, for my money, was already doing a fantastic job on this side of the map to begin with, and now you've made it even stronger. So I think a Liquid B hold is a scary prospect for teams going forward. This skirmish over in middle sees LNZ trying to keep Liquid on a leash, and he's done that with a double up. Ultimate now moves in. Takes up the line on the AWP, but Heroic don't want middle. When they look in the kill feed, they see who's still left, they see who they've found, they know that B is open. And so they move into an unprotected site. Ultimate will not be given a line here, will not be given a reason to attempt this 1-on-3.
But if he saves, he's a dead man walking, because taiN continued middle and he's walked heaven on A. So Ultimate to him, mid feels like the dangerous position, but taiN has gone rounded the world. And Ultimate, he's going to have to hit a quick shot here on the orb. But taiN is faster right now. Maybe that one round did activate this guy. Looking sharp. And that, maybe a miss in the comms at the start of the round. They molly out the box behind A main, and JKS goes swinging. After he gets picked, the molly lands on A stairs to stop that AWP. So just swinging before the molly, or the molly's too late. Whatever it is, it did not work for Liquid. Could have been a lot better. JKS would have had a 1v1 available with a rifle, but Sunpires is quick with it. They also choose not to save this AWP on the T side. Knowing they're against pistols, Heroic trying to make this a bountiful first half.
Oh,
Youngster. They know he's there. He didn't hear them.
Reacted to this. Guess he didn't hear it, but they are all over him. Gonna start to get run at now. Twist's even finding Linus, trying to lend a helping hand. Youngster's done well to stay alive. This could have gone really weird if he died at the stairs. Suddenly, you know, this retake is on. Instead, it's all about dealing with Youngstar, and he refuses to part ways with that AK, and ace put up against the pistols.
I know we've only seen like 2 matches from this new Heroic, but Youngster is giving us games that I've never seen him do on Sangal. He's really, really looking like a threat right now. It's a lot of underrated firepower on this Heroic team.
It feels like, you know, he's relishing in the opportunity he's been given to be in this Heroic jersey.
Play for a team that will be attending top tournaments this year.
Yeah, exactly.
Around experienced players like Sunpires.
Yeah, you were a part of that Sangal core, which were grinding, and they, you know, you were grinding
so
online for
games.
the longest time. So you get given an opportunity like this, and you have to seize these moments. And it feels like Youngster is, without a doubt.
And sure, it's T-side Anubis, Heroic part of the course, but this is Liquid's go-to map. This is Liquid's most successful map last year. Like I said earlier, 14-3 in 2024. So, kind of want a little bit more on this CT side. So Pius was trying to go for the quick con peek, but that flash keeps him honest. Or does it? Wait. He just got the wall bang to the wall. We need a replay. He got the wall bang through the wall into door from lower. You'll see that on the replay. I've seen this. I saw this in a match online. This is crazy. Does he have a lineup? Dude, I'm shook. And I'm sure so is Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, this round feels like it was against you from the get-go if you're Liquid. You don't even know how you just lost Ultimate. And now Heroic slow it down. They really want to keep that pressure on 4-on-3, and they know that info is not rife for Team Liquid. There's likely going to be players out of position here, gaps to be found, and that's what they're looking for right now as Heroic walk out into an empty B site. Nerds has only just arrived, but he has found a good timing. They don't know that he's crossed out this deep from the temple. It might all be for naught. That wild wallbang to open as Nerds offers up resistance might mean nothing for Heroic. It's left on a Youngster. We were just talking about the games, the level that this guy's been playing at since moving into Heroic, but he's got to clutch up 15 seconds. This is the ultimate test for Youngster.
It's doable.
Time is not on his side, but both players laid out right in front of him. Noise made, the pressure setting in. Youngster, back turn, Twist can take this one to time. Didn't even have to fight that. Liquid battle back. The wall bang is for naught.
Oh. Oh dear.
Oh, the second map rages on. This one has had some twists and turns, but maybe the coolest is this little lineup shown to us by Pai's. Can't imagine what it was like for Ultimate to fall to that in your final round of the half.
Just confused. What?
He does not know. That's a man who does not know.
That's a very cool little trick from paiN. Exciting heroic team now, who are up for the task of taking down Liquid on Liquid's best map of 2024. 7-5 on the T side. Now comes the true test for heroic.
Yeah, they are going to have their work cut out for them as they move into the CT half. Oh, this is awkward. A lot of blocking down in connector, and it's really not panned out. This would be a really rough time for heroic to lose their first pistol round of the series. They've got a man down early. Now make it 2. Youngsters trying to reclaim these kills as best he can.
Oh, he saw him. They've got him boxed in right now. taneer jumps, he makes noise, but there's still a backstab. That's drawn him in the wrong way. Youngster finds the frag, and now they're in the B-bomb site, but LNC picked from afar. Fair enough, that's a reasonable fight to take for him, but Twist is too quick, and now, coming through Con, they've got to do the impossible.
Walking through, Ultimate taking the contact, and yeah, Liquid, they're not playing this to give it away. NaVi trades the peaks, and so Heroic's first pistol round loss arrives in what could be their final half played at the Blast Bounty.
Yeah, 40 grand on this game, it's worth noting, right? Heroic have 10 in the bank, they got 10 on their head. Liquid, 30k team after winning their debut.
I think this could get really rough now for Heroic, right? CT half, always the harder of the two. You need that pistol round just to give you a bit of an injection, a bit of a chance to get off to a hot start. Now you're going to be playing from the back foot straight away. This is on Liquid's go-to map. As you say, their best map of the last year. And your last chance in the tournament just got that much harder. JKS, chance to farm 3 kills. As the pistols will run him down, it should still be a Liquid round, safe and sound. As they've got all the info, Ultimate's even hunting, trying to make that AWP money. He goes, I don't want paiN to get one first. That guy can shoot me through walls.
Well, he's got a couple here, up for grabs. And so Ultimate makes that cash, 5,500, just enough.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about coming into this map, and after seeing how well he's played, Youngster giving us some of his best games that we've seen, how it feels like he's really seizing the opportunity. I think there's a parallel to be drawn there, even with someone like Kicksam, right? When he moved into this Heroic squad, he talked about the same thing, coming from Apex, coming from Blue Jays prior to that. That was a guy who, for the longest time, had flown under the radar, but the moment he moved into Heroic, he's spoken at great length in interviews about, you know, opportunities like that don't come along often, and so you have to excel. And he was someone who very much put his name out there in the Heroic jersey after making that crazy run with the Apex squad. And it feels like Youngster's trying to continue that in this same vein. He's had a great map so far. taneer and paiN hold on. And taneer, the output certainly going up as this series has continued. It was a real rough start to the day. But if he can make amends for that here in map 2, there's still time to turn it around. Youngster getting aggressive, but not even needed. Bypassing Ultimate is paiN's spam that finds him, and now all that's left to do is stop JKS from pulling off the best 1v5.
Simply done from taneer here. That's a cheeky pop for Liquid because it's full contact, and if anything, they have the right conditions. They catch taneer jump spotting. Don't get me wrong, they obviously want to pick there, but they catch him jump spotting with nades out, and he's still able to get 2 kills off of the swing, just trading contact with paiN. So it's, yeah, Liquid are hoping for a lot to go their way with a round like that. Their comp players weren't even ready to go. So Heroic don't fall for any silly tricks.
Really curious what Liquid are going to do in this round. Sure, they have guns, but that's about all they have. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and early moves made from Heroic. It's not the end of the world for this Liquid squad. I think if anything, you're kind of glad they fought you early here. You've been able to scrap a little bit in a round where you are very strapped for Util, getting into some powerful spots. Ultimate, that was the best one. He needed that kill. That would have made all the difference in this round. Might be time to go back to the drawing board if you're Liquid. They're still hoping that their AWPer can give them a way in, but nothing materializes.
Smoke's not great. Oh, and it doesn't do Youngster any favors. They trade smokes. Can Sunpire stop them from splitting? They're coming at Con as well. Twist goes in first, and he hits a flick back. Plant coming in, trying to make up his mind. For Con it is. But it's not going to matter as LNZ is relegated to save. Liquid respond very quickly. And you're right, yeah, Liquid had no nades in that round. I think Heroic are probably expecting less weaponry as well. But Liquid have an AWP picking B main, and the rifles outside A trade very well on that push. I also like the Heroic are going for plays. They're not just sitting back and letting... They're trying to disrupt. They know Liquid is so comfortable on the T side of this map that they want to catch them off guard. And they do for a moment, getting JKS, but able to trade at the stairs. And Liquid finish them. They are now in a great position to start running away with this map. Money slammed for Heroic. This is it, last buy.
Even when you compare like how this half has started to the one that we just saw play out when Liquid were on their CT side, their first round where they pushed was an insanely dominant win, and immediately it put the fear in that Heroic T side. Well, Heroic have not managed to strike the same chord with Team Liquid in their aggressive round, and I think that's only going to serve to embolden this Liquid T side. You're not as worried about that early aggression. You just repelled it with far less than what you bring with you into this round here. And I think regrettably, it might also make Heroic have second guesses about trying that again for a little while. Instead, it's more stagnant here, spread across the map at a 2-1-2. It's Sunpius opening on the AWP in middle. At least securing a man advantage, and you've knocked out the top performer of this Liquid squad. In doing so, Nerds off the cards is a serious advantage if you're Heroic. Someone who takes a lot of space, creates a lot of opportunity for his team, now kicked to the wayside, and Sunpius going to take it one step further. Now Ultimate gone too. So piece by piece, you're removing some big tools from the kit of Team Liquid.
A lot of contact for Liquid right now, not able to push Heroic's AWP back. Walking right into it. And now 25 seconds is a save. Liquid don't even have the nades to run us any sort of execute. So in a 3v5, Heroic avoid disaster and keep trading rounds with Team Liquid.
It's kind of insane that they used so much util, but it's so little to show for it.
Yeah, they just threw a BXEC off spawn and just to burn out the nades. They did get the mollies and the smokes out of B. There was only one left, but didn't put any pressure on with it. Just contacted mid into the AWP while Heroic played triple B. Good repositions from Sunpius at least.
Yeah, it's a nice sequence from Sunpius. The first one's the best, right? It's just life was never made very hard for Sunpius in middle. Out of all the fights you could have given him, it was admittedly, right, like one setup play on Nerds trying to go in first, but then hoping your AWP just secures the trade. It feels like there was a lot you could have done to make life more awkward for the Heroic AWPer. And now Sunpius trying to keep them guessing, this time tees himself up over in main, and he's got support. Flash on through, X-Cloud peeks first, and there's that tango, that double setup. Trading contacts, Sunpius able to lend a helping hand.
It almost looks like the standard anti-rush molly you throw from camera, but it's a lineup that lets him swing in front of the molly and not take any damage. So LNZ can, or X5 rather, can swing and fight the stairs player who's not even looking at him, who thinks there's no way, it's mollied, he can't peek me. So it's actually a nice little trick from Heroic. to find a 5v4. Helps that they've been just throwing that every round without using it. Just got to XK, can't save again. 3 on 5, give it a go.
If Liquid come up short, they're really on the ropes here on Anubis, so not looking good at the first turn. paiN's AWP continues to lay down the paiN, and it's all eyes on Ultimate. 1v4. Full rotates in for Heroic. They've got everybody here. Ultimate got to put on a clinic as he goes around the angle. All on it. Rifle here to lend a helping hand, and Heroic reach double digits. Back on the opener here, back on Mirage, we saw Heroic sporting a lead there as well, but as we approached the tail end of that game, the money started to get broken. There's not really a threat of that happening to Heroic right now. They're keeping these rounds clean. It's them putting Liquid in that dire spot where pistols are being considered, where ecos have to happen this late in the game. Heroic are in the driver's seat on Liquid's best map.
Really clean couple of rounds. So he's even got a shotgun now trying to farm on the anti-eco. And paiN is hitting, man. He is connecting every single shot. So what a reassuring factor given his first map looked just dire. A little bit rusty. No longer. Doesn't want to give them an AWP. Should just back out after his first shot here. Let taiN work from Con and play a retake if you must. paiN though feeling keen to get involved. Takes a repeat and 2. It will do. Heroic 11 rounds. They are on the cusp of an upset on Liquid's pick. On the harder half as well.
Yeah, and finally, without a pistol win to kickstart this second half, right?
First time.
They couldn't do it on Mirage when they managed to secure both pistols. But here, harder half, harder map, harder circumstances, and they've risen to the occasion.
That's true. Both pistols, they want a full eco. They had everything going for them on Mirage. Liquid were the better team. Right now, remains to be seen. And so many moves, man, so many plays. LNZ again, wide angle in middle, supported by paiN. It's not going to go any further for now. Shotgun at B, looks for a kill.
I mean, the last time we saw one of these more aggressive starts, it did hurt Heroic. And this time it's not panned out either. Ultimate waiting on an off angle in mid that Linus just isn't ready for. This shotgun on taiN has been spotted.
No way. No
We'll
way.
win that out though.
Ow.
Shotty getting aggro. And so now it's left to this A play. Straight out through the main smoke they go into xFloud, who's like a turret. He's done all he had to and then some. You can just wait now. Look to play this in the retake. It's low HP on taiN and xFloud.
Yeah.
So there will be more pressure on paiN and Youngster, but they're the two topping the charts for Heroic. Backstab on the cards. I mean, taiN is still super far away. He will be left out of this retake almost entirely.
They're not sure there's both here. They're still checking stuff and maybe thinking that, oh, the bomb's late, but no, it's going down. Both players in the site now. taiN's got to pick up the pace because Youngster's waiting for him. Oh, the bug jump. Twist can't get up there. And now changes his mind. Some frustration for Liquid in this 2v4.
But they are waiting somewhat for taiN just to get closer before they make their move.
This is worrying.
This is letting time tick off the bomb.
Okay.
That no-scope on Twist going to go a long way to helping out. Now it's Shadolin that left to stop, but hold on. He's on a tear. Full health on one man. taiN is the one to run in and save the day. That long old rotate out of taiN felt like it could be their undoing. But Ultimate cut down midway through the 1v4 clutch as Heroic move on. Map point, 1 round between them and a third.
Fashionably late for taiN, sleeves rolled up, shows us how it's done, and stops a clutch at a pivotal point in the map just to make this Heroic, just to keep it clean in this second half. A nice try for Ultimate, but overwhelmed. Eventually, Heroic, map point, trying to drag us all the way to Ancient. Would not have had this on my bingo card. Liquid losing Anubis after clutching out a Mirage they had no business winning. But this new form Heroic, I have something to say. I'm just enjoying how involved they're getting on the CT side. Even when it didn't work in the first gun round, Liquid broke them on that A push. They went right back to it. playing confident Counter-Strike right now. And
this would be so insane to think of, right? Like this brand new heroic squad coming out. This is the toughest opponent they've had to face yet. On Liquid's go-to map, they're looking to join a very exclusive club alongside the likes of Vitality and Spirit, teams that were capable of beating Liquid here last year. The list is few and far between. Are we about to welcome Heroic to that full blind on this A here? Everyone's blinded, and NaVi battles in to secure this plant, and a 3-on-3 for Liquid to try and keep Anubis going.
Yeah, oh wow, saving this. They've got so much money. They surely not... Okay, they're rerouting. They're going to give it a go. Definitely worth a try here for Heroic. They have every reason and all the room in a 3-on-3. Again, waiting on a very late flank from Tania. Maybe too late here. No one's giving him a pick. Got to clear the heaven first. Nav trying to play this late. They don't know he's tucked in. Plays off contact. Youngster takes him down. Twist's in trouble in the open, and Ultimate falls first. There's not a lot of time. Twist could have won it, but Heroic sniped the map away. Last second on that bomb. They will find that upset, and they will take us the distance all the way to Ancient. Liquid, this one's not done. They got to pack it in for a third.
Despite that being Liquid's pick, Heroic firmly stamping them out. And on the CT side, no less, Peter. That's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we got into the show and we talked about the fact that Heroic had already played this game against 3D Max. And, you know, they came in hot. They knew what to do against Liquid. They had a good answer on both sides. I was very impressed.
Yeah, me too. I didn't count the many chances, to be completely honest, against Team Liquid. On Anubis, I do think that they were the better team. I think they made the least mistakes, and I think especially in the later stages of the second half, we saw the retake potential on their CT sides. They were comfortable playing the 3v3 scenarios and playing the retakes. So overall, you got to give credit to Heroic right here. I think the score suggests that Heroic were better than Team Liquid in this game. 8-13, maybe a little bit too big of a disparity. I think there was a lot of close rounds that could have gone the way of Liquid as well, but overall, no point in saying anything else than Heroic were the better team on Anubis, and I think that's a big statement in itself.
Yeah, let's go back to that first half, however, because, yeah, sure, Heroic getting off to a hot start did make sense that it was a T side of things. I thought Liquid had done enough work, right? Because they managed to get 5 rounds on that CT side, which in theory would say, you know, that's a harder side to be starting on, right? That should give them enough room to work with.
For sure, and we started off where we left off with Heroic winning the pistol round, and we saw that, you know, they started getting the start that they had already got, you know, winning the pistols, and then Liquid started to come back. They got the round that they potentially needed, and I was thinking, oh, now Heroic is starting. They started forcing up, spending a lot of their money, trying to break Liquid, even though it wasn't possible. You know, they seemed like they were in a position where they couldn't really figure out what they wanted to do. But eventually they started, you know, getting those rounds back. They started playing better. They started playing a little bit more slow. They started playing together, and they ended up getting the enough rounds that they needed.
I will say, you know, in the first half, Heroic winning the pistol, Heroic getting off to a 4 start. It was still Liquid getting the best start to every single round. I was counting all the entry kills, and Liquid won every single entry duel the first 6 rounds, yet they weren't able to capitalize on it. And that was the big issue for Team Liquid, and that's also why I'm saying that the game was much closer than the scoreline suggests. Liquid weren't able to win and convert the 5v4s and the 5v3s they had the first 4-5 rounds, and that was a big part of the reason as to why Heroic got off to a good start.
Yeah, I feel like nonetheless, it was a decent start from Nerds to this map too.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like, Nerds kind of also left off where he finished in the first map. So Nerds has always been a player that has been capable of getting the most out of the least likely situations. This is why he's also really, really strong. Playing the cave positions, from what I've seen, he gets into, this is a position where you first of all get a lot of action by fighting out in water, but at the same time you also need to play very cautious with your utility, knowing when to be aggressive and when to get information. And I think he did a pretty well job despite them losing the map.
The more I see of Nerds, the more I become a fan of him. As we praised him already, we said already that he was arguably the best player within the successful ENCE lineup. He was arguably the best player within the successful iteration of Heroic, and now he's coming into Team Liquid, and I think despite it only been a couple of maps so far and an early start to 2025, he's also the best player within Team Liquid. So we cannot give enough praise to Nerds as it is of right now.
We touched upon kind of the force by back and forth that was going on the first map of Mirage.
Yeah.
Heroic still seemed to be bringing that in though, at least in the first half.
Yeah, and I actually will say that this is a bit of a mistake, and maybe the only mistake that I saw Heroic do throughout this game as well. Round 7 to me is a great example. They forced in round 6 where they tried to punish Team Liquid and try try to punish the economy. But when you look at the money right now, you see the force coming in from Heroic. But even if they were to win this force buy, Liquid have built up big enough of a bank so they can still buy the following round. So when you make a big gamble like this, Peter, and you decide to force into a scenario where you slowly but surely starting to lose control of the economy, slowly but surely start to lose control over the rounds, there's not enough to win. Like, the risk is very high and the reward is very low when you consider the money that Team Liquid have. It became a 1v1. It became a very close round. I think Ultimate is going to catch off the last player right here, winning it with the USP. But it doesn't really matter to me. Even though Heroic would have won this, Liquid could still buy the following round. So I don't know if they misread the economy. That can happen from time to time. But that was about the only mistake I saw Heroic do throughout the entire game.
I think there's a case to say as well that it's 4-2 by this point. Heroic, they know that they need to get as many T rounds as possible. They know if they decide to go for full eco, they will equalize. It will give Liquid more money. This also looked like a confidence call from Heroic. Maybe this is something they've been running in practice, been working really well for them. It was like a fast-paced tactic. It's something that, you know, it seems like they went into with a lot of confidence, which is also, you know, as long as you just get rounds, that is eventually like the most important thing about the Counter game. You need to get to 13th first. And this is, for me, at least the case that it looked like they needed to get like momentum going. They wanted to call something they felt comfortable around.
Yeah, and that's a fair point, you know, and especially if you have a set eco strat or set force buy strat that you believe in, sometimes you can make the argument that regardless of the money situation, you should still go for it. The problem was the Liquid won that round. They went down to 4-4, and we spoke about it, you know, when the scoreline was 4-4 Liquid on the CT side, it felt like Liquid had won every single entry duel in the game as well. So for my money, that was a point in the game where it could have gone wrong for Heroic, and that's also why I'm so impressed with their bounce back in the second half.
Yeah, let's flip over to talk about that second half, because finally, Liquid win a pistol, rather. They convert that pistol. And then what happens, Peter? What Heroic put up against them?
First buy round, huh?
Yeah, well, the first buy round is probably the first take we should take. I think going into the first round and not eliminating a single opponent is always tough, especially on the T side. You have the chance of building a bigger bank on the CT side, which is what you want. We've seen, just like on Inferno, teams are they're very likely to go safe if they feel like the situation is not salvageable. So they go into the more safe thing of just saving the utility and stuff for the next round. And I think, again, the proactivity that Heroic showed by pushing out A main, being aggressive on the B lobby, and also pushing in mid. We saw in the later stages of the game that Liquid tried to just wait for them. They punished them a little bit, but it was like, even if they actually waited for them and you didn't get that kill, then you're also like, if we just sit and wait for them, but we don't punish them, then what are we supposed to do?
What are we supposed to do? We saw in the last 2 or 3 rounds as well that the retake scenarios from Heroic, the 3v3s and coming into a bomb site and retaking said bomb site was something they were very good at, very calm, very composed, made Liquid break a sweat every single time, and they converted those rounds. So there was a lot of positives to take away from Heroic.
Is that retake ability something that's perhaps surprising when it's a team, you know? This new, we already heard they didn't have that many days to be practicing together. Is that something that's impressed you about Heroic?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, retaking can always be very difficult, and you would always like to have protocols to at least eliminate or have a priority list saying we should do this if they have this amount of space, and there's a lot of things you need to take into consideration. But I still believe that a retake is, you can never pre-plan a retake like from the get-go. You always need to take into consideration like what utility you have left, what space do you have, and what are the options for you. So I think a good retake should always be based out of what players are left, like how good are they actually on setting each other up, and how are they reacting to each other's call, and what is the ping pong, and obviously also just like a normal understanding as a professional player to understand where should I be worried about where my opponent is.
And allow me to get a little bit nerdy, right? We know the core of Heroic were the old core of Sangle, and the way that they're playing the positions, we know that Son Payers was not involved in a lot of those retakes, so 3 out of the 4 players that were involved in all these different retakes were also teammates in Sangle and have been playing together for a long, long time. So it's not like it's a complete new team or complete new players getting together and figuring out how do you react in a retake, how do I react in a retake. They know each other from the Sangle days, and I think you saw that transpire in the game.
Just to poke the bear a little bit, because you've probably been in that situation, right? I'm thinking when you Astralis boys joined up with Vitality, and obviously Apex was the in-game leader, so I imagine you had to become accustomed to their way of kind of playing out these situations, or was it a bit of both? Because I guess you had Zonic standing behind you, came from your squad.
It is always the hardest balance to try and get the best of both worlds when you come from 2 successive teams, where we did in Astralis and also some sort of in Vitality. So to bring things in where you want to compensate and bring something from both teams, which is really difficult because especially if the teams are clashing, if the identity of the teams are clashing, like we had a little bit in Falcons with the Ents being thriving in chaos and Vitality playing the percentages and playing ABC Counter-Strike. It's always about finding out a new identity in your team. What players do you have in your team all of a sudden? What are they good at? Are they good at playing aggressive or passive? There's a lot of things you need to take into consideration, and it's something that just takes a lot of time. It's not something you will automatically just find by the snap of your fingers or anything. It's something that you will have to drill through, and you will also have to go through a ton of losses before you find that identity.
Finally, to wrap up the can of worms that we opened before we dove into this particular map, obviously Youngster was really impressing us on Mirage. Yeah. tauNeer as well, he really came alive in the first series that we got to see Heroic playing, and I think that was the same story here.
Yeah, on Anubis again. As Peter said, we saw them played against 3D Max, and tauNeer in particular on Anubis was having a great showing. He did that together with Youngster in this matchup as well, and that opens up a complete new world of scenarios for the future of Heroic. Again, if you're an Heroic fan or if you're just a Counter-Strike aficionado, you know Son paiN is supposed to be a star player within this lineup. We have seen tauNeer now consistently deliver over the course of 2 series, and now we've seen Youngster consistently, dare I say it, over 2 maps delivered against Team Liquid. You could have a trio right there where tauNeer, Youngster and Son paiN could, you know, lead up and become quite a scary trio of force. A great AWP player that is relatively passive in Son paiN, and then these 2 youngsters who we have described, Peter, so far as 2 players who are just willing to fight and fight and fight. I think the combination of those 3 could be super interesting.
For me, the thing that stands out the most is definitely the rifles of Heroic. It's not that Son paiN, he's, as you mentioned, being supposed to be maybe the star player, the experienced one, but for me, it is more the rifles, the trio, that they go in and they just that the sheer aggressiveness that they want to go out and take fight and take the space.
It also allows, it just also allows for Son paiN to be passive, right? He is a passive player, and you described him as a guy who sometimes didn't lack initiative, but sometimes would be, you know, encouraged to be a little bit more initiative. And I think for Son paiN to have 2 youngsters, 2 riflers that is so aggressive, that leaves him a lot of space and leaves him the opportunity to play a little bit more passive.
We saw that initiative with that wallbang though. What was that? Yeah. If I was ultimate, that's it. Escape. I'm uninstalling Counter-Strike. I'd have been so tilted.
I mean, I think he was too. I think we have the clip that we can run right here as well, and the reaction from Ultimate. Don't know about you, Peter. Never seen it before.
To be frank, I actually think I've seen Son paiN practice this one before, so it's not a new thing, but maybe it's part of their preparation. He maybe knows that Ultimate or Twist or whoever wants to play in mid likes to play in those. Obviously, you also have kind of limited opportunities inside the middle. Yes. Like, you cannot be in that many positions.
You said you've seen him do it in practice, or have you seen it in officials happen as well?
Most likely in practice, or like, when we're just sitting in the practice rooms during the tournaments, you know, he would go around and shoot, like, can I penetrate this wall? Can I penetrate this? You know, just shooting through things, you know. I think that's actually a very valid asset as an always knowing what you can wallbang and whatnot, because, yeah, he doesn't get the headshot kill here, but he's low enough to get the kill off, and there must be, like, the most frustrating thing as an opponent must be get killed through all without seeing your
phone. The first time we've ever seen it. I don't think anyone has ever killed anyone like that. That's
yeah,
that's crazy.
You could just see the look in his face, like, how on earth did that happen? Can't get tilted. And of course, we do move on to the 3rd and final decider. That is going to be decided on the grounds of ancient. It's coming down after this. So yes, we are very excited to be returning back to Lisbon for the Blast Open, where we'll have 6 of the best teams in the world playing in front of the beautiful crowds in Portugal. But speaking of exciting things, excitement awaits on Ancient. That is going to be the 3rd and final decider. Dupree, you gave us a really nice tidbit when we were talking about this veto and talking about, you know, Nerds coming into Liquid. You'd said that Snappy was a massive fan of how he played this map in particular. Do you want to divulge any more information or we should look out for?
Surely, I mean, I think Nerds' playground is going to be Ancient, or I know it is Ancient, like the way of going out mid as T. Like, he is a really... Like, he puts up so many different ways of doing it. He knows his timings, he knows when to speed up and slow down, and when he gets out mid, he's this nuisance. He'll always try and get into red room and try and cut off the rotations and play off timings. You know, that is what he's really good at. So for Nerds to get this role inside of Liquid, I think is something that has obviously been a wish from himself, but also something I believe that the coach and everyone around the team has been looking, this guy is too good not to have in this position.
And historically speaking as well, you remember Nerds from ENCE back in the day when they were highly successful. ENCE played an awful lot of Ancient when ENCE both had Spinks and Nerds, you know, and in particular Nerds in that position. I think he was arguably one of the better players in the world at that specific thing, as you're describing right here, playing middle, both on the T side, but also on the CT side. I feel like he's again willing to fight, willing to go for those duels. So I'm going to expect that we see Youngster, and I'm going to expect that we see taiNeer headbutt together with Nerds on the server, and whoever comes out on top of that duel could very well win the game.
I am so excited to see exactly how this one goes down. Ancient, the 3rd and final decider between Heroic and Liquid.
Yeah, couldn't think of a better place for this one to end after the kind of shock of Heroic taking them down on Anubis. Ancient as our decider seems fitting. I am excited for the fight that was just highlighted by the desk. Even thinking back when we look at Heroic, taiNeer, Youngstar, these were the 2 players who made a hulking difference in their first game versus 3D Max on this map. They were both lights out, and they are going to need to be, because even though Liquid did end up falling down on Anubis, even though they find themselves on this 3rd map, which in and of itself is a little bit shocking, one man has kept it up all series long, and that is Nerds. So you need taiNeer and you need Youngstar to be switched on if they want to go blow for blow with him in middle, because he can step up and win you Ancient damn near single-handedly on the back of his success in mid.
Yeah, Nerds on this map in Heroic was, you know, one of my favorite players to watch on Ancient. Part of the reason we saw such a great run in Shanghai against his old organization, but a very different team. Ultimate's found a pick in red. He one-tapped X-Floud with the P250. And Liquid take that as a sign to go back to B into a bit of a stack, pushing down the ramp, but pushing him very early as well. NaVi just getting here. They've actually missed that timing entirely. Smoke will block this. They didn't see the bomb. Ultimate won't last long, but Twist is on a flank.
It's about to get pressured. Timing means he just gets away. And with Twists having all this space in the red room, they want to try and use it so that he can cut down rotates. We'll get out with the first for free. Oh, and one more from Twists in this power position. Only some Pius left to get past, but that's easier said than done. Util out on the second man, some Pius. That window is closing. He just picks it up. taiNeer backstab lands. And it's another one of these man disadvantage rounds the Heroic are able to pick up, relying on the individuals to get them through. They've now won all but one of these pistol rounds in the series as well, so the strong starts continue for Heroic.
Twist set him up perfectly. I mean, they dodged the stack. They know it's a stack. The call is, guys, you got a 3-on-1 on A. You've basically got to win it. Nerds is still lurking. He's a little late to the party. And some Pius wins both fights while they fiddle with nades in A main. It's a robbery of a round for Heroic. And a tilter as Liquid force right up with no rifles. They're just going to go for an A-pop, but very heavy in middle right now. I think Heroic are realizing it's a little bit too quiet for us to be dedicating this many resources. Liquid takes space.
Ooh. JKS, nice opening.
Ollie stalls the plant. But honestly, not a bad spot for Liquid to be in. There's no kit right now. Cheeky from Nerds.
A lucky kick could end up really feeling like a misstep in this one, right? You are going to end up playing this to the extremities of the clock, and with post plants already teed up for Liquid, it will come down to tapping that bomb, having to stick it, having to draw out these contacts. They learn about NaFi over in main. Here's the 10-second defuse. He's not able to stop. Tania was covering, still sticking it is Linus. Knife pulled for Twist, but he can't find him. 10 seconds held in the smoke. Linus with balls of steel, and that's what it was going to take for Heroic to find that round. Locking that in, stopping Liquid with powerful post plants on those Tech 9s. That is a sigh of relief for Heroic.
I cannot believe that they win that from 3v5 with no kit, with all the madness of the util in the site, but the smoke does them a huge favor as Twist just dodges that last defuse. Look how wide he is off the bomb. No wonder Twist can't find him. Youngstar's getting so hyped across this whole series, bringing some much needed energy as Heroic start the third map off with a bang. A match they were not meant to win, a brand new team. The return of a player who hasn't played in 4 months and the addition of one we've never seen at this level, and right now they are scrapping with Liquid head to head, stuck in the smoke, overwhelmed by the 3 rifles on this B bomb site. Nert is too late for this one. Deadman walking, and Youngster makes it so. 3-0 for Heroic to begin the third map.
And back down to pistols for the this is a wild
crazy
start, man.
Yeah.
Heroic bringing the fire straight away, keeping up their form from Anubis. Liquid gonna have to wait just one more round to bring out these guns, so that scoreline likely to grow. To try and split middle, JKS plays out through the smoke. He's got mid for free, and so instead they set their sights on Cave. That smoke hits Nerds, gives up the aim of the game, gives up that they were waiting there to pop on through. That's kind of frustrating if you're Liquid. Naf had flashes, he had the util to tee you up to get into Cave. They were waiting for the moment to strike, and that smoke has sidelined the plans.
We talked about how good Anubis was last year for Liquid. This map they lost once. Played it 10 times in 2024. They lost it once. Heroic trying to add another to the tally at the start of a fresh season. A worrying beginning for Liquid. And Heroic are absolutely bought in for this upset victory, looking to claim a $30,000 bounty on the head of Liquid to bank it, half of it immediately. Heroic spoils increasing by the second. 20 seconds though. Liquid need to get into this site right now. The crossfire is good. There's a third player in the cubby ready to deny the plant. JKS is too late. Twist just has to go, and LNZ does not let him in. There is a backstab, but that was the opportunity, and it's been missed. 7 seconds. He gets the kill. He's got the plant. There's nothing xFlow can do. LNZ has given it away, and JKS in a clutch.
This one was played really to the extremities of the clock, but now the script's been flipped. It's xFlow under all the pressure. He's the one with time running against him, and he has no info as to where JKS has gotten to. Planted for both short and long. JKS has options on how to play this clutch, but swings it early. Gets there just in time.
I can't believe
from Justin Kyle Savage.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Look, that late is what wins them the round. Like LNZ, they don't realize he's on the big flank that late in the round, but he could have just tucked 1 more second and there's no time for the plant. So goes for the swing. I feel like it's better than standing still and getting cleared, but the margin was so tight for that 1v1. And xFlow doesn't know where to look. Robbed back. Just as we're setting up Heroic on this crazy upset, Liquid win and Nico.
So this is one of the things that makes this Nerds move so exciting for Ancient, is his ability to go and wrestle for mid. Oftentimes, the old Liquid squad, when they had Yakindar in here, it wasn't so much about like these one-man pushes through the mid smoke with supporting util. If you remember, right, they would always have kind of Yakindar working the lane. They preferred the mid split. I think that's because they didn't have a player like Nerds who felt so comfortable, you know, rushing through that mid smoke, the duels that come with it. They instead like to have all the util, all the trimmings to help them go for that control. Think about the amount of times you would see Yakindar trying to fight to get past Cave to assist in those mid takes. Nerds has brought in a whole new set of tools for Twist to work with on this map. And so I'm really curious to see over time what that's going to do to this Liquid T side. In this round, Nerds did go out and get that mid control for the squad. But they're not looking to do anything with it. 4-on-4, they group over here in A. And there's no one nearby for Heroic. They're starting to change that now as they have grouped and re-cleared middle. Pious gets here just in time, right as this hit is about to come through.
Oh, that's awkward though. They spot on the boost. He could have had a great position, and now they've tunneled in on it. Twist hits a shot in the swing, and that low health orb comes up with big value to take this A site. Flank with one. But it doesn't look like Heroic are interested. They don't really have the guns to justify saving. I would love to see them play the contain and get exits, keep Liquid honest here after a 3-1 start. There's something. There's a reason. Youngster will go for it, but... Oof. Well, I couldn't tell you... Okay, I went nowhere. Blending in. And Liquid, another late contact play after initial trades in middle. Terrorists win. They slipped at the start, but they didn't fall over. Back on their feet. And picking up T-side rounds.
I mean, as we're on to this final map now, we've been looking at Heroic, surprised with the output that we've been getting for such a new roster, a roster that was strung together after the old one was picked apart. And one where there wasn't much expectation on this team. So little time together, even your experienced players, Pious had been sat around waiting to play, essentially, for the longest time. And then you have this three-man Sangal core who, sure, they've been grinding, they've been putting in work, but they'd never broken through. You couple that up with Tanir as the hot prospect, someone who found himself in a similar spot, right, having to try and grind through the ranks of Counter-Strike. For Liquid, though, this is four-man core with the addition, a straight upgrade of Nerds on his best map as the decider. All across the major, this was his go-to. Nerds had so much impact for Heroic's Ancient. And no one should know that better than Saw, the man sitting behind Heroic. They know what he's capable of. They know what he can do here on the battleground of this third and final decider. So the odds are very heavily against Heroic. It'll only make the victory that much sweeter if they're able to achieve it.
Oh dear. It should be fine, right? Should just be okay, but JKS is getting hounded down. The sooner the kill, the better for Youngster. He's grabbed it. He's got an upgrade. Ultimate. It's all about being in the right place at the right time. Can he cover this swing up heaven? Missed shot. Nerds recovers it. Now we need Nerds more than ever. 20 seconds. Youngster won't use his molly. He wants the element of surprise. He lets the pass. Knife out. Back of the head. And Youngster can't get through Nerds. The king of Ancient. You set him up. He knocks him down. That's another round for Liquid.
Yeah, this is the exact thing you're going to be running into throughout the entirety of this map. You can be good, you can get to good spots, but Nerds is that final boss, and he's living up to it right now. A key 1v1 in deciding the flow of the early game here keeps Liquid with a tie game and denies Heroic this shock upset with the saved guns forward. They come in with another buy. Pious gets his AWP, and we're going to have this clash in middle again. Nerds playing through the smoke. These are the new tools we're talking about.
They don't take mid, but they also start with an A player because They know Liquid have had a proclivity to just go for these contact A-main plays, so they've got to keep eyes on it. Sunpius will be nearby. That's an important volley timing. Liquid just felt like they had to go after they lose the fight in middle. And they're still going to. Oh no, nades backside and they stop. Twist, with a bit of control at least, climbed up from middle. But Heroic were never really focused on B or mid. They were playing the back line this round. Retake on B. Sunpius with info on Red Cross. The setup is really good in 5v4. The only downside is no kit or util if Liquid get that bomb plant. So Heroic have to thin the herd on this push for Liquid. Twist right now looking like he wants to fake. But he's got no nades to do so, and that step won't even be heard. Doesn't do Liquid any favors. Heroic hold strong.
Noise made over here at the A side of the map. Youngstar. A little nervous as he swings out here, but will secure the opening. NaFi, immediate trade. They're not ready for this Sunpius AWP. It started the round over in Donut. Might expect a reposition. As xCloud's found too, there's nothing to happen here for Twist. There just isn't time. So this one's decided on that double pump push from xCloud out from the spawn.
Nice call on rotate as well. He doesn't panic, and you know, the only info he has is smoke flash on A, so he doesn't say everyone run, rotate, panic. He calls for one guy. xCloud is that guy. He gets there in time. They still have 2B in case that is a fake, and xCloud's able to stop him on that execute.
I gotta say, you know, something I'm really enjoying thus far is how Heroic are going about this mid approach. One of the things that makes Nerds so dangerous on this map is that he can win a round for you on the back of a good mid spawn. Gets out mid, gets a double kill, round's essentially over, right? And you saw many rounds play out like that all across the major very, very recently, and they were all coming from Nerds. Okay, what if we don't give him the kills in mid? What if we don't give him those fights? Sunpius, what if you're essentially the man marking Nerds in middle? You're supposed to limit that impact, and he does a great job of doing that in that round, just waiting Donut with the AWP. I hope we see more stuff like this to try and limit the impact that Nerds can find from this mid control. If you're willing to concede middle to Nerds, you have to have ideas either how to stem the extremities there or how to play and fan out on the edges of the map for the rest of the team. The mid setups have been passive from Heroic, and I think that's something that's going to keep up going forward, meaning you won't get these double kill opener rounds that Nerds wins all on his lonesome.
Talk about lonesome. It's got to be Twist this time with that saved AK. No kills being given over as team scale while he holds the long position. But again, it's a triple B leading on the retake. Danzy, Tania, and xCloud. Everyone gets a piece of the pie. And only one casualty, easily done. This is going to be a very close game, whoever takes it.
I mean, this is starting to reach a bit of a worrying point if you're Team Liquid. Sure, they embarked on that streak of 3 and things were looking up, but since that point, you've been humbled and you're not getting these kills over in middle. You're being forced to look elsewhere. Another round where they tried to run it in. This time, Heroic did decide to fight mid. And I imagine this is how we see him go about it, right? Passive when it's the 2-man mid hold, but when they've got a third player there to back them up, they're going to swing, they're going to fight you, they're going to try play a numbers game. They get out with the kill in middle, sure, but the A site crumbles as a result. That's the concession you make on the back of that 3-man mid start. Running the smoke is xCloud. That is very wishful thinking. Donut's already been taken, and so that is a freebie for Team Liquid. Kills like that can decide the outcome of rounds. Heroic now need some massive individual moments here if they want to bring themselves back into it. It's not a bad start, but half the time ticked off that bomb already. Smoke down in Donut. Suddenly NaFi's feeling a lot of the pressure as they wrap all around him in the site. NaFi calm and collected on the first. They flush him out, stick that defuse.
Oh,
Nerds, he might think he's got the diffuser. It's being stuck, and Tania cut down. Milliseconds away from extending this lead for Heroic.
Wow, I love that dry run. I love that exec for Liquid, because not only does Twist confirm they're taking middle with 3 after all the flashes, all the nades land, but Liquid, when they run into A, they do this flash behind Ultimate that lets him just swing for Donut, and the smoke is on the other side. It means Heroic can't get out of middle. Like you said, X-File runs through it because he wants to play a part of the round. They don't want to lose everything. Liquid get the site and the post-bar position, the best one in the map, off the back of one flash. What a take. Nerds on the edge, pre-smoking that molly, lets him swing. Liquid, I think they've, or Heroic think they've missed their molly, but it's actually just Nerds countering it. A cool little trick in middle. The nade will finish the job. And I like the pace of this calling right now for Liquid to go for that ace smash after faking middle. Now they take it properly. Heroic aren't ready for it. Cocky. But it's a sign of the times. Liquid calling with momentum now. After breaking the bank of Heroic. Oh. It's fine. Just some Pius' orb getting out of there.
I mean, we said at some point it would happen in this game when Nerds just gets to run it out through mid and the rest of the team are in there behind him. Full faith in that guy to open up, and he did exactly that. And the moment the first kill comes through in middle, you see how quickly those cracks start to show as they're trying to catch their bearings. That was another round where Heroic tried to fight mid with 3. That's very much their idea in the rounds where they want to contest this space. But so much of it is weighted on that first kill. I kind of want to see Heroic go back to what they were doing earlier, which was not fighting mid, maybe having some Pius start Donut with the AWP. I think that felt far better, and it's going to limit the impact that Nerds can find. 3 rifles in middle is just a bigger chance to win the round if you're Nerds. And you can see some Pius being vocal. He's going to have to be with that AWP saved forward. You want some Pius talking to the team, telling you his intention, telling you what he wants to do to try and cook up a miracle here.
You actually typically wouldn't start A, even though it's where AWPers often go, but Liquid have put so much focus on this A site in this game so far that this is a very reasonable starting point for some Pius. He's hoping the pistol stacking cave holds, but Liquid for the most part have not been interested in B, and this round pretty similar. Gonna take the red room away. Still leave some Pius with potential kills. Danger is if Liquid just go contact the entire way, Heroic will never know. That does seem like the move. Flanking this A site, some Pius. We might think about Donut. He will think about A main. I don't know if he's considering CT right now. That smoke comes down. It's a bit of info for Liquid. From Liquid, rather. Some Pius. Now hearing them behind.
Yeah, they're making a lot of noise on this, and they've lost that element of surprise. Still, it's a lot of pressure on some Pius. This AWP is not in an easy spot. First kill connects.
Wait for the flank.
Needs a lot more than that. And with Nerds already in the A site, he's about to get shot in the side of the head here. Oh, some Pius just gets out of there, and Nerds has actually stopped getting aggressive.
This is weird.
For the time being, he's been allowed to get out. NaVi challenging. At least gets out with 1 on the other side of the map, but the bomb is still in A main. This is still the A play, and it's still playing right into the hands of some Pius.
Okay, Twist
Here's the backstab, and this should be safe. This should be sound. It's been all silent across the map, but it never dawns on some Pius that they're waiting for this flank to come in. And so well contained, well handled. The potential for this to get out of hand if you were Liquid, when you realize you're running into that AWP. There were just so many gaps open, so many timings open. And so some Pius living on borrowed time, not able to be that defining character in this round. Liquid take the lead. This T side starting to find its footing, and if one thing's been clear, these last few rounds early on, they weren't necessarily getting the results they wanted out of mid, but the moment they have gone back to it time and time again. They're wanting to send a bit of a message. They're wanting to cause problems in the ranks of Heroic, get them doubting this mid setup. With round 12 coming up next, the last of this first half, I'm wondering if they go back to that or if this was all conditioning for round 12 of the half, where finally they pull back on some of this mid control. It's a very exciting round that's about to come our way. There's been a lot of mind games played between the captains. And these efforts to deal with Nerds in mid while they were working early on have started to come up short for Heroic.
Got a feel for some paiN there. Even one more player in his sight would have made his job a little bit easier. He had too many angles to consider. Here it is for Liquid.
Yeah, look, they go back to the passive mid setup this round, and we don't have Nerds playing middle early. Instead, it's aggression into a main. Nerds was actually with JKS at the start of the round, but peeled away, worried about middle.
Seems like some kind of read, just because JKS has been getting a main so free all half. He just runs in, almost knife out at the end, and Heroic could double set up. So they have a lot of real estate early. They concede it. The issue is, again, for Heroic, it's been lack of util, no kit, no AWP. Got to do more with less, and Liquid group up for a B hit, something they've rarely done in this half.
These have been their best starts to rounds, though, when they don't try and test that control early. And even though Nerds got out mid, there was no reward from it. So you're left a man down going for the B play.
Through the smoke, that's a ballsy move for Nerds. He's going to get that entry for free. They weren't ready. One more man stuck in the cubby, calling for support.
Sampaius needs help, but his teammates have been locked out by the util, so Sampaius flying solo, spam to death. Nerds knows every angle. And there's a bit of revenge on the man who wallbanged them with the AWP in the last game. A taste of his own medicine here as this B hit's coming in. Man up for Liquid. They started this round 4v5. They pulled it back. Youngster making all the difference. And it's left to Nerds. Has to finish what he started. Low on health. And a young star glistens off in the distance. 3 kills as the swing comes in from Nerds. Youngster seals the fate of Heroic. 6-6, even on the half. And it's on the back of that man on your screens right there.
B-sided map when you have JKS in cave.
Well, Saw.
Aye, then.
Not respecting the Savage, I see.
Well, then, let's see.
JKS is in the cave, and that caused a bit of a giggle for Heroic. Seems like we got a game plan on our hands.
They're going to try and go for Juzzy, huh?
That's Kyle to you. Heroic climb up the heaven. Mid control turns into a B hit very quick. JKS into Cubby and ultimate spotting. They're going to run him down with the Glocks. Oh, he's uncertain. Does he want to repeat the flash full? Oh, he's just full blind right now. They've really not set him up, but Twist will knock him down instead. 4 players here in the B bomb site. It's about to turn into a mess, a murder for Heroic. The knife's out for Tania, but he won't be winning the round off that. Everyone's in the cave. And the bodies litter the hallways. It's Liquid with a pistol.
Important to know, pistol victories for Liquid have been few and far between in this series.
That's what, 4 out of 6 for Heroic.
Only the second one for Team Liquid, but it's when the game is at a fever pitch. Buy up for Heroic, and they are going to try and challenge JKS in the cave. He gets domed, deleted by some Pious. NaVi there, though. He's not fighting the cave battle alone. Youngster takes the space away very deep within the B site, far deeper than Twist is looking ready for. Gonna have to flick back and finds him on that smoke walk. NaVi, back turn, that's a freebie. It's not every day you get given a free kill like that to suddenly make this 2v4 possible. Are they ready for ultimate tucked in here in middle? No, they're not. He was hoping to rob the round, lay it to rest right there. It's Nerds quick on his feet to deliver the trade and keep this all clean for Team Liquid. Not gonna lie, nearly said Heroic then.
It's Nerds,
yeah,
so, you know.
It's Nerds, it's fair, it's allowed.
You get one. Good trades for NaVi. Twist sends him out of B, and Ultimate just gets tucked in time off that rotate, so just perfect for Liquid, considering the pace that Heroic throw at them there.
Yeah, I think now for Heroic, they're not liking the... They felt like they had chances in that last round because of the space they were able to get, because of the opener they find in cave. And now you feel like it was all for naught. Ultimate farms some money on that MP9.
That was an AK there.
And now you know that that AWP is going to be making an appearance in this follow-up round if you're Heroic. You know you've just bankrolled it on that push.
Not ideal.
NaVi. AK about to duel him in middle, but no issues, no worries. Liquid up on a 9. Now the guns come out for Heroic. Okay, I like how Saw started this second half there. I think keeping it light, making sure the vibes are good within Heroic, that is the exact mindset they should have. They are the underdogs in this matchup. They are a fresh face, entirely brand new team. Whereas Liquid made the flat upgrade, brought in 1 new player in Nerds, replacing Yakindar. That is a 1-for-1 improvement no matter how you try and sell it. This is a Liquid that's supposed to be, with this roster, making deep tournament runs and gunning for those trophies. This is a Heroic that is still building. So I think the tone set by Saw early was appropriate. As Heroic head into this first rifle round, will it be all smiles? Or are Liquid going to start to close this one out cleaner as we get deeper into this game?
Yeah, stage 3 is on the line, right? It's not just the big bucks, it's qualification to the LAN finals here in Copenhagen in just a couple of days. So it is on the line on the back of this matchup. Liquid trying to get this new full squad on LAN. We've already lost some teams in the process. Harry Mao's gone yesterday. Some things aren't safe, nothing sacred. An explosive mid-play for Heroic catches Liquid by surprise.
That's a real feel-good opener to this round if you're Heroic. You catch Nerds and Twists cuddling each other in the red room. And so a free double opener? Not exactly free. You had to pay X-Flow, but you'll take that. 2 for 1. And now you breeze into an empty B site. NaVi just departed. We'll get back here on some sort of timing, but as Ultimate moves in, they're not aware that players are actually in the site yet. This could still go either which way, though. It's Youngstar flicking back off of the quick switch. And now Ultimate, unaware that he's getting wrapped on the long side, he will fall. Heroic bring out the big guns, get rewarded with this double kill in middle. They shut Nerds out of his portion of the map. And that's how they bring themselves into this second half. JKS left saving.
They're coming for him as well, just a little bit. Oh, free AWP, even better. Well, actually doesn't look like he wants to play it. Nope, he does, cycling the AK out. JKS has already armed himself. Heroic explosion in middle. They know how to counter Nerds. They meet him right there. This is already, you know, it was an interesting fight in the first half with whether Heroic wanted to play for middle, they wanted to give it up completely, and often had better results when they do. We're going to get a similar question on the CT side for Liquid. How will they adapt? And clearly, you know, the little intro from Saw about JKS and Cave, that's got to be some sort of callback to a bit of prep or game plan, something they want to look for here in this T side. So let's see how that develops as well. If they feel like that's their weak point, he is bottom of the server right now. Joined by NaVi though in a lot of these rounds. Ramp completely open, and Heroic actually called the bluff. They're just popping into B. They get the long control, that's huge space.
And when you get this much room, you are so ready for the double cave.
Oh.
This is
even
so
the plant,
awkward
look at
for
that
Liquid.
plant, it's so good. Short, long plant, this player's still lurking. I think this round feels dead. That kill will re-entice you. They start moving back in, but Twist is not exactly in a position to succeed here. They've got to get the kills on the back line.
Yeah, and because they walked in contact, Heroic had so many smokes, they've just replenished them. So you've got to write this round off.
It's the right call.
They've outmaneuvered Team Liquid.
Just a good bluff called. You know, we've seen a couple of double caves already for Liquid. You know, NaVi's traded JKS before, so Heroic maybe feel like they're going to start there again.
Even this is awkward for Liquid. It was clear that like their solution to this worry that the JKS was going to be a bit of a target was to try and pad out the position, give him help, have NaFly double up there. But Heroic are using that in creative ways, and you get worried now as to whether or not they're going to be able to run that again. Is Cave going to fall solely to JKS? In which case, Heroic are getting right what they want. Timeout called in. Liquid trying to come to terms with this. As the Heroic T side has picked up some steam. I think anything... While it's a sick prospect that Heroic are going to win this, and it feels like, you know, they've really played up to the level today. This isn't like Liquid have showed up and they're super sleepy and everyone's looking out of it. Nerds has been great across every single map he's played. It started strong for Team Liquid. The thing that's mad is, like, you know, this would be a really sour start to the season for everyone involved. As we've been highlighting, this is supposed to be the change that takes Liquid to being a title contending team. You've brought in an incredible star presence into this roster. And then you think about how this feels for Nerds as an individual. You'd be being beat by the team you just left behind. A team that is, or at least on paper, should have been a shadow of its former self. xFloud taking him down over in middle. Nerds has got a minute and a half left to come to terms with that, as this one starts with his death in mid. Heroic 5v4. Hungry to keep this pressure applied, tee themselves up over in main.
Molly and that Cubby already doing better than G2 yesterday to a degree. Nerds burnt out, and Liquid, they might even have to consider the same situation, a save off the back of the 4v5. It's exactly what we just saw, and they ain't even moving off that B side, so this one's done. Back-to-back rounds, Liquid throw in the towel with barely a punch thrown.
And in 2 of the 3 rifle rounds in this second half, the swing kills have been on Nerds in middle. They're facing their problems head on, Heroic, and they're coming out smiling. A tie game now, and a 5 alive round. So money getting built up by this T side. Sure, Youngstar's going to fall hunting. Anything he could knock out of it was valuable to Heroic. But the rest of the gang stay alive. It's money made. It's this T side building up more and more.
And I want to go back to what I said earlier in Anubis and at the start of this one. These last 2 maps in the series were meant to be go-tos for Liquid. Sure, it is a sort of new team. It's a new 5th, but on Anubis last year, they played it 17 times. They lost it thrice, 3 times. They played Ancient 10 times. They lost it once. Sure, a lot of those matches earlier on were against NA opposition. They weren't top-tier teams, but they 13-0 G2s at World Finals. Like these 2 maps were go-tos for Liquid. It was the Dusts, the Nukes that let them down. So this is a crazy win if Heroic can do it on these maps. And look at Sunpius just swinging out mid. That's Nerds dead yet again. Heroic, their answer to this mid control was, you have it, we don't want it. We'll play the mid round, we'll gamble our sights. Liquid seem incessant on committing to the mid fight, and Nerds has been picked every time.
I mean, it's usually Nerds' bread and butter. This is where he finds all his impact. This is where Nerds goes on those crazy games where it's him feeling like he has full dominion over middle. But it's just not landing, it's not working. In the same way, he couldn't get the ball rolling in the first half because Heroic, more often than not, weren't giving him those fights. Now CT's side, where he's getting given them, Heroic are the ones finding all the success. Ultimate's AWP getting pressured here. He's trapped in a box, 2 positions, 2 angles, and it's too much to bear. 4 on 3, plant found, and Liquid aren't moving a muscle. They've already written this off. Heroic are now up in the lead.
They're feeling the pressure right now. I mean, Nerds not even getting to fight in 2 of these 3 times he's been picked. Like, this is best spawn. That's what best spawn looks like for Sunpius. And his team set him up by smoking and flashing, smoking the molly. And right there, Ultimate, if he held his Molotov, he would have got a second shot off. He may have made that a 3v3 that Liquid were interested in. Instead, he just gets swung on the fire by LNZ. So, Heroic playing fast and loose right now. Forget JKS and Cave. It's all about this mid control. Some great calling for LNZ, man. I was liking the pace that Twist was bringing as well, but Heroic, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That seems to be the answer in this T side.
Yeah, and you know, I think there's so many angles to look at this, Ramos, to just why this is so insane that we're in this position. Right, you can lever the excuse for Liquid that, okay, yes, they have changed a player, but as we spoke about to no end, this is an upgrade. This isn't a side grade. You haven't picked a kind of similar player, but different, or, you know, similar skill, but different approach. This is a flat upgrade over what you had prior. This is meant to be the best look of this roster yet. Now, admittedly, we're coming back off the break. There's another excuse you could levy for Team Liquid. Sure. But this Heroic squad is entirely brand new. This is pieced together, built from the ground up. They've had nothing to fall back on. For this Liquid squad, this would be a huge kind of abject failure as their start to the season.
Sunpius had 2 days of practice coming into Blast Bounty with this team. He said it himself in the interview. So it's, you know, it showed in game 1. I'll say that. It showed in game 1, not today. He's had a phenomenal series. 10 and 12 here, but his impact in this T side already coming up. Okay, slower approach to Heroic. X-File delayed out middle. He's waiting for Heaven Control. They find JKS, and there is no trade available. NaV is trying to block that B play that we saw last time. I feel like Liquid are, you know, stuck in the mud. Nothing they can do is working right now. Heroic have countered it all. Now they're putting pressure on B. They're still defaulting, though. No commitment. Liquid panicking, shaking, not knowing where to look. Ultimate's AWP trying to get involved. Might have to be the difference maker here. Bomb outside of B, and Ultimate will come and join this site. It's a huge gamble to make to lose mid like this so early in the round. You have a minute on the clock. Heroic still have 2 players at elbow. They're waiting to punish aggression. Liquid won't make the next move.
I love that they've slowed down after this. There's not been really any instances in this game where you can say it's Liquid feeling all the pressure, but that is the reality of this round, and Heroic are letting them really sit back in that.
Heroic just threw a red smoke, which makes it look like they're leaving, so NaV pushes. The reactions are so... Heroic are reading them like a book. NaV pushes into some paiS. Now they're 5v3. It may be a stack, but Heroic, 20 seconds, they just got to go.
Powering in to the B stack. Ultimate Orb strikes first, but there's the trades for xFloud. Nerds no longer fighting and dying out on his own in middle, left in the clutch, will get locked out. 5 rounds straight for Heroic as they make a break for the finish line, as they make a break for those LAN playoffs that are just rounds away.
Yeah, and they grab 30 grand off of Liquid's head as well, right? This would be Heroic claiming a second bounty. Hunting them down from everyone right now. What an impressive T side. They know exactly the reactions they're up against. I mean, Saw, you got to give so much credit for Saw, right? Like, not just in the vibe, in the few voice comms we've had in these 2 games, but also clearly the prep is there because Heroic are so well tuned with Liquid's reactions on this CT side. Now Heroic on fire. This would break the money of Liquid. They've only got to buy because of all these saves, but they've got to finally try and win a round. Or this is going to be a short honeymoon of a single series over 9 pandas. JKS and Twist in the red room, xFloud. This is the Nerds position right here. This is where Nerds sat in Heroic and waited for shadow advantage. A bit more patience could have paid off, but they go for the clear, and xFloud won't overcommit. This team, meanwhile, group of the B site. xFloud just a middle finger in the face of Liquid, but it will force them back into the stack.
This round decides everything. And that's the play that gets made. From those 2 kills, you know that you are about to put this game in the best spot possible for you to move to those LAN finals. This is Heroic pulling up. They are so firmly in the driver's seat. They're going to have 3 chances to close this out. And in this next round, Liquid will have no money. They will not get a better chance to win this series. There will not be a better time than in the round that follows.
I don't want to overreact to just like 1 or 2 matches from Heroic, but I think the coolest part is in the way they've played this game. And the fact that they've not come into, like you said earlier, a slow and cold Liquid, a slumpy Liquid where the individuals aren't showing up. Players have had big moments in this game, across this series, less so here on Ancient. The way Heroic are winning this match is the most impressive. And they look to hunt every single one. Nerds desperately trying to get his guns out. They'll save 2 weapons into what could be the final round of Blast Bounty for Liquid. And in the cutthroat format of this tournament, Liquid would leave without a penny in their purse. No money, nothing, bounty to be claimed.
And no timeouts left for Liquid. No chances to talk these moments over. They are fully on the Heroic train right now, and there's no breaks. You are at the mercy of this Heroic squad. Triple set up in mid as they try to bring the heat. Twists really is more than he wanted to as he burns alive. Doubles up from Twists, the captain, putting his best foot forward in a round where he had to perform. There was a handful of guns here that Liquid were able to bring to the table. They put them to work. Tania and some paiS. We said this round was the best chance Heroic would have. Now they really have to earn that victory as this one's set to go the distance. Liquid bounce back right down the tail end of regulation.
It's kind of like how they ended Anubis, right? Just with a very explosive A-pop on that T side where they smoke the molly, they double flash, they just send it into a 3-on-3, a post-plant they lost. This one, Liquid just throw themselves up heaven, a very aggressive cave push. They don't want to sit back and lose slowly, lose passively. They know they should and do have the stronger, more proven individuals. Liquid try and long this one out to overtime.
Well, we've been giving Saw a lot of credit throughout this series for what he's been able to piece together here. Both in terms of, at the 11th hour, having to assemble this heroic roster, but then to give them the toolkit necessary to succeed. 1 hour to Saw feels like it might be 2 days to other coaches. He didn't have a lot of time to prep for this matchup, and still the preparation, the prep work, it is showing. He's had a great understanding of the info, the resources, the vibe that his team needs. Let's see if that timeout can be what it takes to propel Heroic over the finish line. First kill connects, JKS falls in what might be Liquid's final round.
And Heaven smokes, so Twist tried to bail him out again with aggression through Heaven, but he can't actually get through this. JKS got full blinded. Heroic do the same play, but with a little bit more. Taneer cut down. Twist can't escape middle. They're going to chase down this AWP once again. Heroic looking to split this A site. Ultimate absolutely can save this round right now. He's got a dry fight in A main. xCloud taken down. The AWP is late with the bomb. Blocked once more as Liquid hang in the balance. Here is this A split for all the marbles for the LAN finals. Heroic trying to drag themselves there.
It's a big miss, but Ultimate's been able to get out. NaVi in for the backstab. Youngstar receiving end of it. Flashed off the angle was Pius. Ultimate thought he had him right there. That would have been the kill that brings Liquid back into the fold.
Huge.
Bomb now going down. Pius holds the line in through Donut. This AWP in a powerful position. Pius waited months to play. And boy, if those are the results, if that's what we can expect, this Heroic squad are very exciting. Locking in a LAN appearance and taking the bounty, the 30 grand off the head of Team Liquid, putting a stop to this new look Liquid squad at Blast Bounty.
Oh my lord, what a turn of events to happen in our first game of Stage 2 of the Blast Bounty. That does mean that Heroic securing their spot, as Harry aptly said, in this beautiful studio come LAN next week. Not only that though, they steal the seed of Liquid. They get now 25k on their bounty, because let's not forget they took down 3D Max earlier on in the tournament, and they have 25k now in the bank.
They're the bounty slayers so far at the tournament. Well done to Heroic taking down Team Liquid. I don't think any of us really anticipated the outcome of that match. We all said it could be close. We all said they stood a chance. We all were impressed after they won against 3D Max. But for them to take down Liquid in this fashion, where they were the better team, it's not one of those scenarios where I'm going to come up with a mental stretch and be like, yeah, they got a little bit lucky. They won a couple of rounds they probably shouldn't have won. No, Heroic played like they were the better team. They also had the better individuals in Taneer and in paiN stepping up all of a sudden as well. So overall, just super impressed by Heroic. I don't think Liquid played bad. I think they just faced a better team.
Yeah, good job, Heroic. Good job, good job. I think I was very impressed with how solid it looked, taking into consideration what type of practice and how much time they've actually only had on their hands to be able to come in to this kind of match, you know, going up against a Team Liquid that has been together for a while. You know, yeah, sure, they've had a roster change, but still, they have some depth to their map pool. I think that was a really great showing, and we talked about in the beginning that we needed some paiNs to step up from his previous game to be able to help out the likes of the young riflers in this team, to be able to, you know, cement that he is the experienced one and he wants to go in and take the fights. But I mean, overall, Heroic winning. Didn't see that one coming.
I love that paiN was able to close it out in that fashion as well. Like the fact that he was amping up so much into this series. I think the game before as well, it was nice to see him turning over a new leaf and showing us, you know, this is a paiN we know, and this is a paiN we'll see in Heroic.
And that is the interesting prospect when it comes to Heroic. Youngstar had a fantastic series overall. Taneer stepped up on the second map as well, was playing fine and Ancient, but as we spoke about, if you can then activate paiN next to them, and you have this trio of two young, very aggressive, maybe careless riflers, and then paiN being the little bit more modest, a little bit more experienced, a little bit more defensive, a little bit more calculated AWP into the mix, that could be very, very interesting. We also gave a lot of credit to Saw, his coaching abilities, his abilities to put together this team, and I think, you know, as much as I don't want to take any of the credit away from the players, because after all, they are the ones playing on the server, I think Saw once again is showcasing both me, Peter, and everyone out there in the world that he's a great coach.
And I also believe that they have already talked through what went wrong in their previous matchup. I think they've learned something from that match, what what did they do good and what did they need to like work on. And I think something that I paid attention to was the whole thing we talked about, Nurch being this very aggressive player on the teaser, wants to go out and take the mid control. It seemed like in the beginning of the game that Heroic decided to not fight for mid that much. They started to put some pyres on the donor. They wanted to make it a little bit more difficult for him. They wanted to play more compact instead of always trying to go down. And then the rounds where they actually decided to go down, that's also the rounds that they actually lost. But I also turn it around, the way that Heroic approached their teaser was also very explosive in the mid. And it also turned out Liquid wanted to try and play a little bit more passive. So it was fun to see how the dynamics and the story of the game just kept developing out. And I think something that Saw also mentioned on TeamSpeak that we heard on the broadcast was quite funny and a little bit spicy. The fact
I was going to ask you about that. Like, they were calling out JKS in his position. Man. Like, they had it. Did you see that actually playing out in the game? Like, were they focusing a lot of attention towards that position?
A couple of times, yeah. I think JKS lost the first frag maybe twice or 3 times, maybe.
Yeah. So LNC walked into cave a couple of times and just destroyed JKS. So apparently there's something to it.
Definitely. I mean, like, as a coach to call out that, yeah, sure, he can call out that, yeah, Ancient is the T-side of map to comfort his player, but also bringing in like a more personal attack on some JKS, saying that he's playing Cave. He seems to be their weakness, you know. And also Cave is a very fundamental place on Ancient. You know, this is the kind of the glue between mid and the B bombs, and like where you can get these fast flanks going. You can make a lot of aggressive moves. So to have a player, I'm not too sure about how JKS, if he's been moved. It seems like he's been moved there compared to what he's been playing previously.
Yeah.
So I think it's maybe also a new position for him from the looks of it. And you know, as a player that goes into this position and without too much experience, maybe. I mean, he's an experienced player, but maybe not in this given position.
Yes.
Then it's also difficult.
Heroic got a hell of a lot of rewards for getting that, not least a spot in the LAN next week, going down in Copenhagen with the top 8 teams going to be arriving here. Of course, a hell of a lot of cash to their name too, but they'll also claim Seed 8. Now, there is, I don't want to, you know, rain on their parade, let's say. There is a caveat about when you come in Seed 8 because you're going to be the last to pick, and that's tricky.
That is tricky. That is going to be a little bit difficult for them. I'm not going to lie. For Heroic, they most likely will face one of the top dogs when they come in here and play in the LAN environment. However, I'm curious to see if that aggression is going to be displayed inside this arena as well. Tenea on LAN, Youngster on LAN, some players coming in as well. This is a very interesting team that we get to learn more about next week.
I think the one thing slowing down Heroic, because they have definitely sped up the last 2 matches, so the one thing that I'm afraid of could slow down Heroic is the change of environment, you know, going from the online stage to the offline stage, coming into a studio where, yeah, sure, there's no crowd, but there's like a lot more attention to them, and also the fact that they have actually made some good results from what they come from. Then I actually believe that there is a case where they could go in and thinking, we just need to keep this up, but they might change without thinking too much. They might change their playstyle, but they need to keep up this aggressiveness if they want to continue.
I'm very excited to see what they're going to be delivering once we do arrive in LAN in Copenhagen. But plenty more games going down today. We've got to decide 3 more teams that are going to be going through. Astralis versus NaVi going to be rounding out the day. Not before FlyQuest take on Spirit. But first, it's paiN versus FaZe, which is going to be going down after a short break.
Let's go. Good luck. I have long from side. Careful too short, nothing long.
I like jumping.
I do this.
What the fuck is the smoke?
I don't see ramp. Maybe jump CT careful.
Yes, I jump CT.
Yes, for sure. What? You can see full smoke, I'm cheating. 2 ramp and car. No, he's long, yes.
There is no car in this game.
But go.
How to play this game? Fucking shit.
But how can you see for smokes? It's cheating or what? No. It's always like this? Yes. Oh, I go do the same strategy.
Bullets.
I'm picking very deep. They have Deagle.
Sure.
Ramp? I'm flashing still.
Ramp. Ramp and one.
Flashing now? Oh.
Wait, how you were playing this game?
I don't know. It's an amazing game actually. It feels so simple.
Where is my Molotov?
Oh, too long out. I have no bullets! Too long. You have to reload us around.
Let's go.
Alright, two. Oh my god, help. Alright, one more. No. Yes. It's a bit hard,
What the fuck?
we are shit.
Ой-ой-ой. Ага.
Careful,
Pushing. Okay.
I see this guy jumping and hitting headshot.
What the fuck?
I'll be a little bit sorry, brother.
What a boost. Oh my god. GG. Advertise.
Oh, what? What? How is it there first? Ah, you boosted.
No. Speedrun.
God damn it. Let's see how the deagle works here.
Shit.
We will see it. Shoot. Wait, I have no bullet. Wait, I'm reloaded. Nice. It was on your head.
Look what they can do.
Good eco. Nice game.
Yeah, I'm doing this for you.
Oh, nice. Experience. Boom, no scope.
What the?
City.
Oh, now you're very dead.
My end games.
No.
P1
I will
HP.
take his hope and kill him easy.
Oi.
Oh!
So, NQZ, you guys ended up picking FaZe yesterday in the draft draw. What was the main reason behind that, and how did you guys decide that? Was it a team aspect, or was it just down to, the coach?
Of course, it was a team aspect. For us, picking FaZe was more like they have a similar map pool to ours, so the maps match pretty well, and also we played against them 2 times last year, and it was good matches for us. We learned a lot, and I think that seeing the other opponents, for us the most comfortable pick would be FaZe, so that's why we chose them.
paiN decided to pick you. Are you happy with the outcome? Like, how content with the selection of teams that could have picked you are you with paiN?
I think we're all fine. I'm somehow expected to be picked earlier, but obviously people have different ideas of how we play, right? I also think maybe one of the consideration we didn't get picked so much is we have changed a lot of roles, and I think it's very hard to kind of analyze who's playing on what maps besides the 3 maps we played already. So all it's gonna be an exciting game. I think paiN is pretty good. I think Bigger is doing a great job over there, has done the past year. So it's gonna be a tough match, and they're gonna for sure test us today.
The most wanted better be watching out. We've already had 1 bounty hunter slay the top dogs coming into the first day of stage 2 of the Blast Bounty 2025. Now paiN hoping to do the same to FaZe. If we're looking at the seeding for this one, paiN, they're 13th, FaZe 6th with a 30k bounty on their head. Is it possible, Jake?
It is possible. I don't think it's likely, though. I think FaZe still have enough quality to be able to fight off a well-playing paiN Gaming, to be completely honest. I think what Kerrigan said here in the later stages of the interview, that it's hard to analyze them right now. It's hard to figure out what you're facing with Elise coming into the lineup. That's a great point, but at the end of the day, Counter-Strike can be simplified down to a pack, who have the better players, who have the more firepower. If the game becomes scrappy, which FaZe definitely can make the game if they want to, I would bank on the individuals of the FaZe clan to shut down paiN.
And for me, FaZe clan has always been a lineup that has been oozing of confidence, and I just don't feel it, and it's been a long time since I felt it. Maybe, yes, sure, during the major, you could start feeling that they're coming back to themselves. Overall, I think that FaZe clan is not in a weak spot. Obviously, they will always just be one of these teams that are hard to play against. But I think one of the things that is a very big downside for FaZe clan is that they're playing online. I don't think FaZe clan is a team that thrives online. They have always been a team that just when they go to LANs and they go to playoffs, they get this stage buff, as they call them themselves. You also touch upon the thing that they maybe get a downgrade when they're playing online, and I think the reason why FaZe clan is in a position like that is because they're thriving in this environment. This is where they've been playing the majority of their careers. They missed this thing to get that extra spice going. So I think paiN has a legitimate chance.
Either way, we've got a lot of questions about Elise joining the FaZe clan camp, so let's get a couple answers, courtesy of Kerrigan. Do you feel like with Elise now entering FaZe, in your opinion, does this free up Frozen more, or does this free up Rain more?
First of all, I think I have to say I always disagree with Frozen and Robs having role clashes. I think it's something that got blown up. We inside the team, I think also Robs spoke about it. There wasn't really role clashes. So to get back to the point, I actually think it's gonna enter a new twilight of Rain's career in the way he's gonna play in some certain areas. I always had this personality, or the view of him, his personality is an anchor. It is a lurker. He is not very vocal as a player, but he's so calm as well. So I actually think I'm trying to make what Rain probably was born to do in some of the maps, and it is interesting aspect. And one of the things I'm going to use on T side is basically, you know, in football, you have wingers on left and right side. Doing a game, if they don't make the game work for themselves, they switch side to challenge the other guy off the map. And that's the view I have with the way we're going to play now. I'm going to try to make it so dynamic that it's hard to read if we're actually lurking on the other side or we're actually in a pack on the different side. So I'm actually looking forward to this challenge. I'm also accepting that it's a journey. There's going to be games we're going to lose because of the new way I want to play within the team. So I'm very excited on T side for sure. And C side, it is just getting adapted to the roles. But dynamic on T side is going to be way different than the way I've been calling before.
Okay, that's very interesting. I feel like that could bring a whole new a breath of fresh air rather to the FaZe squad. In terms of Elysian, how he entered the team, how is the priority being given in terms of positions that he likes to play, he's comfortable playing, versus new positions? Like, how have you kind of distributed them, I guess, the captain?
I think 80 to 85% Elise is playing what he's preferring or used to or really excelled in. There is some areas of the maps. I am very happy with the way we play. I'm very happy with how we perform. Now, that's not going to say we're not going to give him 100% at some point. Right now, we are some maps we had issues with in the past. We think we work on the problems. We have to see if we fix that. And yeah, there's adaptation for Elise to us as well, obviously. But there is a huge adaptation for Elise for us as well, which I think is the main point of this change. The main point is that I think we have been stuck in kind of the way of thinking, the way of playing the past 2-3 years, right? The twist Frozen was one-to-one swap in position roles, basically, in how I view the game. And now everything is up for grabs. And it is a journey. For the first time, I actually feel like one change has actually changed the whole dynamic of who's playing together and what spots, how we're adapting, and how we play mid rounds, basically. So it kind of feels like 50% of the team have changed, even though it's only one player.
Yeah, it sounds like you've had, a lot on your plate to be deciding, to be, practicing as well. And then to add on top of that, we got Train now in the mix. We saw you banning it in the first wave in your game versus M80. Has it been a map that you've had any time to actually get in the server and run around and get some practice in?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we looked at it when it came out. I looked at him beginning of the season. Obviously, it's a map we play, but we also believe with what we have in view right now, playing Train in this online tournament where we don't have that much experience and we are a completely new team. I'm not going to do that, but for sure we're going to maybe have it ready for Blast or Katowice. That's the goal. So we are playing it. We are following the meta very closely. So it's not our best map right now, but I think with how we're going to view things, and there's adaptation, some ideas about the map, and I'm just looking forward to go even deeper. But for now, I think it's a huge risk for us because we are trying to make a new identity with the team, and going into Train, I think we were not doing as much as we would on different maps. So yeah, right here I can say we're playing 7 maps because we don't know which map is not going to work for us the next month.
So much that I want to dive into. We are restricted a little bit by time, so let's talk about the other players that have seen I guess a shift up in their roles and in some of their positions since Elige entered. Rain, we get to hear that Karrigan's always seen him as a kind of lurker, an anchor player.
Yeah, and I think Rain could be a fantastic anchor player. I think he's always been in the center of certain positions. You remember Rain from playing Dust 2 CT side, in the center of everything, rotation on the A-bomb side. I think Rain has the capabilities as a player, given he is so calm, given he is a player that is good for 2 in a sense to play those anchor roles. So I'm also very curious to see what kind of effect that's going to have. And I think that's more so the talking point for me as well. We know the qualities of Elise. We know Elise is going to find his footing within FaZe Clan, but how is it going to affect Rain? How is it going to affect Frozen? And is Brokey even affected by it at all?
And I love the honesty from Karrigan about the whole role situation, also the role touching upon the whole Robs and Frozen clash, that he means this not has been, like, it's been blown into proportions.
Was always overrated, yeah.
Not just by us, by everyone. And so, if he's the one that knows the best, then we also got to believe that it's not been the case. So I'm interested to see how things are going to work out for FaZe Clan.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. We are ready to be diving into the game. FaZe versus paiN, Dust 2, Inferno, Mirage, if we do so require it, with Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, and following on from a real treat of a series, FaZe paiN, I think, is another one that does have the potential to go the distance, right? paiN, there's some cool things floating around with this team, especially the inclusion now of Davideus in this squad, and he did give us a good series in their first game versus Gamer Legion. We even had Big Zera in the interview before that one saying, keep your eye on this guy. But I want to say, in terms of interviews before the games, Carrigan's Just Them was a real treat. I can't believe he went so in depth. I like him talking about Rain's evolution as an individual, how he's always seen him, and now getting to kind of try that out and try new things. And I think a Carrigan with all these new opportunities laid out ahead of him, all these new plans, all these new ideas, that's a very scary Carrigan indeed. You can imagine that's giving him a lot of energy and hype to focus in and craft something with this FaZe squad.
Yeah, I think T-Side's going to be a lot of fun with this new team with a Liege on the board, but it's FaZe on CT Dust 2, sending it up top mid in this pistol. Meanwhile, they got to watch their backs. Lower, paiN, harboring fugitives, 4 players coming in. A Liege P2 King, what's he got with this? Or rather, yeah. See this very often. It's a bit ugly.
Going in such a crossfire.
Oh.
Liege has even leapt down into the chaos. My word, Brokey, couple more back. And so this has not gone swimmingly for paiN. They played right into the hands of FaZe.
We love a P2000. You don't get them every day. When you do, they just hit different. 2 for Brokey, 2 for a Liege. And Snow just trying to survive. Someone's getting a hat trick here. And it is a Liege. Great start. Like his first round in the FaZe jersey. 3 kills on the pistol from old John. Yeah, I also like that Carrigan interview because he talked about how the role clash argument between Rops and Frozen he deems is like overhyped and not actually a real thing. And I mean, it's interesting because Frozen did have such a great year. Like, he was the stand-up player of FaZe. Even when they were struggling, he was consistent. So I do want to see how that develops into 2025 with additional firepower in a Liege, in a very different role to what Rops was, and how FaZe make that work.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is a potential, like, exercise, and already it's yielding some fruit in terms of how change is a good thing. You know, I think sometimes it's what's needed, right? Because that was always the problem with that old FaZe squad. For the longest time, you'd be looking at it and you'd be going, man, everyone in this team's good. Like, what's changed from the start of the year, right? Sometimes it's bringing in fresh blood, new challenges, new opportunities that come with that. And by the sounds of it, it's very much reinvigorated Carrigan, and I would assume the rest of the ranks of FaZe. We can look on paiN a little bit more as well. So when we had them play versus Gamer Legion off the top, that was their run through the opening round. It ended up being a pretty close series, right? It was one where there was, you know, one round goes differently. And actually, in the case of Nuke, it was winning 1 anti-eco for Gamer Legion. If that had gone a little bit differently, it could have been them picking up the dub. So paiN have already been pushed to their limits, but let's think about what we kind of learned from that. Number one, Davideus was getting bigged up by Big Zera with the wildest signing story about how they just shared a taxi together, started talking, and quite liked each other, as it turns out. Bringing him into the fold, he put on a clinic. He was fantastic in that game, finished with almost 60 kills across the 3 maps, looked really good, and has full faith from his captain.
Yeah.
On top of that, Snow was, for being so young, he kept his cool in that series insanely well. And you know, I think that's what makes him so exciting. He's someone where there's already so much potential, and those nerves are starting to go away. He's surprisingly experienced for how young of a guy he is. God, they look similar, don't they? But yeah, and then you have Big Zera as like that very consistent piece to kind of tie the roster together nicely. I was hoping to see a bit more from Cowes, and I hope we get to see that in the game today. He's someone who, it's hard to explain what goes wrong for him. I think it's just he still struggles dealing with the pressure and the different way the game plays when you face top teams. He was someone who, for this paiN squad on their run at the major, when you take a look at his numbers kind of as the tournament went on, they trended downwards. Whereas for someone like bigazera, they trended up, and that's because suddenly more kills were available, and we know this guy is very, very consistent in terms of his output. Cow has put on a great showing within the early stages of that major. He was in the opening stage a top 10 player, and then in their RMR run a top 5 player, right? So put up some fantastic numbers, but that tanked by the time they reached the top 16.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because we first saw paiN like really break it into top teams in the Copenhagen major at the start of last year, and obviously with a different team but the same core of bigazera and Cows and NQZ on the AWP, and that major did just feel like the one-man army. Like so many games, it was just bigazera putting on these huge performances, getting 3-4 kills a gun round, and single-handedly winning them games as the captain. But then when it came to Shanghai, even though paiN made a comparable run in that major all the way to the top 16, he was actually the bottom-rated player of the team. Like the firepower has increased, right? This is a team that's made good changes, even though we talk about the Brazilian, roster locks and the prices of some of these players. They actually got some good pickups. They got Snow, a young prospect, and now they got Davideus. But in Shanghai, I think a lot of these guys brushed off some of the nerves and have improved massively in the space of just a year. So now that we have a clear firepower increase in Davideus being added to this team, I think this could be a year where paiN are super, super exciting, especially with some more time in Europe, playing these kind of events. The issue is, Harry, this format, as we've already talked about, is as unforgiving as it gets. You lose a game, you're not going to land, buddy. FaZe, on the other side, want to get themselves straight into a studio to start their year. This would be we just had an upset, but this would be, I think, an even crazier one if you just consider the heights that we hold FaZe to on an average day, and now you add in a Liege. It's a whole different beast. But I could see a world. I could see a way that FaZe loses game, given it's online, given that they sort of struggled in that debut against M80 at times. Lost a map pretty heavy-handedly on Inferno. So anything's possible in online CS, Harry. FaZe have picked Inferno into this series again, though, so whatever they've been working on, they want to showcase it, even if it wasn't necessarily the best of cases the other day.
I think the intrigue comes from the fact that, sure, paiN are the underdogs, FaZe are the favorites, but it's FaZe Clan with an addition that has made them change the style and the brand of how they play. Meanwhile, for paiN, kind of similarly to what was meant to be the case in the Liquid game that we just covered, they've gone for someone who is an upgrade over Lux, who was in the jersey with them before. Aggression, though, as we come out the back of the tech pause. Let's see. Frozen is already running wild. Will eventually get bored down, but did all he had to. It's only the scout posing much of a threat in this round, and it's really the only hope. Okay, wait. Thank goodness. Shout out Rain one time. Know what to expect. He's a safe pair of hands. Same with the Liege. Same with the Liege. Safe pair of hands. Frozen might have gone a little bit kill hungry there in top and mid, really trying to drive it home. That's all good. He's the young veteran. He's still, fully learning.
Young Vetty.
Yeah. Carrigan also might have thrown his name into the ring. He likes to kill whenever they're available. All in all, it's kept clean for FaZe Clan. Yes. And now we have the buy coming in from paiN.
Glass AWP in the first buy.
Dude, that's kind of crazy that that's been allowed to come through. NQZ bought the Scout in the last round. Usually when your AWPer does that, he says, don't worry, I'll just play Scout again next. But he's been dropped one over, provided an AK, and so he runs it glass cannon here. paiN, figure out a way of keeping that AWP in play.
With no mid pick. No one available.
That's a big nade. Liege, very smart man. Just a little compliment in there.
Not anymore.
Right.
Oh, he's aggressive, isn't he? Wants to find this 5-on-4 with that mid smoke. It's still up for the task, but Legion will give it up. They are leaning B, so don't want to lose a man early on this A site. Bomb is outside long right now. Bit precarious here is this default for paiN. Uncertain about their endpoint. FaZe have settled back into where they will stay. Not going to see any rotates anytime soon. Rain helps out Karrigan on long. This is looking like a mid to B. Because they're up on short, throwing a bit of a fake, but they're contacting out right now. Rain's got the gun to stop him here. There's no mid to be smoked. There's the flank for Karrigan, and he's got the info.
Yeah, a lot of value out of this Karrigan push.
Can't go back, no time for that.
And even as they get a couple of kills here, things still get weird. But will they get wonderful for paiN as they're about to go running into a Liege? The new man in the FaZe jersey, dead immediately. Big Azera picks it up.
Huge kill.
So they live and die by the Big Azera fights. Thank goodness he's so good at winning them. Oh, nade on the Davideus, sure. That is an AWP upgrade waiting down here in middle. Or an AK, rather.
That was so slow for paiN going up catwalk.
No,
like
yeah, the AWP is there.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm not crazy.
They're trying to nade it. You can't blame Elige for wanting that fight. That's a good fight for him, but if he doesn't go for it, paiN are going to leave it very, very late, and he's going to catch them while scaling with sub 10 seconds. And at that point, I think he does win the round, but you'd think at 13 seconds they're already scaling. No one's getting the AWP.
Well, yeah, paiN aren't going to get... They presume FaZe have saved it, so...
True.
AWP is just lost. The Brokey can still get one in this next round and drop that AK over. Something else I think is cool is, you know, we know Elige as someone who has had like a reputation of being very intense and demanding of his teammates. If one guy in all of Counter-Strike could really have his respect from day one, it's going to be Karrigan.
It's all, yeah.
Not just because he's kind of his landlord in a way right now with Elige staying there, but even more than that, I think they're two players who like to talk and think and theory craft about the game in very similar ways, and there is just no arguing with the depth and weight of Karrigan's accomplishments and what he's done over his time. It's no longer, you know, having to kind of bridge that gap early with Elige and force the respect through. It's already there. It's already pre-established. So I'm excited to see what the two of them can work on together.
I love that. To build on that, Elige even spoke about how, you know, joining this team, he had a long call with Karrigan. They spoke about, you know, CS and theory and all this stuff before, you know, he obviously probably knew he wanted to join this team anyway, just due to the pieces they have. But also, you know, when you're coming from a team with no shade, but light complexity, with the players it had, young, upcoming, NA talent, like not major winners, not as accomplished as this FaZe squad. Firstly, there's a lot more respect for your team, I think, and also there's going to be a lot less mistakes, right? There's going to be a lot less errors once FaZe have figured out exactly the style they want to play.
Yeah,
I think. I don't, you know, Elige isn't going to be shouting at his teammates, "Why did you do that, Rain?"
The other thing that's kind of cool from like the story angle is obviously there's kind of two players from NA that were always in the conversation for the GOAT of the region, and it was Twists, and it was Elige, and when Twists was in this FaZe squad. They found success at the major. It was a big deal, and so
had a great year.
Yeah,
what, maybe one of the best years.
Exactly,
ever.
One of the best years for Karrigan and FaZe, 100%. So now Elige with his chance to try and run that back, the second NA signing for this FaZe squad. It's just a very cool comparison that you didn't think you would get to make anytime soon between Elige and Twists.
Well, if Twist could do it, can Elige? Surely, right? Let's find out. Full buy now. Brokey funded on the AWP. Flashed off long, but no one's taking it. He actually repeats try. And Elige, he's looked very eager to make these picks happen. He's finally got one since the pistol. He even spots a second down there as well. Bomb is forgotten in spawn. It's not in a great position right now, and Elige is double dipping. Unhygienic. as he goes pushing into Bigazera, but we know this guy is sharp. Elish still hits it. Very quick kill. Smoked his escape. Snow just spams him through it. Up they go. Carrigan. Oh, can he escape in time? I don't think he believed he could, and so Davides makes sure he doesn't. Frozen's flanking. Bomb's going B. Frozen steps. He's got to go back. That might save him. They were going B anyway. That pulls him back to middle. He doesn't know it, but that's actually the right move. Rain's going to reinforce B. That's where the bomb is. He could still fake this out pretty well. Or are they bringing the bomb up? Cat as Rain gets aggressive. Game of cat and mouse right now.
It feels like paiN might be about to play in a FaZe's hands. Ooh, that kill. That surely gives you the moment of pause if you're paiN to recommit in towards B. That round was seconds away from getting out of control. paiN were about to play right into the FaZe ranks. Frozen, can he save the day on this backstab?
Still fighting, 15
Keeps
seconds.
them bogged down over in middle. They go and retrieve it, but this is really down to the wire. Suddenly a round that FaZe were written off in now might come up in their favor. They've missed the jump. They got stuck. They clipped on the stairs. It's done. It's a done deal. They didn't have time anyway.
I think without it, it was still lost. That bomb drop for Frozen wins the round. paiN really patient. Dare I say too patient. In both of these rounds, they're very fortunate that, you know, Elish takes that swing on A site in the previous, and now that they catch Rain rather pushing up a B, but still 30 seconds, they kill the B player. They don't even go back into B. I would have just loved to see the hit.
That's just a gift of a round if you're FaZe Clan.
Overcooked. Oh, and Brokey's fast in middle. 2 rifles, 2 Glocks. Not a pretty picture.
When I saw the matchup graphic for this, I realized just how similar the FaZe and paiN logo are. It gets even more similar when you look at who picked what map. Try to squint at that and tell me. Here we are.
Some graphic designer just got a lot of money.
Yeah. Brokey scoped up with the AW. A little worse for wear, sure, but doesn't give over the kill. However, Snow continues this path of aggression in through mid. Oh, to his detriment, Brokey with the turnaround. Carrigan even getting the spot over at long. It's this one AK on Davideus that's going to have to do everything for paiN. They're looking for a bomb plant here, and they've at least locked that. NQZ's Glock is actually the hero.
Nah.
He's done so much damage. Carrigan's getting pincered. NQZ don't get another Glock kill. Carrigan will finally reel him in.
Got the gun.
Gun's now picked up. Davideus spammed out. It's just Cowes left up against it all, and he will land the spray.
Glock.
Carrigan's got to do this, or else the Glocks of paiN have been enough. Oh, God, he finally gets it. And there it is, the young star of Carrigan, able to deliver a 4th round of FaZe.
What? Online CS, folks. Online CS. Soak it up. We don't get it often. It's very entertaining. That's nearly a Glock round winning with a couple of saved AKs, but it felt like the Glocks did the most somehow. Oh my goodness. Nice try from FaZe. They almost lost it.
Still, there's no ignoring this early lead, even with the weirdness of that last round. paiN are just desperately looking for that round to break through. It feels like that round was a couple of rounds to go. And so they need that delayed gratification. Smoke's down over at long. 2 players there fighting around it. Carrigan has been flushed out into the spray of Bigazera. Already, this round might be over.
Elish died top mid. Pushed all the way up. paiN should be free. They've forgotten the bomb again, Harry. It's the little things right now that, you know... Oh my god. paiN a little flustered. A little cooked. But they get it done. Second round on this T side.
I'm confused by the logos too. You guys didn't pick this map. The nades are meant to just be part and parcel with it. But hey, it's a round that was unlosable. They had so much success early on that FaZe had written this one off a long time ago. Miss Smokes or not. You know, you've gotten the spot here, you've got 5 alive. You could throw one player at this. I don't, you know, I don't love it per se because I think it's important to be building up your own money here, but screw it. Take all theirs away while keeping 5 alive. That is a picture-perfect ending to this round. And they even knock out the Brokey Orb. It literally doesn't get better than that for paiN.
And they lose no one as well. biggezera, huge impact round. That's awkward because that molly that was meant to land in pit, I presume, landed up here. And so it forced Karrigan wide. He didn't have a choice. He got spammed on the corner. He got mollied into the open. And biggezera just transfers for a double. 3 in the round. paiN, break FaZe money. Oh, he hasn't seen the orb. He thought it wasn't there, but it spotted him in lower. So he has to leave. Karrigan top mid push with a lead, side by side, up to no good. Looking for a scrap. Gonna get out of there, but this will just be a slaughter in middle.
Karrigan deagle onto biggezera.
That's my goat.
Yeah, is it the prophesized Karrigan D ground?
We read it in the scriptures. Now it's the rapture.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, there's chances for FaZe to make this round weird. But it's all hinging on like winning one of these. Oh, well, there you go. There's the fight you wanted to win.
2 guns.
Is the temptation of getting out with the 2 AKs enough just to call the save if you're FaZe? The bomb's only just getting planted, so
yeah,
it's not like they're too shy on time here, but they're very far away. Brokey's only got the MP9. He would love to get his hands on that.
Sort of a horror game right now, it's feeling like. They can escape long, that's their path to redemption. paiN doing it, slow and steady. Breaking in on their T side.
Yeah, the only thing that's frustrating for paiN is like, not only have they had the chances to be up in the lead, but these are meant to be the easier rounds. Like this next one usually is where you're facing off up against pistols, but because they get out with guns now, you have to play this like it's a full rifle round. You've got to be very switched on, methodical in how you play it, because 2 AKs and an SMG, that is enough for FaZe to make something happen. So it's far from a free round teed up for paiN. QZ getting put in position a lot to try and go for these cross shots, but hasn't connected them yet. And yeah, it is a very slow round put forward from paiN, justifiably so. Frozen making a play, but yeah, he is that molly down and low. You don't want anything to do with it.
It has been fun watching, you know, they're getting countered by this slow mid default, but FaZe have really tried to get involved on the CT side. They tried to push top mid, they keep attempting lower takes, a lead on catwalk, and they're very keen. They're very confident, that's a good sign. But paiN's slow pace has made it quite difficult for FaZe. Going through mid doors with 3 CTs here, this could be a bit of a risk, but they climb up cat with the mid to B smoke. As long as a bomb makes it, we're fine. And paiN actually avoid everyone. 40 seconds, just time to go.
No guns here to put a stop to this either. With the Liege dead early over in middle. Snow cutting down the rotates. He's done a great job of denying that. It's another dig back from Karrigan, but just the one and done. It's all Snow. paiN have tied this up, getting through the recovered AKs from that last round and struggling to do so. Starting to find their footing on this T side in spite of some weird missteps early. But the true test is fast approaching. even have a chance to bring out that AWP for Brokey, right? Rain can drop it over. So this buy for FaZe is going to have all the little bells and whistles it could possibly need.
Why would you need a bell and a whistle? They both serve the same purpose, surely.
Yeah, but they can communicate different things.
Okay. I'll allow it, yeah. I thought you were going to expand.
No, we don't need to.
No, don't want to.
Whistle on the train, bell on the station.
Please mind the gap.
Or else Dust2 going to swallow you up whole. paiN. I brought this one back to an even game. And now they wait at these long doors. Carrigan will have support. Brokey's made his way over. Orp on the line. Brokey opens up. An important kill. They won't be given a chance at the trade on a Brokey. He's not in the business of re-swinging this angle, but paiN stick to their guns. They look for this long control. They're losing players all across the map here. They've spotted Carrigan down in the pit. He is entirely alone in this endeavor, so how much can Carrigan do? There's the first. No further than that. But he did all he had to, especially with that 5v3 taken earlier. Smoke break, nets Brokey, one more. And Davideus dying moments of the round. Spent spamming that smoke, but it's Elige with all the glory.
Elige just feels like the perfect fit for FaZe. He's going to be so into playing, you know, Brokey's game, breaking smokes, re-peeking, playing aggressive. At the same time on T-sides, Rain, Carrigan, Elige, that's a deadly rifle trio to open up. In the angle that, like, you look at Team Liquid now and you go like, oh, there's a lot of passive players, like, on paper. Like, don't get me wrong, Nerds can be very aggressive, but he likes to lurk. At the same time, I think FaZe have the opposite situation. You've got a lot of aggression. You've got a lot of wide swingers. So, nice to see Elige and Brokey just finishing the job there quickly. Threatening half appearing for FaZe if they can break the money right near the tail end.
They're really looking to exploit Carrigan on long.
I like how he's doing this though. Smokes himself, so the molly won't stop him. Nade is good, but he's still tucked in. Elige is coming to help. Oh, nade's out. They weren't ready for that. Carrigan might need another. He's not going to get it. Brokey just runs out long. Oh, God. They've heard that. Quick swap to the AK. He's got no help. He's scared of Catwalk as well. This is a predicament for Brokey, and a Molotov on car makes it even more awkward. Shot through the smoke. 2v4 now. FaZe maybe bit off more than they can chew.
Yeah, it seems like Biggest error on this lurk as well. Has heard the rotates earlier on, or else this would be a wild, you know, call to make. So they bring that bomb back through T-spawn. Biggest error has confirmed that everyone else rotated away. Rain and Frozen were quick in the rotate. They weren't quiet about it. This is still a little stringy. It gets weird, but like...
very split.
Rain has bypassed Bigazera, so he shouldn't be getting this kill, and that would be what's required for the round to get any weirder. Meaning paiN should be onto a fifth. They're onto a winner here. NQZ picked up and saving that AWP. I mean, it's out on an island there. It's a tantalizing prospect. You're going to get out with an AWP for Brokey in the next.
Yeah, just trading rounds again. It's not like FaZe is going to break the money now, it seems, as paiN get away with 3 alive. They are leaving a lot of gaps, right? A lot of ways to lose these rounds. I like it. But, wait, who's going to second AWP? Carrigan? Yeah, roll back the years. Go full TSM.
Let's see who takes it.
Rain. Maybe not.
If it's Rain, this new system Carrigan's talking about, it's gonna have to convince me.
It's very different. Frozen on the second AWP.
All right. Faking it in a lower.
Ballsy.
Combat orb from Frozen on that second AWP. Brokey in the meantime scoped up on the top of middle, so it's the Orbs really trying to force some respect here as paiN do set their sights on this mid control. Brokey. Clean connection.
Ready for this now.
Frozen is on a bit of a timer with these smokes in down in middle. Can't get bogged down in that fight for too long. They've learned about the second orb now. They know they've got him trapped down in the lower tunnels. This is tantalizing if you're paiN. You want to put resources into dealing with Frozen while you've got him stuck. He can't go anywhere. There's no backing up. He can only fight forward. Dodges the flashbang. Frozen finds the first. Second flash will hit the mark, but no trade back from NQZ.
How is he alive?
Carrigan gets his revenge over a long.
This is fun. Look, it's not the best Counter-Strike I've ever seen from paiN right now. They are really struggling in middle to stem this aggression. There's no assistance to hunt down Frozen there, even though Allegiant's done a deep cat smoke again, which that lets you get to Xbox. Some strange rounds in this match. FaZe is just making the most of it, living and dying by the chaos, more often living.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that paiN internationally have struggled to find too much success on, right? It feels like it's a bit of a attempt to punish the FaZe squad as well, but it's really not panning out.
7th would just make this a glorious half. 6 is fine. Oh, Allegiant just walked the long smoke. Huge advantage on the shadow. Should be no business in Kowers winning this fight. Oh, that's awkward.
That's an insane opener to get. Nice shot from Allegiant. Oh, that's the bomb. He has the bomb.
Oh, dear. Not ideal, Harry.
This has kind of been the issue. Like paiN, they've had the rounds they've won have been a lot of these kind of faster grouped plays with some nice util to set them up, and they get given the early fights and then they close it. It's the mid rounds that feel like they've let paiN down a little bit in this game, and this might be another one of those right down the tail end of this half. Carrigan, you're thinking, of course. Of course he's on the bomb with the Deagle while Allegiant's in T-spawn, of course. But Brokey could remedy it all right now with that AWP bearing down upon them in middle. Davideus dead, shot in the back, bomb away again.
They just never want to commit. They never want to group and just in a 3v3 and just, they've got the B kill. They could just walk in upper together and trade out, but yeah, they're getting caught in the midst of the madness, and this one is too far gone. 20 seconds for Big Uzera against Allegiant and Brokey, and dare I say, it's a done deal. Allegiant won't let him pick up that package, and FaZe send a first-class half, 7 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2.
FaZe Clan at Blazer Trail down the end of their CT half on the map pick of paiN. There was some glimmers of hope in there. The thing that's weird at the end of this first half, right, is like paiN could have won this first half out.
Yes.
They were certainly the team in better positions more often, but it was kind of the mid-rounds letting them down. Their faster, poppier plays, a clear plan to try and exploit Carrigan over at long. Didn't always pan out for paiN, though. They salvaged 5 at the end of that first half, as now they move on to this CT side. Let's take a look at what FaZe are doing in the pistol. A lot of util purchased up. Frozen and Carrigan both with smokes. Molly on a leash. And already this Xbox smoke in for some fast mid control.
Smoke him if you got him. FaZe up cat quickly, but they will be going back to a mid to B with that bomb and upper. So Snow's going to have his work cut out for him. Solo on this side of the map. FaZe with a little poke and prod. Snow, he's going to block them, but they will still come out mid to B, and there's not really much he can do about that. I think they'll push this smoke. Julie's on top, good position. Davideus swings it wide, but Carrigan decks him, and Snow, I don't know how you're meant to do anything here. He doesn't. Carrigan with a drive-by on
HP,
one
by the
health.
way.
That was fast.
Everyone talking donk slide, everyone talking Xantares peak. No one talks about the Carrigan wide swing.
Famed.
A forgotten art form.
Back in my day, you just held D.
This is pissed around Peter's out. We had the interview before this match was with Carrigan. Gave some fantastic answers talking about the role clashes between Elige and Rops and how he thinks that that's overblown. Talking about
the Frozen and Rops.
That's the one.
Yes.
Talking about the adaptation of Rain as a player and how he sees him as an anchor and the new look that he's looking to bring to the table for FaZe this year. But the other thing that was talked about was Train and how right now, and I think especially in this format, I can understand if you're FaZe Clan, it's not worth the risk.
Definitely
but
not.
while we're talking about the Carrigan wide swing, while we're talking about the Carrigan wide swing, watching him on that map back in the day, you remember Carrigan pulling up with an AUG.
On Ivy.
Yeah, I wonder if he's looking to bring that back.
That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, it's fine for FaZe, right? Any team that insta-bans Vertigo literally doesn't care. Like, you get to insta-ban Train for the moment, nothing changes in your map pool, and you can bracket in the background, and if you feel like it, you pull it out in an important game, you surprise everyone, hopefully, or you just keep banning it. It's the teams like Complexity, Elige's previous squad, who have to struggle because suddenly their best map is gone. And they are forced to play Train. They had some cool ideas when we saw them against VP. Had some nice pops with Grim on outer, but it just about lost that game.
Yeah, and you know, even though the majority of teams from the last few map changes that we've had go down have been fine for the most part, there's always like those specialized squads that do struggle. In this case, it's Complexity. Back when Overpass were removed, it was VP.
Yes.
So it's an interesting time, that much is for certain. Snow, hold on a second, has just made one hell of a play. Snow! Oh, that is monstrous. Plays through the smoking doors. It's all Snow. No Rain. As NQZ final 2 from his scout. And a whirlwind of a round put forward from paiN.
That's a hard play to make. He pushes through the door smoke right past them as they flood into B. And gets the backstab on 3 players. The read on this, clinical, that third kill. Impressive stuff for the young player. And a very stressful round for FaZe as they get forced on in the second.
FaZe force buy up with pistols, but there is no util behind this force. They're hoping that paiN are just going to scrap with them and give them the fights.
It's a 1400 buy. It's the Kevlar Deeg. No helmet. clean on the MP7.
Yeah, perhaps unsurprisingly, it hasn't panned out for them.
I mean, it's your only option.
Group over at long, you're just hoping the Cowers flubs his lines here. He's in a powerful position. And he won't falter. Cowers puts a stop to the long pop out of FaZe Clan, and you're off to the races right now if you're paiN.
All right, they're having some fun with it. Seeing a very good vibe. I mean, it's neck and neck right now for sure, but on the harder half.
This is just a chance to farm if you're paiN. No reason why this should get close. Or you should really lose anyone here. And so they won't. That's how they tie us up at 8-all. All right, then Guns making a return for the FaZe Clan T side. Let's see some of these new looks that Carrigan talked about. See him being very vocal heading into this first rifle round. It's important now to try and get on the board quickly because these last few rounds for paiN have been super duper clean. And so as far as CT sides go, you're in the best possible place if you're paiN. Not only can you sustain a loss, but it's not like in the next round you would have to go without anything. You're going to have orbs, you're going to have full util, you're going to have full kits going forward. This is a very powerful position to be in if you're paiN.
Yeah, need to make the most of it though. First go around for FaZe, pull out something reliable, lower clear to cat climb, and a mid to B on the cards. It's an important cross so Davideus can get back to this B-bomb site, and with that mid-molly, Elige scales like there's no one out middle. If he believed in that play, he could have made it all the way up to doors. There's the mid to B smoke, and FaZe start to spill into this split. Good jump spot. paiN know what's coming, but it's up to 2 players to stop it.
It's still so stagnant right now for paiN. No one's really moving. They're calling the bluff on this play.
Wow.
Davideus, you needed someone to put up numbers, and Davideus is that guy.
Oh, beautiful.
Snow secures the last one, and now it's all eyes on Frozen out in mid, but on an island, 1v5 as this kicks off. Starting to pull it back is Frozen. One inside of the B site, one man in the tunnels, and another lost to the hands of time at long. First challenge laid out ahead of him, and Frozen can't get past Snow. As it all melts away in the window, that 1v5, the ball might have been rolling. Snow's put a stop to it.
What a hold for Davideus. He really is legit on this paiN squad, right? Saw him on 90 for some time, pretty, you know, didn't really see 90 do anything at that point. He was on Red Canids, a couple of majors, but that's about it. Not much of note, kind of looked like the carry on a middle of the pack South American team, but he was the firepower piece, and now on a legit Brazilian squad on the cusp. He's in the right place at the right time to maybe make some big upsets this year and push paiN even further to the top echelons of Counter-Strike in 2025, threatening against FaZe on their map pick. After a half that we said, you know, left us lacking, left us wanting more. Well, they're giving more right now on the CT side.
Yeah, just, you know, far fewer missteps as well, right? Like, everything's been very well put together here. It looks very composed. That's why we left the T side feeling a little bit underwhelmed, just because that could have very easily been a 7-5 half the other way if paiN had converted on some of those favorable spots they were in. Here we are, FaZe down to pistols. Maybe going to test the B defense again. It stood up to the test of time every time they've attempted it. But maybe this is the round you break through. So he will about Carrigan. He is more than willing to lay down his life to try and set up this team. He's got no util. He's going in first. It's Elige. It's Frozen to try and trade him. Shots through the smoke. 3 players here for paiN. They've got the read. They've got the resources. Everyone in the right place. And so this is a quick and concise shutdown of the pistol play into B. As though you needed any more proof, FaZe. That B site is closed.
Yeah, do it on the 4-buy and they don't get anything done. Now do it on the eco. Same result into a stack. Just get mauled in the tunnels. FaZe are in trouble right now. This is relying on a gun round to keep the game alive. It is paiN's pick for sure, but with Inferno coming up next, a map that FaZe picked and a map that they got blown out of the water on yesterday against M80, or the other day, with a stand-in. Wasn't filming with Faith at the moment. Oh, that's just unlucky. Just spam through the mid-smoke. David Deus does it again. This guy's a threat.
I mean, from the moment they upset early on in the second round of this half, paiN have not stopped. They've gone from strength to strength. More and more players feel like they're getting activated for this paiN squad. Meanwhile, FaZe, where are these openers? Where's Brokey's AWP making them incisions? Where's Elige getting involved early? Frozen's been left outside of the long doors, watching rounds fade away. You just feel like you haven't really had an opportunity to win any of these if you're FaZe clan. It's been out of your hands. And this obsession with breaking apart the B hold, once again, looking to go into Snow and Davideus, both 16 kills deep. Fantastic timing on the smoke in tunnels. That's going to leave FaZe blocked off, running through a gray screen as they try and hit this B site. And wouldn't you know, it's madness. They keep going back to it, hoping the outcome changes. Elige, can he be the difference maker? He's broken down. These players on the rotate, moving in through the doors. Elige opens it up for FaZe and has given them a fighting chance. This was never supposed to be a FaZe clan round. It's taken Elige everything he's got.
He got off it by accident.
Now things can still get weird. Elige, 4 kills deep, and it will not be in vain. Brokey is there to pick it up right at the close, finishing off that round that Elige tees up. FaZe clan finally break back through.
Yeah, hot hands from Jonathan Jablanowski. That is a saving grace right there to keep FaZe in this game. That was a 4v5 through smoke. That was a 2v4. 2v5 in fact, and Elige just gets everything done despite Brokey getting off that bomb last second. And now they're back in the game. Oh, FaZe, I made a mistake. I doubted them for a second. It's the second wind. The team that you just can't put away. And Elige, knowing he just saved this very game from going paiN's way. FaZe need to make the most of it. Control pushes paiN back, Big Azera into the site. Got Snow's AWP on long. So only Davideus on B right now, but maybe they feel FaZe won't do it again, surely. So much focus on B in this half, and they're exactly right in that assumption. If they commit to it, Cowers gets tucked in time on A. paiN have a potent setup to stop this split.
The bomb going cat is a serious bit of danger avoided, right?
Yeah.
Not risking it, searching new waters, new territory, instead just links up with the rest of his team.
Frozen can kill Snow, but it requires FaZe to get up and have success. They got 20 seconds this position. Everyone's using it right now. It's so potent for Big Azera, but they find him.
Frozen, dead over at long, and Cowers only good for the first. It's this rotate in from the Snow AWP. Every time FaZe tried to hit that B site, Snow had something to say about it now, and this AWP
He's got it down.
He's left as the lone defender over here at A. Now the man who's got to clutch up. He's burnt out a Liege. It's just Brokey left to find. Missed shot, and Snow will capitalize. Another big round from paiN's young gun. Keeps them in pole position. Everywhere you go, everywhere you look, it's all Snow. Whether it's over at that B site, whether he's looped back around to pick up the AWP and go and fight you on A. This is Snow's map.
4 kills. Denies a Liege any chance to play in the post plant and baits out 1 shot from Brokey. That's all it takes. Snow nails it. 21 kills right now, top of the server. For the young, plucky 17-year-old. NQZ tries to get his revenge, won't find it. They pop too long instead. It's a good flash. Cowards just gets his vision back in time. Fast up cap for a Liege. Is he going to commit with no support or trade available? He chooses against it. The round would have lived and died on that fight. So maybe for the best that FaZe just get to group. It's not gone to plan already. Carrigan gone from the picture. 3 strong again. AWP here. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
Smoke exec in. I mean, these are stripped back repeat rounds from FaZe Clan. 1 man down in CT, it's Rain, but he's already been discovered, dealt with by Davideus. paiN approaching map point, and it's NQZ's AWP looking to get them there. Low health on a Liege, and Davideus moves in on the backstab. These rotates, these reads from the paiN squad have been fantastic.
You can see why they weren't worried about moving to CT side with only 5 rounds, right? They were very comfortable. They've been streaking ever since they started, and just some great protocols in play. When that drop in CT comes out, they're breaking the smoke from the CT side of things. Their B-hold is so reliable. And it's not like this has even been dominated by AWPers. Sure, Snow and NQZ just had 2 big rounds, but they've been winning before that fact. paiN have the tape. They have the experience on this map. Sure, it's against domestic competition more often than not, but it's not holding them back. Scout picked in middle, and this just feels like a formality at this point. That paiN will walk this one over the line. I don't know if B is the answer. Davideus and Snow denied them every step of the way. That's a good pick. Catching NQZ, dropping off the cat. Nice combo move for FaZe. And Leech might have to use that path to get towards A, but Davideus up in the window denies. Tucked in on Goose. Big Uzera trying to end the map.
I always praise this guy for his consistent output. If there ever was a time for that to hold true, it's now, but it's awkward on that first spray. Rain gonna get past him. Nades Rain on in now, but Carrigan's managed to get out of there. Davideus moving in. Snow on that second AWP as well. Oh no, I have the rear in behind him. Davideus, a second kill. Can he make it the third? No, just cut short as Frozen doubles up. And that's going to leave it on Cowards, trapped behind this smoke. After a little bit more time, they piece it together. Cowards 1v1, Rain the guy to beat. Cowards might be fast, but Rain's got experience. Pressure doesn't get to him, and he swings out from the ramp side to secure double digits for FaZe Clan. There's still fight left in FaZe.
Yeah, we're going to get all 24, aren't we? We're going to go the distance here on this one. Seen FaZe many a time take Dust 2 to the final line. I love that idea, that concept for FaZe to find the AWPer on Cat. They push him off with a good flashbang, and you know exactly what protocol that AWPer's going to do. He's going to drop CT, and that's when a lead swings out middle. So great communication from FaZe. Just feels like a very hard map to win when one site has just been entirely off limits.
The thing that's wild now, though, is paiN have been on this insane tear. They streaked together all those rounds earlier on, then you've had some fantastic heroic moments in there from Snow on that second AWP. But that second AWP comes with a big old price tag attached to it. NQZ, as the AWP for this squad gets to don it in this round, meaning Snow's back to the rifle. The thing that really puts a chill in you right now if you're paiN is if you lose this round, you are eco, and then you are into overtime, barring any wild antics like Snow gave us in that 5-7 round. And so this is your chance to get this game over the line.
Up on it.
NQZ Holds the fort, Carrigan dead first. Big Azera and Cowes kills in tandem. And so paiN, those worries, those fears that the money could break down right at the end of regulation, might get laid to rest here and now. It's just Brokey and Rain left in the picture for FaZe Clan. This AWP struggling to find a pick out on long. paiN have got no reason to face him. He does have a series of 1v1s laid out. That's the only way back into this for Brokey. There's no immediate trade once he takes this first fight, but a missed shot sailing past Cowes, that will seal FaZe's fate. Only Rain left standing. FaZe Clan must now know what paiN realized at the start of this round. It's all over. They lock it in. paiN walk away, heads held high, dust 2 in their back pocket.
Yeah, FaZe is simply left in the dust, and paiN well on their way to taking down another most wanted team here at the Blast Bounty 2025. Of course, it was their map pick coming into this series, but doesn't make this victory any less impressive, Dupree. That was commanding in the second half.
Oh yeah, I mean, we saw many great things from this one. I think the main thing for me, obviously, was the B defend hold from paiN. Man, the amount of times that FaZe went into B split, the likes of Davideus and Snow just like locking it down on their own. Damn, that was great.
I love the pictures we just saw right here. Big Azera animating his teammates, you know, telling them exactly how cool they are, how good they are, and making sure they stay focused as well. That was a very animated performance coming in from paiN Gaming as well. I very much agree. I think they had a fantastic CT side defense. The T side was slow but effective. We spoke about it, you and I, for in the green room as well. It was a slow paiN Gaming, but they really made FaZe sweat for it, and they made them uncomfortable on that CT side. So overall, almost a perfect start to this series for the paiN Gaming boys.
Yeah, tell me the story of that first half from your perspective, Dupree, because I think we've come to realize by now paiN, they're not necessarily going to go for those aggro plays time and time again. They like to make you wait a little bit for those execs.
Definitely. I mean, they definitely started out slow, and you could see also that FaZe Clan, they waited for them, and they also went aggressive themselves. Like, FaZe has always been this team that's been very notorious in being aggressive, especially on the catwalk, trying to get all these kills going into lower dark. Brokey playing a lot down mid, breaking up the smokes, trying to find the entries. They rather want to fight them in the beginning of the game, you know, break the gameplay of their opponents. That is something that has always been a thing for FaZe. Like, they don't want the opponents to be able to breach, so they want to go in there, they want to be aggressive, they want to break up their game plan, so they feel like they need to come up with stuff on the fly. And I think FaZe did a well job in the beginning, and but the fact that paiN just kept going and playing this slow style, getting the picks that they wanted, manipulate the rotations, and then finishing up just playing number games was a good showing by paiN.
We touched upon Elige and how exactly he was going to be fitting into the mix. I think at the first half, he was putting up some decent numbers, right?
Yeah, I think Elige was the main reason why FaZe remained competitive in this game. First half, he had a great showing, obviously, as you said, Freya. Second half, I would argue he found even more impact, as he was the only player within FaZe Clan that got something done on that T side. So I think from an individual standpoint, you cannot point a finger towards Elige at all. He was by far the best performer within FaZe Clan, but it wasn't nearly enough. And I gotta say that he was not really surrounded by players who helped him out an awful lot. I think this round 19, is a great example as well, where he gets a quad kill, he brings it back from a 2v5 and helps Brokey to win the round. But apart from that, it felt like the T side was a little bit lackluster from FaZe Clan. So yeah, Elige as an individual playing well, but we also did preface this game saying that Elige coming into the lineup, that means positional changes for other players, and I think we saw some of those consequences transpire in this game.
Let's discuss that a little bit, because, you know, off air in the green room, we were having a little chat about exactly how this, I guess, new look Rain is going to be faring. And I don't want to blame the loss on him. That's not what we're trying to do here. We're not looking at the scoreline and going, okay, it's all on Rain. It's just interesting to hear exactly how Carrigan is envisioning using him. He was saying, you know, the Twilight years, he was mentioning that about Rain. He wants him to be going out on a high, and he wants him to be trying something which Finn has been saying he feels like he fits into with that anchor position. You don't necessarily agree with that though, right?
Like, I love Rain as a player. You know, we go back in times, we've been facing off multiple times, and I've gotten a lot of inspiration from Rain in my career by playing the same positions as him. And I've always seen Rain as being this sort of aggressive guy. He plays rotational positions. Like, he is the guy that is not afraid. He's always like rock solid. He's always been good at playing these roles. I would never see Rain being an anchor. And I don't care about how he has been performing in this series, but also the previous one. I don't care how he does as overall right now. I'm more concerned for the future. And obviously, it's still something that takes time. It is a position that can be very hard for knowing when to attack and when to hold off and everything. But I have a slight concern going forward from player to player, also being like taking his age into consideration. As myself, he has a kid, I know. It's all these things that takes like to reinvent yourself in some ways. You know, he's been playing the same kind of role in FaZe for a long, long time. And of course there needs to be space for Elish. I mean, that is the sole reason why they brought him in.
Yes.
But I'm still concerned to the fact that can Rain bring that thing to the table that he wants himself and that the team needs in terms of this anchoring, but also lurking at the age of, what is he, 31, maybe 30?
He's up there, yeah, up there. I agree. I think there's two things that I need to say to provide context. One is Kerrigan saying that Rain has never been the most vocal player. And to me, that's an issue, right? Because Rain are playing in probably the most important position in the game where you need to be vocal in those rotation position on the CT side, which is exactly the positions that Elise likes to play in. And we know Elise to be very vocal. So I think that's perhaps something that FaZe have been lacking and missing over all these years, that Rain perhaps could have been a little bit more vocal. I don't think anyone can point a finger towards Rain and says he hasn't delivered over all these years within FaZe Clan from an individual standpoint as well. He's a fantastic player, the longevity he's had, but maybe one of the weaknesses that we've never really been exposed to when it comes to Rain is the lack of communication or lack of taking initiative on behalf of other players, which is something Elise is very good at. Now, I agree with you, Peter. Forcing Rain into becoming an anchor, that's a big risk, you know, at a very late stage in his career. And I will say, the cynic in me, you know, if I have to take all emotions aside, if I'm just looking at FaZe Clan, is Elise a better player than Rain? Yes, he is. Is Elise a better rotational player than Rain? Yes, he is. So you're upgrading in that position. Now, can Rain be a great anchor? That's the big question mark. Now, can Rain not be a great anchor? There's great anchors out there that you can find and replace Rain with. And that is kind of cynic to say, but in terms of the future for FaZe Clan, I understand why they're willing to take the gamble, because Elise is a better player than Rain in those positions.
And I'm wondering how much Rain has had a say in this decision, right? I'm sure you've probably been there, Dupree, when we had the conversation yesterday about, you know, your positioning on Mirage when you're on Vitality. When you're kind of forced into a corner, I don't want to put words into the mouths of FaZe and say that is happening. I'm just wondering how much agreement he had in this, or whether he saw it and went, well, yeah, it makes sense for Elise to take these positions.
I mean, it probably sounds rough, but in the end, you don't really have any. Of course, you have a saying, but you don't really have a choice. I mean, like, and I also see Rain as a one of, if like besides Kerrigan being the best team player inside FaZe Clan, so I can just see facing, yeah, sure, I will go anchoring B. I don't care. I just want to win. I just wanted to be there for the team. That's what I said when I had to be anchor on Mirage, even though I was like, oh, that's going to be a terrible position, yada, yada. But I mean, of course, he has agreed to, because that's maybe the best way forward for the team. But that doesn't change the fact that it's going to be difficult, I think. And I hope to see Rain succeed in this. And, you know, we also just need to take into consideration if Kerrigan believes and that this is the right approach. And also Rain has taken his toll on saying that this is what I want. This is how I feel as a player. And maybe, I wouldn't say it's been misused, because Rain has been hella good for FaZe Clan for a long, long time. Right? So something has been working for him being the rotation. But to go there and actually make it work, I mean, he needs probably 3 months, I think. Then we need to be in 3 months. Maybe we can have like a discussion again whether it's paying off or it's not working.
I think Rain has the capability to make that transition. Whether or not he's going to be a world-class anchor or he's just going to be a good anchor remains to be seen. But as you said, you know, it's early on. It's just been a couple of maps so far, and I think if anyone can do that, it is Rain, you know, with all the experience.
Time for my favorite mini-game segment. It's a game of what happens next, because FaZe, they win the pistol coming into the second half. What happens next, Jacob?
Well, Snow happens, and I think Snow was kind of the catalyst behind this win for paiN Gaming as well, especially his 5-7. At a point in the game where you feel FaZe are regaining control, they're getting into it, they're about to start their T side, build up some money. Snow comes in a round that is, to me, game-defining, where he picks up the 5-7, gets a quad kill, a triple kill. FaZe even gets Sentry right here. They tried to B-split an awful lot, and me and Peter said it, the B defense from paiN Gaming was stellar. Snow pushes out at the perfect timing at door, and one may argue that it's a little bit disjointed by FaZe right there. You have a guy being caught with a flash in his hand, you have a guy looking away, and you have a third guy who just dies straight up in a duel. Perhaps they could have been a bit more cautious. Perhaps the guy with the nade in the hand as well shouldn't really have thrown anything, because you already had control over the scenario, but it's easy to nitpick when something like that happens. At the end of the day, a fantastic play by Snow that crowns a fantastic performance over the course of the entirety of Dust 2.
Super impressed by him. It's not the first time. We also saw the nuke yesterday or the day before that he
with
also...
the 5-7 as well,
Yeah, I mean, the way he just his decision making in these rounds has been like crucial. Like he loses his teammate in window. He could have just been tucked inside the smoke or maybe try to push tunnel, but he does the only thing that can actually help him win the round. That is by pushing doors. And of course he gets a little bit lucky on the timing and he gets some good kills. But he does the only thing that has a potential for him to win the round. And he's only 17 years old, you know, and see how fired up he gets. And, you know, you have a kid in your room that's 17 that just done something against FaZe and he starts yelling. I can guarantee you that has definitely fired up the entire paiN squad.
I will say though that we see it one more time right here. Who's it being caught off guard with a flash in his hand? I think it's the guy going through the door right here. It's a little bit unfortunate. You're right. He does the only right thing, Snow, right here. He does the only play he can do in potentially winning the round. That means that FaZe should also be ready for the only play that potentially could lose them the round. So it's always a bit of these scenarios where one player is making a genius move and one team is perhaps dropping the ball a little bit.
Let's talk about the newcomer on the side of paiN as well. Davideus, how did he fare on this map?
He's been fantastic in this map. He's been fantastic in this tournament so far. He came from Red Candidates where he had an uptick in performance, where he really did well for himself. 9C back in the day, I believe he was playing for as well. And coming into the Blast Bounty, he's been starting off the season like pure fire. In the first series for paiN, he was the highest performer. So far in Dust 2, together with Snow, they were the two catalysts. They were the two guys bringing it up with the rifle, and I've been nothing but impressed with Davideus so far.
His partner in crime, him and Snow on B bomb side, man, I think they're the sole reason why they won this half.
Yeah.
And the game for that matter as well. Like, we saw that FaZe constantly went out mid. They constantly tried to do the B splits. We saw them going back to A. He was even instrumental in their retakes on A. So I think, you know, he really did well.
Highest rated player on the side of paiN and versus FaZe as well so far. So out of all 10 players in the server, he's done the best of the tournament, Bounty, so far.
Yeah, I think he's been a great pickup. You know, people maybe forget that he's new in towards this lineup. He was being brought up, come into the season right here, had his debut a couple of days ago, and now he's doing it against FaZe Clan. You know, one thing is doing it against a second-tier opposition, but doing it against FaZe, doing it against Elise, doing it against Kerrigan, that's a different kind of breed. So let's keep an eye on him and see if he can continue that performance.
Certainly a great start for paiN coming into this series versus FaZe, but all hope not lost for them just yet. Their map pick of Inferno awaits after this break. FaZe's map choice of Inferno awaits, and a chance for them to correct their course. That's because they did fumble in the first map versus paiN. They take that one pretty convincingly on the grounds of Dust 2. Inferno, an interesting choice, right, Jacob? Because they did lose out to M80 on this very map just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I was surprised they decided to repick it, you know. Must mean that they felt that whatever happened against M80 was an anomaly, something that will not happen again. Maybe they learned something from it, maybe they thought it was a game off. However, the same could be said for paiN Gaming. They played against Gamer Legion on the exact same map, where they also end up losing 13-10 after mounting a pretty decent comeback on the T side, a game where Gamer Legion were dominating from start to finish. So I think both of these lines are coming into Inferno not really sure where they stand right now, so I expect another close game, but obviously FaZe the favorites.
Totally agree. It's going to be close, and I believe that we can never really rule out FaZe Clan no matter what, so I'm excited to see what they can bring on Inferno.
Also online?
Ooh, sometimes.
Sometimes maybe yes, sometimes maybe no, but either way, we're going to be getting into the game. It's Inferno with Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, so FaZe awestruck at the arrival of a very competitive paiN on the dawn of this series. Inferno coming up next. It's the FaZe Clan map pick. I'm hoping this is where we can see FaZe come together a little bit more, especially when we had them move into the second half on Dust 2. The wheels fell off, man. Some looser moments. I like the kind of breakdown from Pip, but he also threw in the caveat of, you know, in the heat of the moment, it's hard to say that, and you can nitpick all you like after it's happened. When Snow upset with that 5-7, that really was a game-defining round, and there was some cracks in the FaZe Clan T side you don't usually see, so maybe some teething issues. You're hoping, as Inferno rolls around, we can get back to the regularly scheduled programming. It's the FaZe Clan map pick, it's Inferno. This is where they're going to try and right their wrongs. paiN, meanwhile, they want a 2-0 win. Collect that $30,000 bounty on the head of FaZe and a lock in a spot in the LAN finals next week.
Ooh la la, what a combination, Harry. They're going to have to earn it. Be it 2, be it 3 maps. Raj to finish, that's where FaZe should have their best bet. Can they get us there? Remains to be seen. FaZe have already picked this map and they lost it dominantly. 13-7 to M80 with a stand-in. So we're yet to be sold on this new FaZe on Inferno, but it's a map as old as time. I'm sure they've got a couple tricks up their sleeve.
So does Big Azera in the pistol round. Fast flank in behind them. These dual Berettas churning through FaZe Clan. And paiN were one step ahead thanks to that fast flank from Big Azera. It's all eyes on Elige, trying to leave an impression in the pistol. 3 kills deep already. And a 1v2 laid out ahead of him. Both players out on short. Oh, man, that's mad. Calls their bluff, commits to the plant, money locked in, sure, but now is to win these fights. First connects out of ammo, and that's when Big Azera will shut him down.
One more bullet.
What Elige could have done with a couple more bullets left in that Glock.
One more, and I think he gets it. Just had to squeeze every shot out to take that 4th kill. I love that experienced play of sticking the bomb in their face, like, it's so crazy that why would they call that bluff? And it guarantees the force buy now for FaZe, which is a good sign. NT for Elige, but paiN with a pistol. And we already saw Big Azera on that big flank. It's all that was happening against Gamer Legion as well. A lot of aggressive banana control. paiN feeling free to play a stack on that A site in gun rounds. Very exciting team on this map to watch. So FaZe have got their work cut out for them. Elige hero AK on the eco. He goes diving up middle through the smoke. The FaZe smoke, no less.
I mean, Elige is in with a vengeance. That much is clear. He wants to really leave his mark on Inferno. But denied in the early pick on the AK. That steam, those wind in his sails has left now as he slows it down just a tad. Still wants to be that first point of contact. Frozen also has armor, important to note. So if there is success from Elige,
smart.
Gonna be able to spread these guns around. Even if he falls, you have another fighter ready to take his place. And he's managed to bag them some good real estate here in the top of mid, but it's all by design. paiN haven't been forced out of position here. They welcome FaZe Clan into the top of middle. Are they ready for this AK though? That's the big question.
They saw it.
Big smoke down over on the long side. Brokey, he's the one who opened up. That gun brushed aside, but the pistols have found a lot of success. That success comes to a screeching halt though. NQZ arriving on the SMG. Oh, okay. Maybe there's still something in this round after all. Rain hits a blinder. He's not ready for snow.
Oh, yeah?
Surely.
Oh, yeah? Oh,
Rain's
no.
never prepared for snow.
Oh, changing in a new season as paiN look to start 2025 off with a bang. This would be a crazy way to do it in a 2-0. They're looking like they're believing as well. A lot of hype from Snow in that previous map. He had the output individually, plays very smart there, doesn't overcommit. And Rain comes hunting, but not deep enough. Full buy now. Karrigan takes the L for a Liege to get an AK. I mean, true leader.
If you're paiN, you have every reason to be hyped up. Not just the fact that this is your first outing with Davideus and it's feeling really good and you're picking up wins, you've got FaZe on the ropes. That was the highest ranked team and the first international team you've beaten on Dust 2 since they took down Virtus.pro all the way back in August of last year.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, these types of successes haven't come often for paiN. We're already in uncharted territory in this series, so what's to stop them taking that momentum?
It's not just any international team, it is the international team to start international teams. 5-on-4 FaZe though, they win the fight at Banana and Karrigan starting to push up, can upgrade as well. Gamble. Snow trade smokes. But it is that AAA hold that FaZe are set up into. Oh, Ray maybe heard that.
Oh, playing through the long smoke, creeping through as well. Like, that's crazy. Given free openers here as FaZe look to swarm this A site. The guns come out. And it doesn't take long for FaZe to find success.
Bomb has been planted. One drop from Kawes, just missed the last bit of movement. And he gave Rain all the info. He knew not to worry about balcony or pit. He heard him sight side. So FaZe on the board early. I wouldn't take that fight, Snow.
They scared him with the first shot. He wasn't expecting the full chase here, but he says, go on. Brokey will deny that AK save, and so no rifles coming out for paiN in this next round. They do cobble a buy together. Best weapon in play is the FAMAS for NQZ. FaZe clearly know what they're up against here, right? If there's one thing you can guarantee about a paiN CT side, it's that Big Azera wants to be active on Banana. He wants them to be involved, fighting for that early, and FaZe are very aware of this. Whether that's finding him through the smoke in the last round, nading it open at the base of Banana and using that to take the 5v4, or here up and leaving entirely, not wanting to play into the hand of some of these double paiN setups. Instead, they just go back to the top of mid. Davideus gonna get smoked out again, and he learnt his lesson about walking through these in the last round.
Oh, Karrigan? I was going to say he might slip through, but just go for the moto wrap. You got lane, you got long, and there's not really guns to stop you here. SMG in the pit, it's really up to NQZ.
You know, at worst, you're going to be running into SMGs, pistols when you approach this A site, so keep the long sight lines open and let Karrigan farm.
Perfectly played from Karrigan because he sits in the corner. He's holding the headshot angle on mini pit, but also as that player walks through the smoke, he's got his back turned to Karrigan, of course. So it's covering so many positions, and there's really not a lot of spots paiN can be in. They get choked out on the site. NQZ, no kills of that FAMAS.
They're just glad they stay away from that. The Snow 5-7.
Yeah, it's kind of already won the whole map for FaZe, against FaZe in a way.
Trust me, it's infamous in the minds of FaZe Clan.
They fear it.
But a flawless round. Keeping these types around flawless up against the Force Spy, it is so powerful. You know, these are the ones where it's almost forgivable if it gets a little bit more expensive, because you are up against something. There are going to be gimmicks, there are going to be tricks that you've got to worry about. And so Carrigan is probably very happy with this, getting early control. Yeah, that's a happy man right there. They know there's more money to be made in this follow-up round. Only a 5-7 to worry about.
What could go wrong, Harry?
I'll pause before we get into it, though. He's showing a good face to open up this map. But we can't get ahead of ourselves because Dust 2 started much the same. And we all remember how that panned out.
True, I feel like I did get ahead of myself there, but it just didn't look, it just looked so lost for paiN on that map, on the T side at least. They got so many mid rounds where they just didn't know where to go, didn't know how to finish.
I think that's why the Snow round was so game defining, right? Like, Pim gave it a lot of credit to it on the desk, and with good reason. It's very, very rare you can point to one round in particular and say that was where the game was won, especially when it was so early. But it felt like it was an entire vibe change. Whenever we saw paiN on the cameras, they were looking a little frustrated. They were missing nades. They were flubbing their lines in mid-round moments where they have advantages. Suddenly that round comes through. It's all smiles. You can see everyone's talking a lot. It completely changed the vibe in the room. And like Dupree was saying, you know, when you've got Snow sitting there 17 years old and he's getting really hyped up because he's just single-handedly with a 5-7 robbed a round away from a huge team in FaZe Clan, that is going to pump you up. That is going to hype you up. And so I think, you know, that was a real turning point for paiN. They might need something similar here.
Definitely feels like just the time for paiN to break in, because they've had two majors back-to-back where they've been very impressive, where they've almost made playoffs. You know, they've run through their RMRs, and even in this head-to-head, it happened twice last year. Both times they took a map off of FaZe. They won Inferno at Full Showdown. They took Mirage at Rio. They've had a bunch of close maps. So it feels like it's about time, like, this team is ready. They've got a firepower increase. Davideus has been dominant.
Yeah, and something that's interesting there is even the sort of moves that have been made, right? Because if you talk about paiN in that first major, over in Copenhagen, that was the one where after that event, after doing well there, that was actually where they picked up Snow, who was still in Karsay at the time. Heading into the Copenhagen major. So that was like one change. But the thing with Snow is he was very, very young and very unproven. And so there was work that had to go in there to building him up as a player, getting him accustomed to the system. The usual problems with bringing in a new guy, but then you also just factor in the relative lack of experience, the young age. There was a lot that had to happen very, very quickly for Snow to show his best game. And I feel like that is starting to reach its apex now. The change that happened, however, after Shanghai, the inclusion of Davideus into this roster, I think that is far more of a feature complete upgrade, right? Davideus has experience, years of it, and a more proven output than someone like Snow. So I think there's less groundwork that has to be laid to reap the reward of Davideus in this team compared to when you added Snow, who, as we just said, we feel like is actually starting to crescendo right now and really find his form and his voice within this squad. So I'm inclined to agree with you, Hugo. I think this could be a very good year for paiN fans, of which there are many. I know a lot of folks have been enamored with the likes of Big Azera, often calling for him to be the solution to the Furia problem throughout the years of problems that have plagued Furia now.
Leave him alone, man. He's got his own squad. And a potent one at that.
Just always interesting when you're watching a team go from kind of being at that tipping point to breaking through. And it feels like finally everything's laid out for that to happen for paiN. And I think a good way to prove it, Hell, with what you just said earlier about, you know, the historic matchups between these squads, a really sick way to prove it would be to not just take a map off of FaZe Clan, but actually win this series, especially when you're getting FaZe a little more vulnerable, what with the changes that have gone down there. Because even though you're bringing Elysia, which is a whole new player to the system, it's not like that's the only change that FaZe are facing. They've talked about this new style, about the fact that Rain finds himself in new roles with new responsibilities in the twilight years of his career. You know, you have them in a vulnerable state where changes are occurring. It's not the battle-hardened FaZe Clan. This is a FaZe under development. And so if there ever was a time to beat them, it's when you've just brought in a new star in Davideus and Snow is starting to hit a peak. Everything is laid up for this to be the upset for paiN.
Yeah, the honeymoon.
Now we have to see if they can realize that.
Exactly. The honeymoon periods for some of these teams aren't manifesting like maybe they wanted to, right? Liquid falling in just earlier to Heroic and perhaps FaZe. I mean, we are talking very early on into the series, but I'm loving the angle. I'm going to keep leaning into it.
It made me laugh earlier when you said the Team Liquid honeymoon might only last one series, and I was thinking, God, what a honeymoon that was! Like hardly
really
the Maldives, was it? It was nine Panda Express. Like
nice.
That's where you ended up, man. Yeah.
Get to the layover and say, nah, turn this around.
While we have the tech timeout, you know, on the Liquid one, I do think it is a bit of a colossal failure that they lose that series, but at the same time, I don't think it's like there's no angle where it's like that is it, like that's a defining disaster. It's a major setback. Sure, they should have won it, but do I think this team in 3, 4, 5 months, hell, even in a couple of weeks, do I think they're going to feel the same? No, I think they are going to get more and more dangerous as time passes and Nerds gets more familiar in that team.
I've just heard that we're getting a PC swapped, so just a couple more minutes, hopefully, but we're throwing over to the desk while we wait.
Ooh.
So enjoy the subtle, smooth tones of 2 Danes and a Brit.
Thank you so graciously, Harry and Hugo. Yeah, a little bit of a tech issue, having a PC swapped out, ETF, a couple minutes, so should be coming back pretty swiftly. What happens though, Dupree, when we're in a situation like this, particularly playing from home? Obviously, you know, when we're in a studio, when we're in a LAN environment, you can't say anything to each other. That's one of, you know, the top rules. What happens at home when you've got a tech issue like this?
You're also just sitting there, just not allowed to say anything. You're not allowed to talk.
On your own as well?
Yeah, you're just sitting in your own room and you're like, you know, there's like a webcam at you and you're like sitting back, you're looking a bit at the wall. Maybe you're thinking about what you're gonna have, what you have for breakfast and what you're gonna cook tonight, and I should probably do the laundry and all these kind of things.
So your brain goes away from Counter-Strike? Is that what you're saying? You give yourself a little moment of like meditation almost?
I think it's more about like, if you know that the tech issue is somewhat long, usually we would go inside the game, we would be typing, so what's up, what's the issue? And then people be like, we have technical issues with the computer or something. Or they would go like...
You're playing big, obviously. Yeah.
Or they would go like whatever issue it is. So you kind of have an idea like how long it's going to take. Or you can ask the admin what's the issue, and then occasionally we would start chatting, and then the admin goes like, no talking.
Am I right in assuming that TeamSpeaks get muted? Is there someone controlling the TeamSpeak room sometimes where they're automatically muted so you physically can't speak to each other when you're sitting online?
That is the case, yes. It has happened. Yeah, well, we go to tournaments, that happens. I'm not certain if it still happens online. It probably turned into happening. Not in the beginning. It would just be the admin being super strict, saying no talking. And you get this kind of special relationship with your admin, the admin that's in the room. Like, you always say, hello, how are you doing? I don't remember the name.
Wait, so you're allowed to talk to the admin? You just can't talk to teammates. Right.
Yeah, well,
that begs the question, and I'm just, you know, trying to put myself into the Twitch chat mindset right now. Teams are sitting at boot camps, so how do you avoid people from talking to each other? How do you avoid Elysia and Kerrigan having a conversation right now where they're sitting next to each other in a room? And how do you avoid people at a boot camp to talk to each other? I guess you can't.
No.
I mean, you can see it on the cams.
They can see the cams,
so
yeah, but I think it's hard to. I think it's
penalty.
hard to punish people from doing stuff. Like we've had weird situations where we've been sitting on LAN doing like sign languages to each other just because we can, because we don't want to mess around. Like we have no issues. like we have no idea what we're saying. We're just doing stuff to be annoying, and they must be like, they go, no talking.
Okay, competitive integrity aside, how do you make sure that you don't, lose focus, lose that motivation if you're, coming off of, I mean, we could look at it at both sides. If you just had a round where you absolutely popped off, or maybe you've had a start to a map that's been a little bit slower than you wanted, how do you make sure you're coming back in with the right mindset?
I've tried many times that we've been sitting in the middle of a joke or trying to do something funny, we get told off, and then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, let's go, guys, we'll get back into it. So, of course, there's also something to it that you also need to stay kind of focused. I think it was way back in the time we would maybe do that more. Nowadays, it's more like you just sit on your own, you don't really mess around, it's not the right thing, but it's more about, at least you want to try and focus on the things that you've been doing good, maybe the things that you needed to be doing, like the things you've been doing bad. Maybe you think about, like, what's the round to come, what have we been going through already, what is my opponent's next move, all these kind of things.
I think it's also one of those things where people react differently. There's different types of personalities. I know Peter to be a goofy guy and a guy who's like, you don't want to sit around and wait. You want to do something, and you hate just not doing anything. You feel like you're wasting your time. And I think there's also players out there, like chill guy, NaVi. I don't think that much happens. I think he's just chilling, having a good time, thinking about what he needs to eat for dinner and whatnot. So different players, different personalities, different ways of dealing with it. At the end of the day, I think we can all agree that technical pauses suck.
Yeah, no, not ideal, but just a part of, the job, unfortunately, sometimes. Unavoidable. Are you allowed to, I guess you're allowed to look through notes. I guess you put your phones, when you're playing at home, you have to put your phone somewhere. Are you allowed your phone next to you?
I mean, we are allowed to have our phones in some, like, there's no restrictions. And yes, there is restrictions, but what can they do? I mean, if I had my phones on the table, whatever.
Okay, yeah,
but it's more
you
like,
can't go on it.
Yeah, I think it's more like a gentleman agreement that people just don't look at their phones.
That's fair.
Just to stay focused. At least that's what we've always done. Sometimes people maybe like drift off and do it anyways, but I think it's more like a gentleman agreement that we don't do it.
Are you allowed to, like, alt tab, have a little browse of Reddit, maybe have a little scroll somewhere else?
Yeah, well, in theory you are, but it's just things that people don't really do.
It's a distraction.
You guys want to hear a story from the real life? Speaking of alt tabbing.
Is this from when you were on Team Liquid, maybe?
I don't want to say, because that could maybe suggest, I don't want to mention any names here, that could maybe suggest who this is, but I have been playing in a professional game in ESL Pro League back in season 6 or something like that. I don't remember. We had a technical pause, and we had a teammate that in the middle of the game, I'm sitting at a boot camp, we're not allowed to talk to each other. I'm sitting in the middle of a boot camp, guy taps out, loads up World of Warcraft, and starts playing World of Warcraft in the middle of the tech pause. That happened back then.
What team was that?
I don't want to say, because then maybe you could figure out who it is. But I swear to God, when I saw that, I was just like,
that's what I want to hear.
Technically, you're allowed to do that. That's okay to just, I mean, maybe some people's brains, they can't sit still. Maybe they need
one
to
thing
be
is playing
simulated.
World of Warcraft, another one is doing it in the middle of an official game.
Yeah, no, that's not great. That's not great at all. What's your feelings on meditation? Because I feel like we've seen, a couple of Frozen is the first player that comes to mind back in the days. He was loving a bit of meditation when we had these kind of moments. Alexi B as well.
Yeah.
You ever done it yourself?
I've closed my eyes to, like, visualize. I mean, that is also kind of a meditation, like closing your eyes, no, but visualization.
I closed my eyes once, it was great.
No, but visualization is something that I've been doing in the middle of a game, but also mostly, obviously, coming into a game. We worked a lot with our my previous sports psychologist, Lars Robbel. We worked a lot with the whole mental aspect of visualization and breathing methods. What else can we come up to? Thinking.
Could you teach us some? Could you teach us some breathing methods right now?
Well, I think there's like there's the what's it called? You must know, since you do all these kind of things. The one where
you're a breathing expert, actually.
This is the.
There's different types. There's like the double inhale through the nose, and then like
that's the one. Yes, something like this.
And I don't know why you do it, but you do it. You double inhale through the nose and then breathe out through the mouth. And
something
apparently
like this,
that calms down your nervous system or whatever.
Okay, interesting.
The box breathing.
The box breathing?
Yeah.
What is the box breathing?
I don't know. Well, obviously it hasn't made the biggest impact on me, but I think I was more into the whole mental aspect instead of bringing it out into the physical one where I actually did the breathing exercises. I was more into the whole mental part of visualization and also trying to leave the bad thoughts behind and visualizing myself putting he would always have this thing that if something bad happens, he would visualize the bus, if you were like the bus driver, and if there's like intrusive thought or something really bad happening inside the game, you throw that in the back of the bus because you know that's the least important thing.
Right, lock it away for later.
Oh, yeah.
Just stop thinking about it. Put it in the back of your brain.
Yeah.
That's helpful, isn't it, Jacob?
That is helpful, and that is an intrusive thought, you know, if I ever heard one. I think there's also a massive difference whether you have a technical pause at a big stage, you know, in a big arena, compared to when you're sitting at home where there's no one watching you apart from a stupid webcam that you try to ignore anyway. So for most of these players, it's as much as we want to make it a big deal, I don't think it is online. I think it's very different when you get into an arena environment where, of course, you know, a lot is at stake and the pressure is significant.
It's just a very unique situation where we actually have a player here where we can pick your brain about these things. And I think another question that I did want to pose to you before, we didn't have time, unfortunately, we do now, is you were kind of one of the first wave of teams to get a sports psychologist under your belt, right? I think back in the days in Astralis, right, you had somebody come in and help. Why did you do that, first of all? Why was that something that the team recognized that maybe was needed for you guys?
Obviously, we've had our history with my team history is that we've had problems going through semifinals and the whole choking thing. So I think it was something that the team bought into because we felt like we had a mental blockade somewhere. I think we also started and wanted to see Counter-Strike being more professional. We wanted to look at the traditional sports world. What did they do? You know, we wanted to bring all these things in where we could get all the more percentage we could get to get a good shot at winning. That is what we wanted to. I think that's what we did, and then, you know, we bought into it fast because we also felt it had an impact. Also, the people believed in it, and I think if you do these kind of things, you need to have people coming in. You need to buy into it, otherwise it doesn't really have that much of an effect. So it was something that was bought by the team very fast and something that helped us. And I mean, it required, like, a player from player. It is different how people take it, but I've used it ever since. I still use it to the day, you know. So yeah. It has a big impact on me.
That's like a history lesson for the people, right? That's what it was like to be Astralis back in the days. I feel like you guys were first movers on a lot of different things, whether that was the sports psychology stuff, whether that was the Sonic thing, or whoever came up with it. Every single nade has to have a purpose in the game. You guys did the most damage with your grenades on pretty much every single nade. It felt like Astralis always were the first movers in terms of bringing in sports psychologists, bringing in new concepts, and good on you for that, because it netted him 4 majors. So good for him.
5.
Well, I am hearing that we do have the technical issue resolved. Thank you, everybody, for waiting so patiently. Thank you, gentlemen, for your thoughts. Let's dive back into Inferno.
5 majors.
That is 5 majors, Jacob. Have some respect.
Yeah. And if you have also just tried closing your eyes for the first time, wake up! The game is about to start again. It's the second map, FaZe's pick Inferno. And the scoreline, from what I remember, was 2-2.
I'll trust you on that one.
Yeah.
There were definitely
I'm throwing a Hail Mary out there, but I'm pretty sure it's
2-1
right.
or 2-2. No, you're right. 2-2 sounds right. 2-2 is good.
2-2.
Yeah. Well, time to skirt on back into this one. FaZe on the T side. It's their map pick. paiN full eco. FaZe some slow long wraps so far, Harry. Extra halloumi.
Ooh. God, that would be good right now. paiN just with USPs. And a 5-7 for Snow. I remember now, he saved that out of the last round. There we go.
Snow
Okay.
the 5-7. We've seen
So
this before,
I always get really interested by dupreeh and Pip just interacting.
It's quite funny, isn't it? It's entertaining.
And it is, you know, it speaks to dupreeh's aura that he immediately shows up and just starts wrecking Pip. Like,
it's good fun because you just have, you know, you got one of the most legendary Danish players, incredible accomplishments, incredibly smart guy on the desk, just rocking it, and then you have dupreeh as well, you know, doing his best. Sorry, I had to. We wrecked Jacob so much.
Such a pimp stand.
No, we wrecked Jacob so much. I had to give him something. Okay. I heard Maui laugh. I'm gonna pretend that was me.
It wasn't.
No, you're right. 3 rounds for FaZe. 5 alive. Buys are back on the menu.
God, can we bring those guys in between every round? That was cool. Just having a whole team on standby for the tech pause. Usually we have to go full podcast mode. That felt really nice. But here we are. paiN with the buy. It's not a great buy, but it's there nonetheless. SMG for Snow, FAMAS for Big Azera. Some limitations. The captain of paiN to try and work with in this round. We have Snow getting involved with a bit of a swing down through Banana, but it really does not pan out. Bit of a freebie picked up for FaZe Clan. Last thing you want to give this FaZe T side is anything for free.
Interesting smoke. FaZe in the middle. Presuming they didn't miss it. They have missed a long smoke already.
They're going to regress. Walking into top banana. Good timing on this move. Yeah. Really good timing on this move. Frozen's just backed up, so...
They need to go now, though. I think that flash made them doubt it for a second, but they're clearing it. It's only Cowers in the site.
They can have 3 players backstabbing.
Yeah, but this round's
They're going slowly, and like, you don't have the time to go slowly, boys. You got to start running. Big Azera will hold that W key. It's all about how many can Cowers deal with. First connects, but enough. Flank arriving too late. FaZe already own the site. Getting past Cowers, he's only good for 1. And this should really be a save if you're paiN. Already money issues have stifled the buy in this round, so it's well worth keeping these guns alive and heading for the hills. Try it again next time.
Yeah, I would love Cowers in, I guess, a more passive position. He's trying to play an off angle to get a couple of kills. You know, they've been doing long wraps a lot, but he's just so committed after that first frag that he can't survive. He can't get a second. Don't get me wrong, big pit, molly, you know, there's a lot of counters in other positions, but this doesn't really give him a lot of options.
Other problem there is like, once you've picked that position, you are stuck there. Like, there is no...
It's down to whether FaZe make a mistake and have bad spacing, and if they... Oh, he's mollied his teammate. Oh my god, you're lucky. If FaZe have bad spacing, then sure, you can get 2 kills, but it's pretty tight for FaZe. Nice round, solid, steady, avoiding the stack. FaZe building into a T side nice and early in this series. Still no AWP. Both teams smoke banana. No, you can have it. Oh, this is a great play for Big Azera, yeah. Knows that FaZe are going to use their top banana smoke to try and get in on that half wall. Won't let them survive it. Fast pop on short now. FaZe just react.
Oh, and Elige is keen for the opener. Charges in. Follow-up from Rain as he drops in out through the apartments, and that gives way to a 3-on-3.
Worth trying.
Yeah, this is a better spot than last time for paiN, right? They can very much justify giving this round a look in. But Big Azera is tagged up. So much is weighted on this first fight, especially as they split the retake up. Big Azera is actually already out of there. This is a save. paiN aren't attempting this. All right, sometimes, you know, you end up regretting this. This could be one of the better spots you were in for a retake, but I can understand why they don't. A little out of position, a little spread apart, would have taken a long while to group, and Big Azera is low. You're hoping there's better times ahead, but that's the risk you've taken.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of rounds left, are there? That's 7 played, and FaZe have a wealth on this T side.
Well, much the same than what paiN did on Dust 2. From the moment the guns have come out, it's been nothing but success for FaZe Clan. And so in terms of how the momentum is shifted in this game, it's now massively riding with FaZe. Every round they're winning, hitting like a 2-for-1. These saves getting called to try and allow more purchases, but that could very, very quickly become a bit of a vicious cycle that paiN have now bought into. They have the AWP for NQZ. Can that be a difference maker here? As he does have the spawn to try and fight mid. He scoped up there early, but not worth hanging around. The molly rains in.
Good escape timing. Oh, heavy nade. Almost 90 damage.
All right, pixel angle for Cowers. Gonna drop that molly in. So knows his nade has found some good impact now, and there's a follow-up. paiN is really wounded.
Ouch. And full banana. With Snow ready to swing if FaZe pop through this smoke, and they certainly might. Going back down middle. Abs has not treated them well. Snow's rotating. Big Azera is going to have a lot on his plate. But he's playing to fall back off this flash. It's going to get him. And I imagine he has a spare bit of util somewhere. they just going to go?
They're contacting this. You're not going to get much of a warning sign. Karrigan's already through that. No reason to respect it. Karrigan, good for the first, has opened up this site, and it allows Frozen to nail that trade.
Loving how FaZe are playing right now. They're just doing contact pops. You know, they get a 5v4, they go in. Sometimes they're not even getting the entry, but it's not stopping them. They know they've done enough defaulting, they've shown enough presence on A that it's going to be a standard setup. Snow gets back in time, 2 coffins, and FaZe just walk in as that smoke comes down. Inferno is often about experience. You don't get more experience than FaZe.
Yeah, I think for Big Azera right now, I feel a little bit like you've been called into a corner by Karrigan. Because in the rounds where they've tried going aggressive on Banana, either FaZe have waited and gone for a later take, or they've come through with smoke spam. In the few times you've won it, there's often been a very sizable reaction to pick up the pace for these A plays. And so now, so much of this defense finds itself hinging simultaneously on the Banana aggro and not on the Banana aggro. It's like the protocols in place for FaZe Clan have been really solid. When they spot Big Azera going deep, when they see him and Snow walking up close with the deep Banana smoke, what's been the response more often than not? It's been to pick up the pace in these A plays, knowing that there's a lot of resources being used to take that Banana control. And so I don't know if there's a clear way out right now for paiN. Karrigan has done a very good job of turning something that is usually one of the biggest strengths of paiN's Inferno into something that's causing them issues and making them feel readable. And you feel like you even saw shadows of that in that last round with Big Azera getting left there alone to try and play it and like feign the Banana take. God, I love the confidence from Elige running through this smoke, but NQZ, not all about confidence, Elige. He will get sent packing by that orb. Here's the skirmish for Banana. FaZe didn't like what they saw in the top of middle, so they need to force some respect as a result out of these B players. paiN can't have won the mid fight and own Banana. That is too much map control. So something's got to give. Reigns trying to leave an impression on the push out through Boiler, but ends up making matters worse.
They can win this round. That's the scariest part, and Big Azera knows it. Great grenade around the corner, but he has to block this B-bomb site and call for a third rotation. As far as they know, FaZe could have everyone here, and they do. Smoke goes down in the front. That will stop a Molotov, but there's nothing left to do this but guns for paiN. Karrigan sneaks into spawn. Davides has nades out right now. This could get weird. He's going to go full chasing through the CT smoke and take that kill. And now he's wrapping coffins. His team waiting a few more seconds for him to pounce.
It's another one of these key openers found from Karrigan. Will it be enough to lead to a round? New box watch is on. Snow just jiggling this, gets the spot, sees Karrigan there, and you know this is the B commitment. That slowdown did give paiN a moment of pause, but
yeah,
they should go nowhere quickly. 10 seconds to flush out both of these players, even though they're low. It's the crossfire. That's where the strength is here for paiN. Frozen might get the kills, but there's no winning this round. paiN waste FaZe's time and break that streak. That 6-round streak that FaZe were on.
It doesn't get better on a round loss than that, though. That's 4 kills in a 3v5. Sure, no plant, but like we said, FaZe have the streak, they have the money. It doesn't matter this late in the half, and they make that very annoying for paiN. Very flustered, who knew exactly what was going on, but just have to wait for Karrigan to make a play because they're boxed in their positions. So it's kind of ugly for paiN to lose that much money. It means they're still ripe for being reset into the last couple of rounds of the half. Brokey's AWP out. Finally, NQZ with a chance, but only gets a leg on Frozen. FaZe, they set up Brokey for his pick in mid. It's close. They would have exploded out if he got that entry. This Elige, Brokey, 1-2 punch, side by side again. FaZe will have to go back to the drawing board. Oh, he's going through.
On the resmoke as well, hoping it's being discounted, but it isn't. Davideus, wise to their tricks. Is Rain going to attempt a similar look here as he also creeps up close to this smoke? The rest of FaZe, while all this is happening, all this kind of posturing in the top of middle's going on, the rest of FaZe have their sights set on B, but Rain's keeping the back door open, keeping the porch light on for FaZe to change their mind and come join him again for this A hit. Won't get past Davideus though.
So aware.
Keen double on long. Great read of the situation, aware of both of these players, catching a Legion Rain. And with that, it's the round. FaZe write it off. paiN put their trust in Davideus, and he does not let them down.
I think a lot of that comes from having no grenades here to do anything for FaZe. So even though paiN are in the same predicament in that 5-on-3, FaZe can't set anyone up for an entry. They can't cut off any lines of sight, and we know how difficult these crossfires on Inferno are, pit site crossfires. It's exactly what paiN are playing right now for the bomb. So not losing any players here, not losing any money. Definitely a better round for paiN. FaZe don't even attempt it. And we're in a similar position to Dust 2 in that first half, where it may feel like FaZe are controlling the entire game and paiN, oh, they're not really there right now. But I'm not going to count them out this time. I mean, of a strong T side, especially not now that they've picked up a couple rounds near the end of this half.
Yeah.
They can break FaZe. Well, they can't break FaZe, but they can get these last couple and level out pretty nicely.
No, the thing that's so insane was, like, even though paiN, at the first round of this 2 in a row, even though paiN picked it up, FaZe was still the ones very much in pole position with a chance to break paiN's money. Those chances start to dissipate now with a flawless round and a 5v3 save call out of FaZe Clan. Suddenly paiN have a lot more fight in them. NQZ Zorp homed in on middle. No aggressive stance. No peek down mid right off the top of the round. Not with how FaZe have been playing it. Instead, just waiting to see if they give him anything. They get past the AWP. They pick up the pace. Gonna try and wrap through this smoke into CT. NQZ blows it open, and Davideus holds the extremities. Carrigan and Elige both get shut down. That Hail Mary play to go and take CT from paiN Gaming does not pan out.
It's actually a cool idea for FaZe, but really nice control, holding that HE for the smoke and getting that pick on the back player. FaZe get nowhere fast, and they may as well go for this one. Not really much reason to save with the money they have. Could even buy an AWP next, so 3-on-5. Inferno, we saw FaZe make it very close on that B site last time.
No, this can still get weird, and you're dead on. The fact that FaZe are playing almost a pressureless round in that even if they lose everyone here, that they have everything they need for the rest of the game, for the rest of the half at least. So
big smoke, they have to go.
They will be attempting this 3-on-5. And they can still get weird, but paiN have stacked their chips in the right place. Run boost for Brokey's AWP. What's it? Oh, it's a limp run boost. Oh, God, it's the worst run boost of 2025.
What went wrong? They were both running. He was just not picking up any speed. And he jumped and landed in the same place. That's a very confusing one. Ray's also trying to combo with a flash. They tried. It's a 3-on-5, and they were smoked out at 20 seconds, so... Yeah, really weird. Don't know what happened there. Then he blocks it, they're both blind. It's too many techs at once.
paiN are well and truly on their way to recovering this half, though. If they stable out at 6-all, that is one hell of a turnaround. This was 6-2 to FaZe Clan.
That's a tilter. Off the flash as well. Never saw him. NQZ getting his AWP near the end of the half, starting to get a lot of value from it. A couple of opening picks here for paiN. Snow decapitates one of top Banana, but Big Azera can't commit to trade. He knows dying would lose the round. So he hangs Snow out to dry and melts back to this B bomb site where 3 CTs sit. Cowers again. A lot to do if FaZe come back. Oh, if FaZe apps pop, there's nothing to stop him.
I mean, Rain's had a really rough time lurking the apartments. It's not easy. There's a lot of ways you can look to apply pressure, but it's not an easy position to find yourself in, and I don't think he's done a fantastic job of doing that across this game so far. It would be great here in round 12 if this is where paiN can really leave a mark, dropping down into the pit. That's not a bad way to start. Cowers flushed out. Davideus dead after one. Frozen with a key trade brings this back into a 2v2. This is more comfortable now for paiN and Frozen. This is more what paiN is used to, getting to play around this bomb in a post plant. Crossfire set up, he's watching on though, exposed to this short angle. This is a shot that paiN has to hit. If he misses this, it's just Frozen getting wrapped in a 1v2. He had to hit that, and paiN makes it look easy. Only Big Azera left. He knows where both players are, but that doesn't make it any easier. paiN stands and delivers, puts up a big 3K to save that half for FaZe. Slim margins on this first half, but it's a late reactivation from paiN, who takes him a long while there to really find his impact, but nails it in the final round of the half, and that's got FaZe out with a slight advantage here, moving into the CT side of their map pick.
Yeah, it turns out it's FaZe giving out the paiN on the T side, but we've got to see what this series looks like, because this map is unproven for FaZe right now with this new roster. At least the T side looks better than it did on Dust. That's where it all fell apart. paiN up a map, looking to make it to LAN and steal a $30,000 bounty off of FaZe's head. Big money. And big stakes for this young, plucky paiN squad. Pistol would set them up nicely to do so. FaZe in middle, but paiN didn't want to commit there. They just keep that stack intact on this A site. That's the goal. As long as they disrespect this smoke, it should be all fine and dandy. FaZe are re-clearing middle. Frozen's about to drop it. Got a nade. Break it. Oh no, they missed. Is that a decoy, or did they smoke themselves? They're just going to go anyway.
Straight into Frozen on the dualies. That's 2 quick kills. He's done all he had to and then some. They barreled through the banana smoke. NQZ just good for the first, and all of a sudden, paiN went from a 5v1 to everyone from FaZe here. Those rotates so fast, it's all left to Davideus, and they don't make life easy for him. FaZe pull up with a pistol round win, looking to pick up where they left off, 8-5 now.
There's so many nades, you'd feel like paiN know exactly their protocol if they get smoked or if they get mollied, how they want to approach it, but it takes so long. That smoke comes down and they doubt it. They throw a random nade in the middle of it. The HE comes in, sure, but it's all just a little too slow for paiN. They had to just send it. A bit of doubt, and look where it leaves them. It allows Karrigan to rotate, flash Frozen in for more, and FaZe just maul paiN and Banana, so that's a bit of a disappointing pistol for paiN, who are now just going to get turned into mincemeat. Rain the chef. And all of a sudden, a very difficult game now. paiN need double the rounds of FaZe, and on the T side as well.
I mean, in that M80 game the other day from FaZe Clan, they only managed two rounds on their CT side, rather. One of them was the pistol, one of them a force buy. After they lost the conversion, there was no threat of that here with no force from paiN. But in the same way that we were saying, the FaZe Inferno needs proving. It is this CT side that is most shaky, most unproven. 4-on-4 after this initial skirmish. paiN pump the brakes. Looking like they want to go back to Banana a little bit later. 3 players grouped up there. They're going to leave Snow to lurk in the apartments. I think it's going to be interesting to watch these apps lurks from paiN, because you had Rain there having to adjust to his new responsibilities. And I think it can be very, very hard for someone who's unfamiliar with that territory to excel in this position. Big Azera. That's a huge opener. Rain knocked out. And that only strengthens this site hit on the other side of the map. Smoke in, but FaZe haven't fallen for this. They haven't bit down on that rotate. Brokey was starting to head over, but decided against it. Karrigan's trying to stay one step ahead of paiN, calling for this 2-man gamble in the A site. If he can even get out with one, that's huge. It's a lot of damage from Karrigan, but it might not be enough to turn the tide as they barrel down a Brokey. Frozen's left saving. And paiN collect when the guns come out.
All right, you prophesized difficult CT side gun rounds, at least off of the data you gave us. So let's see if that rears its head again here for FaZe. Or if they can close out from a nice, comfortable lead. That's a clean round for paiN at least. They'll need to depart because of the low health and the bomb. And actually, they will run into Frozen, so chance to kind of ruin the money of paiN here early. Bit of respect. It still gets Davideus.
I mean, this FaZe squad right now felt a little bit like early game Warriors. Okay. And I think that makes sense, right? Even when you think about Dust, how that started, things were looking really good. Then all of a sudden, it went so badly immediately after the Snow 5-7 round. But even in the matchup versus M80 yesterday, having to do a lot of heavy lifting early on, and that was really what like held up the remainder of the game. And I think that probably makes sense considering you're going through this big adjustment period, right? You don't have a super deep playbook right now as you're getting pushed and pulled around a bunch and the match is dragging on. You might start to run dry of ideas, or at least ideas that you've tested and tried before. Davideus with a ludicrous opener on a Frozen. You imagine he would have had that every day of the week, but Davideus is the one to win it out and secure the 5v4 for paiN. 2 players in the apartments, but they're going to leave Snow there. Cow is rotating out loud. Every decision there, very intentional. They wanted to signal the noise of the rotate. They wanted to hear him dropping off in a mid to line up those nades, giving the illusion that paiN are coming for this top mid control while the rest of them snuck back and grouped up on B, but the decision to retake top banana, perfect timing on that from Carrigan, gets out with a double on the SMG.
Even drops off as well. It's going to bait for Elige perfectly. They're not going to look up, but they see him and turn. Carrigan, another trade, 3 kills on his own. It still might not be enough. They break in at the final second. paiN with a plant, but no re-smoke, so the clock is fine for FaZe. Hopefully there's a kit somewhere in the site right now because they've got none on their back. Brokey can burn something out. Might just use it towards the back of the site though. paiN with good positions. It's Cowes here to win the round.
Oh, that's a big find for Rain, but a lot of time ticked off this bomb already. Cowes, ugly swing. paiN giving over 2 fights there. And FaZe reap all the reward. They're very happy with that.
He has he wants to chase 1 kill early so he can go back and play the bomb, but the bomb is in such a good position for him. Would have been great to just see him jiggle on it for info. The pressure was on FaZe there to make a move, to find him. They still hadn't cleared certain positions. Yeah, did not look pretty. He's having a rough game right now, and it's showing. Not the guy you would want in that clutch at 5 and 12. And so FaZe dodge danger, but only for a moment.
God, the thing that's so funny about that, Elige all first half long was taking that exact same route in to get at the top of mid and never really given a fight there. Bigazera does it straight back to him and nails him in the opener.
AKV Galil. Rain is hoping for this fight. In fact, Brokey even more.
With Brokey over along, the one way this can sometimes get weird is if the apps player is able to like catch the AWP repositioning on the line at Moto. But Snow's actually just left that deeper apartments line.
Again, 2-2 for FaZe in these 4-on-5s. It's good odds for paiN if they commit as a group. Moto smoke comes in, that's going to force Brokey to make a decision. Actually, library side, so he can still sit long. Doesn't use a nade to break it. He believes this is the lane take, and he's exactly right. They're moving up short. Rain and Brokey, it's going to be up to Bigazera if things go wrong.
I mean, you're essentially in a 2v5, and paiN might have done a lot of posturing, a lot of waiting around here, but when that sight here comes in, there's nothing to stop it being direct and aggressive, and it pulls up, deals with both the entrenched defenders without even really breaking a sweat. paiN, they take that 1 opening kill earlier from Bigazera in mid. They slow it right down, and there's just no reaction anywhere on the map from FaZe Clan. It's very stagnant in the 2-2 setup.
I also really like the long smoke they throw because it has all the value of a Moto smoke to force an AWPer to pick a position on that line, but it also allows Bigazera to sneak through and not worry about library. Sure, he has to clear arch. There could be a long player, but paiN are gambling that FaZe are 2-2 and they're right. So he just gets to walk through past library like it's nothing. And as soon as they figure out Brokey's backside, he's trading it. So a really clean round for paiN. Their defaulting is nice, and they have ideas on how to end it. Could be in for more on this T side. You'll know that FaZe are feeling the pressure when you see an aggressive round out of them, right? Like throwing themselves down mid or trying to take ult. Not trusting these super late rounds. It hasn't helped that paiN keep getting these 5v4s either.
Yeah, I think even the fact that there wasn't a hell of a lot of movement in the 4v5 speaks to the fact that FaZe are respecting the default of paiN, right? The reason why you're not going aggressive there is you're worried they're holding for exactly that.
They were. Davideus was logs in banana the whole time while they were set up for mid.
So this is putting a tremendous amount of importance on these opening fights, on these opening duels, and thus far, paiN have done a very good job of collecting those. Whether it's Davideus or Big Azera in these rounds, someone has been there to be that front runner for paiN.
Money round now. FaZe have to win it.
Yeah, if they don't, this game closes up drastically. It's a one-round match.
It's optimistic.
Carrigan with banana aggression. Full sends it all the way down. Dodges that spam. He's even got Frozen here alongside him. So very aggressive at banana to open up, but paiN have been in no rush to play these rounds. Big Azera has taken all the pace out of this T side. He's constantly waiting to see what the reactions are out of FaZe.
Damn, check Rain's blue gem though. Kind of clean. Elite committing, calling for Frozen. They're scaring them right now, but this is, again, not a commitment. Part of paiN's layup.
The bomb is still back towards T-spawn, and I'm only bringing that up because there's 35 seconds left.
That's
so
fair point.
Just an important thing to bear in mind. Someone will have to go get that. Right now they're setting themselves up for the A play, but everything has to go swimmingly, and then the bomb's going to join them a little bit later. Big Azera snuck all the way through. Now everyone else is coming back. There's 15 seconds, guys. Big Azera has to find Carrigan, and he will. The one kill in the round that really matters. Big Azera plays this round so slowly.
Cheeky.
There are seconds left as this bomb gets planted, and the entire round hinged on him finding Carrigan up on the boost.
What an impressive T-side for paiN, man. To think this is the same team we saw on Dust 2 just moments ago get lost in those mid-rounds. Like, obviously the difference was we saw them in similar positions to the ones we're seeing here, but FaZe were a lot more aggressive, right? It's a different map. They could push long. They were flanking up a B. They were happy to duel them in middle through the doors. But the difference is FaZe don't feel the freedom to get aggressive, to take banana back in the late round. Or this round they stack A because it's just been A hit after A hit. And paiN have 3 players in middle while they're walking the bomb up banana. They're really playing with Carrigan right now. Yeah. This is a hard game to read if you're FaZe. Because it's sneaking up.
You know, if it's Carrigan, it feels like there's no rhyme or reason to this, right? Like, you get dealt... Whenever you're not burning some of that early util, whenever you're risking it on like a spot before you drop the utility to try and extract maximum value, what's been happening? Well, you saw what happened to Elysian, the round where Big Azera deleted him on the cross in middle. And then paiN aren't really afraid to play a little bit faster. They're not necessarily hitting the sights within 30 seconds here, but they're taking a lot of room in that time. That round, though, was entirely different. It was almost beyond slow. It nearly cost them everything. But yeah, Big Azera is doing a great job of playing with the pace of this game to set an awkward tone that FaZe can't quite match up to yet. Davideus, there's an opening. And here's an example of the other thing that can happen at the start of these rounds. It's not just the slow playbook being called from Big Azera. When they are given room, when they are given opportunity, they grab that with both hands, and they've owned the B site now for quite some time. FaZe once more going to be left saving as the rounds continue to rack up for paiN.
That's just noticing 0 nades and Banana, and they go, hey, screw it, let's walk the entire way up with 3 people. I didn't see exactly what was happening because FaZe did the boost, like the G2 boost, where they tucked close to the wall and Frozen was on top. But I think Carrigan died, like, pulled back. So maybe they just changed their mind as Big Azera walked in. That timing might have been really awkward for FaZe, but yeah, paiN just contact into B and they get rid of this saved rifle round from the last. Elige dodged back-to-back rounds. And the round prior, he peeked mid and got picked, so 2 extremes really for Elige, and neither have been fun. paiN now just 1 round behind FaZe, but it's a full buy. Uh-oh. Okay, that's sick for Brokey. Thank you for the AK. And actually, he can buy an ult because of those 2 kills, so... They just, oh, yeah, they gave 2 AKs to saving players with bad guns. And they gave Brokey enough money to buy ult, which he wouldn't have had without it. Bit of a nightmare, but... That's 3 in a row for paiN regardless. NQZ's T-side orb. Oh, that would have been it. That would have been it. The wall bang as well. Further damage. If he kept spraying, Cowards would be gone from this round. Welcome to Apps, Rain. That is not a bad start to a round. Look at the damage done. We got 30 and 19 on paiN. You could call a save. Jame would. Oh, what a rough way to start this one. If someone was holding a smoke for the molly, this would have just been fine. Elige backed all the way out, but he's got info. And with low players, couple of shots in the right place. Davideus is just dominant. Now they've got a shot.
Carrigan turns from it. Davideus. Oh, what? Davideus! Talk about taking your breath away. The new addition of this paiN squad means business.
That is demonic.
The triple entry. The transfer up from the 2nd kill onto the player in mini pit. Everything about that is flawless from him.
Pull that one back up.
And so this is how paiN tied the game up.
That's just...
It's not squeaking out some really slow round where you're in the heads of FaZe. It's Davideus putting on a clinic and delivering them this.
Worth every penny. Oh, the spray. Pixel perfect. That's a rifle round. They had AKs.
Yeah, and they've just kicked it aside as though it was a full eco, barely breaking a sweat.
Dude.
This is happening. paiN tie this game up.
And like this, that's not a flash in the pan. If you're just joining us, he did this in the first game as well. You know, the other day against Gamer Legion, he played a monstrous series. Had a 1.24 across a close BO3, going all 3 maps, going every round. And now 10-10, paiN, 3 rounds away from eliminating FaZe.
paiN are now in the best position to win this game.
Absolutely. I wasn't too sure, but...
They've ever been in, rather. A matchup where the best they've managed is taking a map from FaZe Clan. This is their best time to say that we finally beat this team.
Yeah, 2 close BO3s last year. But add in that firepower, and we just saw last round exactly what it can do. paiN on the cusp, qualifying to the Bounty Finals, getting on LAN in a new studio at a new year with a new squad. And eliminating FaZe while they do it. Enticing offer, good grenades. It's not done yet, don't get ahead of yourself. FaZe just need to keep the pressure on. I want to see FaZe play with some balls right now. It's been so passive, it has not worked.
Yeah, it's not every day you see this FaZe team kind of shrinking down and going quietly into the end of a game. This is a team that is so hard to put away, that always have longevity. They've got experience in spades. They're supposed to be able to withstand games like this, but paiN have been in control once
25.
more. It is another one of these rounds that Bigazera has left it down to the wire.
Elijah's leaving, they've fallen for it, it's a fake.
Bigazera sells the fake while the rest of paiN commit to this A play. Once more, it comes down to a 2-man hold. It is the veteran duo of Rain and Carrigan that have to keep this in check. 4 FaZe Clan, double up from Rain, bomb away, plot not completed in time. Rain and Carrigan will keep FaZe in this. There are seconds the difference between the outcome of this round. Rain delays just long enough to keep hopes alive for FaZe.
Whoa, that's a sigh of relief when they lose their 3rd A player because Bigazera runs through a B smoke. But yes, the margin just a little bit too tight. Just the final few seconds. They could have. An extra second, they have a 2v3 post one. That is absolutely winnable, but not today. FaZe looking for a second wind at the end of this map to take us to Mirage. Dare we count them out? Their nades have been incredible on this CT side. Like, paiN have won this, these T rounds despite FaZe's utility. The HEs have been getting so much free damage at the start of the round. Because paiN just take this space and they sit there for so long. Pop out mid early.
There's a different pace on this round, that much is for certain. Carrigan and Rain again. The class of this duo keeping FaZe Clan alive in this series, in the Blast Bounty. And it is those 2 veterans. It's not the star power of Elige. It's not Brokey's AWP. It's Carrigan and Rain that have kept hope burning for FaZe. And even as NQZ gives chase here, in what feels like a foregone conclusion of a round, they're hoping that NQZ and Davideus could turn the tides. That AWP delivers one. It's down to the rest of FaZe to finish. While Carrigan and Rain started, Rain is looking worse for wear. 1 point of health. As this long player, if he gives them this fight, if he gives them this swing.
Someone called it.
That could mean everything. He's been spotted. How is he still alive? 1 point of health, 1 bullet would have done it. This is Davideus, for crying out loud, that you're up against. He nails that first shot, but it's going to come down to NQZ. Wallbang lands, and it's AWP v AWP. Brokey is a long way away in a clutch he didn't think he would have to attempt. Only just getting into the top of middle now. NQZ, someone who's been allowed to fly under the radar in this map for paiN. But this is where he has to stand tall and deliver. Brokey on the hunt. Weird routing to come through the apartments, but it's NQZ's best angle. So many options open, and as Brokey moves out, NQZ picks it up. 1-on-2 to close. And so paiN bring the fight right back to FaZe Clan. Davideus and NQZ in a 2-on-4 turn heads. They could still close this in regulation.
Oh, Davideus as well, he's so sharp. I can't believe he wallbangs out Elige, just trying to buy time in the pit. No chance. paiN know it, they can feel it, they're manifesting it. A 2-0 over FaZe Clan is moments away. Some unbelievable rounds on this T side from the back foot. After a great first half from FaZe with a pistol, this was a 9-5 start. Just another day in the office for FaZe. They've got money.
I like the realization. Big Azera calls the timeout at the end of that round. NQZ is going to be filled with adrenaline. He just won an insanely important clutch. A game-defining clutch. You think about what Snow was able to accomplish back on that last map at Dust 2. NQZ just had his moment there.
Can they finish the job?
This is the best chance they're going to have. You have FaZe with a kind of mishmash buy, and if they lose this, they're broke. That is how you win this at 13-11. That is how you seal the deal. For FaZe, it's about digging deep, extracting maximum value from this low buy in at the end of this game.
They've burnt a lot of util. It's 2 smokes and a molly and a flash left for FaZe, post 1 minute. And we know how slow paiN have been playing these rounds, so FaZe need to be very cautious with the next bits of utility. Karrigan's going to commit here, trying to get something out of this MP9. They have no Molotov to clear him. If anything, you want them to walk into Karrigan there. Silence blankets the map as FaZe know paiN are behind this smoke.
Karrigan has been a very threatening player to deal with, but it's this tag team between him and Frozen that was supposed to keep this in check. NQZ, reinvigorated after that clutch, is suddenly putting his name back in the kill feed. He's reclaimed this 3-on-3. He's opened up the route to the B plant. Elige is already here. Elige has to be the difference maker, but he gets bested. Those are the moments Elige is supposed to deliver to FaZe Clan, but he's cut down, getting nothing done. Came into the second half with 8 kills to his name. He's managed 1 since that point. Bomb now planted, paiN are favored. It comes down to Rain and Brokey. This whole second wind was brought to the forefront thanks to Rain and his heroics, but there will be none of them today. FaZe head for the hills. FaZe go for the save, and not even that is guaranteed as NQZ continues his bloodlust. Don't get ahead of themselves here. It's Brokey still alive. They chase him down. He makes them regret it, but still falling to the bomb. All those kills, make no mistake about it, they favor paiN. The game is in their hands. Only pistols left to break down, and they finally beat FaZe.
Worth every penny right now. Rags to riches. 9-5 down. They take match points, playoff points, and elimination point for FaZe. In a devastating 0-2. Both times they pick Inferno, it might just fall through their fingers here in Bounty. paiN with their final timeout. FaZe still 2 more. They have been caught sleeping at the wheel. These slow CT rounds, these passive plays, a couple of wrong gambles, a couple of opening kills. The Big Azera did not waste. And David Deus and NQZ have absolutely shown up at the end of this second map to maybe finish this series. It's 4 MP9s against paiN for playoffs.
Big Azera has been very on point with the calling. He's made Karrigan look nervous.
Desperate.
Aggression out of FaZe Clan, and aggression is not the answer. This default that they've been scared of, all CT side, is still strong as ever. And it is the captain, Big Azera, to find that first kill in what paiN are crossing their fingers is the final round of play. They can't let the nerves get to them.
They're looking a bit shaky with those nades. David Deus, heart racing.
They just know you never get chances like this. You never get opportunities like this to comfortably walk away with this win, and there's going to be some more twists and turns with Rain getting aggressive in through the apartments.
Oh, God.
They spot a man falling back out of there, but that's not Rain. Elige swinging out. They see him in the kill feed. They know there's another man. Can Rain once more be the difference maker? This last pocket of resistance trying to buy time for Karrigan, who's cut down immediately. And so Rain now goes quiet. He's been given time to change his mind, reroute somewhere else, but NQZ bests him for Frozen. It's an MP9 and a dream in this retake. NQZ scoped up, ready to take it all away. paiN, their best victory. The best team they have beaten. As they eliminate FaZe, they claim that $30,000 on their head, and they lock in a spot in the LAN playoffs.
The Bounty Hunters seriously out to slay today. Once again, the most wanted team taken out, eliminated from the Blast Bounty 2025. And talk about a stylish way to be ending that one out. Both Davides and NQC really powering up in the later stages of that Inferno.
You gotta give it to NQC for really holding up in the clutch scenarios, later stages of the game. He had that 1v1 or 1v2 against Broken the boys, and now also finishing out the very last round of the game. Overall, though, for paiN to win this series in this fashion, 2-0, playing some very solid Counter-Strike, I did not see that coming. I know FaZe was showing a bit of weakness against M80, but you thought they'd become better. You saw FaZe re-picking into Inferno after losing Inferno to M80, which also suggested to me that they felt that was a bit of a game off. But at the end of the day, I think it's fair to say that paiN Gaming were the better team, and that's why they won 2-0 in two maps that were competitive, very close, but you gotta win them, you gotta close them out, and FaZe couldn't do that.
The way that paiN started out by turning their CT side into something good, they started off pretty poor and then turning it into getting some round, you're adapting into how FaZe was approaching things. But I want to praise them for their T side way more. Like the things Big Zero called, and the way that they just approached everything like super slow. They didn't make anything hesitated or like quick decisions. Everything was like just well thought through, and we also saw he did a lot of late fakes, going alone into the B-bomb side. They also made it with a fake. They went for the A-raps. You know, they just did everything like really slow, and it was super hard for FaZe to find a solution.
And that's been a theme so far. Every time we watch paiN, we have described their T side to be very slow, very methodical, and almost sweating out your opponents. And I think we saw a great example of that in the very last round. Obviously, FaZe facing matchpoint, they wanted to be aggressive. They sent Brokey down towards middle, and that's exactly what you want if you're paiN Gaming. You want to wait for those aggressions. You want to wait for that, you know, play coming into it, and then you want to punish it. And that's what they did so well throughout this entire game.
Shout out to the newcomer to the squad as well, Davides. So we spoke to Big Zero a couple of days ago. I posed the question, why did you decide to bring him on? It was not only for the experience factor. He's been on a hell of a lot of teams in South America. It was also because he said he's seen the team experiencing some nerves. He wanted a more experienced head coming in and quelling those. And I think we saw exactly that in the late stages.
I've been very impressed with the impact he's found so far in paiN Gaming. One thing is looking good on the scoreboard. Another thing is posting a lot of ADR, but I think a lot of the impactful rounds, and especially on the T side, as Peter said, the entry fracking coming in from David Duas. We saw it in this game as well. A couple of moments when the game got very close. It was him coming in with a double entry, him coming in with a triple entry in this scenario as well. And overall, you know, not only based on this map on Inferno, but the entire tournament so far, he's been one of the biggest and one of the best surprises we've seen at the Blast Bounty 2025.
I think one of the things that I've really spotted with him is that he seems to be very good at understanding when the team needs him to go big, like when they don't like have a necessary plan, when they're just searching for information or searching to get these kills, he's just super strong. He knows how to clear his angles. He's really good at it. He understands when to swing and when to chase. I saw that multiple times when he wanted to go around for the A-rap, that he knew exactly when he was spotted, he needs to go for that. And obviously he also had some amazing highlights, especially the three kill on A.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see them, you know, arriving into the studio as well. We've talked about the money they're getting. We obviously mentioned the seed as well.
Passion
the
as well.
That they get to come here, we get to see them in person. They get to play on LAN together first time for this new look paiN squad.
Yeah, I like that, and we get to hear Snow, I guess, yell inside this rather, I wouldn't say it's not a small studio, you know, but compared to a big arena, it's gonna echo, yeah. So for them to get in here, that's super nice. I just love the fact that Big Zero, after winning the first map as well, he was, you know, amping up the entire team. He was animating the entire team. He is the leader of this squad, and it is still a relatively young squad, considering that some of these players are very inexperienced, which makes sense why you would bring in Davideus as well. So by no means, you know, it's not going to be easy for them inside the arena for you, but for them to even be here in the first place, that's a massive performance and a massive way of starting 2025.
Dupree, you said that you've maybe been on the receiving end of some Snow shouts as of late. How is that? What decibels are we reaching with him?
I don't know what it is with the Brazilian scene, or at least the ones from South America, but they seem to yell a lot and they seem to hype each other a lot, and it just seems to make them play way better. And this is also what you see, like whenever they have a highlight or one of their guys stepping up with a massive frag, you know, they can just see that things are just going their way. They get hyped, everyone seems to be playing better. So I mean, I think it's very important for them to have a guy like Snow, and obviously the other guys are also doing, but he's also the youngcomer, like he's 17, he just sits there and yelling, and I know, you know, as an old man, you know, in some sense you get to sit there and there's a young kid sitting on the opposite side of you and he just screams at you, telling you how bad you are at the game, and you'll be like
Yeah, basically don't want to be on the receiving end of that. I do want to receive, though, an interview from the side of paiN Gaming. Huge congratulations, first of all, Big Uzera.
Hello guys, thank you so much.
Tell me about the emotions you guys were experiencing throughout that. We saw you, looking absolutely elated after that map #1 win. Same when you sealed the series. What's going through your head?
I don't know, maybe I think it's because in 2024 the Brazilian scene was, not just Brazilian scene, was telling us that we have some curse with Tier 1 teams, that we couldn't beat them. And always was close matches and this kind of things. And right now, the first match of 2025, so we beat them. So we proved another thing. So we are so happy.
Because no one knows your team better than yourself, obviously practicing with the guys and playing a lot with them. Are you surprised that you're playing at this level already now in 2025, considering you did make a roster change and you did bring in Deviduus? To me personally, obviously winning against FaZe is a big result for you guys, but are you yourself surprised that you're this well playing already this early in the process?
To be honest, not exactly, because I was feeling in the last season, I was feeling so close. All the games against Mouse, against FaZe, and was always close. And I think we were missing like some pieces, maybe some player. I don't know. And right now we are so confident. So I think that's all.
Yeah, now with this massive win, you're also moving into the land stage of this tournament. Now, you are a team with a bit of experience, obviously, in yourself and Deviduus as well, but you're also a team with a couple of young players. Do you think that a studio LAN environment is going to be a great suit for you guys to continue your performances?
Yeah, of course. I think all LANs that we play since now, I think is so good for the boys, because and for me as well. Like, I'm a little bit old, but I need more experience as well. I think everyone it's always good for a new IGL to play new LANs and new big tournaments and this kind of stuff, and play against very good teams as well. So I think it's good for everyone.
Big Uzera, I just want to pose you the question. Obviously, we don't know which teams are going to be, up for grabs for you guys to be picking. What are you thinking, though, in terms of maybe the monetary aspect? Because we're going to have a couple teams with probably a lot of bounty on their head. Are you inclined to go for the really hard challenge, or are you going to be playing it safer when we get here in LAN?
Playing safe, I think. Yeah, always safe.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, in Brazil we have some phrases that means like, if you go like slow, we go far, something like that. And I prefer the safe one.
Speaking of the Brazilian community, anything you want to say to the fans ahead of your appearance here in Copenhagen?
Actually, I was thinking in tell you that before the tournament begins, I told you, right? About the Deviduus.
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you in the interview that he will surprise everyone. So.
And you were exactly right. We were literally just talking about that, the experience factor for him. Are you excited to actually get to play in, a studio with your whole team?
Yeah.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations, and can't wait to see you live in Copenhagen.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Let's touch upon that seeding that we were talking about, because obviously for the next round of the draw that's going to be going down on Wednesday, paiN have now graduated to that 6th place, so they will be the second team to be selecting their opponent, which maybe, if the upsets continue, that might give them some options.
I was just about to say, with the way it's going right now, with all these upsets happening, and with the way paiN are playing first and foremost, I think that's something we have to take into consideration as well, that they've gotten here by playing good, solid Counter-Strike. I think a lot of the teams will be looking towards paiN thinking, all right, we got to step up if we want to beat a team like that. You're definitely right in saying that with the 6th seed, you're the second one to pick, and one more upset that could give a beneficial matchup for paiN that they could realistically speak about winning. So I am very curious to see whether or not that's going to transpire.
Obviously, we're hyping up paiN for great reasons, because it's an incredible feat to take down FaZe, but then we have to look on the flip side of that coin. The fact that FaZe so close to pushing us to a 3rd, and it just slips out of their hands. Obviously, they've come in with a roster change, but for my money, I had them needing to win this, right?
I think think we all did. We all expected to see FaZe here in Copenhagen, and obviously I think the whole idea about FaZe playing online and maybe not going to a boot camp together or sitting alongside each other I think that would have paid off for FaZe. I think it would be nice for them to have had that extra fire going into the games, because you see them sitting at home and it is just difficult when you go up against a team that you feel like you want to beat and you don't get that fire going.
It's all about getting ready for Katowice now for FaZe. Obviously, massively disappointing. We don't get to see them in Copenhagen, but with all these roster changes and with the role changes, maybe a little extra practice time is what they need.
But quell those disappointments for now, Jacob, if you will, because we do have 2 more games going down tonight. And question is, can any of the most wanted keep their heads on day 1 of stage 2? It's going to be Astralis taking on NaVi in the later hours of the day. But first, FlyQuest versus Spirit. We'll see you on the other side.
This looks so weird. This does not look like Inferno at all. Ups out, ups out. Short and volley. Nice try. Burst is better? I think Burst is better.
Yes.
Long range too?
For sure.
I'm just killing everyone I see. Oh, already close. I'm dying. Boom. Okay, now it's time for AKs. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Where's my AK? I dropped it.
You know my strat now.
Now he picks. No. How am I getting hit? Are you spamming through the wall? No way. I'm just... Short. 1 HP, 1 HP. I hit him 3 times.
No way.
Yes, he was short.
No way.
Smoke it, bro. Where is Info? Nice! He's back.
Let's play. Okay.
Ooh.
Chopper, come on.
Smoke it.
Oh, he's with fucking...
Yes, sides with shield. Shield. You want to take shield? Very good gun. Yeah, drop would be nice. Thank you. It's too short. I didn't have time to buy bullets. Wow, so weird to see my name in 1.6.
Game ruining.
One more minute. Countered. Second link. Double pick mid, bro. Come to... Oh. How's your money, guys? Bad, bro.
Good.
I have plan.
Рома, блин.
Oh, what? He's hiding.
Watch out.
AK. Nice. Wow.
Mid.
Last one. Oh, what's your HP?
4.
No. God damn.
Boost me.
No, it's crazy. What are they boosting for? Wow, this position is so good. No way. I'm just getting headshots through the wall and then my cursor. Yes, I have this, you have that.
That shit is good. Right side. He's double ducking.
No chance. It's no chance.
Wait, please.
I cannot. I already went forward.
Boiler.
It's no chance.
Dead.
I'm blind for 50 seconds.
Yeah.
50 seconds. I don't even know where I am. Chopper, you have 0 kills. I have 1. Yeah, it's not a problem for me. I think you heard this actually.
I think you heard this.
Yeah.
And last round. Last chance for Chopper.
And night vision. I'm gonna play with night vision. Oh, I'm sorry. GG.
FlyQuest didn't have a choice. They just had only you guys, so they had to take Spirit as their opponent. Do you think that's a good sign for you guys, though, that other teams are still respecting Spirit and scared to face Spirit?
I have no idea, actually, because, you know, it depends if some exact team which is lower ranked can see some weaknesses if they're facing some exact opponent which is high ranked team. And probably I would say if I would have been on the place of a lower ranked team, I would go for a peak with a team which has made the roster changes, because it does bring some random, because people might maybe not that used to each other, and they're not like that ready as a team, and it just takes time. So maybe you can just use that, kinda.
Well, Magix is certainly understanding what some of our bounty hunting teams have been trying to do, but this one might be too much to ask. We're going into Spirit taking on FlyQuest, and right now this is a hot game to have, at least if you're Spirit, because you're probably going to try and have a lot of fun, but we'll have to see how it goes. We change things up on the desk. I've got Maui Snake, I've got Vu with me. We're ready to rock and roll for another evening shift, and I'm loving the blue shirt.
Hey, thanks. My girlfriend got this, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a Christmas present.
You have a girlfriend?
I do, as a matter of fact.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Breaking news.
You can see her on the HLTV Awards photo gallery if you want.
You're just trying to get everyone to go off.
I don't know why. I guess I'm promoting my girlfriend. Yeah, shouts out Rebecca.
Well, we're looking at how it's working here at the Bounty, and so far today, 2 games have seen the bounty hunters take down the most wanted. It changed up things on the seeding. They get themselves the money as well. This is the beauty of the format. This is where it gets exciting, but I'll be honest, Vu, I'm not sure how it's going to go this time around. This would be insane. Maybe the best win the FlyQuest players have ever had if they can take down Spirit in a best of 3.
Yeah, FlyQuest is like an adult team playing in a kids league again. Or sorry,
Whoa.
Spirit is like an adult team playing in a kids league
yeah.
against FlyQuest. I mean, look, you want FlyQuest to win. We're rooting for them, but let's be real here. It's not going to happen.
A lot of us predicted against FlyQuest in their first round versus MIBR. You know, they didn't really have the best major for themselves. They at least qualified, but you know, they brought in a new opper. That's always a good sign. Like, we had some complaints about Alistair. You know, he was a good hype man and everything like that. He had a single ESL Challenger victory to his name. He did great in the grand finals, but it was time for FlyQuest to move on.
And in terms of moving on, they bring in Regali. They bring him in as a European player coming to fit into the Aussie way of playing things, right? But he certainly had chances to shine. We saw him back on the Academy League days. There's moments where you saw the potential he has. My concern, though, is how does he unleash that potential here?
That's going to be a difficult thing, and that's why we have to temper our expectations.
Yeah.
He had a great debut versus MIBR. He looked like a solid contributing member, an upgrade over Alistair, and so already I think FlyQuest is quite happy about that. But versus Spirit, you're just trying to see if FlyQuest is trying to get Regali activated. Are they trying to put him in situations to succeed, or is it going to be Dexter doing what he sometimes does and he kind of forgoes his oppers, kind of thinks too much about the riflers and not enough about what it could be a budding star in Regali?
Yeah, one of our criticisms of Regali has been that he can be a bit too passive. He can be Shiro-esque, you might even say, and just wait for the game to come to him. But actually against MIBR, we saw he was very active in the post plans. He was going for peaks, and he felt like sometimes you bring an opper into a 4-man stack and you just tell him, do your thing. You know, we're going to run our strat here. You can do whatever you want. And that kind of felt like what they were using him with.
Well, let's discover how exactly FlyQuest want to use their new AWPer. Dexter, the first thing I want to ask is Regali versus Alistair. What is the difference between the 2 players for you?
I think Regali is just really into the whole system of CS a little bit. Kind of feels out the game on his own terms a lot, and yeah, he's just really sharp and couldn't ask for more.
Well, that's very positive. You couldn't ask for more. And how is he settling in with you guys? Because obviously culturally, it's quite different, I assume.
Yeah, culturally it's a bit different. I don't think he understands any of us, but in general, he's fine. He's already being very chaotic in his own way to everyone else, and it's good fun.
Is he learning some Aussie style slang?
Yeah, a couple things, but I can't really say it on stream.
I'm sure I know what you mean. And in terms of on the server, what are you expecting from Regali? What do you want from him? What do you want him to give you?
Oh, it'd be nice if he 50 bombs, but in general, if he just plays into our system, does the flashes, does his entries, I don't know, just like really have fun and get in there. That's all I could really expect.
So he's kind of setting the expectations there. 50 bombs would be lovely for any AWPer to be able to do for you, but it's not so much the realistic answer with that, right? But it's going to be something where they're all adjusting to this, because this is not what they're used to.
Of course, and I feel like Dexter came across very measured there, you know, tongue-in-cheek saying the 50 bomb, but of course, just wants him to play well within the system, throw the right utility, go for the right entries that he's supposed to be set up for, and that's kind of the main thing. Like, he will be set up for a couple of entries with FlyQuest, and I want to see versus a Spirit team that has some of the best entry fraggers in the world, well, really the best in the world, and also some underrated utility. Is Regali going to have any sort of impact there in the openers?
I think what Dexter really wanted to say was, we just want him to be better than Alistair, okay? Because we love Alistair, okay, great guy, but he wasn't good enough to beat a team like Spirit. And if you want to make the next step for FlyQuest, you need a player like Regali.
Now, we already spoke about FlyQuest taking down MIBR, right? Many of us didn't expect that to be happening, but this was also off the back of not just Regali. Dexter, as the in-game leader, was having one of these games again, but that shouldn't be something we're looking at here, right?
I feel like 1 out of every 5 FlyQuest games is kind of what happens, where Dexter just has a pop-off like this, where he has a great read of the opposing team, understands the timings, is able to push a smoke that maybe you would be normally ill-advised, but that's what happens if you're an IGL that's in the lab enough. You're going to find the anti-strats, and you're going to actually understand. And I think MIBR did run some of the same starters they had from the previous season, especially on Nuke. And so I think Dexter was able to go into that footage and play a little bit above and beyond what he's normally capable of.
Yeah, statistically, INS is their most impressive player, but when they make these upsets, I feel like it's almost always Dexter that's having a pop-off game, because he gets these little aggressive flanks, these push-through smokes, you know, these moments where he catches people off guard, and he can really bring the team over the top.
Now, we did speak to Magix from Spirit, and I want to look a little bit more at him individually, because we're always talking about Donk, you're then looking at Shiro, Zontic's in there, what he can do. Magix obviously had that insane grand final, but he also is looking at like a player that maybe his confidence has changed a bit, that he thinks he can get more done, because we saw it. I know it was only against Fnatic, but is there a world where Magix can keep some good form going here? You're smiling already, Brew, like you don't believe what I'm saying here.
I hope he does. I hope he does, but I mean,
I hope he does.
Come on, it's not going to happen. He's going to go back. He's going to regress. He has to regress, or they're just going to be the best team of the year.
He's moving a little different, James.
Yeah, he's got the swag.
Yeah, there's a little bit of aura that we're catching from Magix lately.
He always has aura, come on.
The aura has changed. The color of it has changed.
He's like, right now, he's like going from Super Saiyan 2 into Super Saiyan 3.
Yeah, the hair gets longer. Yeah, I mean, I think the honest thing about Magix is that whatever happened in the grand final versus FaZe, we don't necessarily think it's going to replicate itself. However, it did look obvious that he was very comfortable in some of those anchor positions, which I normally wouldn't see him have that much success in. And he's going to have to do the same here, okay? Anubis is coming out here from FlyQuest, and actually, Spirit picks CT side. I'm actually a little, okay, they didn't go for T side there. Little curious.
They do this sometimes, by the way. They keep doing this.
Yeah, it's a little flip-floppy with them, so.
Yeah, I mean, I always like ending on T side. You have the initiative, but everyone tells you now to start on T side. So yeah, it is a little bit odd.
They want to play it their way. They want to do things their way. And two of our commentators are always doing things their way. But guys, we've been very focused on how Spirit are going to potentially win this. Do you got any faith in FlyQuest? We with Regali from the Academy days?
To be honest, James, I do have a little bit of faith in FlyQuest. I thought it was quite curious that, you know, opponents didn't pick them immediately when we did our initial draft. I think that goes to show that there is a bit of an uptrend in respect for FlyQuest as of late. This Regali inclusion has made them look better. He had a fantastic debut, as so many of the debutantes with the new rosters have. Mohan, let's go back to the end of 2023. Obviously, back with Alistair. They made a run happen in Atlanta. They finished the year well. There was a moment where it looked like they were going to go even further in the Shanghai Major. I don't think the FlyQuest stocks are nearly as low as they were once.
I agree. I think they're definitely looking pretty clean at the moment, and I think Maui asked on the desk yesterday, you know, how's he fitting in sort of like culturally, and he said he's definitely a bit of a zoomer and joking around with the players, so it seems like they've got some good relationships happening. And yeah, pretty excited to see this. But this is a situation where I think Spirit were the only choice for them at the end of the draft.
Yes,
so
sir.
Obviously, we don't know what they would pick.
Right.
But they've got to make do.
That's the sad reality, you know, all these positives to say about FlyQuest. And on the other hand, I just say Spirit. It's Team Spirit. Major champions, obviously, and after all of our opening games at Bounty, you know, I was pretty vocal about saying, like, who's going to really have that big, just blowout ownage to start the 2025 season? I think it ended up being Spirit. A little sketchy on Train, but, you know, first time of a go. Right now, we've got the retake demanded of Donk. That's a nasty little snap over towards the camera. What? He's going to find three. Oh, my God. Because it's Donk.
How does he control the spray on that second kill? That's so ridiculous.
After the camera slap, Shiro dropping the smoke in the back. Backside, can't quite get it.
All right.
Ints not able to find him. Triple kill, if not 4.
4, I think, for Donk.
Found the last one too, huh?
Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Like, I call it a spray, even though he's not using an automatic weapon. But you, like, if we get the replay on this, that's amazing. But even right here, you can see where he's aiming. It's literally making up for the recoil. It's insane what he's doing here. What he's doing every day of his life. Every day.
Every day. Day after day, month after month. For his sake now, after touching #1, it's hopefully for him year after year.
Would you rather be, no, I'm not gonna say it. Would you rather be Donk for 1 day or British for 10 years?
Yeah, Donk for 1 day. Donk for 1 day. Nice chopper, dude.
2 chopped down.
I'm sorry, just double checking.
Yeah,
that was chopper, right?
Yes.
That wasn't Donk. That was chopper.
That was him with the breathe right strip on his nose, with all the airflow to his brain.
And they had nowhere to go. What the hell? I'm going to need a replay of that one as the cleanup continues here in middle. You try to walk that bomb forward, but it ain't going to happen. You know, this is one of those moments where I'm thinking FlyQuest, I'm not surprised that they end up coming through with the Anubis pick, but that is sort of playing into Spirit's hands.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at the veto.
Yeah.
It's just...
It is Spirit written all over it. It feels like they got 3 picks, but... unfortunately for FlyQuest.
Where does Inns land on your mustache tier list?
Pretty high up there.
Australians got some great stats,
yes,
man.
Yes. There's a very nice viscosity to the Ints mustache.
Viscosity?
Yeah, thickness.
Okay.
I think that only applies to liquids.
Yeah,
but you know what?
Okay.
I can...
yeah, sure. Make it malleable.
Yeah. When you had Ints and Alistair, ooh, you know?
Yeah, Alistair was killing it. Uh-oh, he's spotted with very little time right now. But he will still die before the clock.
Good. Let's queue up that Chopper 2K, shall we?
Yeah.
Because I didn't even see the first kill happens. The dink.
Oh. Oof. For the Bombus? He's making that thing look cheap.
I still don't quite understand who the second kill is. It's the first player to come out of the smoke, but did he finish? But I didn't think the second guy walking through died. I thought a stray bullet hit the guy's boosted. Watch.
No,
okay, never mind. Okay. All right. Launders, I swear.
It was amazing enough, Connor, the way it was.
Just follow the trail.
You a contrail guy?
I mean,
think of something up with that?
I live next to an airport. Would explain a bit.
So you get more time to watch him.
Keep a close eye.
Sneaky Inns. Kind of. Shopper's just got the USB.
Shiro sits down Dexter. That's the bomb possession in a round where FlyQuest have no business doing much, but Deagle's on the field. You think maybe, hopefully, hey, why is Liaz Inns now? What's going on here?
Whoa.
What's going on? They're multiplying.
A little parasite action.
Amoebas.
Viscous and vicious.
Ooh. The only reason I use the word viscous is definitely because of the few hours of Deadlock I have played.
Fair enough. Shout out to more Valve games.
Yes, sir. I tried it out, rolled around as a ball of goo for a little while, and came right back to Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but that was your guy, right?
Yeah, that's my boy. My thing. Regali patient for the long play. This is Spirit trying to get into the action early with some A-main aggression.
I had some people tell me Regali would humble Shiro, so here we are to see it.
Humble Shiro?
Humble Shiro.
I don't know about that.
See if our boy Regali can do that.
He had a great debut. Got to give it to him. Regali looked awesome playing for FlyQuest.
This is actually a strange question, but Gambit youngsters weren't they existed before the Academy League, right? So were they actually in it?
Yeah, I don't believe...
we didn't cast them.
No, we weren't really doing We Play Academy. That's actually a great point. Yeah, it's like Gambit Youngsters came out when those teams were kind of playing the online cups and tournaments, and the idea of having an Academy roster was there, but not a dedicated league, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they ever even played in We Play.
Yeah, that's the Shiro and Shiro and Axel, the original Academy players.
But we also didn't cast the first season of the We Play Academy League, so it could have been then.
True. I couldn't imagine they would lose, though.
Exactly.
Oh, clean one from Donk.
Trying to recover.
Yeah, they know there's one more at least trying to breach E-Box, and Chopper will get caught on the push. So
what you gonna do, Ince? Yeah, pull the gun out, puts him down. Shiro, last man up, 1v3.
Oh, but they're taking it towards the A site.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, best way to beat Shiro is to not fight him at all. Still walking over to humor this.
Yeah, it's
see if any mistakes will be made.
Just to confirm, you are correct. Yeah, first season of We Play, no Gambit Youngsters in sight.
It wouldn't have been fair.
Very true. Shiro? Almost.
Okay.
But Regali, a little bit of armor goes a long way. He stands tall, his op collecting 2 kills throughout this round, and FlyQuest's first on the board.
Regali learns that's slightly not a good angle, just because of Shiro being so careful.
Did you see that photo from the HLTV Awards that Bircho captured, which was Monacy looking backwards at Donk with Shiro sitting next to him, and it's like life imitates art. It looks like that whole, looking away from your girlfriend meme. I thought that was great
photos, man.
Of course, I mean,
great photographers there.
No bias. They're friends with some. Probably the best photography team ever assembled
on Earth.
In esports, at least. I can't speak the whole planet. For the 2-round convert, and Chopper going to take a more passive angle. It's coming at him. I'm down to watch, actually, Dexter versus Chopper, considering Dexter had put up a strong showing, and we got that beautiful 2K out of Chopper early on. Ooh. Battle of the in-game leaders in mid, but the opening pick goes from A-Long once more. Shiro from camera reveals himself and tries to peel back, and there is this continuity in the pressure of FlyQuest on A.
They have
Fire on his feet.
They have a smoke to try to connect this, but they don't really want to waste time, but this could get them killed. They really probably
not ideal.
That.
Ince
or
along
did they have
Fountain.
Ooh. Sorry, excuse me. Maybe they didn't have a smoke or they already threw it, but...
Everybody popping off here. Liaz looks away, and Chopper's got himself a second kill, off to a 6-3 start. Shiro yet to die, 7-0.
Yeah,
Donk, 8-1. This is a win condition being put in place early on.
Yeah, this round is all about Shiro because he gets his kill in mid, immediately can turn towards the A site to help out after Zontix dies and gets into a position where, again, without a smoke, really hard to deal with that opper. So Regali will just be here in a very long save. So Regali was the guy who he didn't play the super early seasons, if I remember correctly, but by the time we ended up casting him, he was the opper known for his clutches.
Yes.
And somebody who obviously could improve on the consistency, as everyone could in the Academy League besides like Monacy back then, but had a lot of talent when it came to the 1vx situations, but plays a lot like Shiro in terms of how slow he approaches things, and again, how consistent and really smart he can be in the clutch.
For example, his ratings back in those seasons of We Play Academy League, 1.25 on Fnatic Rising in the first season.
Yeah,
that's the whole season, barring playoffs.
And that was a team that was like top 3, but still struggled sometimes.
And I think a team that was more Regali than team, perhaps.
Yeah. Who's that IGL? He was floating around, the Danish guy. I really liked him a lot.
Oh, Glaive.
Yeah. Now I was thinking of Kerrigan, man.
Oh. You sure it wasn't Snappy?
Oh, what was the name? Can you click on him?
There's no Danes on this one. Not in season 1.
Oh. A later season. The last season for Fnatic Rising.
Maze?
Maze, that's the guy. Yeah. I was a fan.
Magic's hanging on. Every once in a while, we get blessed by the B-side Anubis op from Magic's. Donk. Oh, yeah. He's going to control that for the third. Or at least the assist on Dexter. Chopper comes in with helping hands. Fire at the feet of the dark play. Nade's going to soften them all up. You're not coming through this bomb site today. Not on a buy like this. So, hiccups. Excuse me.
Magic is a surprisingly good opper when he picks up the gun when he needs to use it. Yeah, it's a good map for it too. And maybe we have a better understanding of why why Spirit were comfortable picking CT side on this map, even though they were given the choice.
I think it'll bode really well for Team Spirit to get 2025 going early on. Obviously didn't end up winning Team of the Year, according to HLTV, at the very end of it. That streak of NaVi definitely had to be valued, as it was the most continuous success of the year. But, you know, for the doubters and for the Spirit fans that felt like they wanted to throw the word robbed around, well, start strong here and now.
Yeah, I mean, they're the most distracted team in this draft, and that says something.
Yes, it does. You know, I think the awards just kind of really valued the entire year. You know, recency bias can really be a thing, but
there's that, and you know, NaVi arguably have less good pieces to work with, and so had a harder time and performed super well for their, you know, for what they had, and I think that speaks to Blade as well, and yeah, the project as a whole.
The recognition Blade and Alexi got in the same night.
Definitely.
Making more with less was sort of the mood. And not doing it just once. But now down a man and attempting to move bomb closer to B. We'll be seeing if they can get through this time. And Donk doesn't have the patience to sit back on site, so he's going to go carve out control. Oh, nice headshot from Vexite.
That's the whole B site taken right now. There's no one else here.
Pushing off of it, thinking something was going down towards A. Couldn't have been more wrong. And now it's a retake demanded. Wallbang?
Ooh, it's close. 59 damage.
Regali gets away with 2. The frag grenade and the wallbang both deal damage. Is it enough for Spirit to fancy their chance of the retake? I mean, we've got 3 kits. We've still got the incendiary on Shiro. No smoke grenade to block off long. That would deny vision from 2 of these players, which would be very valuable to actually stick this all the way through.
No smoke means the time is just going to get a little bit more emphasized here. CT's run this down.
Now making contact, they lose a couple bodies, but they also clear 2. Shiro trying to keep vision up. These double ops waiting for the next contact. They'll find the kill, but no time to defuse the bomb. So a second round to FlyQuest because Donk pushed off site when he was all alone. And that's maybe a questionable move, considering, again, he's all alone.
He actually didn't hear the jump throw. Luckily, he got the shoulder peek, but Vexite was totally ready to clear that perfectly. So very nice kill on Donk. I mean, this one makes it, and it's the shoulder peek that reveals Donk in the first place. I wasn't actually sure if he saw him. So real nice round here from Vexite, and timing's perfect. But yeah, as you can see, all the Spirit left when they saw Donk pushing out because he's got full view of Canal. So Buy comes in, and them hanging around to try to punish the post-plant situation works out. They get all the kills. So there'll be a less stable economy here for FlyQuest.
Leg shot on Vexite gets cleaned up. Donk can't see Jack, but his teammate Chopper.
Oh, what? He picks up the op?
Oh, into the fire, gets 2 kills, and just invigorating swap of the weapons there for Donk to show he can indeed do it all.
Man, that's hard to deal with, man. You want to really trust this molly. It's you know, it's plump. It's full spread, and then Donk obviously peeking behind his teammate, eating the flash, but they're just committed to fighting the choke point. They are not willing to let anybody out. And that's obviously the right idea. And because the last round they stuck around, punished all those players who planted, it's now FlyQuest who have no money left.
Mohan, Chopper's nuts.
He is feeling it.
That commitment into the fire?
He is feeling it.
And it's one thing to commit to it and, you know, bring 1 player down with you, but that's 2 headshot kills. Valuable ones that really just let Donk swap weapons and slide out for the final kill, knowing somebody had gotten to the jail plat.
Yeah, that was looking like a promising attack from FlyQuest for sure. It took a play like that to make it go wrong.
but a testament to Spirit's desire to fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
From inside fire.
Shadow? Or shoulder? Didn't notice that one immediately, but it's a 5v3.
Pistol burst out from Dark. Donk queued up for the multi-kill, but only getting the one. Regali with the Glock frag. And Chopper has Bloodlust tonight. He's here to close it out for the 5-round lead. CT side picked by Spirit, and I get it. 7-2 on the lead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quick half so far, and Chopper's contributing this much. That could be too much for any team, to be honest. Yeah. So, where do you think Spirit land at the end of the year? Said, I kind of still have them as #1 team, but there's obviously the vitality change phase,
right.
And
I mean, I think
obviously a long shot prediction. Who knows what happens in a year? But
at least top 3. I mean, I'd be shocked if they
hopefully
weren't
top 3.
Yeah, like
would you be braver to say either top 2 or 1?
I'd be brave enough to say 2.
Regali just humbled Shiro. We got it
once,
right? It might take a bit more than that.
I'll be brave enough to say 2, Launders.
Okay.
It's also Shiro's only death, so is he really humbled? 10-1. Humbled?
Humble goat.
He says, I don't understand this word. What?
Letting him get comfortable. The Molly's going to come in, but Dante's happy to play in front of it. Decent spray control, but it's only 1 for 1.
Chopper backs it up, swings back in. Dude,
there's no one else. There was actually no one else for this attack. Is that what you were going to say, or what were you?
I was going to say, I think the player cams might be messed up, because this can't be Chopper, dude.
He's owning, yeah.
Like, we haven't accidentally swapped him in Magix, maybe, you know? Feeling like a Shanghai Grand Finals performance, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, it's tied with Donk. That would be exactly like the Shanghai Grand Finals.
Oh. It is crazy that in that finals, 69 kills for Magix, and that was his jersey number for years. Coincidence?
That's why he was like comatose after the game ended. Couldn't even believe how funny that was.
Donk and Chopper laying down lead. Poor Liaz was looking to support with the util, but the entries go south. You got an extra 10 seconds to try and pull it off, and they're gonna fight him, so honestly, he can. They decide to sign up for that fight, but now he's just gotta go straight in and take this bomb plant. No other option allowed. And we get the move from Magix into the back line, but Magix only has a Tech 9. Why is that?
I don't know, but he... Op, wait, that's actually... Oh, he's got the op, okay.
Liaz able to get off site.
He's pushing very far, and Magix has a full kit of utility. It really comes down to how he thinks about this, but with the bomb plant, it's sort of for where Magix is coming from. It gets maybe a touch scary for Liaz.
Doing a good job of getting off site and clearing things. Wary now of Long, doesn't see it.
Oh, spotted, but now the full kit of utility is going to come out surely. Liaz has to be weary of a potential stick.
Just get him on the cross, all you got to do, Liaz. Finish off the 1v3, he will. They wanted to fight, and they've been fighting so far all half long. They go at Liaz, and he makes the most of it.
1v3.
On the board.
Liaz, when he joined the team, I think that was something that really stood out, was like his IQ in the clutch as well. Like, he definitely makes some good moves. So, well, quality 2K. And third player, even though he doesn't die. The perfect job positionally. Getting to a spot where Magix can't find him.
I mean, 2 best performing players on Spirit right now are the first 2 that Liaz puts down for the clutch. But again, I think this is one of those sketchy spots. We saw it happen back when Shiro dealt all that damage. And yes, FlyQuest pick up their round, but we saw them get reset so hard right after.
Yeah.
Not trying to take it away from Liaz. It's a round on the board.
Heavy losses on wins, yeah.
Yep. And it's like... That's going to make me nervous because I don't think 2 deaths between Chopper and Donk is going to stop the pressure that Spirit have clearly been applying since this started.
Yeah. But we see the energy. Happy to run through mollies, all peeking everything all the time. Not just Donk.
Yeah, it's going to take more than a 1v3, I think, to kind of get Spirit off that wavelength.
They're not humbled?
No. No. 16-5 Donk, 15-6 Chopper, 10-1 Shiro.
Full strength Spirit here at the Bounty.
Donk smoke, and they challenge, but he is just so ready for these fights. Gets a little bit of revenge for Vexite. Wow! Good spray here from the Galil Vince. Takes Donk out at his knees.
Donk just wanted a fresh AK so he could spam more.
Really not too intimidated by FlyQuest, is he?
This could be a solid angle considering the way FlyQuest's been approaching A main, but sure will. Now they've got some more grenades. I mean, FlyQuest are setting up a decent situation here, man. They've got a, mid. There's no one it looks like who's going to push it. Zontic's going to commit to playing the site. Rotations will be slowed down a little bit for sure. At 20 seconds now, the commitment will come in.
Smoke about to fade.
They don't have
ready.
a flash for the smoke.
It's not ideal, but they try to walk it through. Both sides hold. Both sides hold strong. Liaz again to a clutch, but as he goes for this plant, you'd think he gets swarmed. Everybody's swinging for him. Too many targets, and so Spirit, as I tried to allude to, right back to the confidence on the hold. And it goes swimmingly. 3 survive. We're going to have economic problems here for FlyQuest as they'll buy out towards the end of the half.
Yeah, it's just a great day individually here for Spirit, even with the kill back into Donk. Who can oftentimes be the player to save the round. You've got Zontix and Chopper working perfectly with this flash to defend both sides of A. They don't need any rotations. Last round of the half.
Going utility over weaponry. Dexter trying to keep that $1,100 for the next half. Not going to happen. 1,100 bucks, bro. Could have got a Mac 10. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
That's true. Maybe he didn't have the right skin equipped.
Who knows? Tech9's a little classier after all.
One-shot headshots.
Zontix leaning back in sight. Here we get that first wave of utility. And the fight comes through to Zontix on half health. Oh, nice. Just a good adjustment to get himself a second. Liaz baits out the op shot, takes it to the legs, but survives because of the hop. And Dexter walks out middle looking to come down camera, but he's been found by Chopper, so he's locking horns here in middle. Chopper wants nothing to do with it, and that's just going to serve up a great distraction to allow his teammates to get out from heaven. And then he comes back in, and it's perfect. Ooh, Spirit. An entire half that has their name stamped across it. 3 one-off rounds from FlyQuest, and every time they win a round, it's with barely any guns. Spirit sending a message to everybody here at the Bounty that this year starts strong. It's just one of those days. Chopper absolutely top in the charts alongside Donk, and I think that in and of itself a win condition, let alone the fact that Shiro has been classic immortal mode, barely dying throughout this. I don't even think, I have nothing bad to say about FlyQuest, really. It's just...
they had some good setups there, yeah, but obviously the trades were not, as you can see from the kills, just not quite there. The B site hit looked promising, the A site hit, you know, set piece looked promising, but they just got outgunned every single step of the way.
Every single
Besides
direction.
Liaz 1v3 had that.
Every single bomb site. D-side now coming through for Spirit. A pistol would truly spell disaster. D-I-S-A-S-T-E-R.
Okay, is there a chance
Disaster.
that Chopper outfrags Donk this game?
No.
Still no.
No, because on this T-side, dude, Donk's just going to keep sprinting, as we have seen already in the pistol.
Yeah, he's that space taker.
Absolutely laser beaming the CTs with that Glock.
But you know what?
Freaking lasers.
Yeah. You watch a team like Spirit, though, it should give you hope if you're a new roster or whatever. How much improvements you can make in a short period of time. Of course, you got to have the players to do so. But, I mean, even pre-Shiro, they were a great team to watch.
Yes.
Right? I mean, a lot of people even said they shouldn't have cut Art Frost for Shiro in the first place. Obviously, looking back, that seems like a ridiculous thing to say. But that's because, you know, they had won that move Dasha with a reverse sweep over Virgin Pro in the best-of-5 grand finals. They looked very good. And obviously Spirit have come up with so many talents. It's tough to outdo them in that sense, but
I'm really happy.
Their rise has been fast.
Yeah, 100%. I'm really happy for Shiro that he read the room and made that decision, right? Because it was a big deal to depart the Cloud9, what some call super team.
Yeah.
And, well, he took the chance. He put his faith in Donk and Chopper, and it has absolutely paid off for them. Yeah. Major champions now.
I want to say there should be a new term for the Valve Grand Slam where you win a major in every game.
Oh!
Because Spirit have won 2 TIs. Now they win a major in CS.
Yep, as an organization.
Yeah.
So what, Deadlock next?
EG are actually the next closest.
Really?
Because they won TI. Technically the closest. Actually, Liquid. Oh, actually, Liquid are the next closest.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, man. I don't think EG's winning a Counter-Strike major anytime soon.
No one thought they could do it at Notice.
No way.
Oh, okay.
A flashbang out from Dark Room.
Best
2
flash
players
ever.
fully blind. There's a recovery already, tapping at a distance, and okay. Way too much damage for Spirit's liking, but honestly, at this kind of a lead, you're going to start slipping up.
Yeah.
You're going to let yourself get flashed.
You do need to win the Deadlock major as well.
That game doesn't exist yet.
Maui is right here.
You know, that's really why I hope Deadlock becomes a great success.
Yeah?
Yeah, so he starts working their broadcasts, not ours.
Watch him do both.
He will. He will. Yeah, well, from a broadcast point of view, you know, maybe that's another thing. We don't have a term for that, but if you work the international and you work a major, look at Machine, for example.
Yeah.
He's standout in that regard.
I feel like the Machine is actually a good term for that already. Could be like the Arnold Classic, you know, just for him. There we go.
First gun round looks good for FlyQuest. It kicks off 5v4. Getting off of this plat, but here comes Donk, and that's really what we're waiting for. It's just waiting to see how many Donk takes. There's the 1. He's gonna wrap around the obelisk. There's the 2. And Zontix had already gotten the rotator down from Temple, so him staying alive bodes well. There's the 3. A tap down, full attention. Not able to get the 4th.
Oh,
so
Magic stick in the plant.
we put Magix to the clutch. We've got Dexter up next. Of course, well known to Magix, and so the headshots come through. It comes down to the clutch, but it's still another round for Spirit.
Why does it look like such a calm exec when you watch from Donk's POV? Nades cascading over his head both directions, 3 CTs running around. Default, no problem.
You just can't shake him.
Does a lap.
Sprinkles in the 1-tap. Nice attempt from Dexter, but
it's actually the real take is that he's just set up so well, you know, to be able to path like that, not be blinded, have spots like mollied out while he's moving. That is why he gets the opportunity. Even if your other teammate is having an equally good game, he's going to have more space to get frags like that because they set him up. They set him up so well.
Just a casual 25 and 8 in 15 rounds.
Carried by utility, 100%.
Counter-Strike. It's a team game. Yeah, for everybody else.
I love his award show speech where he was like, you know, I wasn't looking for this to be #1 player. Right. He talks about the team goals all the time, but he did acknowledge that it was still an amazing feeling. And at some point, you do have to genuinely give yourself some credit, man.
Oh, Shiro tracks him through it.
Oh, it's going to be
good timing from Ince, but the bridge hold, Chopper not pressured from the CTs on the other side of doors, so he just takes a glance, is rewarded with man advantage. And we could be staring the Spirit 13-3 in the face. This is an unruly dragon, burning FlyQuest to a crisp.
They're still looking to make this into a B split, I think. Are they going to drop Canals, though, with the amount of time left over? Smoke comes in towards B to hold them in position for just a bit. And Dexter starts to push out A. But if Chopper goes around to B, Dexter can catch this off. However, the mid player's coming back, and Zontix kills him. Oh!
Man, 2 kills caught in Canals from this bridge window, and it's originally the B push and then the A push, so Spirit have been reaping rewards for keeping eyes on it, and there's a potential third one from the same place. Shiro doesn't have to get this kill as bomb goes down, and he won't. Liaz,
another guy,
gets the frag. Magix hears both players running, and it is a Team Spirit speed run here on Anubis. FlyQuest were forced to play them, the final pick after the draft last night. We go to Dust 2, where hopefully FlyQuest can put up a fight versus the Shanghai champions.
It might be the final pick, but they could also be the final boss. Spirit doing what we know they do best, dominating their opponent. When they can smell blood, they just go for it. They send Donk off, and okay, we kind of had these expectations. There's not too much to say about what the result comes in there, but this was just kind of them in free flow, I think.
There was really nothing that Spirit could do all too wrong. I feel like Zontix may have had a little bit of difficulty on his bomb site from time to time. Maybe they couldn't win a 1v1 here and there. Like, they gave up a 1v3 to Liaz, technically. So there were little moments that felt like lapses of a team of Spirit's caliber, but not really going to be the big picture here, which is that otherwise quite the domination.
Domination is probably the best way to put it. I mean, that was, I said before, it's like an adult team in a kids league. That's really honestly what it felt like. But I get this one. Magix fans, welcome home. This is what it's supposed to look like.
You are not letting him off there at all. While you focus in on Magix and not doing what you want to see him do, Donk did exactly what we expect him to do. Donk done what he does best, and he looks unstoppable when he's in this flow state. But it doesn't really matter if it's against a team like FlyQuest or anyone else. Donk is doing this.
Yeah, once again, I mean, he's starting off the campaign pretty well to continue to be world #1 once again. I feel like, if anything, that's probably the interesting conversation here. Like Vu, who was your #1 player of last year?
Donk. #1 Donk, 2 Donk, Donk, Donk. It's Donk. Donk is so far ahead of everyone else. It's not even close. And not only that, he shoots the dualies correctly, okay? You're supposed to spam them as fast as possible. Not this weird, stupid thing Zywoo does where he taps. No. Donk uses he does everything right. Tell me one thing you want Donk to do better. Nothing.
That's true. No, I mean, really nothing. Really, actually nothing. I mean, if you could build a player today and you said, like, what archetype of player is going to be the most impactful, that's where Donk is that guy. Like, he's running in first so frequently. He's getting multi-frags. I will say some of the other people on his team contributed well. Like, if Donk did lose an opening pick at E-Box, which happened a couple of times, Zontix, Chopper, Shiro, they were all able to clean up pretty nicely. But yeah, like, this is a case-in-point example of why Donk is a master of Counter-Strike, and he's just about to turn 18. Actually, is it his birthday yet, James?
Yeah, early January, right? So it might be happening or about to happen.
I think it was the 25th.
Okay, so he's got some time still.
Okay, yeah.
Not there yet.
Little bit.
I was going to say, that is the most important thing for Spirit, is that it is Donk, it is Shiro, but Zontix is the missing piece sometimes, because Magix isn't going to pull off that major final all that often. They need Zontix back at like early 2024 form if they want to win these types of events.
Yeah, he was born on the 25th, you remember exactly correctly, so just in a little bit of time, he'll be having it. For a man we talk about quite a bit on terms of his passive plays and how he is, Shiro obviously does have moments where you know he can do what's needed if he's left in these situations once that first and second wave have gone down from Spirit. But we're still so positive and praising him. Many people thought he might even be higher when it came to the end of the year.
The thing with Shiro is that a lot of people like to draw criticism with how passive he is, but let me just remind everybody that for the last 4 years, he has been a top 5 AWPer in the world every single time. From the Gambit, from the time that they were promoted from youngsters to the actual proper Gambit team, to the Cloud9 team, to joining Spirit, like all of these teams, he was still competing with basically a very short list of AWPers, including like top tier Simple, Zywoo, Device, before he left and came back. Like, it was him and those 3 most of the time. Those were like the only people that were really above him. And then Monacy's come into the fray recently, of course.
But he might play a little too passive. Come on, you got to give him something.
Yeah, no, I mean, if I want to like echo those sentiments of criticism, yeah, sometimes he's not really like going for as many peaks as he needs to, but that's why he's so complimentary to Donk.
But so that's what I'm going to say. We keep criticizing, right? People keep saying, oh, he's too passive, he's too this. But this works in the Spirit system, so why the hell would you ask him to do something else?
This is also just what you want an AWPer to do. I mean, from a classic perspective, an AWPer locks down an angle, you make sure the enemy riflers can't swing out into your riflers and kill them. You hold the angle, you just make sure that your team has that safety. They have that back piece that won't allow them to just get completely destroyed. And yeah, maybe he's too passive sometimes, I'll give you that, but he does his job, and use him as an excuse if people call you baiters and face it.
That's how you can get away with it. But he is known for a clutch or two, and that's what you can always rely on to bail him out if he is that one alive in there, not just the baiting side of things. As well, we did pick on Dexter having that great game against MIBR. I want to look at Chopper because he does deserve some respect when he does do this as well. If there is some moments, he'll be able to pick up the pieces.
Chopper in this game was actually really, really great on his rotations on the CT side. If that first point of defense in Zontix failed towards the A bomb site, Chopper in middle was frequently picking up the slack to then cover those kinds of angles. And first of all, he did a really solid job in middle to lock it down as well as he could. And then, like I said, like you're going to see most of these highlights, I think, on A rotations, because he was so frequently over there to connect with Zontix, to connect with Shiro from heaven, and then they just locked down this bomb site. And FlyQuest barely even got the bomb down on that side other than like a Liaz like 1v3 one time.
Yeah, it's the type of game Chopper does pull off once in a while, kind of like a Dexter. I mean, we were talking about Dexter, what they need to win. Spirit didn't need Chopper to do that to win, though. I think Spirit were winning without Chopper popping off. Magix probably would have found some kills if Chopper hadn't stolen them first.
What are you supposed to do when you're FlyQuest, right? We don't expect them to win. You said some moments they can have and like look like it can be competitive in some way, but when you get blown out like this, how do you try and learn from this? Are you just trying to say, okay, I'm looking at this, I'm making these mistakes, I can't do this again, I need to minimize this?
You're segmenting the game down and you're saying which part is our point of failure. And I feel like it was kind of in the mid rounds versus Spirit. The openers actually were kind of okay. Like Regali actually picked Donk one time as he was getting into E-Box. They killed Donk a couple times actually when he was on the CT side, sort of flirting with them in the canals and E-Box area. But then kind of as they're trying to get onto the bomb site, they take a lot of casualties. They're not always, you know, clearing every angle with the most diligence. Sometimes there's a multi-frag from somebody like Chopper, for example, where it's like, why was this a solo peek? Like sometimes when they're getting out middle and they're trying to approach A, you would see that one FlyQuest guy that just peeks with nothing. There's no flash, there's no smoke, there's no teammate behind him. And it's like, those are the areas they need to clean up, because I actually think the openers were fine.
Yeah, and you did see a couple of rounds actually where Regali would have a full set of utility and it wasn't communicated either direction. Someone dry peeks when Regali could have pivoted in and tossed a flash for his teammate. So you still have some growing available for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see across multiple events for a while, right, as they try and get him in. But we have been keeping talking about Regali. I know we don't expect him to do so much here, but, you know, for him, this is also a learning point, right? Going up against a team like Spirit that he wasn't facing so much when he was on OG.
It's obviously throwing him really into the deep end immediately, but I'm not going to say he passed here. Like he himself didn't really elevate the team or anything like that. But I would say in some cases he did his job. Like 9 and 15, you're not going to go home happy about that one, but you're also not getting completely decimated. Like he definitely shot back in a couple of instances. But there were just like this is just the toughest test. Like, this is the trial by fire for FlyQuest, and I already feel like the test was passed by beating MIBR.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, you're opping T side Anubis. Not everyone picks up the op all that often on that side, because when your entries just die, what do you're just left there kind of holding the bag. There's nothing you can really do. You're just going to end up dying. When he did have opportunities to hold an angle, someone walked into it. He wasn't missing. He wasn't making a lot of mistakes. I think he did his job.
So he wasn't getting shut down all the time, and he was able to have some impact. That's what you need to have, especially in a game like this when it is very tough. But it only gets tougher from here, because now we're going to Spirit's map pick after the break. Blast Open Lisbon. We're going back to beautiful Portugal. It's a lot of hype, it's a lot of fun, and it's a lot of sun in there as well. You can grab your tickets over on blast.tv and make sure you do, because every time it's packed out, every time it's sold out, and it's one hell of a Counter-Strike party. And it's our first ever Blast Open, so you won't want to miss it. I know we will be enjoying it from wherever we are, seeing it go down. We're starting in the studios, then going over to Lisbon. But right now, you know who's not enjoying things? FlyQuest. And they're not going to be enjoying things knowing they're going on to Dust 2. For me though, Maui, I don't know if this is maybe the wrong take to have on it. It feels like sometimes they're not playing to win. Like I'm seeing them be a bit defeated before they've even got into it. I know it's donk, but you know, swing a bit more, try a bit more, fight.
That's how you get 13-0.
But they got to try something different. It didn't work out last time.
I think the thing is with FlyQuest is that they're trying to build out a system right now. Like they're in the, the teething stage of this roster where it's like, yes, they have a 4-man core, of course, but Regali's getting very much so adjusted. He's trying to understand what an Australian accent even is, what these slang terms are, why everybody's swearing so much, saying like the C word as much as they do. Like it gets a little crazy in those comms. And so I'm not really expecting FlyQuest to put up more than 8 rounds in this game. I think that would even be kind of like an achievement for them if they do that. But I'll say, like, I don't want them to like break the system because it's just such a hard ask of them to even try to win this game at all. Just whatever you drew up in the system, just execute it. Just try to play it against one of the best, if not the best teams in the world.
I think FlyQuest could win the next series after they lose this one and drop out of the event, okay? There's just no way.
So at a different tournament, not here. Yeah. Maybe an online game.
But maybe they could win a game eventually.
They've already won one here, you know?
Yeah, so, come on.
Yeah, to be fair, they did beat MIBR, and MIBR was... I mean, to be fair, I think they were swinging out on Spirit or on FlyQuest in a similar way that Spirit does. So if they could deal with that, maybe they can deal with Spirit, except the problem is MIBR is like Spirit, except not quite as good.
They're like Spirit Light.
Yeah.
Really, I think that's even maybe too generous.
Spirit very light?
Yeah, Giga Light. Yeah.
Extra light.
Ultra light, yeah.
Ultra light, that works. That's quite nice for it. But what I'm saying this, right, is that yes, you can play how you were supposed to play in Struggle, but isn't that impossible to do when they're just running at you or disrespecting you even more than normal? Because Spirit know they can take an advantage. When you see Chopper doing what he's doing as well, they've got a huge advantage to push into this and just dominate.
That's why I think Dust 2 is actually going to be a little bit more interesting than Anubis. There's just going to be more free-flowing fights that go on, especially with the cat swing, which Spirit love to run. I think that's probably going to lead to at least some more brawly stuff that happens. And I just want to see FlyQuest fight as a team, okay?
Okay, well, let's see if they can fight like a team on Dust 2 and fight back in any way, because they need to have that if they want to hope for survival. Let's see what happens on Dust 2 with Scrawny and Launders.
It's real hard to fight as a team or fight as individuals, even when you got a pack of wildebeests on the other side, Mohan.
No kidding, man. Spider monkeys.
Team Spirit, dude, showing honestly, just no signs of respect, even, dude. Like the confidence is just boiling over in this last map. So it's an uphill battle, I would say, to say the least. And I don't think it's even kind of FlyQuest's fault in that regard. Like this is a Team Spirit that looks like they could just chew through anything that gets thrown their direction. It's FlyQuest tonight. We'll see.
It would be tough to lose in that manner, knowing that you did have some good staging, you did have some good setups, you had some solid calls, but you still couldn't keep up and really got destroyed by Spirit. But it's also, as you've brought up in the past, something we want to see at the Bounty is some of the teams that are supposed to be the best in the world starting off very strong in the year, and that's what Spirit have given us so far, 3 maps straight.
It's also nice to do it in an online environment, off of the break. Then once they get to LAN, you'd think that things are just really going to power up. So many teams just kind of faltered in our previous formats at, say, the Showdown. This is a Showdown on steroids into LAN finals.
Oh, they crawled up so fast, man.
Magic's down from the ramp, gets his opening. Chopper's flashbang supporting this perfectly. That's both Liaz and Dexter headshot by the Spirit camp, and a quick rotation over towards long doors. They're thinking maybe some long control, if they can contest it, will help unravel this post plant, but Chopper's going to stay along this wall and have Shiro to come help him in a second. So we get these 2 groups of Spirit players divide 2-2. And that's not going to make either side of this retake easy. Chopper just going to let him walk into the booby
scary,
trap.
Though. Okay. Nice.
Decides to start pulling the trigger, takes his sweet time. And it cannot be understated how badass...
Overstated?
Yes. It cannot be overstated how badass Chopper looked on map 1.
Oh, man.
I will happily take more of that.
Like you're saying, he looks like he just got into a street fight with the nose strip on. Of course, that's just for airflow.
It's in the badass era. More airflow to the brain means more cerebral calling.
Yeah.
Now
that's why I'm so stupid, because I always have sinus problems.
This is it. This is the key to being able to frag as an in-game leader while you call. More oxygen in the blood flow.
Makes sense.
It's all science.
That and water. It's the 2 most important parts of Counter-Strike.
Some say water's boring. I disagree.
Let me show you some snaps.
Well, a quick snap of the fingers here in middle, and these USPs are going to come flying out through the door once the smoke fades.
Looking like another decent idea.
They got a flash for it.
Yep.
So we'll see if they can net a couple kills, but you've got the bomb here and Chopper as well, so it could get weird.
Gotta throw that flash at some point.
Then they get a little grouped up on each other, and yeah, flash comes in a bit too late, so Donk triple kill, Chopper double.
Throw it,
go. And it's a little too late. Just a little too late.
FlyQuest did a jersey reveal on Twitter. Sweet new jerseys.
This yellow one?
Great video. I'm not sure if it was this one or if it's coming out.
I like the green one with the holographic
they've all been
writing.
super solid, yeah.
The FlyQuest font as well on their last ones in 2024.
Loving the branding, 100%.
Like the ones in the photo here?
Yeah. Definitely. Fave.
It's almost like a British racing green.
Little.
But maybe a bit more of a...
Yeah, I guess close, yeah. Not as...
Maybe a little
racing
more...
green's a little bit more rich.
Maybe a little more clover?
Clover, okay. We going into paint colors now?
Or is that a deep sea green?
Very deep.
Well, like an angler fish, Vexite dangles his presence back sight, draws in the Predators of Spirit's attack. It's a one and done, and then Chopper comes out middle to make the rotations look foolish. This is a gun round, folks, and Team Spirit show that they're going to churn right through it. Sure, Liaz, we saw the 1v3 back on map 1. He'll fake out the sound towards tunnels and then walk through doors, and he would have heard that fallback.
But they're still watching it because they have the op posted, so it has to be the instant dink. 7 damage instead. And there goes the odds for Liaz to get his way into the site. Another clean round for Spirit, and as we keep saying, another clean round for Chopper, man. If he's going to get 2 on rounds like this, when all he's meant to do is really, kill one, get some damage on the mid-B cross, and FlyQuest are going to have problems, big problems.
We were actually just having a bit of a discussion, Mohan, about the format here at Bounty, because it's new. And one of the things that's nice about this year's format with Blast is that, pulling back the curtain, nothing is like fully cemented beyond this year.
Yeah.
Right? Premier was a multi-year deal with partner teams, etc. So things couldn't change. Blast couldn't be as fluid. But I do feel for FlyQuest, as the 16th seeded team, they didn't get to pick their opponent because they had a bounty on their head.
To be specific, they got to pick last.
Yep. Yeah. Well, in the first round, they literally didn't pick. They were just a recipient.
Oh, right.
Oh, Dexter. And now for the second round, because when you win as an upset, you take the seed of the team ahead of you, they don't get to pick until last. Yeah. So their job's very difficult at Bounty. That 16th seed's kind of a death sentence to some. And they'll try their damnedest versus Spirit tonight. But again, I think the tone was just so set on Anubis.
Yeah. I mean, any of the last 4 teams that got picked are going to be tough. But there was a reason that everyone avoided picking Spirit.
Yeah. And I think we see it this evening.
Definitely.
Shout out in that regard, Fnatic trying to screw things over with the train pick.
Yeah.
Right?
That didn't work out too well.
It didn't, but it was one of the sloppier games that Spirit ended up having to play.
It was funny that Spirit looked so good on it, so comfortable.
That map ended up getting to a 13-10, for example.
Sure.
You compare that to the 13-4 on Nuke versus Fnatic and what we just saw in Anubis. I think strategy-wise, you almost pulled it off. You irk out an overtime win. Maybe you end up on Ancient if you're Fnatic, but obviously not the case. Ince. Yeah, he will deny Donk the save of his rifle, but Magix with the op will be hung on to. Scrambling, he gets it. So good job by Ince there trying to make the most of a bad situation as the rounds get racked up.
Yes.
Early.
Yes, they are raking him in. Nice shot from Dexter. 4 kills is no small feat here on a round like this for FlyQuest, but considering what we just saw in Anubis, we're kind of just looking for pure rounds for FlyQuest to humble Spirit. That's what we're looking for. Can they humble them? Full A long setup. So Spirit continue to just fan the map. No action inside of middle here. So Magix is listening to everything happening. Spirit have been brisk about their decision-making in this series so far. Now drawing it out.
But if you're not going to challenge Spirit while they're in this current mood, I wouldn't even call it form, it's like a mood that comes with it. We're going to get Chopper chucking out CT smokes. We're going to have Donk sizing up any kind of cat resistance. FlyQuest trying to remain active and adamant about not giving too much for free, but on a moment's notice, Spirit are going to come swinging. B-site the intended target.
Just a big feint, and the deep CT smoke does two things. It makes it look like a cat exec, covers them as they Ross, and the CTs aren't actually watching the door. This is big timing for the T side.
Good spray from Dexter.
Info's too late, way too late. But if you have a guy, you have a guy crack spotting the door on your setup and having someone watch the tunnels, you're loosely aware of the thought that it's going to be a mid-B. You have a much better chance of stopping it. But if you don't get the door smoke, molly out, or a flash over the door and a peek to kill them as they're coming up, and it's going to be way too difficult. So they bite on it. They don't really bite on the fake in the sense of like overreacting on the A site, but with 3 over on that side, it's the perfect call for Spirit. And right now, even though it's a 2v3, Donk is hunting because there's no chance FlyQuest can go for the retake. So what do you think about the potential for Donk to be the best player in the world again? Obviously, just for context, last time a Rifle did it was, coldzera, and he did it in back-to-back years. You have Get Right, who did it very early on, but many people thought it wouldn't be possible these days. I think CS2 gave a new chance to Rifles, even the odds just a little bit. Do you think it's possible for him and, specifically his playstyle, because Get Right and coldzera are both lurkers. Their stats are going to be incredibly high relative to their positions.
Him being an entry.
But Donk's done it the hardest way possible. Do you think he could do it again?
I think the fact that he did it in the hardest way possible means you have to give him the benefit of the doubt in his ability to do it again. He has already proven that despite that difficulty level being cranked, it's possible.
What about the conversation about, confidence-based playstyles? Because you'd be the first to admit that a lot has to do with that. And we've even seen stories like Yakinder, where he's really reached such high highs, showing what he can do mechanically as a high opening kill attempt player. But, that can be a fickle beast.
We'll come back to it after the exec because it's a solo B play. Door support trying to be thrown upwards. Vexite dies empty-handed. And the smoke comes down on door for insta get denied. So this double op can go for the save. And we are talking silver lining 6 rounds in. I think the contrast, Launders, to get back to the question about the confidence, is unfortunately for Yakindar, he showed his capabilities and his peak, and then he transitioned into a new system where ultimately it led him to a new role, etc., etc. All these things that can really chip away at what he fundamentally put in place.
Don't start calling Donk.
Donk got here, and he's not going to be moved. Role-wise, etc. In fact, a lot of his HLTV speech was kind of giving credit to his mentors prior with Spirit Academy, and then obviously the system of Chopper and Hallie and the main team in saying, I was just a dumb kid. I have learned how to play Counter-Strike, and so much is put in place for me to continue what I do and to do it how I do it. Specifically, do you think Spirit are going to have a fundamental role shift? I don't think so.
No, they're very system-based. Yeah. James done a good video on the Spirit system and talked about how Donk can kind of just almost turn his brain off because the protocols around him are so solidified that on T side, everything is known out of spawn, exactly how he's going to path, what he's going to be able to look at, and we see what happens when the system's working.
I think as well, not to compare Donk to a literal child, as he is almost an adult, if not 18 soon this week, perhaps.
Youngest number 1, youngest rookie, youngest major winner, youngest...
But it's like when you see toddlers on a ski slope, okay? When you see a child on the ski slope in the snow park just bombing into jumps and boxes, it's because they're a kid, man. They've never fallen, broken a bone, fractured a hip, etc., right?
I always do this analogy with Sumail in Dota, because he was the only one to be able to beat the AI that they used to try to beat all the best mid laners in the world. and he was the best mid laner of the world at the time. Every other mid laner lost 2-0 to the AI, except for him. He was the only one, and a lot of people theorize that it's because he's not battle scarred. He hasn't gone through losses. All he's done has been the best.
Yep, and I think that's going to play into Donk's hands too. He's not afraid. Why would he be? You know, until you fail. And that's why when we started to see like the lower points of Spirit throughout 2024, we thought, oh, this is where it's going to come to an end, you know? Donk's confidence is going to take some kind of fatal hit. But his resurgence and then the peak of 2024 with the Shanghai Major, it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, he's more confident than ever before. You know, and that's where this conversation comes down to, well, what if this year's even better? You know, it seems unfathomable.
Yeah, you brought that up.
But so did 2024. And again, we're Jesus Christ, we're in the first week of the year. So, yeah, okay, the glaze is real
Team
at the
of the
moment.
week.
But guys, it's 6-0. The map, you know what I mean? We're looking for conversation topics.
All right, well, conversation topics 5v4 at least. And even though they're crawling up towards the A site, last time Magic's got so far ahead of this, they caught the A site players off guard. But right now, Liaz is playing Gandalf. But the Molly comes in, and they'll know that he's crossed now.
Liaz, nice angle to try and get that headshot. But it takes a little while, and it's Inns who ends up finding the 5v3 now. 30 seconds. Late play from Zontix to wrap out from the B site, but it nets him a free kill. Good on Regali to pop off with the off once, but that just activates Chopper. Now you've got two stuck in elbow. Cat peek, drops bomb, 20 seconds to the clock. Not an ideal place here for Zontix.
Yeah.
Regali getting a kill. As Zontix activates that flank really spells disaster for Spirit, so the 6-round streak is where the streak will end.
Maybe if Zontix had walked out middle, he has a better timing, but if there was a little bit more time to delay, Regali doesn't get his kill, it might still be a scary round. Instead, FlyQuest, they turn the 5v4 into a win. Very nicely done for a first round here. And they don't get caught off by Magic scaling very quickly up long, as he has been doing.
Ooh, Shiro looking for it fast.
Spotted?
I think so.
Dexter holding this.
Yeah, definitely spotted.
He's got a smoke for himself.
Can't do anything about it except the double nade, but
make him deep.
Won't be lethal.
Oh, those land really well, but he's still not dislodged. That's the problem. Now they're just out of their cash utility. So he's been a real resource dump for them, unfortunately. If they got that kill, it would all be worth it, but it's getting an op down to 18. It's getting Shiro down to 18 health. It might not matter.
At this point, it's just that one incendiary on Dexter, flashbang for Vexite. That's all the utility that's left on the B site. Double op as well, so could be a costly affair.
And it looks like they're just going to exec B after this anyways. Shiro hasn't moved a muscle.
That one incendiary on Dexter.
Yeah.
It'll boil down to him chucking that back and whether Spirit decide to gamble through. Donk feigning a bit of presence on Catwalk first. You could also, of course, come in with the split, so then suddenly that util feels all the thinner. In fact, Vexite actually picks up a smoke grenade throughout all of this, so that may help with the hold. Getting his hands on one extra piece of util. Dexter's still waiting. Shiro, the whole round he's been back behind that corner. And then the window flood comes over with the jumping player. Donk's got kills through smokes. I mean, there were pieces that could have held this back somewhat to completely deter Spirit, and to deny them any entry felt impossible.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that just goes as perfect as Spirit could have hoped.
It was out of spawn. They didn't get the opening kill. But Shiro literally did not take a step because he knew what they were still going to try to do. And as mentioned, Molly coming in, 2 HEs, down to 18 HP, didn't make a single difference. You gotta kill him. They'll at least maybe get to hang on to this op for Regali. Probably they'll get to hold on to this.
Terrorists win.
The money's not too bad here for FlyQuest, but it still only is the one round to their name.
Just devilish.
Yeah.
How crazy is that? You pop open the smoke, you get a headshot on Donk, you think, oh, I got this kid. And then before you can see him again, he just sends a 3-bullet burst through smoke and hits you in the face.
Yeah. Great part about CS2 smokes, man. Moments like that.
20 more years. 20 more years.
Definitely.
I'll be here.
Will you still have the mustache?
Maybe in 20 years I'll have a beard.
Okay.
Big maybe.
Just gotta try harder.
Yeah, it's my fault. Yeah. 5-player walkout long. This is the right pieces in place here for FlyQuest. Excellent flash, but Liaz not able to topple the front runner. Regali's nade will finish it. Zontix's fire spreads to Dexter's feet, and so man advantage here for Spirit, an ability to cross. No further disruption until that nade comes out, and Donk has already got himself to the ramp, so it's the T's to take back control of this. Their utility just leans into their favor, and their bomb plant will go uncontested from Regali, who's got a knife coming at him. Magix is a madman, and Zontix clears the board of the op. All the money flushed. CT's back to the paiN train that we established on Anubis.
That's brutal. That's brutal. Couldn't have gone worse in that situation. Every kill. Oh, man. Where does one begin? The flash is great. The damage is also solid, but look at the trades, man. Off just the smallest gap.
I don't envy you, FlyQuest.
Nearly saw Noggin over the smoke, but N's gonna be forced to get out of here in a second. Doesn't want to, however. Being hunted by utility, but still only 18 damage, 27 now, and Donk comes back to finish off his meal. Bouncy little Donk right there. That's brutal. How is he even so sure of exactly how it would be played, you know?
He's just in the zone.
Yeah.
You know, you wake up every day and think, there are millions of people playing this game, but I'm literally the best.
Yeah.
I'm the best.
Yes, and he's been playing so much.
Christmas break? Nah. New Year's? No thanks.
Birthday?
A what?
Oh, another free B site, it looks like.
Eats, breathes, and lives Counter-Strike at the moment. That's what it takes to be world's #1 on a major winning roster. Zontix floating around in mid alongside Shiro, who has the cover of Xbox for a little bit longer. He's got a chance to win versus the other op, and Zontix catching the Liaz flank means Shiro can unleash, but Regali will best him. Here comes the Chopper window Mac 10 peak. That's how confident Spirit are right now. Another smoke for the doorway as Regali tries to keep kills coming and the hopes of a round win alive, but Zontix has just been this nuisance on Catwalk that'll come right back at it to deny this save. He's gonna find one at the base of the ramp right now, and poor Regali steps down beneath him.
Yeah.
No doubt in my mind they're coming for the op, and they go flying over the crosshair. That's Donk here for the 9-1 Team Spirit lead. They say that comparison is the thief of joy.
Yes.
But I really think it's just Team Spirit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing to compare here.
FlyQuest. That whole time we saw the draft going down last night, they're just crossing their fingers. Please not Spirit, please not Spirit, please not Spirit.
Give us NaVi, give us FaZe, give us Vitality, please.
Can we get a G2? Can we get a... So looking like Spirit's coming out swinging as the heaviest hitter at the start of 25. Only a couple best of threes in, but in a world where Vitality's T-sides look like they still needed to grow, where FaZe and Elige have now been eliminated, Mao's one of the teams like Spirit that didn't make a roster change, just straight up bomb out, and G2 look lost.
Shout out to BetBoom, though. That was awesome.
Hell yeah.
That was really awesome to watch, and I'm really wondering how much damage they can do here at the Bounty.
Right.
They're another team that have been grinding, apparently. Didn't have much time to practice, but in the days, the short amount of days they had to practice, they said, MagnoJez said, that they played 12 hours a day.
Yep.
And I for some reason, I believe him. I'll take his word on that.
I mean, at this point, I don't even know what team is supposed to stop Spirit from winning Bounty. If anything, I suppose NaVi.
Sure, yeah.
But we'll see what form they're truly in. And maybe also with Astralis' debut, Device looked phenomenal. So I'm very excited for the NaVi versus Astralis game tonight. That'll be coming up after this appetizer is now just a few rounds from being finished. A bread basket of a best of 3. Zontics gets tapped, but his teammates aren't too far away.
That. Yeah.
So you can try to save your scout if you would like, Dexter. There's actually, I think, a rifle here in tunnels, so that'd be the upgrade, but Donk's gonna stay close by. Ready for the pop-up, double digits, Team Spirit. Quick day in the office, huh?
Please slow down. Can't build a story here for FlyQuest if it's just gonna be a one-sided beatdown.
This matchup feeling like a tutorial mission for Team Spirit.
Seriously, man. What was the one round that FlyQuest ended up winning? It was the A-side hold.
The A-side hold, yeah.
Yeah, that was legit.
Yep. Yes, it was. Singular. I mean, dude, they're just pulling up all these nasty little off angles. Like, bro, how hard are you trying?
Yeah, that's the other thing, though. Spirit are just playing well and playing correctly, and just like the right amount of, you know, over-facing and aggression when they feel like they can do it.
Good.
Wow. So careful. Even with the flash. No opportunity for Regali, and he shoots, so they're going to be less worried about him.
Oh, dude, Chopper.
God.
No half measures, no regrets. Donk in with another, and that bomb's going to go down. Dexter and Regali forced to try a 2v5. I don't want to speak for them, Mo, but I don't know if they can even believe in this because they've been surrounded. It's a nice headshot from Regali to start it. A boost inside of the window, and Magic's a second layer to the flank. Misses his chance. They're going to try to bombard this window. No scope that could have activated for the waterfall effect. Sorry, Dexter. Just not going to happen. They come swinging to secure it on fire at the end of the half at an 11-1 score. Heroic and paiN over Liquid and FaZe, the upsets to start the day. But now, Mohan, it's the #1 who reigns supreme. Team Spirit looking
Seed 4.
Fantastic. I speak from the heart.
Oh, man.
Not from the numbers.
G2 are #1, okay? They'll further notice they won their game.
Yeah, press X to doubt. This $60,000 bounty on Spirit seems like the safest money I've ever seen. Locked up. And I would, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say guaranteed Spirit win.
Guaranteed Spirit win or you shave your head. Come on, you're trying to bet it. You're not going to bet against the biggest
Guaranteed Spirit win or you can chop off my head.
Okay.
Let's make it really interesting.
I'm going to let James do it.
Out of respect. Yeah. Thank you. Lovingly.
I don't even really want to watch that.
No. No.
I might put it on the second monitor.
Yeah.
Okay, 3v5. So they're going to really need some heroic efforts here to stop the B attack.
Zontix.
And it starts off okay. It's actually 3v3. 1 bullet gone. A 2v3 retake. A lurk here from Inns doesn't show himself. Yeah, but he will get spotted from behind.
Donks Berettas are crazy though,
be
dude.
Careful. They know there's one in mid now.
Yeah, they're crazy.
He can go and defuse. Does he have a kit? No, he doesn't.
3 kills on the round though. What's Inns gonna do? Tries to deal with flank, can't do anything about it.
3v5.
Dude, the speed on them Berettas.
Yeah.
Looking like an automatic weapon more than anything else.
Yeah.
So
credit to the wielder.
Easy 3v5 for Spirit's pistol. 12-1.
It's moments like this where it's outgunned. They had Zontix by himself. They got the trade just 1-for-1. They had the B site, bomb plant. It's a good situation.
There's a lot.
You're creating good situations. You do that enough, eventually you will win.
Of course.
Eventually.
Just not versus this Spirit.
Not versus this Spirit, who also create lots of good situations.
You know, you win
there
more.
There have been worse 12-1s.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's not a 13-0.
Yeah.
You know, you have to lose more than you will win as a professional Counter-Strike player. Something you have to come to terms with. And FlyQuest getting beat over the head with the reality stick. God, to make it any worse, huh? At least Ints is on top with that Galil, so that's an entry frag for the side of FlyQuest. Could always extend the game. And we can continue to try to big up their hopes and dreams of upsetting.
Look at the commitment, though. 3 on A.
Oh, a little weird, though. Shiro kind of moving around as the commitment comes through, and he's down to 30 health. But Donks here, and he gets bested. Shiro able to hang on a little longer. Pistols prevailing. MP9 denial, and Zontix.
Oh, that nade is amazing.
Homing missile in for the Vexite frag. We've got low HP for the other two. So to end this on a 1v3 would truly cement the attitude that Spirit have brought to the server this evening. He will rattle away on Liaz and Clutch. Ice cold from Zontix, not even needed with the star power potential from Donk, from Chopper, from Shiro. Everybody contributes here for Team Spirit, and I don't care who was in their way. They weren't gonna lose tonight.
And we did not expect them to lose. This is what you expect from a team with the caliber of Spirit, and this is what comes to FlyQuest when you really have to go against some of the best, and the best in the world is not going to let off a team like you.
This is why Spirit were the last pick. I mean, it's the bounty format, and for people who maybe weren't tuned in, FlyQuest didn't have a choice. This was the only option that they were given.
This.
Yes, exactly. Take this. Yes, it is going to blow up in your face completely. Yeah, this will dominate you, and that's exactly what Spirit did again. I didn't think it could get worse than Anubis in terms of how bad the beatdown was. Well, they actually did better.
Yeah, you guys said to me, well, maybe they can get a few more rounds here?
Yeah, you were saying, oh, but they need to swing, they need to play confident. I said, that's how you get 13-0'd. And it was close. It wasn't exactly 13-0. It was close. The question is, did Donk break a new rating record? Because I don't think he did, but that's about the most interesting talking point here.
Yeah, that's what we're kind of left with all of it. But at least Spirit is doing what they're supposed to do. They are making it to the LAN final as well, right? As you would expect them to do, to be in this situation, to be in this position. And Donk still looks like he is going to be best player of the year.
I feel like if you actually take, you know what, this is going to be a hot take fresh off the presses. In Tier 1 events in 2025, Donk is the best player in the world.
Oh, but he's not a complete player. But he's not.
I mean, again, like, we can only kind of meme about this kind of performance because FlyQuest just didn't honestly stand much of a chance. Like, anything that Spirit wanted to execute, they did. Even when FlyQuest tried to bite back in some of these situations, you know, trying to play in front of the Spirit utility, trying to break a smoke here and there, they just got shot in the face every single time. Like, every single response that FlyQuest had, Spirit were already ready to respond to that response.
Round 1 of the first map, Donk already pulled off a 3K with dualies. It was on from there. It never stopped. He's never going to stop. He's going to keep going. He's going to be the #1 this year, the #1 next year. He's going to be the #1 year after that. He's never going to stop. He's the next Nico, except if Nico was even better than Nico.
Based. That's quite based, actually.
I love how much predictions we're going way into the future of Vu. Any more?
Monacy. Wait, I can't put him #1 also.
No,
Monacy,
you can't, that doesn't work.
#2. Simple never comes back.
Wow, bold. These are bold predictions right now.
So
this guy mic'd up right now? Is everybody catching this? Yeah, write this down, everybody.
Clip it, write it down, have the proof, have the receipts, get it ready for Vu later on. For FlyQuest, obviously, we knew it was going to be tough, right? For them, this is about the learning points of it. It's hard to learn from a game like this. You're just getting shot in the face the whole time. Were they at least trying to do what you hoped they were doing in terms of just playing together? As the default? Yeah.
I think they tried that for the first 6 rounds. It got a little looser after that. We saw them trying to take some individual liberties, but, you know, I just want to zoom in on Regali. Like, Regali, for me in this game, actually, throughout some of the chaos, sort of held his own. You know, he wasn't finding the openers that we maybe had wanted from him, but overall, I would say that Dust2 was, despite them losing by more rounds, actually, in some ways, a better showing. Like, they contested him in some flat-out disrespectful ways on Dust2, and he shot them as he should have. Like, he didn't embarrass himself. He didn't get embarrassed as an individual. And for somebody that's joining a Tier 1 roster like this, that's kind of been meddling in Tier 2 for so long, that's a good sign.
I think at Nubis they had some game plans. They had that USP round where they almost won against full buy. And then when you look at Dust2, that's where Regali, I feel like, actually showed himself because of the way Spirit played against them. He did actually make some frags happen. He did actually pull off some plays that you might not have expected him to do.
Well, we've got Regali on the line with us for an interview as they will exit the Blast Bounty. Regali, I know this is not what you want at all, and it's rough when you go up against Spirit like this, but for you, it's obviously still a lot to learn and grow through, so just give us the kind of lowdown on how it's been in your first 2 officials here with the FlyQuest team.
First of all, hello. Yeah, it's been nice. I mean, we didn't practice that much, but the most important thing for me, it was to have fun, returning back to Pro CS basically after a long period of, not playing. Yeah, and second of all, it's a really strong team. But yeah, as I said, like, at least, I don't know, we didn't feel pressure, I think, at all. And it was decent for me. Obviously, first game against MIBR was really, I don't know, I was nervous, but it was fine in the end.
I just want to know, Regali, not even like an in the server thing, but outside of it, you know, how are you fitting into this FlyQuest bunch? Because I feel like we hear about, say, like Americans joining a European team and the cultural differences. It's kind of the opposite for you. You're a European joining an Australian team. So what's it feel like?
They're really nice outside of the server as well. I don't know, it all feels like family and friendly, and it's really nice. I enjoy it. But also, like, there's a lot to work in game, I think, because I have many more ideas to bring, I think.
Yeah, I was going to ask about those ideas because stylistically, slotting into the team, are you still just trying to learn their system, or are you trying to give them some ideas of the way you specifically like to play and they kind of work it around you?
Yeah, like, I really want to try this, at least for this team. Like, I want to be more vocal to implement my own stuff, what I like, instead of like trying to play about the system. It's good because the players are really nice to me, and also in the game, like, they try to do everything for me. So it's fine, I have freedom.
Regarding, I also want to ask you about the times when we remember you back on the Academy League, the style of player you were back then, and how you kind of now have a chance to get back to doing that within this team. Do you think that's possible?
I think it's the best chance I've got since Academy League. Even though in Academy League I was like on top level with the other players, it's actually now the first time I have a really good chance actually, if I work even more with the team.
And what do you think is the biggest factor in how you can get into that position again? Because obviously a lot has changed since then. You've watched some of the other players you grew up with in the Academy League, right, go on to have success. And we know what you're capable of. You know what you're capable of.
So I don't know, like just work more, because this work and the amount of work I have to put on or put in, it's based on frustration that I'm not on that level, even though I started there.
I mean, Regali, I mean, what do you think about this 6-month window, like, to the Austin Major? What do you think is other than just qualifying for the Major, do you guys have any other strict objectives that you guys have outlined at this point?
I did not talk the objectives as a whole, as a team, but I know what my objectives are.
Yeah, sure.
So basically, I would like, for example, to make a higher ranking than they did before, for example. That would be nice. This is like achievement for me as well, that, hey, I'm helping this team. As well as, I don't know, better placements in tournaments. This is fine for me. I don't know what the org wants or the players want, but obviously the Major, I would like to have a sticker for once.
Yes, exactly that. And lastly from me, Regali, I want to see with Dexter, how much kind of freedom is he giving you to have your input and do what you want to do?
A lot. In practices a lot, but the amount of practices was too small to play or react to every strategy and stuff like that. For example, this Dust 2 was really, I felt like I did everything I wanted, and I think this is why actually we lost at 1, but I had kills because I did everything I wanted. Like Dexter is giving me everything.
Okay, well, thank you very much for being with us, man. Sad to see you go, but we'll catch you later on throughout other tournaments for sure.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And it's, I love what I'm hearing from him, because you can kind of almost feel the pain of and the frustrations, because he was there at the very top of that Academy League bunch, right? We were very hyped about him. Then he got a rough hand with the organization and teams he joined, right? Like, OG was not a hot prospect team to go into if you're a top tier player looking to thrive and have success. You watch other players like where Hedrick went, where Manasi went, right? It was a very different ball game.
I mean, I'm thinking about the first season or 2 of WePlay, and the best 3 oppers were Torzi, Monasi, and Regali.
Yes.
Like, that was it. So at this point, it kind of feels like he's been left behind a little bit. I know he had to do something with school, I think.
Yeah, he was studying and playing at the same time for a long time here in Denmark, actually.
Exactly. So for him to get an opportunity kind of with I wouldn't say like a misfits team, but kind of just like a team that's maybe more on like kind of out of left field. Like it feels a little random to join this FlyQuest team, and for him to just get this opportunity, he's relishing in the moment in terms of just making sure, like the first thing he wanted to do after this game ended, I want to implement more of my own plays. Like, that's the fire that I want to hear from a budding player.
That's exactly what I want to see. I want to see an opera that doesn't just want to go into a system and just have the game called and just try and be a piece. I want to see him carry the game. I want to see him make his mark, and that's exactly what he wants to do. That's what I want to see if I want FlyQuest to succeed.
And how much do you feel like, obviously, on his past teams, that confidence has been knocked? Because they went through a string of different players, different in-game leaders. It's not easy to go through, right? So it's not like his fault as to why he was in this rough situation.
I mean, I don't envy anybody that was on the OG team when he was on it. It was like, what, you had how many different in-game leaders? You had Nexa, I think you had Keto. Did Thomas in-game lead? Like there was so much crazy stuff happening there. And like, if I want a pillar on my team, I do want it to be the in-game leader, okay? And so to have that many different people that you work with, like, you're trying to fit everybody else's vision throughout all that time. So it's nice to hear that Dexter's giving him a little bit of freedom and that there's a give and take in his relationship with this roster, because he needs to give to them. They need to make sure that they embrace what they have, because or else FlyQuest themselves are just gonna hit the same plateau that we saw them for all of last year.
Can FlyQuest go further though, just with regardless?
Yes.
Or
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
I think so instantly. Like, dude, immediately they beat MIBR, who schooled them at the major. Like, that was their opening game here. They looked better than MIBR, whereas last time around, dude, MIBR just blasted them out of the server. It didn't even look competitive, but Regali was one of the people that instilled some fear into MIBR. Like, he took him down with a 5-7. Like, no hate to Alistair, but he just didn't do that kind of stuff. So it's nice to see that they have upgraded firepower in the most firepower dependent position of all of a 5-man lineup.
Yeah, if you look at their back-to-back matches, it is a 2-0 loss to MIBR and then a 2-0 win against MIBR. It is a huge juxtaposition, and it is based heavily on, they could have gone down 7-0 on Nuke if it wasn't for that round that you pointed out where Regali picked up that 5-7. I think he got a 3K. That was kind of the springboard for them to actually win that Nuke game.
Well, that's enough talk on the FlyQuest situation. We'll have to see how they do across the rest of the year. We're going to a quick break, and then after that, it's the last game of the night. It's NaVi taking on Astralis.
Changing maps?
Train. I've never played train.
I don't see under trains, you know?
Oh, roofer.
Heaven and... Are you dead? Where is last?
He's locking it.
Wait, Donk, did you die when you land?
Yes.
Ah, I thought I killed you. I know. Yes!
Okay, let's see how Deagle works.
Oh, Ivy on green side.
This gun is very good. Top dog. Maybe root?
I'm seeing everything.
How he pushed?
Okay, so I go plant.
What is this gun?
I planted. Is he there? Yeah, he's sure. Ooh, okay. The movement is not bad, actually.
It's goat movement.
Green train.
Helic.
God damn it. 6 is green, right?
Yes. Gel newbie.
Huh?
Newbie.
But now I'm using all of my beginner's luck.
Why can't I see under the trains?
Whoa, it's you over.
What? He hit as well. Wow.
Wait.
Waiting.
What the fuck, how you kill him?
They call me the master. Oh wait, he's moving. Oh. Okay, let's go. You smoked Poppy? One pop close. I can't even see him.
Fucking shit. Ladder bomb, I think.
Do you think so, ladder?
No, two Ivy.
I don't see 6.
He's out.
Is he shooting at me?
No, he was Ivy.
Or maybe he jumped up heaven. Oh, it's me.
What the fuck, bro?
Behind side, right? I think last heaven. Wait, I defuse, I have good angle.
What the fuck, bro?
Wait, I'm first I defusing bomb, let's go. Don't you just expect me to climb up heaven and then you kill me? Okay, I did something cool. Wait, I can't knife!
Overpowered.
No.
Take, shoot, take.
Doc was a huge fan of CS 1.6.
Yeah, shit map.
He says flash was 8 seconds.
Yes, actually, flash
It's
is
very long. Wait, maybe I should use more flashes.
No, please.
I will flash you now. It's my mission. Oh no! One hop. You'll kill him now. Nice try.
Ace.
And looking at your opponent today, you're going up against the NaVi, who certainly have not looked at their strongest right now. Do you feel like at the moment they're in a weak spot where you can get a good win over them here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's not like they've looked that bad, but they've sure shown weaknesses from compared to like earlier when they were really dominant during the year. So I think that they look weaker at the moment, and like if we play up to our level, that we have a really good chance at beating them today.
Jel, you tweeted about your game against Imperial Female. I wanted to get your honest take on how they played against you guys.
Okay. They played well. They played
together as a team. What their main strength was probably playing together and trading and not being afraid of us, which was really surprising. I expected for them to be a little bit more reserved, but they didn't care. They just kept moving forward and trading, which I enjoyed.
And also some clutches came their way as well. I want to see also, it looked close at times between you guys. What does that tell you about your form coming into the season?
Nothing.
Nothing
tell
at
us
all.
Much. Nothing.
Okay.
We'll see after the game. After this game, we might see what's the form is like, but the previous one.
Okay, so that's when you can have a better understanding.
What we call the first game after a break is always a warm-up game, and it doesn't count. No matter if you win or lose, doesn't count.
Ah, okay.
It's to break the mold.
Break the ice.
Yes, that's the word.
I got you, man. Don't worry, I've always got your back. All right, now, one thing that's interesting with Vertigo coming out of the pool, which you're all very happy about, Train's in here, and Blade also used to like that. So is NaVi rocking a 7-map pool right now?
Yeah, we're rocking all the maps. No, we're not rocking all the maps. Train is not the same as it was before. It's a new train, there's new updates, you can climb on all the trains. To be honest, I didn't play it a lot. I think I played it once in matchmaking. Train was my favorite map, but now I don't find it appealing at all. I feel like it's not the train that it used to be anymore. Okay. But I'll play it in the future for sure.
Oh, you'll play it in the future for sure. That gets me excited.
We need some information about how the map works, so now teams are going to play it for us, and then we'll learn from them.
Steal the good bits. Steal the good bits. Okay. And just one other thing is looking at how much you guys have been cooking on trying to change things up for how you play certain maps. Like even your Mirage was starting to drop off a bit, you know, despite it being one of the best maps for you in the past. How has the boot camp gone? How much are you seeing an improvement from you guys overall?
Improving on the weaker maps for sure. I mean, in 2025 we have a 100% win rate on Mirage, so I guess the bootcamp is paying off. We'll see how it goes today. Yeah, we're just working on our weakest points. I'm not gonna say what they are, but we are working on them, so be careful. But yeah, other than that, we're working on synergy, all that stuff. Yeah, we have such a big advantage coming into season 2025 because a lot of teams made changes and they will need some time to adjust to each other, but we've already been together, so now we just need to work on the game.
Now, for sure, they should be in a better position than the teams that made changes. He was talking about the synergy, right? And like working on that once again. But this is a team that has been together. They know each other. They've won tournaments. They know what they're doing. So they should be in a really good spot. And maybe we don't see that as of the end of last year, even in the first game they played.
It feels like NaVi, towards the tail end of 2024, definitely ran the course of what Blade and Alexi had cooked up. Like their strats seemed to get a little bit drier. Maybe people just kind of felt that they were going to follow this plan and hope that it carried them eventually. Like the individuals is what really hurt them at the major more than even the tactics to me. Like their CT sides were really bad because people just weren't shooting back. And I feel like they just needed to reinvigorate themselves. Like they never said it was burnout. They never said it was too much for them. They never said the season was too hard. But in my professional opinion, I feel like that's really what got to them. Like maintaining that level of form, that many 6 grand finals in a row, that comes at a cost eventually.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you don't make excuses for yourself, because Maui Snake will make excuses for you. I mean, I agree, though. It did look like they kind of had a plan. They come into the season, they're doing quite well, but then by the end of the season, they're doing the same stuff. They're making the same plays, the same moves, and teams have started to kind of figure out exactly what they're going to do and prep for it.
And they have been on boot camp since before the rewards. They started at the beginning of the year. Then they went back to boot camp where you can see them at now. That is, for Blade, the dream opportunity. He would rather be on boot camp than at some tournaments at times.
Blade has more to say than he can in a TeamSpeak call. Like, he needs to sit you down in person. Like, I sat with him at the HLTV Awards, and he talked me up for like an hour. Like, we had so many things to talk about in Counter-Strike and how he likes Bushwick and Brooklyn. Okay, like it goes across the world. Like, he is a cultured man that actually, really, when it comes to an actual team, though, he has so much depth to get into to explain the theory behind what he's doing. And if everybody on NaVi can get back on board that, this team can be dominant again in this year.
Yeah, a lot of the things you've heard Blade say about coaching in the past, one of the things I picked up on the most was that he talks about getting everyone on the same page, and once they're on the same page, they'll make the same decision. You don't have to tell them every decision they need to make. You get them on the same page, get them in the same mentality, and it's tough to do that if you're not there in person.
And it's about believing in that system, right? The system we keep talking about for him. And if they can, then they have the success we saw from last year. So it's about finding themselves their way back into it. When it comes to the Astralis side, their system is going, for some players, back to the old system of paiN right now. And at least for most of these players, that's quite comfortable. Some of the others, they're learning their way through it.
Vu, what did Stown say that, you know, in the Stabby breakup? What was the line he had? What was the line he had?
Well, the truth will come out, is it that
And I
one?
think the truth is that paiN's system is better than anything else he's ever had in his damn life. Okay, and that's why he's coming back to him, and that's why he wants to play with this guy once again. And they're already showing some great signs. At the World Final, they were able to take down NaVi in the past, and in terms of what they weren't able to achieve at the RMR, unfortunately, that was more or less because Device just couldn't reach that tournament because of health reasons.
I'm gonna keep it real. I wasn't the biggest fan of paiN's calling on Heroic, but I look at paiN so far on Astralis, and he's bought me over. He has bought me over. I like the way they played against NaVi. I like the way they've played in general. And paiN, he's been kind of yo-yoed. Are you opping? No, I'm not opping. Now I'm opping again. No, now he's back to rifling again. And he's not fragging that well, but I think his calling has impressed me.
And this is what's interesting. You were saying about like Stown and Jabby, right? They needed to be maybe having a breakup for a little while and then get back together, and then that's rejuvenated the relationship. Is that a good way to kind of sum this up?
Yeah, we all know that's not a good relationship. Like, that's not how you should go about it. It's like, you don't break up, get back together, break up, get back together. That's not how.
Sometimes it works. Once in a while.
Well,
some experience here, Vu.
They better hope it does work this time for them, because, I mean, like Vu said, there are promising signs for this team. If they're able to keep this 5-man lineup in order, playing as much as they possibly can, maybe they have to schedule a break throughout the regular season to give Device a little bit of time to manage his health, manage his stress. If they're able to do that and do so without costing themselves too many VRS points, then this team has so much firepower on paper that, honestly, should probably be punching a couple of their players into the HLTV top 20 for 2025.
And Denmark desperately needs it, because that fall-off has been catastrophic for the whole country, right? Which has so many talented players. You're talking about Device. I think he has a point to prove right now, because he came back in that wildcard game. He looked pretty damn good. I know it's only against wildcard, but I want to see a bit more of that, because this is new for him as well, paiN's leadership.
And what I loved about the way that Device played in that game is that it looks like he's buying into the paiN system. He's maneuvering a bit more. He's not just playing as a static opper as much. He's actually following what we kind of knew to be what paiN wanted with Heroic, where it's the if I tell you to jump, you don't ask why. And so I want to see if Device can do that while maintaining this form moving forward.
Yeah, 2024 was Device's worst year statistically ever. I think even back to 2014, he was doing better than that. And he needed to make a bit of a change. I think he's right to actually buy into what paiN wants him doing, because paiN seems to be, I mean, some teams are looking at the way paiN plays and mapping themselves against that. They've done that with Heroic in the past. paiN is kind of an innovator in the way they play CT sides, and if Device buys into that, he could bring himself, and he is bringing himself back to the level he was at before.
And then the other player we didn't talk too much about yet is Stair, and I feel like Stair has been the most solid piece throughout all of the madness that is Astralis, again and again, and he still looks good, no matter what in-game leader he has, no matter what players he has around him. I just keep rating this kid higher.
Stair has just proven to be an incredibly flexible player for them. I think he had to change roles at least twice on this team. And now, even just in some of the less glorious spots for them, yeah, he's performing very well. I'd like to see a little bit more. My focus has been a little bit closer on some of the other players, but I've never had a problem with Stair. Yeah. Even at the RMR that they failed when BlameF was in-game leading, Stair put up, I think, the best performance of anybody in that Copenhagen RMR.
I don't think you can complain about Stair. I think you're right. The question was Stair or Bro? I kept Stair. Okay, I would keep him, but he's not the problem, absolutely, but he's not the focal point of attention. I think we're really looking at Stown, Yabi, and Device as the main three.
Now, looking at this head-to-head matchup, you mentioned already about the World Final game they played against each other. This is obviously when NaVi were starting to show the weaker signs for sure. We're going to take a look at the scoreboard here, specifically from that game. But this is the trio you want to see at top doing all of this. This is the golden Astralis way of playing.
Yeah, and I mean, Stown has been rejuvenated since paiN came into the roster. He kind of struggled a little bit, especially with the role overlap with Blame F. My most interesting part, really, when it came to the World Final game, is that you had a clear idea from paiN how NaVi were going to play, and we saw that in one of their interviews. They mentioned they know how NaVi are going to play. That's why they were comfortable picking them. That's why they want to play against them. NaVi will come in, they'll play their style. Now, their style is hard to deal with, but they will play their style, and so paiN can come in with an idea of how to counter that. My interest is, you know, on Mirage specifically, NaVi, or Astralis rather, they basically didn't play B in the majority of that game, and NaVi didn't hit B. I'm interested if they try and reverse that anti-strat and play around that a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, the prep is going to be really interesting here because Astralis of all teams don't really have as much footage to show, whereas on the other hand, like NaVi, they might have even shown some of their hand versus Imperial female. Like they were playing their system, like Blade is quite the dogmatic leader. Like you basically are living and dying by the Blade. That's not kind of a pun intended, I suppose. And okay, this time around, Mirage is the decider. Okay, right. So we can maybe see that play out in map 3 there. But Inferno, we saw Astralis take down Wildcard on this map. Device was just kind of like he looked so confident in middle. Like he was actually just peeking down so many rounds. It was kind of absurd.
And he could be the difference maker here again. We'll have to see how it all comes into it. But this is NaVi going up against Astralis, and Astralis may be winning in that head-to-head in recent times. But is NaVi going to show a different face? We're about to find out.
Damn right we are. Time to find out. This is the highest seeded head-to-head we've had yet at the Bounty, Mohan.
Yes.
We have we've been cutting through the fat of the team pool we had at the event. That's a little rude, actually. I take that back.
The fat teams?
Yeah, I don't know.
Getting rid of them?
Save me. Thank you.
So, yeah, we've got Astralis versus NaVi. The closest matchup that we've casted so far at the Bounty.
That's what
watching the huddle right now, and the question is, can Astralis make this close? The question is, can Astralis take a map? There was a point in this, not this lineup exactly, but in the past year or two with Astralis where they were extremely good at taking, you know, one map in a series, getting stomped out another two. It was always stomps both ways. paiN coming into the team, they put in some effort to make a good showing at the World Final, but obviously the major is the weird one because they didn't have Device. They had Bro in the team, and that was a big tournament to miss, especially considering Astralis were ramping up. I think people were pretty excited about them,
right?
For like what they could, to see if they could do damage to the major. So it's really going to be about this season now and ramping towards Austin, and hopefully they can keep their 5 for the season because it feels like they've got a 5 that should work.
Yeah, and you know, wildly to me, it's like we missed him in Shanghai, and I'm just surprised he's back so fast. You know, I'm happy for Device. Whatever the issues were, seem to have been solved. He's returned at his individual form to kick off the year.
Yeah,
fantastic.
I think it's like, unfortunately, it's the major. The worrying part is it's the major, and you know he needed to take that break, so you know you wouldn't want to see that happen again. But if you were going to take a break, it's a month of the major and a month of the player break. So
True.
It is the biggest single break you could take by missing one tournament. But again, that one tournament. So yeah, there should be a lot of motivation, I think. There should be a lot of trust in the team that they can really start off on a good foot. We don't know when they started cracking, but we saw in the wildcard game that Device absolutely stomped them.
Yeah, I mean,
he hates NA teams, man.
He really does. He hates us. What did we do wrong?
Anus.
2.0 KD and a 1.62 rating after that opening matchup versus Wildcard. And I think it's great to just, again, see him kind of kick it off alongside the other stars of the show. And then at the top of the list, after opening games, you had Bit. You know, Bit on map 3 versus the map 2 of the Imperial Valkyries. Really kicked it up a notch, and I'm curious if they'll be able to do that tonight. Like JL said, you know, he said, for better or for worse, win or loss, first game of the season doesn't count. Do you agree with that?
I think actually, if you could rephrase that, if you win, it counts. If not, no.
Okay.
Because like if you win, then hey, you're starting off really well.
Right.
Like, you're probably in a good place. But if you don't actually maybe agree with that, yeah, okay, you can always ask for a little bit more time in the beginning.
I suppose it's because they won, but maybe not in the total blowout fashion he would hope for, right? Wanting to kick off like Spirit just did versus FlyQuest, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's nothing wrong with the way they started.
That was a pretty, that matchup though, like them playing versus the Imperial female team. There was just so much more about that game that people were interested in than just like the pure quality of the two teams going head to head. So I can sort of understand that in terms of how they, like, it was also just on its face a team they don't ever play. So
sure.
Okay, Astralis versus NaVi. That's a more common matchup, and we're here. Do you think that Astralis? Do you think Astralis could outright win the series? Do you think that's possible?
I do believe Astralis could win the series.
They're looking like their form. We've seen their form both of the World Final and right here already versus Wildcard. They're looking pretty strong. I mean, maybe.
I do think there is a world.
Inferno is a good place to start. It's not a great map for NaVi.
I have high hopes for
A lot of people
NaVi.
actually struggling on the map right now.
In the series, I do indeed. I mean, I'm somebody who also had predicted Wildcard beating Astralis because I just sort of questioned whether Astralis could get things together at the start of the season.
Were very much at the major.
Yes, they were. So I was riding high on that North American copium.
I'm with you, man.
I've been snapped back to reality after that device pop off.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, time to sit down, please.
Come new, bro.
Come new, bro. Hi, 1-2 Astralis. Yeah. I was just thinking this is in presumably the Nexus, so they're downtown Copenhagen at the moment.
Yeah, it's
Launders,
pretty cool. Inside of Tivoli.
You can go hang out with them after if you'd like.
You're not invited? I am wearing Astralis socks right now.
Well, bias.
So
bias caster.
Wearing my lucky socks.
I'm wearing NaVi underwear, so.
You're wearing NaVi underwear. Prove it.
I got it from James Banks.
I'm not wearing any underwear.
They're a little oversized. Is that a draft in here?
Nexus is. I haven't actually been to the. We've passed by it so many times. I've never actually walked in there.
They got Astralis logos in the ceiling.
Yeah, it's looking cool, man. It's looking cool.
Very exposed.
Tivoli's obviously. Tivoli's well, for Canadians, it's a wonderland. For Americans, it's like the
Six Flags.
Six Flags. Yeah. Oh, and it's city center, and Nexus is like really just a part of it, which is really cool.
Right next door. I believe you can go there, look at the trophies Astralis have won in the past, look at Astralis branded merchandise, and if you get lucky, maybe look at Astralis players. Really, it's like a zoo.
Are they behind glass?
Hopefully.
Hopefully they feed them.
Yeah, every once in a while. Depends on the winds, Depends on the winds.
Do experiments on them.
Trying to clone them, I heard, actually.
Yeah. Do need more Danes.
Oh,
Biggest city in Denmark, only 1 million people in here, I heard.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's a small place.
I'm not quite certain where NaVi are boot camping. We can hype up the Astralis. I know that...
yeah, you were trying to like indoors geoguesser it a little bit.
Yeah, well, we've got some nice ceramic mosaics on the wall here.
Mosaics. That's the craziest one that you've ever said,
What
Connor.
is it?
Mosaics.
Oh, yeah, mosaic.
Mosaics.
Anytime that happens, just remember that I'm French. If I say something incorrectly...
Never make fun of someone who mispronounces things because they learned it by reading.
C'est
right?
une mosaïque.
Oh, okay.
C'est une mosaïque.
All right, okay.
Mosaic.
Do you say veranda, Strange?
Veranda.
Okay.
Terrasse.
Deadass.
Deadass. Astralis to the T side of Inferno. Shall we start this party? $60,000 of a bounty on NaVi, and Astralis off a Series 1 win. Wonderful first blood. Emet gets the second. They go towering down middle until Cadian and Device turn this upside down. Now Wonderful feels like he's a little stranded. Device doubling up in the pistol gives Astralis man advantage. This was a 3v5.
Yeah, man, that was really good start here from NaVi, but they had to peel back entirely. Now down to 2 players. Cadian and Device at least get some tags in return, but this ultimately means it's 1-1 to the sights. Alexi alone. He's going to hear that Moto smoke dropping in behind him. And they're implementing a lurk with Device sitting, waiting for flanks. And they don't want to bite on this. Alexi says chill to JL. But he's really going to have to get all these kills. It's the perfect search, though. Wow, right through the smoke for Stair. That's a nice setup. Solid mid-round, and what a recovery here from Astralis.
Do you love Stair, Launders?
Oh, big time. Yeah, big time. I think he's kind of like the Malbs of Denmark in the sense of when he came onto Astralis, he came from a star player to playing all of the he had no space at all. Like he was surrounded by the 2 heroic players, 2 Astralis players, and he got like no space, and he was still putting up stats, and now has gotten more space back, really still performing. His career has been relatively inconsistent in terms of periods of time where he's like doing well and then somewhere he goes down. But then a lot of that has to do with the inconsistent situation on Astralis. I'm a big fan. How about you?
Yes, same as well. I think like Vu kind of touched on it perfectly in the pregame. There was that conversation once upon a time with whether it should Stair or Bro keeps his spot. Yeah. And when it first happened, I thought like, they're only keeping him because he cost more, right? He did have a big price tag coming from his previous team, but then I think he really came into his own. I still rate Bro highly, but Stair has shown us, I think, a higher potential since then.
Yeah, he has more pop-off potential for sure. Bro's definitely good. A good player to have in most rounds in terms of like making the round move forward, good ideas and everything, but more supportive, I think, for sure, than Stair, who can really take over sometimes. Like we've looked at games where Astralis win and Stair is just like the reason. Yeah. So like very much like Malbs in that sense, where a team that's hard to stand out on, and he can do it.
Smoke on top, Banana fizzles out, and JL holds CT cross solo. Another smoke grenade in his collection. It's not much of a collection. Last nade to be thrown, and no teammates here, so just really hoping for some kind of a rock back to the A site. We'll see paiN carving a path forward with utility of his own, and the bomb right behind him. Will JL interrupt this? No, just elicits the util reaction. Does he try to cheat over to add himself to the A stack? No. He'll dedicate to the coffins, and this 4-player setup on A looks like it might get a chance to rob back momentum. Maybe. The utility is well placed on the short side of things. Astralis emphasizing short indeed. 1-player apartments, 4 to charge forward in the smoke. Blinded was wonderful. Teammates dying, but Alexi activates. 5-7 double. MP9 from the pillar in the site. T-side crumbles, and this defense set up, but Stair just talked about him on for the ace. We've got this slower play from JL to join out from library, and he gets met by a smoke. And so Alexi turns back now with a gun in hand. Love the climb up, but it gets spotted, and as he goes over, he will get a 4th, but JL makes the difference.
Dude, Stair does his best effort, and JL had to sort of help out as much as he could because Alexi had not fallen back around the corner. There would have just been a pure 1v1 with a deagle otherwise. Nice try from Stair, and man, if not for this smoke, this exec is pretty fantastic. All the CTs are blind by what's looking like some of the most effective flashes you could throw in this position. The site player, the pit player, that was a super solid attack. But again, the counter smoke was perfectly timed. And jail support as well.
And Alexi came from where? Was that an arch push?
I can't.
Across bracket?
I don't know
it had to be. He slipped in behind them.
Yeah.
So, not bad, but here we go. Full throttle up into the arch side. Tech9's gunning by. Ime able to line that back up. Looks sketchy for a second, but recovers.
Yeah, all warm-up shots there for Ime.
That was kind of, classic Danish Viking mode. Berserkers up through the arch side.
You don't often use that Viking analogy, yeah.
No, we've stopped since Config left.
True.
He was the Berserker.
That's true. Could bring it back for Blame, maybe.
No, he's been the Boulder.
Okay. He is the mountain of Counter-Strike. It would be the half Thor.
Yes, never moving.
That took a second, I don't know why.
No util here for paiN and Stown, but paiN waiting for that short peek. MP9 goes swinging, and paiN's the one that pays the ultimate cost. 20 health 1v3. Odds? Unlikely. NaVi not only winning with the pistols 1 round prior, but converting for the 2-1 start. And JL, thank you. Happy with that one.
Yeah, you're here to see it. NaVi are just, we're here to see what NaVi's strength is like, because we talked a lot about Astralis and them having Bro for the major and not Device. That's something that you just kind of skip that when you think about that in history. Then you think about the World Final where they showed some promising stuff. Then you see their first game today and say, okay, they look like they've used their break accordingly, and they actually are on the road to improvement. As for NaVi, they played to the major with a full 5, but they were seemingly just out of gas by the time the major rolled around. Didn't have a great performance. JL was the major MVP the first time around. This time around was one of the lowest performers for NaVi. So we're trying to see how much the break has done for NaVi.
Right.
How refreshed they are.
It's funny, you know, so much of us celebrated that the season ended with the major, but it feels like if anybody wanted it a month earlier, it'd be NaVi. Bit and Ime gonna have a feast here on middle. Brackets completely contained and nothing to talk about from the Astralis Glock push.
Yeah. Totally crushed. Talked about Spirit for a second as to like, will they be #1 or this year, and Donk as well. What do you think about NaVi? These are obviously just long shot. We have no idea what happens this year.
You know, I think,
will they make a roster move this year?
That's the scary one, right? It really is. I think of the teams I don't doubt finishing top 5 in 2025. This is the one that I think has the highest likelihood of a roster change. I feel like FaZe could commit to 2 seasons. Vitality could commit to 2 seasons. Spirit, they not making changes. ...
Whoa. Is that overdrive?
But no, I think NaVi could. But for now, no reason to. It's a fresh season. They've been enjoying their times at home.
They proved a lot with this lineup, that's for damn sure.
I think this is a team as well that really values time at home as well, right? I think Ime and JL.
Yeah, they brought up just a lot of time together. A lot of deep runs at tournaments. Same thing that happened to FaZe in the first half of the year.
You know, happy relationship men. Still graced us with their presence at the award show. And then flew out to the boot camp where Wonderful was waiting. We hit the 30-second mark here, and Astralis only now getting into brackets, so we'll see if the util disrupts it. Bit slides out through smoke. Oh, gun him down!
Still 2-on-2 though, actually.
So close to the triple frag. Luckily, we do get the Jabby walkout from the apartments uncontested and bomb planted from it. So what could have been a bigger bloodbath, held back by 1.
It becomes such a different round now, right? Establishing smoke here on Moto, bomb planted, CT's slowly retaking, have to be very careful. They don't know where Device has gone.
Device nearly dead already. If that fire had landed on him, he'd be doomed. Toast. Alexi coming up from short side. Jabby still in the cover of the pit. Device has been found out, so that's the free one. Jabby versus Alexi. And it's the IGL to get the better of it. 4 rounds straight here for NaVi. Set up by Bit as he just went swinging with the SMG.
Nice round, Alexi. That last clear looked very clean.
Yes, indeed.
I was thinking Device's spot is interesting, but you can totally see his head over top of the default barrel. If this wasn't the case, you know, he could catch the kill through the smoke, and he could jump up graveyard for the peak on the other side of default. It's very strong versus lane, so thought he was setting himself up, but learn something new every round.
Counter-Strike. A 9-3 start for Ime. Some impactful kills from Alexi. Perfect grenade.
Just totally stopped him.
In his tracks, stunned. Cadian. Sitting on 43 health and disengaging back into the middle of the pack from Astralis, who get completely turned away from Banana.
That slow effect on the HE is such a interesting and good, I think, reward for the utility if it's used properly right there. They get turned away from Banana. I mean, he did route nearly to the top of it. He knows they have to push down at the very minimum. And as you can see, we're going for a simplistic call here. I mean, the exec might be complicated, but it's push up B, then hit the A site. Doesn't look like any fakes coming in.
Molotov in a flash.
There is still time to change their mind if they'd like to, but
Wonderful missing a chance to get the first kill of the round. Comes back for a second shot. Now the pressure's on him. Supported well, though, by the util. Gets the better Acadian and starts picking up the slack. Down slammed. Emet revealing himself, but hanging onto the pillar with the support just behind him. M4 from Alexi gets the damage in. They're barely standing now. JL with a huge advantage over Device. And as he goes for that bomb plant, JL slips into the site, takes an angle posted on box. Device is going to get contact versus Alexi. Oh, but the spam away through the smoke makes the difference. And it's another close round, all things considered.
Very much. Great cover, I think, between JL and Alexi again, working together. That's actually a solid round from Wonderful. I just want to say, even though he misses his 2 shots, the fact is he had to fight to get that arch kill. Like, he had to re-peek a 3rd time, because if he doesn't, the entire setup is ruined. They're going to get crushed from 3 different positions. He's the only one who can really stop this. And as you can see, he has very little space once that duel is taken to get his next kill, but he still gets it.
Good job by JL there. Obviously, he's under pressure in just a moment later, knowing it's coming from the apartments in the short split, but still chucks out that flashbang to allow Wonderful to be freed up. Feels like if there's a second player arch side, maybe NaVi's hold a little more dire, but Wonderful doesn't get overwhelmed. And so this streak of success can keep going.
Yeah, that Wonderful misses 2 shots. If he dies, that round is definitely Astralis's. But those are the clutch plays you want to see from NaVi. They really do make moments like that happen consistently. So 5 straight, half buy here for Astralis.
For the record, this is also all 6 opening kills of the game so far in NaVi's favor.
It's even more impressive that Astralis have made it so close.
Constantly trying to play catch up. Nearly pulling it off. We've got Jabby still with nades here. He's going to get exposed by the frag a bit. So down goes the smoke and the double flash. Now you're going to have no flashbangs to try to help the short players scale forward. And the hold gets all the easier because of that. Very critical kill from Bit. Kind of puts the emergency brake on the execution of Astralis.
This round, they knew exactly what was coming, huh?
Device tries to get out through the apartments a little bit later, stepping over Jabby's dead body. And there's still something to stand on here. Mac10 gets the kill over towards Archside. Do they join forces now? 2 versus 3 is where they're left over. Flash goes out past back. It's nice snap from Wonderful. A good sign of things to come throughout this matchup, perhaps. And Device is going to get sidelined by the up-close Alexi B. Free Tech 9s for the upgrade. The half-buy doesn't work out for Astralis.
That was quite a shot on a Wonderful. And this round, you could see by the Hull's interaction, the nading the smoke and spamming it, they kind of knew exactly how that lane take would occur, at what timing exactly. NaVi looked really prepped, man.
219 milliseconds is time to damage.
Oh, where was that?
It's on the left side of the screen for the replays. So you guys will notice that as the bounty goes on. We're unleashing the beasts. When you see some of these replays, watch for time to kill. Right where our current Movember ticker is.
Solid grenades.
And a flash for the peek around the corner, but JL not doing more than a quick glance. Very quickly disengaging, in fact, is Alexi, but...
Yeah, even that one flash means that they have to kind of slowly clear sandbags, but they are calling this out pretty fast here, so I think they're going to use Yabby as a lurk. B site seems to be...
That flash.
The target soon, but yeah, that flash and then the smoke afterwards.
Really unravels Astralis' element of surprise.
Yeah.
We've got Jabby still floating around in middle. This 3-player setup from NaVi in the apartments. Then we get the jump through smoke off Katie, and that one gets shut down with ease. JL, quick reposition into the dark corner of the site, and Alexi's trying to give him flashes to help, but support goes both directions. Kill comes back to Astralis. That bomb is on site, and it'll go down uncontested. Maybe a nade. It's a molly late, so they'll flush the planter off of his position, prevents any kind of a push towards coffins. Device should be known as the trajectory of the nade comes out. That's why he's taking spam damage and burned out. So him chucking grenades offers up too much info. We're gonna get a double peek into CT here from Astralis, and it's worth it. 3 kills come up. Alexi's low. Stare to the clutch. He closes. And Astralis fight back 2v4.
Yes, and the clutch for Stare at full HP. He'll finally get one. And this is the B-site hit they had to work very hard for. JL gets the first kill as Cadian jumps across a little too early. Then, Alexi gets the kill. JL is at the back of the site with the smoke connected to Emo. But I think it's Alexi's flash that hits JL when he's trying to swing out through Emo. You okay over there?
Yeah, sorry, I knocked my headset off. Sorry, everybody.
That round will knock your socks off.
Just flabbergasted.
And so they had to work hard for that. But finally, like we've seen a string of very close situations, Astralis don't lose it. It's reflected in the economy for NaVi.
Oh, dangerous, dude. Wonderful. That nade?
That nade's gonna kill him.
Oh! Finds him on the fallback.
Oh!
An additional frag grenade chucked to keep Alexi and JL on 77 each. How fun.
There's like 30 guys throwing utility.
And it's just Jabby on the short peak. Arch smoke, but nothing on it. Nice patience from JL. Oh,
what a
okay.
shot. That a sliver right there, and it's a flick, man. No wallbang needed.
Jabby's gonna find his arch side. We've got that Opera still posted. Coffin device cleared by Alexi. This one gets ripped to shreds, but it's the tree peak from Cadian. 1 kill into the game before this. JL, a trio of op frags, instrumental.
This is like his rain round, okay, with the op. You never see him use it. Last shot doesn't go in. That second one was actually wicked.
He's got bomb control in the pit. Jabby comes through, cleared by Ema.
Run that back.
When does JL op?
We need a time. Never. We need to see a timing.
Doesn't bite on the first cross.
Yeah.
This flick.
Man. That was awesome.
And the 3-piece. Wow.
That was like a revolver moment for him because it's an op, but he never uses it.
A pretty daunting spot that puts Astralis into. A hell of a moment for JL to pop off like that. Everything that Astralis can afford invested in this one, and still a Tech 9 and Mac 10.
I mean, everybody's spent their bank.
Yeah, this really puts, if they can close it, a dampening on Astralis' attempt at a T side.
This is either like, honestly, a comeback from Astralis off this round or just totally crushing half. They both know it.
Man, I was really looking forward to this game. I thought we were going to get a competitive one to close out the night.
In some senses, it has been. It's just yeah, NaVi just closing out all the close situations.
Yep. Yep.
Astralis really got to focus up for this.
Yeah, it's just the amount of Counter-Strike we might get between the teams cut short by NaVi's consistency and winning clutches.
The setup that NaVi have right now, I really like it for the attack that's coming in. Double pit. And Ima's very strong on Arch.
Yeah, good angle. Oh. Flashed and falls away just in time. MP9 crossing into the bomb site. Wonderful. Gonna hold the line for the time being. Fire at the feet of the apartments player. It slowly spreads out, but then he misses his next shot, and Emed dies coming out from the moto smoke. All bit now, and it's just the SMG damage.
Okay.
Device gets through, and Astralis, we've seen this pretty heavy emphasis on short. They pull it out once again, and it feels like because Wonderful got burned into the open, that just started the domino effect for Astralis' third round win.
Yeah, they couldn't do more to help him block lane off, and he didn't have a smoke for himself in the pit. Otherwise, he could have stood there. And we see that bomb goes down around 10 seconds. So it did come down to just a few seconds of delay But honestly, that's just a really solid attack in general, considering the circumstances. Both teams are on relatively low buys. That op could have made the difference, and Astralis needed this round. So the only thing that changes from our previous point is that we got a couple guns saved, at least for NaVi, because they really have not much money behind it.
Terrorists win.
Device adding some value to the T side with his 2 kills on this entry. Historically speaking, was Device one of those oppers that was held back by rifles?
No.
No?
Held back in what sense?
Like couldn't AK, couldn't M4?
Oh, no. Because he started off a star player rifling, and then he only started opping because Fetish, who was the IGL of his team before, was the IGL but opping, and wasn't as good as Device. So then he just started opping out of necessity. It's kind of the story for most, like even Simples. I was saying.
Modesty too.
Yeah, they just op out and gives you the most advantage, most chances to get the best stats and most impact. And ever since then, Device has just been opping. But he was already a top 5 player. I think he has a year top 5 with just a rifle, if I'm not mistaken.
Not the angle you want to walk into with a Nova.
Maybe top 10 or something. Let's see. History deep dive. Let's go check.
Ooh, I like that Bit follows as Device leaves. Taking back some information inside of apartments. This is going to have the alarm bells ringing for the B players. B players who have 2 incendiaries between them to try and stop this execute at 45 seconds. T-side's got the numbers. JL on the backside. MP9 comes swinging. They're holding on. A flashbang into the middle of the pack. JL's rifle. 7 bullets left. And so another swing. The 5-7 from Emat. Perfectly pushing through, making the most of the little they held on to.
The last round was the recovery round for Astralis. This was their prime opportunity to get back into this half. And another situation that could have been a 1v1. Could have been a bomb planted.
JL gets his. Alexi comes through with an assist on both. And the 5-7 snap into Device. Sit down. NaVi keeping Astralis' round wins far and few between. Final round of the T side here for the Danes. Banana control for NaVi out the gate. And a faster tempo being set into the A site, so it seems. Brackets first, and then a pause. Cadian gonna throw caution to the wind, just baiting around these corners. He elicits the op shot from Wonderful, so information gathered yet again. And a change of direction towards Banana. Here they come, pack of players sprinting in. Alexi tries to get onto the coffins. They're gonna disrespect JL's smoke. No vision over the CT side. Astralis trying to get through. JL's here to stuff it, all of it. USP's out, Device punctures through. It's a 1v4 demanded of him. And we'll see what kind of a tempo the retake comes through with. He departs the bomb site. MP9 on his back, Tech9 in hand. Molotov to perhaps stop the defuse, taps back towards Bit. That's the first one, and it's an upgrade. That M4 looks good. And as he comes back to the bomb site, he's got the flash to set up a peek. But how deep? Molly to the site itself. That's both players confirmed. Wonderful's inside of the smoke. Can he peel him off? No, sir. 9-3 as NaVi keep Astralis at bay. In the legendary words of Pasha Biceps, foot control. Every time.
I had to wonder which quote.
Okay.
It could have been so many.
There's a long list, but
you know I know.
Every time that Astralis think they're going to start running away with an opening in this game, dude, it's a quick response out of NaVi, including a JL 3K on the op. And JL in the halftime looked like Sketch back there, running around with his headset on.
Yeah.
Clapping his hands, rambunctious as ever, because I think he's feeling the energy of a 9-3 lead over Astralis on their map pick. When he says that this is the match that sets the tone for their form at the start of 2025, a clean close on map 1 right here, right now. I think that'd be a real high to ride forward to the land portion of the Blast Bounty. T's take over Banana with no contest. Smoke for the cross. We've got a Molotov as well coming through for backside. And then 2 flashbangs, or excuse me, a decoy. CT's come over, biting down on the util. And we're getting Ema holding for the flank, but that flank gets deep onto the ramp. This is a completely cornered NaVi. They can fight back to T-ramp if they want. They can sprint towards A if they choose. But now things get really weird.
Wait, but you know, they don't want to totally leave B because who knows what happens. And the T's still have lots of time to make a decision. So this is a massive rotation. And now they might actually be in a position where they want to just walk up and clear mid together if you're on the CT side. But look at the lurks in place. Look how they've actually made this map now. NaVi have gotten bracket control out of it. Looking at the B split with an arch timing as well. There's a lot of CTs to find, but they never had info on A in the first place.
Stair being set up to keep his head down.
HP bars are low for NaVi.
Bit took a glimpse into spawn and then looks to come join his teammates, really emphasizing the bodies here for NaVi because the trades may be hard. Oh, gets pegged by the decoy. Do they let their guards down? Yes. Bit, unfortunate receiver of Stair's first peek. 6 seconds. God damn, that bomb's not even going to get planted. CT's come swinging, and it's Astralis to take second pistol.
Okay, man, the rotation ends up making sense, and even though they have no one on that arch timing, the double pit setup, it gets info on the arch cross, and also, I don't think Bit sees Stair inside of the pit, right? He walks up in a graveyard, gets shot on the side. So very, very smart option coverage, and that's always nice to see, especially when the starting setup is totally different, right? They didn't start out with a setup, but it ended up covering like a late round option that NaVi had to kind of go out of prep to find.
Oh, team kill in the mix of all that. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't see that.
Wonderful, taking a shot towards the player in pit. It's like a 1 bullet team kill, so it doesn't really count.
Just asking for it.
Not even a headshot. Just a Glock to the thigh. Whoa, that was almost a team knife. But in a round that there's not much to get too excited about.
That looked like a pretty cool attempt from NaVi after getting like shaved down by Device in the flank, having to go back to mid. They somehow got more map control out of that than Astralis. That was pretty crazy.
You know what Wonderful's thinking right now?
What's he thinking about?
Well, he's the only guy with the deagle,
TikTok
so...
ban?
No, he's thinking, I'm just like Cat. I'm just like Cat. I'm just like Cat.
That's right. He needs a rare inspect, though.
No flashbang, no smoke grenades, no nothing here for NaVi. Just Wonderful and the Deeg.
Cat hits that.
Glock gets scooped up. Let's see Ema try it out. Down to 30 seconds. They do find Stout at the least. It's the P250 that ends up finding a kill. Device with the quad. What?
I don't know.
Why are you laughing?
Sounded like Quake announcer, almost. Mega kill.
Monster kill.
Ultra kill.
I didn't play that version of the game.
So a lot of the early rounds in this game could have definitely swung the way of Astralis. They even lost to a half buy in there. But the fact that they kept that really competitive, now have the CT side maybe in a stable position, especially if they win this round, you could still get a real game. This really comes down to NaVi. Their T side will be difficult to deal with, especially with JL and Ema in this form. And it's Inferno. You never know when Bit's going to turn up. Usually waits for grand finals.
Right now, he's just tiptoeing his way through the apartments, which is vacant as far as Astralis are concerned. Always a dangerous game to not keep eyes on that balcony door. It's not just Bit alone. He's got players coming out now from Boiler in just a moment. Well-timed frag grenade to deal with Alexi, but it's entry kills here for the T side. They clear that rooftop, and only Javi with one. Late peek out from Stair. Bit's already got his feet on the ground, and that is NaVi obliterating the bracket
Totally.
setup.
I mean, that attack is so perfect for the high-low setup. The molly comes down under porch, and the reason you throw that molly is not just to push the guy out of under porch, it's to make sure the guy on top of porch is isolated. They have nothing else to clear, and then it's suddenly a very disfavorable position. Obviously, the aim here helps a ton. Ima on 13 health, nearly dying, but their sharpness has been proven already so far in the first half. And they come out with 4 alive.
And that's really just Bit, kind of like the insurance policy of it. As wild as it is, his completely uncontested balcony walkout, it's really just icing on the cake because the brackets peaks themselves went so well. So a certain sharpness
skill right here
across the entirety of NaVi at the moment, right back into an assist with Wonderful, and a clean turn from Emet. Happy to see him thriving here early in the series. I think maybe they're in like Tuscany. Does that sound right?
Yeah, the internet's bad down there. Is the thing. Yeah, well, Italian internet, not good.
Not the place to be then for the bounty.
Yeah.
Cadian trying to press down Banana into the smoke. This is an open road to the map 1 win if NaVi can bust this round through, and Stair currently sat up on the porch. Nice single kill and a good amount of damage.
But how important was that? Look at this.
5-7, not able to get the kill back. Emet, he's got good cover, but he's also losing teammates. Javi comes through with the help, and all the while, Device was just locking in brackets on his own. He goes deep into the apartments to lose his head to Wonderful, so let's see if this 2v4 can come to fruition.
You know, you want to say odds are they don't, but now that it's 2-on-3 after that kill, Cadian not having the best game and only has got an MP9 to his name, he's going to want to release that smoke very soon. Honestly, if he doesn't preempt it.
But honestly, I think JL disrespects this. Yeah, he's just going to challenge, walks right through it. We get Javi running over. JL knows. Good hold here from Cadian. MP9 to hold the line. Bomb out of Wonderful, can plant it safe. Hope they don't sprint at him. Exposed. And sent packing. That's the 6th to the Danes. Tip of the hat there to Device, who locked down brackets as we were fixated on Stair getting his one on Balk.
A little bit of damage helps in the end. I thought without Stair getting this kill, it was over, but they don't let him escape and take over the site and get the pit and get the motive smoke down. Cadian also very, very careful to throw that smoke, but also be aware of any kind of lurk timing. Doesn't fall for Wonderful spamming in the back.
Yeah, I felt like he was throwing it late, but kept himself sharp. And CT is doing to NaVi what was done to them. Chance at a reset following a singular T-side win from NaVi. Bit heading back into the apartments. We've already seen Astralis allocate Stair to the Balk itself. This time he's going to play from within pit. And Device, instead of floating within brackets, is on site with him. This time, a lot of space for NaVi to take for free in brackets, and I feel like they've constantly kind of prodded this, so they'll be happy to find it so open.
Agreed. I think they're looking for the same kind of setup as last time, and since they're not doing that much presence on B, Astralis don't want to leave just yet.
Stare inside of the pit, Device behind boxes, fire at the feet of most. Bit gets the entry, Device hanging on for dear life, and he's not able to get more than one. Again, it is NaVi to just step forward into the A site. So much control for free that the fights queued up on site seemed like they would always go swimmingly.
Shell showed himself and doesn't realize it.
But they line up for him. He'll be traded out by Jabby. The retake is on. We've got low health for Wonderful. Frag grenade to hit Jabby for 40. That's huge. And is it enough to send them saving?
Ah, it is. They won't even try it. There's no retake utility left over. They'd have to find a kit on the floor, if there even is one, and Astralis will have to save off that kill from JL. Every kill he gets is so damn impactful. That one even gets spotted. But they think he just left. And as you pointed out, this is a very similar attack. They're trying to focus down on Halls, but they double up on it, and they have more firepower for the A split. And I think a lot of this is because they don't bother throwing default grenades on B or pushing up or making it seem like they're going to take map control on both ends first. They instead leave the honeypot on B, let Astralis hang out there thinking there's lots of time left in the round. But look at this is an early exec for NaVi. At a minute, they're coming out of Halls. That's a rare sight.
Really thought JL getting spotted like that could have cost him.
Yeah.
But the fact he gets away with one as they both slide into his angle, just takes off that extra layer of pressure Astralis were hoping to maintain.
No timeouts left for Astralis. NaVi have yet to use one. But we are getting close to a finishing blow here for NaVi if they keep playing like this.
The harder I work, the greater outcome I get.
It's a good thing to see on the wall.
It's a motto that NaVi have plastered. Wonderful. This is faster, man. This is a little bit more electric. Maybe because of the empty space they found last round, they think, why not get it early? A dead air. Something they attempt to scoop up. Stown peek through and now stuck in.
Yeah, I think that's a really key smoke.
Oh, Bit though. He could unravel everything. Good turn from Stown. It leaves Device alone. And now Stown's lost the player on both ends. They know they've got him in a pinch. Cadian trying to move over to the arch side to help, but it's 6 and 11 with a 5-7 and no gun in hand. It is all Stown now. He rocks it a little longer, but the USP not nearly enough to hold them back. And so Jabby goes 1v2. Everybody half health. And with bomb planted, Jabby's found a good path through smoke. Two backs turned. Just the way Jabby likes him.
Yeah, that's right. From behind there, Jabby. Nice backstab on two players. That is a situation where that smoke that they threw, you could see that he was trying to delay it because the molly was still up, but he really wanted it to bounce off the wall first. So he's hoping that he threw it late enough, but didn't want to give whoever was rotating vision, and it created a gap for Jabby to push through. You could see the entire time. I thought he knew, though, that the smoke hit the molly and there would be a gap. And they didn't think about it.
They didn't think about it. Definitely not fast enough.
Yeah.
5 rounds, non-consecutive. Back and forth we go, keeping the money teetering here for NaVi. JL gonna contest with Banana. Haven't really had to talk about B site in these last few rounds. Jabby goes in looking for the kill, and while he finds Wonderful in the backdrop, Cadian's good trade frag towards that close smoke. He's not the only player that looks to come through. And Cadian chucking around guns and whatnot. Oh, it works. For a second, I thought, like last round, he was going to get caught with a nade out.
It did feel like it. But now a stable position here for Astralis. 4-on-2 situation. I mean, they've just got to survive this moment. You know, Astralis are going to wring it dry for every opportunity. But 2-2 to sites, not much to worry about. There's a site to go to. It's the one where Cadian's low.
On a bit of a roll this round, 2 kills in. Giving the corner a peek. Incendiary down, still not starting that journey of a rotation just yet. Possibility of a rock back still real. Smoke down for Coffin. We got bit on an entry.
They still aren't rotating. And the Molly's coming in a quad too.
It's gonna flush the backside player out, but Device holds that line very well.
Nice.
2 clean headshots from Device, set up by Cadian, who gets his in Banana. And the B site holds strong.
Solid stuff. Yeah. It did look like there were moments there where Cadian could have paid, but at the same time, kind of needed the refrag. The upgrade ended up helping. This, I feel like the nade, not a mistake, but he obviously wouldn't be going to pick up a gun if he was trying to kill somebody inside that smoke with one. Lucky to pick that up in time.
It's wild that that's his.
I think he was trying to nade behind the half wall, right?
Yeah. I think.
Maybe.
I mean, that's like,
it's all on purpose.
You know, it's like when you throw Molotovs and then you don't watch them.
Yeah.
This is like you're popping open a smoke, but you just gave the chance to die.
Hey, who opened that smoke?
Hey, oh. Shocks himself. Bit working on the fruit platter.
It's going for the onions now?
Yeah, you know, onions, lemons, they go hand in hand. The bell peppers.
Are there any others? I didn't even realize there were bell peppers there. Oh, he doesn't want to kill the chicken. Oh, he's getting them to follow him?
Yeah, collecting them.
Nice. How quickly do they do that, by the way? Is it like...
To follow you?
Yeah.
It's instant. Okay.
Oh. Okay. That's enough.
I've seen silvers leave spawn slower. Device fading away here. He's got support. It's all good.
Just spare the chickens, man. Just killed their dad. Now it's officially stability here for Astralis with 5 up on an anti-eco, plus the last round they won with Cadian's 2 frags, Device's 2 frags. It's officially a competitive game, and now we finally get to dip into the timeouts for NaVi. Done well to hold on to him thus far.
Get ready, Astralis, because Blade's having words.
Do they back-to-back him?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, they did. Ooh, back-to-back pauses.
Yeah, it's a little bit of... It's more of a discussion here.
Wow, that's fun.
Wow, no timeouts and then 2 at once.
Use another
Blade's
one.
got a lot to say. It's explaining Inferno from the ground up here. So guys, there's bracket.
Yeah.
Banana is the curved part of the map. Okay, following? Call another timeout. Let's get into it.
No way, 3 timeouts?
So guys, Device used to be a rifler way back in the day, but now he opts.
And believe it or not, a top 3 player in 2015.
Yeah.
All right. Blade's done his dissertation. They did indeed keep 1. This pack of chickens is...
A triple Blade attack would have been cultural impact. Two straight, though, is pretty crazy already.
We go triple B defense for the Danes out of the gate. Stown, Jabby, Cadian. Where have I seen this trio before? Off of the double nades. Oh, perfectly timed. Love that for Cadian.
There won't be any in response. No, only 1 Molly here on Alexi. No HEs.
Now they're running away like chickens. Oh, and the nades keep coming.
Huge round from this man. Was Blade talking to Astralis this round?
JL doesn't even get a target to shoot at in round 21. And he will be sidelined at the minute mark. An apartments peek from Stair that Bit just missed. Bomb stowed, bottom mid for now, and Alexi's gonna go take a quick gander towards B. While it remains smoked for a little longer, we've got 2 smoke grenades still for NaVi, and now they rock back at 30 seconds, so you know they're going into the full-blown B hit. Molotov, will it unroot Cadian behind oranges? That's the question. 15 seconds to this clock. He's got an incendiary as well to be thrown front sight. This is awkward here for NaVi. They're going to try to climb up, but it's the perfect placement from Jabby. 7 to the clock. They need these kills now, and they get them just in time.
The spam maybe through the smoke. No, nothing to stop this. 3v3.
Down to the absolute minimum, but so are their health bars for the most part. It is Emes still with the most, and he gets obliterated here by Stown. Quick peek into the church. Now, Bit will be playing from orange, but exposed.
Oh, but they're coming through CT.
Wonderful thinks about going for peeks, and they both hit the ground thanks to Stair.
Whew, close call, man. I mean, pretty much a miracle they got the bomb down in the first place. But there was a good flash and 2 solid entries on time in a 4-on-5 situations, but you gotta say, the Astralis HEs are probably what make this round easier.
As does that kill from Stown.
Super clean.
You know, they were really banking on Ema catching them off guard in the retake. Doesn't even get a bullet out, and now NaVi don't have big bullets to fire off at all.
Yeah, going for the half buy. They're thinking about this game going 24 rounds.
Bit's a little bit more in, right? Single AK on the field with armor.
Yeah, true. This one's gonna be fast though. Tech9 pop, be careful.
Device, I love the position. Spray's good. Maintains control to get himself the second. Stown catching Alexi, there's the answer. But everybody that goes towards Device is dead, with bomb nonetheless. A quarter of the health thanks to the nades that seemingly keep finding their homes. Bit doubles back to the apartments. 4v1, and down he goes. Device holds it back, and we have a tied game at 11.
Pure quality round. Every time they came through to look for him, he was in a different spot.
It was 5 rounds back and forth in this second half that Astralis were just trying to hang on to. And when we go back to the first 12, we have to remember how many of the clutches come out for NaVi.
Yeah, it's been a close game all along, but now Astralis are proving it.
A 3-round T-side for Astralis. Coupled with second pistol, a conversion.
Blade looking a little bit frustrated.
And his final timeout called.
Yeah. Just for the next rifle round. That was, of course, a half buy, so it's not as if it's dire straits here for NaVi. It's more just like a last chance to defend against map point now. Let's see if it's a nervous moment or one that comes with clarity and conviction. And wonderful buys the op.
Love to see it. As will Device, who started it this year with a dominant performance over top of Wildcard. He's pulling it off again. In the heat of battle last round, with Tech9's pushing past him.
This time
didn't panic.
The T-grenades to get a little more.
JL trying to think about hanging on to these corners.
They keep dipping into this. Both teams want banana control right now. I don't think Astralis are in a position where they want to rotate, excuse me. And
this op, though, that's going to catch them, right? We've seen Stown here at B so many times, but now it's the sniper.
Device slow to the shot. Lets that one go.
2 players on brackets.
But look at the gap,
We've
right?
seen Bit come out.
Walks out.
Yep. How many times does this balcony come into the play for NaVi? Right now, it's just damage. But it's not also the all-in just yet from NaVi. Minute to the clock as they contest with brackets, and they get out somewhat. CT scramble back into this bomb site. They've done a great job of getting them corralled.
But they know, I think they saw Device when Bit shot that was an op that went over to this site. So they realized there's a heavy rotation. The question is, do NaVi think they're going to leave? And this is kind of wild because they are reading it correctly. 2 players have left. It's still a solid setup on the A side. It's just a little bit understaffed.
It's the same two players that start the round here, but no longer with bracket control. Last time NaVi were able to come out this easily, they took the site by storm. Cadian's gonna come sprinting back, but he's smoked off from the short hold. Maybe he can kill eMa. Meanwhile, the site players hanging on. 15 to the clock. 11-11. Stare from pit. Single kill. And Cadian just can't find his impact. eMa is able to slip in behind enemy lines, and NaVi on the brink of their 12th.
And eMa, he might want to just try to escape in this situation because it's still a viable retake.
That it is
walking up lane at the moment, very close by.
Device has been lights out. We get the graveyard player found. Jabby to even these out. Now we've got health advantage for the retake. Bit's gonna come back around the short side, back turn to him, hits his shot, and Device has to come in clutch again on the brink of 30. He's split, but it's a reposition quickly back through the apps. He goes for the pit push first. Just enough time. Just enough time. He's gonna be desperate as he jumps and tries to find bomb. Nowhere to be found. Clutch can't be taken. That's NaVi 12.
Oh, so many kills for Device this game. So much impact, but not enough time to make this possible. That's a great call from NaVi, man. That was a very high level round in terms of the reads that were going on, the rotations that came out from Astralis, and NaVi influencing everything. eMa's lurk was so tasteful, just going into CT, but all the way. Reading the Cadian rotation perfectly. They juggled those CTs. They earned a 12th round in this game. And as well as Astralis have been playing, NaVi are back in the lead. But man, like 2 ops right now for Astralis.
Eesh, Cadian trying to get it out. Big investment from the util to try and get something going on Banana. JL lingering yet again. Peek down mid, could have been.
Oh, the nade.
Not ideal. eMa close enough to pounce, but
they don't know about Cadian's op just yet, right? I think it's only Device that's shot, so there is a chance they make a mistake on the other side of the map. But to be honest, man, NaVi have pushed them back now on both sides without getting shot by these ops. That's already a small victory.
Can we switch to Cadian quickly?
We are low on grenades, man. NaVi have no flashbangs.
Hasn't shot a bullet, confirmed. 5 and 30.
NaVi have absolutely no flashbangs left over.
Man, oh man, with double ops, no flashbangs to try and get past these lines. eMa's whittled down. And they've thrown this extra layer into the A defense early. Stown going to be trusting himself to press up on short side.
Stronger in the early round, but are you going to be able to retake with these big guns? They need to get kills early. Astralis getting hunted down.
That's not ideal. Device has been fantastic on the op, but he is about to get surrounded. There is no contest offered up from Cadian on Arch just yet. He is trying to sprint into the action. They're going to split this 2-2-1 with Bit coming out from Balk soon enough. Stare, can he be their hero? Player falls down beneath him. Device with the Deagle bested, and Jabby comes up short side, but bomb planted. That is guns back up for the T's.
Wait, cancel the plant.
Back's turned. They've got it. They're fine. In an extra second, Wonderful guarantees it just in case. Cadian, unfortunately, not the better of the oppers. Device has put up so much throughout this first map, and a tip of the hat to Astralis. This was a 9-3 first half that they nearly run to OT. Cadian shut down, and NaVi survived this test.
And they survived that test by the skin of their teeth. Large and in charge for the first part of the game, and then Astralis came back heavily off a Device Inferno performance and looking damn good at it. But this NaVi once again was tested.
That was a fantastic game of CS, just as in terms of pure entertainment, how close some of those rounds came, the level of tactics along with the individual play from some of the usual suspects for both of these rosters. All in all, I'm super satisfied by the level that both these teams are showing.
Yeah, I mean, Stown struggled a little bit, but pretty much everyone else on Astralis popped off. You had pretty consistent performances from NaVi. You really can't complain about that, either individually or strategically.
In terms of that though, right, obviously things started to slow down a bit towards the end. It was maybe looking like some worrying signs for NaVi, but individuals you're talking about doing well, I guess we can start with eMa on this one because he stayed consistent throughout the whole game.
Ima did a great job in terms of controlling Astralis when they were flooding out on him a couple times. Like, yeah, even this round right here is, he did such a good job of just thinning the numbers with the first burst that he needed to. Also, rotations were on point for him as one of the A riflers. Overall, very comprehensively strong performance. And I feel like in some critical moments too, just got that like instant kill they needed. Yes, like as he was entering B, for example, late in that game, these just pivotal kills that were necessary for NaVi to secure it in regulation.
Yeah, kills that Ima might not have gotten at various points throughout the year. A lot of people were critical of Ima throughout 2024, and you want to see him come into the next year strong, pull off that type of performance, and try and keep it up.
Next up, JL as well. Obviously, 5th best player in the world. And 4th. 5th best player in the world when it comes to this. But looking at it, he still has these moments. He still brings it when needed. And obviously, this one was just ridiculous. You don't expect to see this AWP in hand from JL.
Oh, man. I mean, overall, just JL was so good at defending this B bomb site with Alexi B. So frequently able to stop Astralis in their trucks. There were moments when they were hitting that bomb site where I was like, it'd be nice if he gets one or two. I mean, he gets them all and doesn't die sometimes. Like that's exactly what you need from a player. And to see him continue that, to show that the Copenhagen Major wasn't a fluke in terms of his individual level, that's probably one of my favorite aspects of this NaVi lineup.
Yeah, they keep proving the haters wrong on that one. We want to take a look at that AWP moment in a little bit more detail, though. We're going to go back to round 9 because, well, it didn't start off well for Wonderful, but it doesn't matter after that.
The nade, which sails right into Wonderful's back, somehow gifts JL this op. And let's remind everybody, JL was an opper at one point in time for Mad Lions. It was CSGO, but that second shot right there against Stound is ridiculous. On top of that, he's able to rotate into the bomb site, clear things out. They aren't really aware of Cadian's position for a split second there, but JL quickly clears him. And overall, like, for him to pick it up and just kind of become an X factor in a round that's not kind of going awry, actually. The nade control was working out for Astralis in that case, and then cleans things up on the bomb site. He did that multiple times with a rifle and an op.
Yeah, it's a great example of JL because not only was he finding the frags with the rifle, finding the frags with the op, but in the midst of a lot of these rounds, he was delaying Astralis when he needed to. He wasn't just fragging out, dying right after and losing time. He was doing all the little things right.
Well, there was so much just in this map that we've got another round for you going to 11 as well, with Bit showing us some of this aggression to get the information needed.
Yeah, so we didn't really talk too much about Bit in the pregame, but this is a great call from Cadian. He's got device up in apartments, grabs the kill, and then this is why Bit was the anchor of the year. He walks right back into apartments, and it's a tiny timing, right? It's a very small timing that he actually adds because Astralis hit B just afterwards, but that's the timing they need. JL can delay just a little bit with some utility. He gets a kill or two, and then you have Ime come through the smoke right now. He would be 3-4 seconds later. He wouldn't get these 2 kills if not from that push from Bit that actually, you don't see it on the scoreboard, but it won them that round.
Yeah, the brains of the operation and in coordinating that and getting a good read of all of it going on. But I will say right now for this NaVi, that was still a tight fight for them. But is this better than what you saw from them coming into the rest of the, like what we saw in the opening game?
Versus Imperial, I feel like this is a game where NaVi were pushed in a different way and they had different answers. With Imperial Female, when the game got a little tighter, NaVi just started kind of deathballing. They started just getting Tech-9 buys, fully execing a site immediately, preying on that lone site defender. This was a game that had a lot more of a push and pull, where they had to actually think about the weaknesses in a round, work through rotations, and like we saw like there with Bit, like the game's getting, you know, it's a tight round, you lost a man advantage, and then he just takes his own individual risk, which sets everyone else up across the map.
Yeah, so against Imperial, it was more about the early round, the deathballing, like you said. Against Astralis, now it's more about the mid-rounding. You have to fight against Cadian, a great CT mid-round caller, and you have to do that with individual plays as well as teamwork.
Some other tight rounds, we're actually going to hear some of the team comms in it, because NaVi have been talking about synergy, so let's have a listen to this one.
I can molly side and I can flash for the apps. OHP, I think, went apps. He'll try to...
Just I will molly blank, can you flash over balcony?
Yes.
Wait.
Check good boiler, please. I just molly side. I'm ready.
Wait. See spike, flash!
Flashing above balk.
You see? Close to you! In front of you, left. Back!
Headshot.
Nice,
Alexi. Dick, Alexi, nice shot. You see?
Nice.
I would say that there were a couple weird comms in the beginning of that one, like a lot of assumptions being made in different directions. Someone was commenting, I didn't see whose name was lighting up, but they said something like apartments too. So that's maybe something they'll clean up later. You know, they'll look back at the footage a little bit. But other than that, like, it's great that they have such specific comms instead of saying like just pit in general, like saying headshot. That's just the stuff you'd expect from a tier 1 team, I'd say.
Looking on the Astralis side of things, right, I think it just makes sense to start with Device when we're looking at this, because this man obviously popped off once again on Inferno, but this is a Device you want to see of your Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, this is Device that struggled last year. You weren't sure if he was going to buy into the KDM system, and then he comes into, you know, some of the first games of the year, he pops off against the wild card, and he's doing it now against NaVi, which is a much harder opponent.
Device was so good on the rifle in this game. He tried to impose himself a lot with the op, especially again towards middle on the CT side. But Navi's utility was very good at pushing him back. But despite that, he still had so much impact. Despite the fact that NaVi is one of the best teams in terms of using nades, like Device just has an answer to practically everything. Look at how he's playing in middle here when there's smokes, flashes abound, and he still is able to survive the flash, initial flash, and then get a multi-kill on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, Device reminded everyone that once upon a time, Device wasn't an opper. He actually was a rifler back in the day, possibly a top 5 player with the rifle, and most of these kills were with the rifle as well.
One AWP kill, guys. One AWP kill, you know, and despite putting up 29 kills, it's not what you expect from him, but I guess that's a very positive sign, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, on Inferno, you can't really rely on the op nearly as much. You need to be a capable AK player, because on that T side, it's just difficult to get the op activated unless you're in the back of B bomb site or you get into pit on a post plant. So to see him like that, great stuff. Also, just on the CT side too, like he was so good at defending with the rifles.
Yeah, and that one op kill was in that round we showed from Bit where he gets the op kill and they actually end up losing that round.
That's true, yeah.
So the one op kill wasn't what they needed, didn't work out for him. Maybe that's why he stuck with the rifle. But a positive rifle here is Stair, who we're going to focus in on, because when Stown and Yabi were not maybe doing exactly what you want them to do the whole time round, when you're looking at them as being the star riflers, Stair continues to be this Mr. Consistent.
I don't think Stair is really given any resources to be the star that, or at least like star in role that he has become for Astralis. And so this is again just such a luxury for them in terms of you got this like pit guy that probably gets very little attention. It's mostly about setting up Device, setting up Stown, and yet he is consistently putting up solid numbers. Even though, yeah, like Vu said, there was a debate about like bro or Stair, but the flashes with Stair and the consistency are really, really something that Astralis are going to be happy about going into the season.
Well, let's see if they'll be happy going into our second map. We're going to a short break, and then we're going to come back and see if Astralis can fight back. But it's certainly not going to be easy. They're going to need to dig deep. we're going to Austin for the Blast TV Major later this year. North American fans are very happy to finally get another major. Maui Vu, it's about damn time, right?
Every time it's in America, it feels damn good, James. I can't wait. I can't wait. It gets weird in Austin, I've heard, though.
Okay.
That's weird? That's basically the slogan of Austin.
Is it cultural impact weird?
Yeah, like, I mean, they got South by Southwest Festival. They have a lot of comedy clubs over there and stuff. Yeah, it's very weird there.
Okay.
Like, a lot of people are moving there.
You're going to do a big list of everything we need to do when we're over there for the major. Tell the players how to get down.
I've never been there.
Oh, damn.
I've actually never been to Austin.
You seem so informed.
That's how culturally impactful the city is that I know stuff about it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Insight has come in. But the insight for this game is what I need you guys to give me right now. And we're going into Ancient. Now, I remember old Astralis, playMF leading, was pretty damn good at this map. But then they've only played it, because obviously Device wasn't able to play when it comes to the major, 4 times, 3 of those being losses. And the first win was that kind of surprise one they get against Spirit in the full finals, which seems like a lifetime ago right now. It's not looking too good for the Astralis guys.
I would say that it's just that the remnants of what they had with playMF was kind of dated. They did a couple things back in that roster. Like, they threw the B site split smoke all the time, and I feel like that confused a lot of people, but people have adjusted to that. I think NaVi knows how to handle those kinds of situations too. Yeah, for Astralis, I'm not really too big of a fan of them on this map. For NaVi, I think they've been in the lab though on this one. Just want to say one thing about it. This is how they lost their major run, and so if there's any single map loss throughout the entire season that stung the most, it was their loss to Heroic.
Okay, well, let's find out what happens on Ancient. Let's see if there's been any key changes. We're going fast and furious straight into Ancient with Scrawny and Launders.
Hell yeah, James, full throttle. 6th gear, Launders, hit the NOS. That's what I think I saw from NaVi at times when we started off versus Imperial Female, with some like hyper aggression down the ramp outside of the cave, etc. Trying to kind of set a bit of a dent in the Valkyries to get a quick win back in their opening series. I don't think you're going to be able to maybe pull that off versus the likes of Astralis, especially when Device is doing what he does. I couldn't believe that after 29 kills there was only a single off frag back on Inferno.
You were seeing the clips, but you weren't. It was like hard to believe because you did see an op in his hands, at, but it was only actually a round or two.
I don't know.
Really, really great on the right. It was funny because he brought up like, was he a rifler in the past? And then this whole map,
28 kills later.
Yes, he still got it. He still got it very much, and it was great versus wildcard top performer so far at the Bounty.
Indubitably. Second map, first pistol. And some patient players here inside of the A side. It's a quadruple stack from Astralis.
That Molly
frag
misses
grenade,
because of the frag. Oh my gosh.
Not only does that take down Alexi to 18, but it's a sign of bad things to come here. They try to test the site regardless. Stair hits 2 zingers, and that's the bomb, folks. That is the bomb sitting in the middle of 4 CTs.
Like dead at center.
Ouch. Willing to bet that Astralis win this pistol?
Bet that they might not. I could take. I mean, it depends what kind of handicap you give me on this, but it is still a 3-on-5.
No bomb control. 40 seconds. JL has gone all the way through the B site, so they know what should have been confirmed. Everybody's on your bomb, brother. Cadian tucked in, finds the perfect timing to sweep. Oh, okay.
Needed a little bit of that on Inferno, Cadian. My goodness.
That was real. That just happened. Total shutdown from Astralis. The Danes kick it off with a ultra convincing pistol.
Setup's perfect. We are seeing a lot of stacks on Ancient, whether it's the A or B, into retakes instead of just standard lay of the land for the CT side.
Oh,
this time they're absolutely correct. Inhuman reactions.
Bending bullets.
What? Nice shot, man.
JL was really the king of the server versus Imperial on Ancient.
Yeah,
early on, really kind of threw.
He really hated that other team.
Yes, he did. Wasn't personal, though. Stown already taken over the lane. Everybody sat outside the doors. And NaVi can talk this through. They can discuss their feelings, their ambitions for the year, gym routines, anything you want. You sat outside of the smoke, you talk it out.
I wonder what they do talk about. Saunas. Haircuts.
Haircuts, probably. Yep.
That bit just talks about Inferno all the time. Rabbits.
Yeah, that's true. eMed does have pet rabbits. Maybe singular, I'm not quite sure. Him and Harry Russell have that in common, actually. Pet rabbits.
Wait, Harry has rabbits as well as dogs?
Yes, Harry has rabbits, dogs, a child. All kinds of it. It's a zoo at Harry's house.
All kinds of animals. What about birds? I know you don't like birds.
I hate birds. I hate them. Don't trust them.
Yeah, if you guys ever meet Connor, bring a bird with you.
I don't trust birds, and I don't trust bird people.
Not even Mango?
That's the one stretch. I'll let it go. First gun round comes through here from NaVi in the third. And they're going to be adamant about a little bit of mid setup first. CT's pretty content to just let it go. Cadian solo donut play. Jabby kind of filtering between holding A main and thinking about maybe helping Cadian, but Cadian seems convinced that he doesn't need support. He'll make contact, take a bit of damage, and peel away towards site instead. Jostling some util here for Device to chuck down ramp. That'll get Alexi out, but there is still lane players regardless.
Yeah, that smoke just doesn't do anything. Alexi can see where it's thrown from, and it's not a lineup from behind, which I think to Alexi looked a little bit suspicious with no bounce on it. And they have JL out there already, so I feel like this is a great opportunity in NaVi's mind to attack the B site. And right now it's full rotate positions for Astralis. They're like concerned about everything, but like not committed enough to actually prove that they are. So now they're moving in maybe to cave. But with full mid control and them not re-clearing mid, it's a little flawed. This is more of a gamble than anything else for Astralis, but...
Sometimes you gamble and sometimes you hit big.
Okay.
And you have again, bomb thrown to the dirt once more. No recovery whatsoever. 3 players, now a 4th trying to get the ball rolling in the cave, and every single one of them falls. It's a JL 1v5 at 20 seconds. He'll double down on the kill department, but everybody else owned empty-handed.
Nice shot, stare.
Sometimes gambles pay.
That's right. They couldn't buy a trade right there in cave. That's kind of the situation they wanted. Maybe they would have wanted to come in a little bit sooner, right before it's down enters cave. For the back half of it, that is. But Astralis were totally on the money with the push. They're going read for read with NaVi.
Like that Maui Snake highlighted on the desk, how this is the map that needs to be improved upon from last season to now. Or like if there's one map they should focus on, it's the one that really cost them in Shanghai. You'd think that wound would be fresh, so bandage it quickly. You know, a little antibacterial ointment maybe.
Purell. Probably not good to apply directly to a wound. But...
Where I grew up, we just put dirt in it.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Just cover it up, forget about it.
A little bit of dirt does it good.
Where do you come from?
I come from the
country.
Yeah, the eastern townships of Quebec, Wanders.
Do they have avocados yet?
Probably working on it. I'm trying to bring it back for the people, you know, really build up where you're from.
To look at you like a god, you come back with avocado. What is that?
And kiwis and all the such.
You show them the seed. They can't believe it.
Oh, that's me. The savior of southern Quebec.
Doing your own lordly music.
They're like, yo, who's that freak with a box of avocados? Dude?
Singing. Oh God, it's Cotto Boy again.
Connor Cotto. 4-0. Come on, somebody poke NaVi with a stick. Do something.
Yeah, that last round, it was...
Do something.
I mean, that show how good Astralis can be, that's for sure. I would say that one rested on very fine margins, though. With the amount of map control given up from Astralis, you wouldn't want to see that every round. Oh, that's a tough way to go, Cadian.
Blasted.
Damn.
So, first blood NaVi. Best opening yet. I feel like Cave's going to be a hard one to take today. I don't know, something down and Stair got a little swagger and 14 kills between them.
They don't need it this round. They're not even worried about it.
14 kills between your two cave players, 4 rounds into the game.
The only problem with last round was the amount of time they let Astralis set up and rotate. This round, though, they're pretty locked in. They are not worried about this whatsoever.
Hate to break it to you, Jabby. You should be doomed with the donut split coming through. He's absolutely skewered. Put him on the barbecue. Astralis get cooked in round 5.
I mean, the one mid kill, and they don't think about anything else. It's just a
quite surprising
crawl towards the A site. So,
like, I understand you have the 2 players cave. Could the cave players have done something different?
I mean, look at them; they're still jiggling. Like NPCs, just never leaving their post.
They haven't been aggroed yet.
Yeah. They haven't. They're not even rendered on NaVi's game. They aren't close enough. They're just here doing their job.
For the king. Come here, adventurer. They'll end the round exactly where they started.
They're still jiggling. My life for ire. What the heck?
Khajiit has wares if you have coin. Oh, there I go, playing Skyrim for the 100th time.
I've got an arrow in my knee.
Yeah, okay. Half points. Half points.
I didn't play it, I just know the meme.
Let's see if paiN dies out of the gate again, because it's an attempt at pressure for Elbow. Can't be coupled with lane just yet. The pressure's up there with the incendiary burning. Again! Same spot, dude.
Right in the middle.
Bit and Emet just shooting bullets through smoke, and poor paiN can't get his damn head off the line.
Now the donut smoke right in front of the Auber, and Yabi as support. They're going to blow it open. Oh, they missed the timing, though. There was one step that Emet took, but there's just no one here.
Right, and surely with all the util popping too, like, you don't hear that.
Emet really could just walk in if he wanted to, but he believes they would react to this. The CTs...
And his teammates are in a good position to make something happen. So Emet can take his sweet time as the ramp attempt comes through. Good trades back from Stown. Can't escape behind Pillar. So we get Emet on the activation. Device clipping JL on the top of ramp. And this 2v2 is very separated. I think the big position here is Jabby's. He turns for the bomb planter.
How'd he do that?
And so Emet damaged, spotted, and his teammate swiftly taken down. This is Jabby's round, making up for him just being caught standing in the donut 1 round prior. We get the smoke on top of the bomb. That actually opens it up for Emet to grab it. Now, he can go running with 4 health. He dodges all the other bullets that come through, but I mean, if he gets a plant even, that's a win.
Yeah, man, and I think that's coming. So let's see. Device is going to move as fast as he possibly can. Let's see what kind of angle that he can get on this.
Solid.
All right, plants in. They did really create that possibility. Still got the win. They're kind of moving, you know, individually on both sides of the map. It doesn't feel like they're working together too much on the rotations, and there's really no attempts at the mid re-clears, but at the same time, they lost paiN as the first kill in both these rounds, so that's where they're particularly weak. It really does come down to this Jabby frag, though. Look how close Alexi is to taking him out.
Whoa.
Yep. Fist bump.
Try
5-1 start for Astralis.
Yeah, excellence. After how tight that last map got, 9-3 first half, we almost went to OT.
You know, look at this round from NaVi, and then look at what G2 did with Malbs in this exact situation. Yes, Imma consistently tries to get out Elbow. He was doing it in the game versus Imperial as well. Just this is his play to make, but look how much support of utility is around him to make the exact play. They still win mid. They have cut out Mulwood. They have the window smoke coming in, and he's just extremely well supported. Oh,
nice shot, JL.
That's insane.
Device gets a bullet out, but that AK just rips him. And you know, that criticism in comparison to G2 is one thing if like G2 weren't an ancient team, but they played it regularly last year.
Yeah, like it's the most played map of last year.
How did it regress like that? Turns out Nico's even greater than we thought. Big shoes to fill. Right now, it's silence on the A site as we get what's going to be the 5-player split. 3 in from Donut. Cadian about to have his hands full. If Jabby can shut down the A main play, then it'd be one thing, but he gets burned into the open. Cadian's going to die with nothing, and Bit comes out at the perfect timing. So, wonderful split set up by NaVi. It's a good saving grace here from Stown to kill 1 in the process of the bomb plant, but, ooh, a second, in fact, through the smoke. Stown's going to keep the possibility alive.
No kit.
But will they really chance it? Like you said, no kid on the play. You've got the 2 heaviest hitters still standing. This would be huge, but with Stown getting his head taken off, that's going to be Stair to run for the hills, and NaVi to collect their second.
Yeah, Stair will have to get out of there, and at least he'll keep his gun. But yeah, NaVi really earned that one, and this is a moment where Astralis also look a little frozen in time with the donut setup and the A-site player. They're both individually watching their positions, but like the donut peak that's coming in with 3 players is prepared to clear out all the angles that Cadian's sitting in. There's no aggressive flash to get in front of it. There's no deeper angle. There's no other rifle behind him to like take the second fight. Instead, it has to be him versus 3, and then it has to be his teammate on site versus A main. You know, there's 2 unfair fights. It's just perfect for NaVi. I can't say Astralis look entirely cohesive so far on Ancient, even though they're so far in the lead.
Looks like JL also got rid of Device's op. You could see Stair run over to the ramp to try and save it. Didn't look like he ever found it. I don't know if it's because it blew away awkwardly or what, but it was gone.
But like, you know, I think this Astralis definitely benefits when Cadian actually has them operating like the best version of Heroic, because they are 3/5 of that team, and they still do that stuff naturally sometimes. But honestly, when they don't, like in positions like this where they're playing calcified 1-1 positions and holding angles, it doesn't really look right. It doesn't really seem like it's going to work, and then it really doesn't. So would like to see them moving more actively together, getting in front of attacks like that instead of waiting for them. Cadian's alone again on the A site, which can be okay, but the angle that he's holding is here just to spot. He's going to be able to fall back to Donut, but right now the Astralis don't have vision on mid, so it's very dangerous to hold this for way too long. And they're coming out.
Cadian, nothing. Support comes swinging through, could be huge. Stair, that double kill's massive. Gun's empty though, turn back towards Donut. Jabby fast on the flank, makes the trade happen. Man advantage for Astralis. Great chance to reset NaVi, but JL slides off-site and Wonderful wins the op duel.
That's great from Wonderful. Reads the rotation from Device after his shots missed in Temple, and Jabby alone in the 1v2.
This
he was spotted Donut.
Right? Could be huge, because like you said, last seen towards Donut, Wonderful considered it for a second. But the timing here for Jabby could work out. It will. That's the bomb.
Delivered. JL's going to look for him. Now JL, I mean, he's coming in inconspicuously, but with the smoke, the timing isn't there. Jabby looking to disappear. Will he swing back into this, though? He looks like he will. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. How did he find that timing?
The fact that he steps into the smoke and then comes back out just makes it all the harder.
They went on a hunt to try to find him through Donut. He'd left a long time ago.
Right here, you think they've got it, but Jabby finding the, I mean, the bomb pushing into Temple.
Walking into it by itself. Like,
why?
JL's on the search already, so not sure. I'm not sure exactly. Like, if anything, if they just both walk Donut, they either trade him out, don't find him, and can go A.
And if you're worried,
if they think that he left, he would have rotated through middle, like to back of Temple, like they saw.
And if you're worried about Temple, you can just play outside of it and keep the angle held. To go in and take that corner means to wait for Jabby to walk up.
It was the only way he could have won. A gift.
Oof. I just heard Maui Snake sigh from the green room.
Yeah, that was, there was a number of ways to win that round. I think only one way to lose.
Does that mean we give them props for finding it?
some sense. It's genius. But still, nice play from NaVi.
Yeah, I mean, just finding his impact early on here. It's one thing to give him a chance, it's another for him to solidify it. So Astralis hang on with a 4-round lead. Money's not in an amazing state. This is still a half that NaVi could bounce back in. But we can't see them afford more moments like that. Pressure onto the ramp, Stare. MP9 in hand, second one in Stowns is now just tucked into the corner, so these aren't the best weapons, and they're getting flushed out of those corners via wallbangs. Stown down to 30. Jail trying to strike first blood, but not found out. Now you can just rock the boat back for a little mid control, but we've seen paiN kind of lose his head here in Red Room a couple of rounds. It makes sense to me to have that op there instead. If anybody wants to walk out for mid control, they may meet their maker. Cheating a third over to the A site. What's Down gonna do? He's gonna get sent in on low health. Wonderful along the wall. Player creeping in. Wonderful's able to get one. Bits right here with him. Flashbang delayed devices shot, but he still rings out. Stare can't manage with the SMG. And paiN now tries his hand at sliding up through lane. It is good wallbang damage, but Bit is hitting headshots as he does. Coming out from main with a second shot at a donut, a warning sign. NaVi right back to winning ways.
Yeah, really solid when it comes to the A attacks in general. The last round we had someone swing back default with no molly and get 2 kills and bring it down to that 1v2 that NaVi won, but still like a good start to the round. This has definitely been a prime site for them. And I think it's because a lot of the fights aren't being taken actively in donut, deep donut towards mid. Instead, it's only when this full site hit comes in and the full split is there that Astralis are first seeing them. But this time they do try to push A main, to be fair. It's just that they were being waited for.
Lexi is going to be charged down, but fine by him. Support from Emet out of elbow. Very frisky sprint into lane here from Astralis. Again, I kind of alluded to it, right? Money teetering on a knife's edge in that prior round. Stown versus Alexi could still go well for the Danes. It does indeed. Second servings. Emet peppered slightly. That's a good chance for Stown to get out of here, if only he was able to reach out for that rifle. But everybody's here. Wallbang's good again. Nicely done from Bit, just hones in on him. And that'll leave Wonderful locking the MP9 in along the right side wall. Stare and Device, 2v4, make it 1. Here's the rumblings of the approach. No nervousness from NaVi, no need be. Fourth one secured versus the light buy.
Yeah, definitely a little recovery in this half. I mean, it was impressive to see. I think so far it looks like to me, even though Astralis lost the first half of Inferno a lot more badly, they played overall much better on the map. In the CT side, I'm seeing more issues, and NaVi are getting to expose them at least a little bit, even though they're playing from behind. So I don't think the round score has said everything in the series right now. But at least we could say for Astralis, they have 6 already. Even if it's another save right now. This used to be Astralis' best map for some time. This was the map where it was like the only map they had in there. For, you know, they just would win this versus almost anybody.
Well, it was also the map where it's like I kind of fell in love with what Stare can offer. You know, when things are going south, it's like, at least when they'd play Ancient.
For me, it was Overpass.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack your point, but there's just like a great Overpass clip from Stare.
I actually loved him first. Pistols all around here.
Stare lovers.
And they're gonna unravel it, huh? JL sent in. It's dangerously quiet. But they pop open the smoke and reveal the anthill like bugs. Astralis try to run away, but It ain't gonna happen, Chief. Not this time. That's 5 for NaVi, and you know, you could feel, I think, the recovery of the half coming from NaVi. Economically, they just really set it up for the slam dunk. So
expensive wins for Astralis.
This will be 5 rounds guaranteed, and we'll see about a 6th.
See about a 6th.
Possibly go into that second half a little bit of tie.
Get some ciabatta bread.
See about a 6th. Not one player dying here, Mohan. This is NaVi starting to power up. The war machine is roaring. All aboard.
NaVi always got this weird tempo about him, like the way that they approach all these rounds. Even when they're building momentum, they're like a little awkward about it. You never know when they're going to peak.
They got a little dance in them.
Yeah, they do.
They got a little swagger in the step. You know, you think it's a commitment, and then it's a little fallback, and then it's a little jiggle.
Oops, I just peeked. Oops, I shouldn't have done that.
Oh, hit him with the hee-hee. 4 in a row to close. That's what it's looking like.
And it's right back to what has been working.
Yeah, that A site, dude, so vacant. So Alexi reading into it quite nicely.
He doesn't. They don't even care. They know it's open.
They're just gonna charge right in, and if cadiaN was able to hang on to Donut, that'd be one thing, but Bit comes headhunting. MP9 swings as cadiaN just leaves his teammate to try to pick up all that gap. Good timing on the flank out from Stown. You gotta throw it at the retake, so let's see if somebody screws up.
And there is a big flank, but it's going to be heard by Bit, I'm pretty sure. Imma surely turns around, yeah.
That Molotov gonna keep them at bay. Critical seconds, shaved off the clock, and the flank's been found. So with no Stown, looking all the easier, but there is still 2 players low. The majority of NaVi softened. JL actually going down now means that full health on Alexi is gonna be critical. Crunch time, up through lane, double kill back for the CTs, but still, it's the time on the bomb. They don't even touch it. You can have the site. We've got the round. That's NaVi, 4 in a row. It's a nice NaVi recovery at the end of the first half. Looked like paiN and co had it all figured out, Mohan, but where there's a will, there's a way. And I think NaVi will have a great start to the season. They're in the process of it. One map up after a very close affair on Inferno, robbing the map pick of Astralis, losing pistol, no early momentum, and still we go tied 6-6 as they swap to the defense.
Gotta be pretty happy about making that comeback happen. Astralis, I think, should be okay, though, about getting their 6 rounds early. As we swap over, this is the half that matters now, and every kill will have a magnifying glass on it. Yeah,
Bit has been so good across this map, and he will continue to do so in the pistol with the double. 3v5 demanded of Astralis, or their lead is gone. Ema holding off patiently from the donuts. Got 2 players here behind him. Good gush out of Javi. Alexi just reveals himself to be inside of the site. And speaking of getting revealed, that bomb planter exposed.
And whose smoke was this on the site? Was it the CT smoke?
Dead.
Was it Alexi's smoke he threw over default and then flashed into it? Because honestly, it worked for him. He got to try to one-way it, and then they used the nade because the T thought they could use that to plant.
Ooh, a smoke.
And all got used against him. An HE on the pistol on Ancient.
Call that a booby
Special
trap.
touch.
Meanwhile, Bit just hitting headshots.
Master plan.
I don't know. I couldn't really tell with the color because they are different colors, but that one just
It's just that it would have been a weird way to use a smoke if you were a T.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a wise guy smoke. No Alexian utility, like ham and cheese.
Hey, who's smoking here?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Bit. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. The reload doesn't come through. MP9. Uh-oh, indeed. 2 kills in Donut. That is 1 rifle offered up. Imez able to slide out from the lane. Luckily for them, Alexi comes in big from the flank, and the player in the site is dead. paiN finally able to get back in with the M4. Bombs here for the taking. Can he clutch up 1 frag deep in the 1v3?
Where's that
frag grenade to try to cover it, goes out, and it's JL to just win the duel. That could have been much worse.
It could have. It could have, definitely. I was wondering where that paiN clutch is, man. We haven't got that big, crazy paiN clutch, you know?
We
sometimes
always get
having
one.
an off game, and then suddenly it's the 1v3.
Well, 2022 and 2023 and 2024 both started with a massive paiN clutch on the lower site of Nuke. Last year versus Vitality. So we always talk about, you know, him kind of popping off at the start of groups. However, groups is no more, Mohan. This is the bounty.
That's true.
Things are different now.
Big still playing well, though.
Some things don't change at Blast. And we're here, so
yeah,
I guess that's another constant for now. Pressure down versus Deagles. Still Deagles all across the board, so Astralis really wants something out of this, and they'll find it. Stare with a second.
He's got such a strong Deagle.
Stound may have slowed down somewhat, but Stare keeps this one sharp, and that's a bit of footing offered to the A play. Wonderful's gonna peek back in. Jabby's crossed over. Oh, he turned.
Timing.
He seemed wary, but not worried enough to keep his head where it needed to be looking. paiN's time to slide out. Nothing offered up from him. Bomb to the dirt, and Stare, who has 2 kills already, needs now an ace and a 1v3.
Hey, all good.
You think he could do this?
With a Deagle, Stare in the situation.
CTs were separated enough. If that was another headshot as clean as the first 2, then maybe. But instead, it is a NaVi point to the board.
3 up, making money on this round. That definitely got a little scary, a little hairy.
A little Hugo. Nice shot here.
Nope. Got out of there. So 9-6, man. Whoa. Was it 6-1? But it's not 8 straight because they're not on fire.
It was 5-1.
It's 5-1.
6-2. Just like you.
That's when I'm not on my money.
Bit's able to lock in to cut out. T-side departs from elbow, but they don't fully leave. And meanwhile, we've got Jabby kind of sniffing up a route through ramp. Playing behind these smoke grenades. It's going to be wonderful at bat in a moment. 2 AKs trained on him. He's going to start inching forward. Of course, Alexi's got cave, so he can tuck into this, but he has allowed Jabby to potentially come out on the side of this smoke.
This is JL's favorite position, probably.
That it is. Molotov goes too far. JL, easy hold for the first one with Alexi's helping hands. That's 2 MP9 frags from the pillar itself. Stown tries to chase him down. JL is low, and he would have seen this rotator over towards short side.
Ammo so low here for Stown.
Wonderful comes back, cleans it up, and the last 2 members of Astralis tiptoed their way through cave because bomb is down on B. JL surviving all of that. No assist, a collateral shot that cues up the team kill. Wonderful's in their brains.
Yeah, they're killing each other. Oh my gosh, There's gonna walk away. I don't know. There's really a chance he could pull this off, and Wonderful, he is pervasive. That's a last and final kill from him. Solid stuff. What's that little dance?
I'm just grooving, man. Having a good time. Because after the Spirit game earlier today, I was thinking to myself, like, who's going to step up at Bounty at the start of this year to stop Spirit? And I think with this matchup, with how convincing we saw Astralis and Devices play versus Wildcard, you know, I thought if NaVi could really do this, if they can handle this game and kind of do it with a bit of swagger, as I think we're starting to see, then now as of tonight, to me, the favorites for the grand finals have emerged.
Sure, okay.
NaVi versus Spirit, best of 5 at the Bounty.
Yeah, if that makes it, they make it all the way to the finals, and with the format, the money on the line, like the potential for like a $200,000 game or whatever the case may be, that could be very exciting.
I think there's also this additional narrative that's going on after the HLTV rankings come out for the awards, where it's like, if you don't agree with NaVi being team of the year, it's probably because you were putting Spirit in that place. And so if those are the 2 teams that kind of lock horns at the start of 25, let's say, let's settle it. And also being a best of 5 as well, I question the map pool of other teams when we have new rosters like Vitality and FaZe, who maybe some would consider the favorites instead, or maybe just the teams that are being cheered for more so. Actually, FaZe is already gone, so that's a moot point, but it applies to Vitality. I just think who can truly give us a quality best of 5? By the end of the year, maybe that list grows.
It's so funny because we started the year out with the best of 5 curse for Alexi B. That was the conversation all the way until Pro League happened. And now it's not really a conversation. They can still lose, but now it's not like a joke.
Yeah, of course. This is 8 rounds straight from NaVi, so the score may be close, and you'd be a fool to write off Astralis entirely. They're going to have a new tactic into this one. It's an attack for Bit to deal with.
This is what we needed a bit from Astralis in terms of the positioning on the A defense.
I like it. Oh, Bit rips heads off. Wonderful's coming through with the op support, and poor Astralis torn to pieces on an attempt to exit this A main smoke. Stare, your time is limited. You've got an entire pack of players on the prowl. NaVi maintain this ferocious heat that they have brought to now nearly 10 rounds straight.
See how, like, in this situation, both the NaVi players are defending together, and they both have really important spots, which are on the side of Donut, and again, watching that signpost from the top of Donut. When Astralis were holding, whether it was the A attack out of main, it was one guy who would crack spot and try to fall back, one guy deep in Donut, or vice versa, and they weren't really complementing each other. So this is why it looks so much easier, and this is why NaVi are now on fire.
Ooh, Bit. Not afraid of the nades. To hell with your util.
That was a perfect flash for him too, though.
And Alexi's gonna come running down ramp, but he makes a ton of noise and then doesn't fully commit. This pack of 3 players trying to recover control. Oh, and they're fighting hard. And Stown's gonna try to keep things even. Will do so with JL now dead.
And Device confident he can get into the site. There is still one in cave.
Bit locks in behind the box. Device not thinking about this corner. Perfectly played here from Bit. And the Molotov bouncing beyond this will not make him uncomfortable at all. Wonderful now has a line into the bomb site itself.
Molly doesn't go deep enough.
Stown hanging on to the corner. Can Stare do anything to offer help? Or does Wonderful just stop watching? Stare actually gets the wall bang onto Bit.
He does take 84 damage in the process.
And this lurk down from lane. Oh, nice snap up from Ema. It's easy, low health. And Stown Once he goes for that bomb plant, reveals his position, so they're going to lock in on him. But Emet did take the long road back around towards red.
Emet was actually running to Donut. He thought that there was a chance Down had left. So this gives Down a chance. We haven't said his name much. He's climbed to 16 kills.
Bombs planted for the wall bang.
Oh, he's going to reveal his position, though.
Yeah, can they trade him on the front of cave, or is he just going to rip them both down? No, sir, no chance. Wonderful, who waited patiently, forced Down to make a step back sight. Never really had anything to shoot at, so he'll close out with the clutch. 12 secured, and NaVi looking convincing as they dismantle Astralis map 2.
Very much. First half, Astralis did make it interesting. They had us in the first half, if you will, but at the same time, you could definitely see the semblance of a comeback taking place, and now in the second half, the chains are off.
I mean, this was a 4-round streak after the CT pistol round from Astralis. We go back and forth with weird wobbly economies for 5 rounds. And now NaVi haven't looked in the rear view since. Very light utility here for Astralis to try to keep their bounty lives. And Bit will kick off again as he goes 20 kills, 9 deaths. Phenomenal play in the late stages of the best of 3s we've seen at the bounty so far. Wonderful is going to clip Jabby in the background, and it falls to Cadian and Stown, working side by side to pressure this off, but Wonderful gets away. Able to try and come back towards sight. Little gap here on the smoke. Tracks Cadian, and we'll finish him with the deke. So poor Stown 1v4 in the depths of this bomb site, denied, and it is a flurry of rounds out of NaVi. They'll add a few $1,000s to their already high bounty and come now to LAN, where they'll meet the likes of Spirit, perhaps.
A smooth set of moves here on Ancient from the NaVi team as they comfortably take this one. And okay, in the first half, a bit of back and forth in there, certainly tested, but not tested enough. There was not much going on with Astralis after we got into the second half.
That was just a beautiful CT side from NaVi there. The mid control that they had, and really, it's the same starting nade set that they were using for pretty much all of last year, but just greater and better execution throughout the mid round, the late round, the way that they joined up. All of that stuff is exactly what you want from a team that should be vying for #1.
Yeah, I mean, that was great from NaVi on the CT side. However, on the T side, or on Astralis' CT side, I should say, I had a question about Cadian, because Cadian, his fragging hasn't been great. We didn't bring him in for his fragging into Astralis, obviously, but, you know, they start out 4-0, and in the last 8 rounds of the half, he's the first death 5 times, or the first death on their team, at least. They go A 6 times in the last 8 rounds, and there's a certain point where Cadian just needs to frag better.
I mean, I do agree with that. I feel like he has been a little bit more selfless, though. That's a reason why I would love to really get his mind on why he's kind of playing like this, because he's kind of become more of like an MP9 Mac 10 sort of guy. He does occasionally have the rifle. Like, I think the very last round of the first half or something, he did have a rifle over Yabby, but I don't think he's taken on very well to CS2 in general. Like, his time with Liquid showed that his op was not up to snuff compared to what it was in CSGO, and now pivoting over to using the SMG mostly, I wouldn't even say the rifle. Like, he's barely a rifler, he's more of an SMG guy. That's not really always a consistent recipe unless you're someone like Ema. Like, Ema's just insane with the MP9.
We're gonna say Sanji?
Sanji. He's not Sanji. He's not Boomich, okay? You know.
But it's got to be pretty tough as well to be calling like that when you are having a rough go at it as well, right? That's got to start to affect him at some point.
I mean, it's so much easier if you're calling when in the fray. So many in-game leaders. This is kind of a weird thing, but so many IGLs have talked about, like, when I'm fragging, it's easier to call, but it's like, that just means you're killing people. Like, you are just, if you're killing people, it's, yes, you're going to be winning more. But yeah, like, if Cadian isn't able to get a beat on the game because he's not seeing enough from his own perspective, then it can be a little bit more frustrating for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, going back to Inferno even, it felt like a lot of their rounds, they didn't get a chance for that kind of Cadian-esque, the classic Cadian mid-round CT calls. You didn't get a chance for that. I feel like they didn't really get a chance for that.
They didn't commit to them
either. Yeah.
I feel like they just didn't commit to the CT calls sometimes. Like, they had it. Like, one of the early gun rounds that NaVi won, like, Astralis were about to do a mid crunch, and then they kind of peeled off before they actually crunch mid, and then NaVi had a guy that was still at Tetris and elbow, and then they just took mid, 5 seconds later.
Yeah.
tough times for them, and it is just the start of the season. They're on boot camp. They've got time to work through their growing pains of all of this, but there was a lot of positive signs to look at here from NaVi, where maybe because of what we saw in the opening game, we weren't too sure how their season was going to go. So what do you make of it now after seeing 2 games from NaVi?
Form check looks good.
Okay.
JL said the first game of the season doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you win, doesn't matter if you lose. Well, second game definitely does matter because the opponent is definitely stronger. And for a few of the individuals on NaVi, I'm looking at people like Bit, Wonderful even on the first map, Ema throughout the series. A lot of them had these moments where they like a lot of average players would just get 1 kill, maybe even 0, and they double up, even triple up with a great spray or great movement while they're trying to shoot their opponents. Like, they did a fantastic job in terms of individual form.
Yeah, I think one of the keys is, you look at Spirit versus FlyQuest, nobody was really challenged. You look at NaVi versus Astralis, Astralis pushed NaVi, and NaVi responded back and showed that they are on form. It wasn't just kind of a one-sided affair where they snowballed it all together.
And that's what you've got to be very careful of, right? That's how sometimes it can go greatly out of your hands and into a bad spot. For NaVi, though, we obviously expect to be putting them at a very high standard. And that high standard coming into this year is going to be a lot better than what we saw towards the end of the year. Still, we're not going to be too sure till we get to this stage, right? To the LAN stage.
Of course. I need to see that NaVi have also changed their strat book a little bit, because I'm not really sure yet, and I need a little bit more data before I really make a huge prediction about like what has Blade, what has Alexi done in the offseason, because like I said, like their CT side starts looked very similar to what I saw in the previous season. So I really want to see, are they going to rework their T side Mirage? Because it was so good for 9 months, but very bad for 2 months.
Well, let's see if we can find out and get some answers here. We've got Ema standing by from NaVi. Ema, how are we doing after that one? Pretty comfortable, especially on Ancient?
Yeah, it was a rough start, I will say, because they were leading us, but then we basically took the control of the map.
Overall, you guys have been on boot camp from before the awards, then afterwards as well. How much, because we're having a conversation around the strat book and what you guys are working, how much are you guys changing things up for the 2025 season? How much are you cooking?
I mean, obviously I cannot give this information, but mostly I think the first day it was kind of a reminder of what we had, because it was long vacation, we maybe forgot stuff, and after that we are starting to fix the mistakes that we had previous season, especially at the major, and then we try to have maybe new stuff for that.
Ema, you guys obviously didn't finish that major you mentioned in the fashion that you would have wanted. You know, a lot of people don't want to live with regrets necessarily, but I'm sure you look back at that game. What were things that you thought about in how you performed in it that you would have changed if you got a second chance in it?
Oh, that's a hard question. I think, I don't know, maybe I will change maybe decision making a bit sometimes, or maybe shooting a bit better at one point, because nowadays, like for example, a round can go only on 1 kill, and then if you don't take that kill, that means you lose the round, maybe you have to eco and so on, and I have no clue, maybe that.
Do you think that the form that you guys had as a team entering the major was also a little bit iffy? Because it felt like that watching you guys lose some of those early matches at it.
I think it was a bit shaky, because it was not only the major, it was the previous tournament as well. I think it was Blast or something like this.
World Final, yeah.
And then we tried to fix after that, obviously, and maybe not everything worked out, but at least I know for sure we tried our best. Like, we didn't give up, and then just we didn't click whenever it mattered.
So Imperial Female and Astralis both mentioned that they know how you guys play and they felt comfortable with the idea of, anti-stratting you coming into the matchup. Did you feel like at the end of last season you guys got a bit static in the way you were playing and you needed that break and the boot camp people have talked about to kind of update?
Personally, I don't think so. Like, for example, I can say from everyone that I know how they play, but obviously we know that we maybe do the same round, for example, I don't know, on Inferno, but obviously we can change that. We know as well that we can change that. Maybe they will not, maybe they will go on the base that they will not change, but obviously we think a bit about it, and then we can also change maybe some smokes, flashes, markers, maybe some steps somewhere, and so on.
I was just going to ask as well, people have talked a little bit about your boot camp. I was wondering how long have you guys actually been boot camping and practicing heading into this first season?
We didn't, I mean, I think we left home around, don't want to get it wrong, I think it's either 12 or 13th or 11 maybe. No, wait, I'm speaking bullshit, sorry. On 7th.
Okay, before the awards, yes. You were on boot camp, right?
Yes, I was speaking bullshit. Like on 7th, we traveled here to Barcelona, and then we had like a media day, and after that we had some practice day, then we had travel. Obviously, it took like 3 days, like one travel day, then there was another travel day, and then it was not a lot of practice, let's say, because we had to go there and back. But I think we'll have until we leave from here like 2 weeks, let's say, in total.
Well, that's a pretty good time to start the season. Well, Imma, congratulations on making it to the LAN finals. Thank you very much for your time, dude, and we'll see you in the studio real soon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, a lot of answers to our questions, a lot of insight in there, and I like what he was saying, right, when he touches on the fact that, okay, each team can say they know how they play, but there's still so much in it when you look at that.
All the micro details are going to be switched up from time to time, whether they find a better flash or even a flash that isn't necessarily better as a whole, but it's just something that counters what other people are doing. Like the micro meta of Pro CS changes on like a position to position basis. You're going to see people for 2 months playing ladder room all the time on short B of Mirage. The next month, they're just going to be playing behind the bricks. Like these little changes are always why the game is constantly like a rock, paper, scissors sort of matchup, and why Blade is usually 1 step or 2 steps ahead of it.
Well, that will hopefully keep them going forward for the rest of the season, but exciting times as it is. We're going to look back at some of the games that we've had today, and we've got to start off with this Heroic versus Liquid. Heroic not once, but twice went bounty hunting with success, and remember, this is Nerds' old team.
I think that's the beauty of the format, actually, because Liquid weren't sure who was going to get picked. Heroic go in. They could have been prepping for Liquid even before we went into the picks, and then, 10 hours later, they're actually playing against the team. And Maui Snake mentioned before, you could actually see the way Saw was anti-stratting in that game.
Sun Pius is just a guy that Saw has worked with before. He knows that if he gives him a game plan, he can follow it. Yep. And he's going to wallbang ultimate in ways that I've never seen anybody wallbang before. So yeah, it's pretty sick, honestly.
New tech being shown. That's what Sun Pius is able to do. Then we move on to the other upset. Was maybe not an upset because you guys convinced me that FaZe could lose in their game, but none of you predicted them.
That's true, James. Because
you guys convinced me.
Come on, like
you did the opposite to me.
Yeah, when it's FaZe Clan, you just have faith that they're always going to pull it together. It's just, I don't know, it's a fool's errand at this point, watching this team and rooting for this team. But no, FaZe, they're going through some growing pains right now. Elige wasn't a roll for roll perfect fit for Robs. I said this the first time we covered FaZe in the pregame segment that we handled, that I just said 2 months. Kerrigan, Elige, the rest of the crew, they'll figure it out in 2 months. But congratulations to paiN. I really rate Davideus very highly. One of the better aggressive riflers coming out of the LATAM region. One of the only flag bearers for Chile in general.
Yeah, definitely some positive signs. Some not so positive signs was FlyQuest, but we didn't really expect much because they had to go against Spirit. It was the first game we covered today on this desk. And it was just...
That's why there's 100 videos out there of like watching pros as they get shot by Donk, watching Donk. That's why Donk is like the most searched term ever. You get donked. I mean, sometimes there's just nothing you can do against it.
It was fantastic, and on top of that, Chopper was able to also just...
Chopper was donking people.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody, I think everybody on Spirit, with the exception of Shiro, went to the school of donk in the offseason.
And Magix.
I'm not sure if he did, actually. He just did okay in that game.
He dropped out. He flunked. He flunked the school.
He decided to skip it because of his major final performance, apparently. Yeah.
Magix returned home to his actual level after the major.
You sound like a Magix hater here.
I'm not a Magix hater. I'm a Spirit fan. And in being a Spirit fan, I hate Magics. Okay.
Whoa!
He's good. He does good in his role. Okay, admittedly, but I can't stand how good he did in the final. It was a life game.
It didn't make any sense, honestly, but I'm glad it happened.
Let him have it.
I'm glad it happened for Dom.
He has it forever.
There we go.
Yeah,
you can't take it away from him, Boo. You can't take it away from him.
No matter how much you pray, you can't say you wish you could.
I wish it was Zontix that did that.
I kind of wish that too.
Yeah.
I get what you mean for narrative reasons.
That way I'm on it. Yeah, okay.
I kind of wish FaZe won.
Oh no. Oh no. We're going to take a look now though at how it's working here for the bounty season. Remember we said about Heroic going hunting and having success with it all. A team like Astralis, who just unfortunately did lose 7,500 of their money goes to stack on top of NaVi, and they stay in a very sweet spot. But remember, it gets even more exciting when we get to this studio and we get these teams risking it all when we get down to our final 8, which will be happening later on. So far, Heroic are the most successful ones when it comes to it. I just keep coming back to Saw being fantastic and maybe underrated at times as a coach.
Well, I think we're starting to rate him.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the community is caught on. Saw as being now regarded in probably the top 5 coaches in the world at this point. I think it's a very short list of people that I would say have proven more in the last year, 2, 3, 4 years. People like Blade, recently Holly has entered the conversation. Beyond that, I mean, yes, there are some great coaches in this space, but Saw with ENCE, with this Heroic lineup, a completely new Heroic lineup, all of these teams incredibly competent, never embarrassing themselves.
He just needs to make a YouTube channel and he'll hit the top. He'll hit the top.
Exactly.
Everyone will rate him highly.
That's what exactly. He needs to follow the Ash approach of just making a YouTube channel and speaking to fans like directly, and then we're all gonna overrate him probably.
So the YouTube videos will make him overrated. Well, I'm gonna overrate myself for a little bit on these predictions because
okay.
You guys should have followed me. Yeah, I'm just saying. You guys actually convinced me. Okay, we all really messed up on the first game. We underrated Saw, as we were just talking about.
Yeah, that's true. We did underrate him, actually. We actually underrated him.
Dude, you know what happened? I'm in here, and I'm in last place. And Maui Snake goes, just don't come last. Nobody remembers the people in the middle, but they're going to make fun of you if you come last. So I went, okay, well, if I pick Heroic, I'm making a big, this is a chance where I make a big mistake. So I just went, well, Liquid's safe. I won't go further behind. And then Heroic win.
Vu, you sound like the people that are writing in your pick'ems comments when you do badly, and they're like, what? I had this idea, and then I followed you.
I've never done badly in the pick'ems, so that's never happened to me.
Well, you're in last place in the pick, the contest matters today.
So you're trying to tell me you only got Diamond Coin?
No.
Okay, so you have done badly.
FaZe had beat NaVi in that one final, though.
He has a lot of almost.
The only diamond.
A lot of almost.
So that
doesn't quite count.
I'm not giving you any golden tickets here, man. You're sitting on
gold. If we both have a gold coin, we did the same. Okay.
You can get a gold. Listen, man.
But the way I got the gold coin was different. I got it in a different way. I got a couple more than you.
Who's like, I predicted it all.
Gold coin, gold coin.
Do you know what we can do? We can test your infinite knowledge that you seem to have on our simulator here for the last 4 games. Let's see if you can get it right. We'll give you a couple of chances with this. Let's predict through the last games and see how this will work out. Remember, guys, you can head to blast.tv and play around with the Bounty Simulator. The Bounty Simulator will tell you everything you need to know about the matches and how it could look, and you can predict some of them. You can maybe have a go, okay, for example, let's just say Falcons win against Eternal Fire. You can check the money in there, but I'm going to let you do it, Vu. This is all about you, Vu. This is the Vu Simulator
Falcons, Bet Boom, Vitality, G2.
Oh, you're really still picking G2?
Wow, bold.
You're so safe.
Bold predictions, Vu. Congratulations.
Hey, most of you guys picked Eternal Fire. Stop lying. Okay,
that's actually true.
That's a bold prediction. Bet Boom, also not the popular choice. Okay, I'm going out in flames.
Vu, playing it safe. Gold coiner for life. YouTube in fire. Maui, give us yours, because we need some actual hot takes, because Vu's just burn us out.
I'll take Eternal Fire. I think I like what Madra said in the actual pick, the draft show, where he said, when I asked him if they got Nico, he said, we got Zentaris.
Yeah.
I like that. That
Which
inspired
is delusion.
me.
Nico is clearly better.
Okay, all right. I'll take Bet Boom, though. I'm on the same hype train there. I'd also have to take Vitality, of course, and then I love Big.
Look, the
Big
I appreciate Big. G2.
You really put your faith in Snacks.
No.
Yeah,
I might switch that one.
Is good.
I might switch that one on my official Preds though. But you know, this is just to obviously see how much these teams would be banking with the bounties that they collect potentially, how much money they'd be walking home with, and so all in all, it's a great system to find out exactly what the prize earnings would look like.
And that's the beautiful thing of it, right? You can see it all here on the right-hand side on this leaderboard. As you're changing things, it gives you the official amounts on how it will work out. So if you don't quite understand it, which you should by now, we've explained it enough times, this one can definitely make sure you fully see where it's all going. But guys, we've only got one more day left before we bring the teams here inside the studio and we get ourselves back on land for 2025. You ready?
Oh, are you kidding me? Land CS, this is what we're here for. That is what we're here for.
Every day of the week. And Vu, we're sending you home for that portion because you know.
Yeah, you're so hype talking about who's taking it. Yeah, let me be hype. I'm leaving.
Hey, Vu, you got a diamond coin more than once, you'd be fine.
I do. I have 2.
Okay, someone check his inventory.
I don't
Get back
don't
to us
do
on
that.
it.
Don't check.
Ah, there we go. Well, look, these are our matches coming tomorrow. We touched on it. We gave you some of our predictions in there. And look at this. There's money to play for absolutely everyone. The one that is you really have to keep a lookout for is this big versus G2, because G2 did nearly lose to bait.
Yep.
Really close. Like it was almost a 2-0.
I think I gotta mess with the number. I gotta mess with the veto a little bit. I gotta think. Hey, I'll have a hard prediction by tomorrow, and it'll be right.
Top 13. This is Bedboom's gonna be top 13. Oh my God.
That's a bold pred. A bold pred to many after one map of watching them play.
You're a Crimbo stan.
I am a Crimbo stan. That's true. And I'm a JDC fan, and I'm a Tabson believer, and I'm a QB truther, and I am a hyped maxer. Yes.
Snacks realist also.
Yes, also, yes. I'm definitely not I'm a very snacks realist. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Well, it'll be a battle of the greatest in-game leaders, Snacks versus Tabson, for one of our games tomorrow at the very end of the day. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. We've had some fun. We've been kicking it with you all day long, but get some rest, get some food, get some sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?